while others are crazy about hoarding supplies in the apocalypse. Your strawberry pointy is praised as delicious by the goddess every day. A cookie not only makes the school beauty throw herself at you, but a piece of bread also makes female celebrities lose their self-control. With an AK in your left hand and a luxury apartment in your right, gourmet food is a basic necessity every day. It's all because you have unlimited resources and awesome equipment in the apocalypse. However, in the first 3 hours of the apocalypse, you were still a complete loser, looking at the constantly popping up takeaway messages in misery. You put down your phone and look at the traffic light. You feel a bit tired today and decide not to accept any more takeaway orders. Vroom vroom vroom. The Lamborghini parked next to you roars like a wild beast. You glance over and see a beautiful and refreshing girl sitting in the passenger seat. The man driving the car even winks at you, as if showing off. You cut a fart. What are you proud of? Wait until I have money. I'll drive a Wuling Hongguang and drag you along. Suddenly, strange sounds come out of your Bluetooth earphones. There are 3 hours, 31 minutes, and 13 seconds left until the end of the world. Sending the end of the world gift package 1. 0. Listening to this inexplicable sound, your face is full of doubts. Who is it? Are you pranking me? However, the phone displays whether to open the end of the world gift package 1. 0 version. Virus. This must be a phone virus. Beep beep beep. The car behind started honking to urge, and you accidentally touched the receive button. Unlimited resources received. Enhanced body received. Weapon equipment 1. 0 version received. Note, extract items with mind. Extract end of the world gift package 2. 0 requires upgrading energy slot. Listening to this cold voice, you couldn't help but shiver. Could it be true? He, if you have the ability, give me an unstoppable AK-47. When you see an AK-47 appear between your legs, you almost split apart and quickly disappear. As the weapon disappears, you breathe a sigh of relief, but your heartbeat speeds up involuntarily. This came too suddenly, without any preparation. You make a U-turn and rush back into the rental house. When you get home, you take off your helmet and wash your face. You plan to catch up on the rules of the apocalypse first. You sit on the sofa and start reading the post-apocalyptic novel. 2 hours later, you understand a truth: self-interest is the most important. You open the weapon arsenal, which is filled with various pistols and automatic rifles, sniper rifles, a few bullets, but that's it. There is no greater firepower output. All are light weapons. As for the enhancement of the body, you can bend a kitchen knife directly and poke your fingers into the cement wall. Looking at the dust on your fingers, the smile on your face becomes thicker. Taking out a pistol, you took a deep breath. Come on, Doomsday. I'm already tired of this kind of life. I'm not a loser. I'm the boss. It's already dawn, and it's gradually raining outside. The terrifying screams suddenly resounded throughout the neighborhood. You immediately walked to the balcony and saw several bodies lying on the road. Among them, the people who were hiding from the rain and trying to save others were directly soaked by the rain, as if being corroded by sulfuric acid, and fell down with a howl of ghosts and wolves. At the same time, the entire community gradually lit up with lights, and everyone stood on their balconies, looking puzzled. Suddenly, everyone's phones received an emergency notification. Please do not leave your residence, do not get wet in the rain, and wait for rescue. You frowned slightly and turned to look at the balcony next to you. A beautiful girl was also looking in your direction. Having lived here for a year, you certainly knew that your neighbor was a female anchor, with a well-proportioned figure. She was indeed attractive. What are you looking at, you loser? After saying that, she turned around and went back to her room. You smiled indifferently, thinking you were someone special even in the apocalypse. In the end, women are just exchangeable commodities in the apocalypse. With a piece of bread, they can do whatever they want. I've lived for over 20 years and didn't have a chance to fall in love before the apocalypse. What a pity. But luckily, I've had a few flings at 998. I should quickly make some braised beef instant noodles to calm myself down. No, I have unlimited resources. Look, I can even have a luxurious meal like Buddha jumps over the wall and brush my teeth, while savoring the delicacies that only the rich can afford. I can also scroll through TikTok on my phone. The whole world is in panic. Soon, an urgent message was sent out that all water sources were contaminated. You shrugged, not caring. Who knows if a glass of water can make the woman next door kneel down in a few days. Curse me as a loser. First, go downstairs to see the situation. Just arrived on the first floor, and everyone in the entire community is lining up outside the convenience store to buy water. There are still people coming down one after another to watch, but everyone's face is filled with fear and irritability. Oh my God, don't push. Why are you cutting in line? As soon as these words were spoken, two men immediately started fighting, while the women stood aside in panic. Taking advantage of the chaos, Many men rushed into the convenience store. All the supplies were looted within a few minutes, and the women couldn't even get involved. Don't you men know that ladies come first? A middle-aged woman wearing glasses is shouting loudly. Ladies first? Ha ha, a strong man doesn't care about that. Why are you still shouting such things at this time? The advantage of men is immediately revealed. Look at the soaked clothes and corroded tires in the rain, leaning against the wall and taking a breath. In less than an hour since the end of the world, the order has already started to collapse. When all the food is exhausted, the evil side of human nature will fully erupt. You gradually start to plan in your heart. However, a beautiful figure in front catches your eye. Delicate eyebrows, bright eyes, cherry-like red lips, elegant and soft neck. A figure as natural and smooth as a melodious melody. Every part is just right, making people have an enchanting impulse. How could someone like you, a delivery person, possibly know such a goddess? But you have met her a few times in the elevator. She was wearing a uniform and dragging a small suitcase, like a flight attendant. Of course, with such good looks, how could she not have a boyfriend? Standing beside her is a tall, rich, and handsome man. He usually drives a Porsche 718. Let's go and buy. Anyway, there is still half a bucket of water at home. This rain won't last long. Ninggu is indifferent, comforting his girlfriend beside him, and Bai's face is a bit pale, but still nodded, glanced at you and went upstairs with her boyfriend, and you smiled. Even the thieves have their own fun. Back home, you turned on your phone and found that all the apps were closed. Only WeChat could still be opened. The property group chat was lively. Accusations, insults. No one can sleep peacefully this night, hoping that the rain outside will stop soon. However, it continued to rain until the 6th day, and during these days, there were intermittent sounds of smashing and some screams in the middle of the night, which created a suffocating atmosphere that could drive people crazy. Meanwhile, you stayed behind closed doors, enjoying extravagant delicacies every day. Until the 7th day, you decided to go to the underground garage to take a look. The entire community's trading of goods was taking place in the underground garage. As the elevator doors opened, the underground garage resembled a market. Women took out designer handbags and cosmetics to exchange for food, while men took out luxury watches to exchange for water sources. You gasped for breath, thinking that the trading was still normal for now, but in another 3 days, it would probably no longer be the case. Suddenly, you see your neighbor, who is also a live streamer, selling cosmetics at a stall. You take out a bottle of mineral water and walk over while drinking. When Sun Ting sees you passing by, her face looks a bit unnatural. This delivery person must have a lot of food at home, but looking at the way you drink water, Sun Ting's heart gradually becomes thirsty. Soon, you see In Bai, who is selling at the stall. Due to her outstanding appearance, there are naturally many people patronizing her booth. Beauty, play with me once, and I'll give you this bottle of water. Hee, I'll give you 2 bottles of water. I'll take 3 bottles. The men immediately started bidding, which made In Bai's face turn red with anger. Shameless, In Bai cursed and packed up the stall, heading towards the elevator. Even you were innocently stared at, and one of the men leaned over and said, "What are you pretending for? Over there in the red light district, a glass of water costs 1 play. Red light district?" You look around curiously. The so-called red light district turns out to be a warning light, surrounded by many cool women, heavily made up, of questionable quality. Suddenly, a burst of footsteps sound, and more than 20 young people appear. The leading man has a face full of flesh and tattoos on his arms, and the followers are also fierce and evil. This sudden scene makes this area incredibly quiet. They robbed everything. The boss gave the order, and the followers rushed forward with a sneer, demanding the goods to be handed over to avoid suffering. Is there no law anymore? Robbery in broad daylight. A man in his 50s stood up and shouted, "The law? I am the law. Break his legs for me." With a loud crack, it shocked everyone. Faced with such a ferocious person, no one dared to resist. Hand over the supplies honestly, so as not to be beaten for no reason. Those women standing over there, take them away for me. Ding Feng looked at the red light district, with a smirk on his face. The little brothers also laughed. Most people were scared by the end of the world, but these people enjoyed it. They came and went quickly. After everyone left, the men cursed and blamed each other. You shook your head as you listened. At this time, a man with glasses walked out and said, "There is a rolling shutter door between each floor. I suggest sealing off our building to prevent further looting. Even if we need to exchange supplies, we can do it through the gap in the rolling shutter door." As soon as this man spoke, it immediately gained approval. Without hesitation, they pulled down the surrounding rolling shutter doors and used iron plates to block them. When people from the nearby buildings saw this, their eyes lit up, and they immediately followed suit. separating the entire residential area into 5 buildings. That group of people down there. A cup of water can make a woman do whatever they want to her. And you ate a piece of my pizza. Why don't I just treat you to another peanut? How about it? Sun Ting instantly sat paralyzed on the ground, trembling in fear, thinking that this was a sheep pen, but not expecting it to be a tiger's den. Where did he get the gun from? Come here. Tang Zai beckoned. How could Sun Ting dare to resist? Her jade arms propped up on the ground, slowly crawling towards Tang Zai on the sofa. Big brother, spare me. I'll never lie to you again. With a sobbing voice, Sun Ting begged for forgiveness again and again, smiling on the surface, looking harmless, but turned out to be a devil. Tang Zai lifted the muzzle of the gun, sliding on that exquisite face. Sun Ting widened her eyes, feeling like she was about to die. This one became incomparably regretful. Agreeing to him wouldn't lose a piece of meat. Early so obedient, how will suffer? Tang Zai revealed a kind smile, yet no one knew that the shot just now had actually missed. Sun Ting nodded her head violently, and even made a wailing sound. However, Tang Zai's gaze was cold. The muzzle of the gun was already placed on the back of Sun Ting's head. There is only one way to end up lying to lousy death. Don't be so picky. It's the end of the world. Where are there so many beautiful women? Tang Zai suddenly realized that the progress rose 1%. Slightly slow. Directly Sun Ting threw on the side. He sat on the sofa to brush a hot pot to replenish the energy. This can be too much higher than 998 quality, which is still a bottle of mineral water, plus a piece of pizza for a change. Who said that cheap is poor? Spare your life. Sun Ting issued a thin pleading sound. Tang Zai froze for a moment, and as he grabbed Sun Ting's hair and pulled it up, he found that her face didn't have the slightest bit of blood, and even her skin had become exceptionally dry. Frowning slightly, it turned out to be the energy tank at work. It still had to be a fine line. Only 2% progress. This was too slow. Eat some, Tang Zai said indifferently. A plate was placed by his feet, filled with scalded pancetta and fatty beef. The hungry Sun Ting couldn't care about the pain and quickly crawled to Tang Zai's feet to eat the food. Water. This time, Tang Zai changed to a large bowl, the kind that managed enough. Sun Ting chewed the meat and said vaguely, Thank you. No need to thank you. From now on you're mine. Sun Ting, who was on the ground drinking water, froze, but didn't dare to resist. Tang Zai didn't explain too much and laughed. You have 2 choices now. Either eat peanut beans or be obedient. I'll be good and obedient. Sun Ting didn't hesitate to choose the latter. Only a fool would want to eat peanuts, as long as she had enough to eat and drink. Tang Zai touched Sun Ting's head and laughed. From now on, you're mine. Aha! Tang Zai froze, but he was a lot smarter than before. Meanwhile, there were 7 or 8 men sitting in Dong Fei's home, with supplies piled up all over the living room, half of which were mineral water. One of them, a bald man, seemed as if he was in a hurry. Shit, don't come out yet. Don't screw people over. Dong Fei glanced over as he sipped his red wine. What's the hurry? There aren't many women. The bald man laughed bitterly. There are few beautiful women. It's not easy to come to the door of a good-looking one, and it takes so long to get it. Compared to women, the gunshot just now is the thing we need to deal with. Dong Fei said in a deep voice. This one gun had already threatened his position. It even felt like a gun was right in front of his head. If he snatched this gun over, then he himself would be able to control the entire neighborhood, and it would not be too much to say that he was the emperor of the neighborhood. A yellow hair sitting next to him said seriously, I feel that the gunshot is in our building. It does look more like it. Another man concurred. Dong Fei placed his red wineglass on the table. Bald head. You and yellow hair checked door to door. Bald and yellow hair glanced at each other. People had guns in their hands. 1 box of bread and mineral water per person, with a heavy reward. Bald and yellow hair nodded, and after getting up, Bald also shouted towards the bedroom. Take it easy. Save your breath and wait for me to come back. Dong Fei said helplessly. An old woman who was almost over 40 years old. You like it so much. Brother Dong, you don't know. This woman is what I crave for on weekdays. If it wasn't for this end of the world, there's really no way to play with it, and I have to thank the end of the world for that. The crowd revealed a bad smile. This is much more interesting than going to work. After leaving, yellow hair hemmed and hawed and laughed. Bald brother, 701 has an anchor. The body can be good. And 603 has a stewardess. That look, moist. You kid is smart. Have me cover you? In the future go out to ensure that you do not die. Thank you brother Bald. When you are cool, give brother me also cool. Bald head patted yellow hair's shoulder. Don't worry, the women in this world. Feel free to have a good time. The matter of finding a gun was already forgotten by the two, and they directly came to know. 603 to look for a flight attendant. Inside the house, Ninggu looks extraordinarily cranky, fidgety, thirsty and hungry, already almost delirious. The beautiful girlfriend invites you sitting on the sofa, looking pathetic. Ninggu came to the door and saw the bald and yellow hair through the smoke. How could he open the door? I know you're in the house. Open the door. Yellow hair drank. Ninggu still retained a shred of his mind. Once this door opened and Bai would become their plaything. The bald head pressed down on yellow hair and shouted, "Brother, hungry for many days, right? Yesterday the supplies were very generous. Free time to 201 come and talk." After saying that, he left with a puzzled yellow hair. Ninggu breathed a sigh of relief, and Bai similarly breathed a huge sigh of relief. However, the words spoken by the bald man kept echoing in his mind, eroding the man's last will. Soon the two arrived at 701 knocking on the door. The bald man shouted in the same tone, "We have a lot of food. Come to 201 to talk sometime. Being alive is better than anything. It's better than starving to death at home." The door suddenly opened. However, the one that opened was the next door. Tang Zhe looked at the two and said in a deep voice, "Knock softly, it's noisy." Bald and yellow hair looked at each other. Recently all the men treated them with respect. When did they have this kind of tone? "UTMD looking for death aren't you? How are you talking to my bald brother?" Yellow hair suddenly walked towards Tang Zhe, when saw the house suddenly dumbfounded and stunned. Bald head suspiciously came and looked into the house also froze, only to see on the dining table was a small chicken stewed mushrooms, braised pig's feet, stir-fried lettuce. There was also a woman eating next to the accent table. Bright, brother bald, this seems to be that female anchor. Yellow hair was stuttering a bit. So many days down. Even more beautiful women became emaciated due to lack of food and drink, which was like this anchor woman in front of him. She was practically turning into a fairy. Your kid has a bit of a way. Food and drink are not worried. There are beautiful women at home, the bald man said in a conspiratorial manner, and directly walked into Tang Zhe's house, with yellow hair following closely. Tang Zhe smiled and closed the door behind him. Yellow hair couldn't wait to grab the pig's feet with his hands and eat them. Brother bald head, pig's feet, delicious. Sun Ting didn't panic at all when she saw the two men enter the house, walking to the sofa and sitting curled up. The bald man looked at Sun Ting and couldn't hide the greed flowing out. "Kid, if you are sensible, take out the food. Hand over this woman and suffer less. This is mine. How can I hand it over to you guys?" "No way," Tang Zhe said with a harmless look. Sun Ting secretly said in her heart, "These two idiots will die for sure. Hua, toast or not. Brother bald, you stand a little farther away. Don't let the blood splatter." After saying that, yellow hair took out a fruit knife and directly stabbed towards Tang Zhe. However, the person did not stab. Yellow hair felt the black fist enveloped his face. With a bang, yellow hair's sky spun around. His entire face was dented in a bit. The bald head all looked horrified. Sun Ting on the sofa was also stunned, knowing that Tang Zhe had a gun, but didn't expect his strength to be so strong as well. If there was a little bit of small mind before, now even that little bit of small mind was gone. He didn't want to be beaten by Tang Zhe into this state. "Little Ting Ting, go open the window." Tang Zhe laughed softly, lifting yellow hair up. How to say yellow hair was 130 pounds. One hand could lift it so easily. The bald man's hand was already shaking. Sun Ting obediently opened the window. Tang Zhe directly threw yellow hair out. There was a muffled thud. However, no one paid any attention at all. They were all numb. Every day someone couldn't withstand the mental torture and chose to jump off the building to lighten their lives. Tang Zhe clapped his hands and sat down again, smiling. "Sit, eat together. Add a set of chopsticks for this big brother." Sun Ting's well-behaved appearance looked at the bald man's heart in fear. What kind of inhuman things had this young man in front of him done to her? Looking at the shapely Sun Ting walking towards him, there was no semblance of desire in the bald head's heart. Fear welled up in the bottom of his heart. "Big brother, how is it? This is okay for me." Tang Zhe picked up his chopsticks and ate it unhurriedly. The bald head didn't dare to take the chopsticks at all. "Looking down on me?" Tang Zhe slightly narrowed his eyes. Bald head hurriedly picked up his chopsticks. "Brother, misunderstanding. No such thing." "That's good. What's the situation outside now? How would the bald head dare to lie?" Immediately said, "It's chaotic outside now. Killing people everywhere in order to grab supplies. The convenience store, supermarkets and the surrounding area have already been ransacked by several neighborhoods. What is your boss planning?" The boss said that when this batch of supplies is finished, he will go and rob the surrounding neighborhoods. "How much do you guys have left?" "Save a little. It should be able to cope for a month." "Right. Is your boss looking for this?" Tang Zhe directly took the gun out, looking at the bald head. For the sake of bread and mineral water, he had given up his life. The bald head nodded. Tang Zhe put down his chopsticks already full. "What are you waiting for? Eat, it's the last meal." so I can send you on your way. Tears fell out of the bald head's eyes. Big brother, I'm wrong, don't kill me. I'll give you all my supplies. Please, eat it, don't waste it. Remember to say thank you to me. Tang Zai's gaze was cold. The bald head desperately stuffed it into his mouth. For the first time he felt so unpalatable. Originally, the bald head felt that Dong Fei was already ruthless enough. He didn't expect this young man in front of him to be even more. Thank you, big brother. Come on, jump down yourself. Don't make me shoot. Splattered with blood everywhere. It's hard to clean. Right. The bald man kept backing up. His hands pleaded repeatedly, and soon his back was leaning against the wall. Big brother, we have no grievances. You, with a bang. Before the words were finished, the sound of a gunshot rang out. A red dot appeared on the bald man's brow, and his entire body collapsed towards the back and fell down the stairs. Sun Ting swallowed her saliva. This man was temperamental, so ruthless. Downstairs, Dong Fei and the others once again heard the sound of gunfire and their faces suddenly changed. Brother Dong. Its bald head falling down, a junior on the balcony shouted. Dong Fei immediately ran to the balcony and saw the bald head's corpse with a gloomy face. Boss, if he doesn't come to us, there's no need for us to trouble him, lest we make enemies. Although Dong Fei was unconvinced, his little brother's words were reasonable. If this gun-wielding man retaliated against himself, a few lives would not be enough to compensate. Dong Fei immediately sent a message in the Building 3 group. Brothers, we have food and drink here. Come over and sit down sometime. This was clearly a kind of bowing down, wanting to reconcile, but Dong Fei also had other plans in his heart. If he really rushed over, he would have a hongmen banquet. Sitting on the sofa, Tang Zai laughed. There is plenty of time to mess with them, and now the focus is on the issue of rations. Looking at Sun Ting, who was rubbing her feet, it was better to let her rest for the night, lest she die suddenly on the spot. Aren't you a dancing master? Go dance a bit. What kind does the master like? You tell me. Sun Ting understood and turned the music on, swinging that charming figure. This little anchor of yours dances well. Tang Zai lit a cigarette, and Sun Ting sat next to him holding an ashtray. Sun Ting skimmed her mouth in disbelief and said, "Who's small anchor? I'm a big anchor that ranks in the top 3 on the platform, starting at 6 figures a month. No wonder I was scolded for being a stinky loser." Sun Ting, Dong Fei's home. 6 men drinking beer. Frowning, bald and yellow hair's death is a bit of a blow to their self-confidence. They thought they could just cover the sky in this building, but they didn't realize that there was a ruthless person in the dark. Standing on the balcony, Dong Fei looked at the corpses downstairs, and suddenly his eyes gathered. From the location where these 2 people fell, they should have been thrown down from their own plus the upper floors. Dogsy, check the information of these owners upstairs of mine. See how many of them haven't reported to work. The man called Dogsy was around 30 years old, with a sharp mouth and deep eye sockets, obviously overindulging in the past 2 days. Soon, the dog had a result. Brother Dong, there are only 2 upstairs that haven't come in now. One on the 6th floor named Bai, a flight attendant, and one on the 7th floor named Tang Zai, a delivery boy. The fat man sitting next to him slapped his thigh. That stewardess I bumped into in the elevator before. She's massively good looking. Her skin is also white, and she's followed by a rich and handsome boyfriend. Could it be that boyfriend of hers has a gun? Dong Fei had also seen Bai's boyfriend, and that look didn't seem like someone who had a gun. Could it be the delivery guy? How could a delivery man have a gun on him? But besides the 2 of them, who else could it be? Could it be that he had guessed wrong? Suddenly his cell phone rang. Seeing the voice call display, Dong Fei couldn't help but sink his eyebrows a few more points. It was Ding Feng, the boss of Building 4 next door. Holding up his eyes, Dong Fei put on a professional smile and answered, "Boss Ding, still up this late? Isn't Boss Dong also not asleep?" Then it seems that both were kept awake by the gunshots. Ding Feng said teasingly, "After all, it was not in Building 4. Ding Feng was not very worried about being untoward to himself. Dong Fei laughed lowly. "Don't bother Boss Ding to worry about it. I can solve it. That's fine. Originally I wanted to help Boss Dong out. There's trouble looking for me. I'm happy to step in. Thank you Boss Ding for your kind words. I still have some things to do. I'll hang up first." After saying that, Dong Fei hung up his voice, cursing Ding Feng in his heart. How could the gun fall into your hands? On the other side, Ding Feng cut a sound and put down his cell phone. The woman sitting next to him was in her 30s, and was Ding Feng's girlfriend. With so many looks, "Brother Feng, we still need to find a way to get the gun. With the gun, you are the emperor of this neighborhood. Maybe you can control several surrounding neighborhoods." The woman's words made Ding Feng's heart flutter. A building was not Ding Feng's goal. To control greater power. Also, I heard from the sisters in the group that there's a stewardess and anchor in Building 3 who are extremely good looking. I still have pictures here. The woman opened her cell phone and took out the photos of Anbai and Sunting to show Ding Feng. Ding Feng's gaze instantly revealed greed, reinforcing his thoughts, and smiled fiercely. Have a meeting tomorrow, prepare for the preparations, and tell people to storm Building 3. The woman was delighted. She had a hand for pleasing men. Brother Feng, I also prepared a midnight snack for you. Oh, bring it in, the woman yelled, only to see a girl being brought in by the little brother grabbing her hair. However, this kind of thing gradually became the norm in the neighborhood. The boss with the supplies controlled life and death, and anyone had to bow down to save their lives. Building 3, number 603, wearing a black high-fashion silk nightgown, Anbai cut open the mineral water bottle, and her tongue, which should have been rosy, became slightly white as she licked the cap. Ningdu walked out of the bedroom at this time, glancing at Anbai on the sofa. I'll go out first. Where are you going? Anbai hurriedly asked, afraid that Ninggu would leave her alone. Just going out for a bit. Seeing Ninggu not say anything, Anbai walked over and grabbed Ninggu's sleeve. Are you going to look for them? Are you annoyed? Who am I looking for if I'm not going to find them? My old man's Porsche was replaced with a bottle of water and 2 pieces of bread. You're good. You don't do anything to enjoy the food I brought back. After saying that, with a flick of his right hand, the weak Anbai fell to the ground, his face white. Ninggu saw that Anbai had lost her former beauty. Her mindset had changed perfectly. To tell you the truth, I've already made a deal with Dong. If you go and accompany them once a day, we'll be able to survive. You're asking me to accompany those beasts? Anbai looked at Ninggu incredulously. Is this still what a boyfriend should say? Then do you want to be starved to death? Can you bear to let me starve to death? Didn't you say you could die for me before? Now it's still not letting you die. It's just letting you sacrifice your body. A feeling of powerlessness filled Anbai's entire body. You should think about how I used to treat you. Designer bags, designer jewelry, all kinds of upscale restaurants. Which one doesn't cost money? In the past it was me who paid. Now it's your turn. After saying that, Ninggu went out to find Dong Fei to negotiate the price. At least his girlfriend is the most beautiful in this building, although a little weak from hunger, but a few days of nourishment will be able to recover. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Anbai's eyes are all the color of despair. Dong Fei's group of people have been extinct. The girl fell into their hands worse than death. Looking at this home, Anbai felt that there is no flavor of the past days, even nausea. Do not want to stay in this home for a moment. Open the door and walk out. The outside air instead of letting Anbai mind clear a lot. The face cannot help but show a self-deprecating smile. Looking at the window of the safe passage, Anbai decided, even if she dies, she won't be spoiled by those brutes. Walking into the safe passage, Anbai heard the sound of talking coming from upstairs. With doubts, Anbai gently walked up the stairs, and immediately saw Tangzai. Both Tangzai and Sunting were also out for some air. At this moment, Tangzai also saw the frail Anbai and smiled. Good afternoon, Miss Sister. Sunting was puzzled for a moment and looked back at Anbai, not expecting to be weakened like this after not seeing her for a few days, even worse than herself. Although Anbai was not familiar with Sunting, he had heard that Sunting was an anchor and earned more than himself. Miss Sister, why are you looking at us like that? Go home. Tangzai raised his hand and laughed. Do you still have food at home? Anbai finally asked the words. If there was any other way. She didn't want to die. Who wants to die? It's all forced. Sunting stood up and walked towards Anbai. Her slender jade hand crossed Anbai's dry skin, and the hair that seemed to be drying up. Of course there is food. Do you want to eat? I want to. Anbai nodded repeatedly, envying Sunting's state. He used to be a few points better looking than her. Sunting picked up half a bottle of mineral water on the steps. Anbai was overjoyed when he saw it. When it mattered, it was still the female compatriots who could be relied upon. Thank you. Thank you. Anbai reached out to take it, while Sunting stepped back. Tangzai couldn't help but laugh lowly. A little bad. Actually flirting. Anbai looked at Sunting in disbelief, not knowing what Sunting meant, while Sunting unscrewed the cap of the bottle and actually poured a little bit of water on the ground. The corner of Tangzai's mouth twitched. Good guy. This trick of his own you used on someone else. To drink it like this. Sunting demonstrated in front of Anbai. As the drops of water dripped down onto the ground, Anbai gently bit her dry red lips and drank the water as Sunting intended. Giggling and giggling, strange sounds resounded in the stairwell. Tangzai didn't expect the girl who used to be so high and mighty had also lowered her stature, and as Sunting sprinkled water while going up the stairs, Anbai just followed and drank, leading all the way to the house. As the door to the room closed, Anbai seemed to have just come back to his senses, and immediately smelled an aroma that seemed to be from the last century. It was KFC. Upon seeing the KFC on the coffee table, Anbai's eyes showed horror. How was this possible? Thinking that Tangzai was a delivery man, presumably stealing from home, No wonder this anchorwoman was willing to follow him. May I? Sun Ting looked at Tang Zai and asked. After all, she also wanted to play but was afraid of upsetting Tang Zai. Tang Zai smiled and nodded. Let's see what tricks you can play. Having received Tang Zai's permission, Sun Ting was much more at ease, picking up a chicken leg bone and throwing it in front of Anbai. Looking down at the chicken leg bone, Anbai's jade arm was shaking, thinking not to eat the bone, but her brain simply wouldn't listen. Her slender hands slowly approaching. In the end, hunger overcame dignity. The sound of chewing slowly resounded, along with Anbai's tears. She never thought that she would one day be on the ground eating bones. Why was she so useless? I heard that your boyfriend is going to sell you? Tang Zai touched out a cigarette. Sun Ting immediately sent fire. Anbai trembled. Slightly sideways head said. He did not. You should not know. Our building there is a men's group. Yesterday you were inside the auction. The price is quite high. A bottle of water for half an hour. There are 4 reservations. Tang Zai's words bombarded Anbai's heart. His hands did not have the strength to support. Impossible. He just asked me to accompany Dong Fei. Dong Fei is just your first client. Take a look. Tang Zai placed his cell phone in front of Anbai's eyes. Anbai picked it up and looked at it. The content inside was shocking. There were actually sexy photos of himself. Ninggu was even introducing his own merits. Tears fell. Feeling that the sky had collapsed, Tang Zai put away his cell phone and flicked the cigarette ash. Sun Ting on the side actually used both hands to catch the ash. This action made Tang Zai call out 6666. Why don't you join me and have food and drink every day? Sun Ting sat sideways on Anbai's side, stroking Anbai's cheek, her voice like a devil invading Anbai's brain. This way you can have 3 meals a day, all kinds of food from all over the world, and you can wash away the dirt on your body and live in this kind of chaotic world. Tang Zai suddenly realized that it would be good to let Sun Ting pimp her out in the future. This was definitely potential stock. Whether you want to stay here or choose to go as a plaything, you decide. Sun Ting patted Anbai's shoulder. She can only help you up to here. You should be a smart woman. You know what's more important in your heart. In the hands of those people, the end is to die a miserable death. In the hands of Tang Zai, maybe later he will be screwed to death, but at least eat and drink enough. Those people will give you enough to eat and drink? Silly sister, don't be naive. They will only give you a little bit of food to make you dependent and thus control. Anbai was not a silly white girl, so she whispered, I choose to stay. Louder. Sun Ting revealed a satisfied smile and madly trampled on Anbai's bottom line of dignity. Anbai gritted her silver teeth and shouted, I choose to stay. Tang Zai wanted to give Sun Ting a paycheck. This kind of talent had to be kept. Reward you. Tang Zai dumped all the bones in front of Anbai, who didn't resist in any way and frantically stuffed them into his mouth. For Sun Ting, Tanza handed over a bucket of spicy wings. Well done. Thank you, master. Sun Ting was overjoyed. Now there was something authentic to eat. Tang Zai nodded. Holding the bucket of spicy wings, Sun Ting took a big bite and casually gave a bit to Anbai, who also hurriedly stuffed it into her mouth to replenish her strength. She also needs to replenish. Sun Ting suddenly realized something. She couldn't let Anbai die. It was so hard to pull it back. Whatever. Although Sun Ting did not want to give up the spicy wings, but for the sake of the future, she still had to make some trade-offs. Look at the 2 of you eating with your mouths full of oil. Hurry up and go wash it. You clean her up a bit too. Don't worry. Clean and dry. For coaxing Tang Zai to be happy, Sun Ting was now handy. Walking into the restroom, Sun Ting closed the door. The restroom wasn't very big, just enough to stand the 2 women. Sun Ting pulled her tail out first and couldn't help but hiss. Why are you like this? Anbai looked at Sun Ting in disbelief. So cheapening herself. Sun Ting let out a bitter smile. Do we have any other choice? Surely choose a strong one. But he doesn't look very strong either. Sister, he has a gun. Sun Ting knocked Anbai. It was also a warning. This kind of talk to yourself is fine. If Tang Zai hears it, he won't be able to eat it. Anbai suddenly realized that the gunshots in the past few days turned out to be fired by him. Sun Ting slowly took Anbai's pajamas off and laughed softly. Nice figure. He'll like it. Being ogled by someone else like this. Anbai still looked uncomfortable. Biting her red lips, she said, Can I still go back? Go back? Go back where? Since you promised, don't go back on your word. He's not a good man. I almost died in his hands. Sun Ting seriously warned. It's fine to make a fool of yourself, but don't make a fool of yourself. Listening to Sun Ting's words, Anbai felt that she had still entered a tiger's den, but at least there was only one man. If you're here, then you're here. This life doesn't know how long it's going to last. If you want to live, put your dignity on the soles of your feet, and put your 3 views in the toilet and flush them out. Saying that, Sun Ting turned on the nozzle. When the hot water drenched Anbai's delicate body, that long-lost warmth wrapped around the entire body. Woo woo. At this moment, Anbai cried in aggravation. Sun Ting sighed and comforted Anbai. Women in the end times are too difficult. We should still be considered lucky. After a long time, the two walked out. Looking at Anbai, Tang Zai suddenly laughed softly. Such a beautiful stewardess. I'm afraid that a man will fantasize about it. This building basically will. And now she is standing there. That delicate look as if she is waiting for a man to love her. Anbai understood what it meant and walked towards Tang Zai, but was still a bit put out. Charming indeed, but this face is a bit oozing. Tang Zai's words made Anbai dumbfounded. My face oozes? Tang Zai naturally exaggerated a bit. People were just weak, not as beautiful as before. But this blow was too big for Anbai. Sun Ting, who was standing next to him, reminded with a smile. Don't apologize yet. Sorry, Anbai said without confidence and bowed her head. Unlike Sun Ting, Anbai looked soft and weak, truly like a kitten. Nurture it for 2 days before you say it. Replenish your body. Tang Zai of course wanted to have a taste, but really felt that Anbai's body was too weak. After all, there really weren't many beautiful women, and this building was just the two of them. However, just at this time, a roar rang out from outside. Bitch, where are you hiding? Quickly come out. Don't force me to beat you to death. Ninggu's grumpy voice resounded from outside. Returning home to find Anbai disappeared. This can make Ninggu angry. Have already negotiated a good price with the customer. People actually ran away. If I had known it would be like this, I should have unlocked the door when I went out. Tang Zai whispered. What will your boyfriend do if he sees you here with me? Don't. Anbai looked at Tang Zai pleadingly. However, Tang Zai signaled Sun Ting, who understood and went to open the door. Handsome. Here. Ninggu, who had found this floor, froze. You're that anchor woman? Yes. Ninggu thought to himself. How is this anchor woman dainty, and wearing such a sexy dress? Martyr. Enter the house and cam her. However, when Ninggu entered the door, his expression immediately stiffened. Their own girlfriend actually stood there. Sitting on the sofa is not that delivery. Just when seeing the KFC on the coffee table, Ninggu's mouth was trembling. Bitch, you TMD actually eat alone. These words made all three of them freeze for a moment. After all, in this kind of scene, it turned out that the first words were related to food. Grabbing the fries on the table, Ninggu stuffed them into her mouth while Tang Zai watched with a smile. Flicking Anbai's cheeks in front of Ninggu, Ninggu ate while watching. Although angry, but compared to the food it was nothing. To whom to play is not play. After being satisfied, Ninggu wiped his mouth. All this KFC is mine. And the water over here. Listening to Ninggu's words, Anbai shed tears, not caring about himself at all. Seeing that Tang Zai didn't say anything, he thought he was acquiescing. Anbai, what are you waiting for? Come here for me. My woman is charged by the minute. Sorry, your woman is now mine. Tang Zai said blandly. You slut. Come here for me. With that, he walked towards Tang Zai's side, ready to pull Anbai away. However, Tang Zai took out a desert eagle from the crack of the sofa. Ninggu looked on dumbfounded. This stinky delivery guy actually had a gun. No wonder Anbai didn't dare to move. Big brother, have a word. You can play as long as you want. Ninggu immediately apologized. Why didn't this bitch say so earlier? Tang Zai revealed a kind smile. After eating so much of my food, don't you say thank you? Yes, thank you. Ninggu hurriedly apologized. There was a thud. Blood splattered everywhere. Ninggu couldn't figure out why he would beat himself to death after doing what Tang Zai wanted. And Tang Zai said that he wouldn't let threats grow in the cradle, and directly strangled them in the cradle. However, the loud bang once again sent the neighborhood bigwigs into a panic. Obviously the gunshots were slightly different, and a little bit of knowledge would tell you that 2 different calibers. It means there are 2 guns in the neighborhood. Is it the same person's, or 2? Frightened, the bigwigs collectively met in the group. If it is 2 people, if they join forces, their side has no chance of winning. Inside the house, Sun Ting was still calm, while Anbai had already fainted from fear, but was woken up directly by Tang Zai. After waking up, Anbai went to the toilet and vomited violently. Only after a long time did he walk out. When he saw Ninggu lying in a pool of blood, Anbai realized that he didn't have half a ripple in his heart. Shouldn't he be sentimental? Give me a hand. Sun Ting shouted. Oh, the 2 women dragged the body to the window and threw themselves off the building with all their strength. Sun Ting breathed heavily and looked at Anbai and asked, Is it okay? Anbai nodded, but his face was still white. After all, he was dead in front of him this time. I killed your boyfriend. You won't be angry, right? Tanza asked with a smile as he handed over a glass of water. Anbai realized that although Tang Zai's smile was kind, it was just backbreaking and scary. Anbai shook his head. That's good. Get well, that's what you need to do now. Tang Zai's heart also counted well. The two of them were now able to alternate over, explaining from the progress, twice as fast. But it always felt like it was still slow. But those rouges couldn't get off the ground. Are there any more beauties in our neighborhood? Tang Zai asked curiously. After all, he went out early and came home late. Maybe there are fish that missed the net. Sun Ting shook her head. Sitting at home live every day, how would she know? And by flying all over the world. Living here won't be too long. Even if she lives, she's still at home and hasn't gone out. So Tang Zai's words were tantamount to asking in vain. You two come over and rub my legs. The two women obediently sat on both sides of the massage. Tang Zai opened his cell phone to look at the cell group messages. Building 5, F***CK. The gunman showed up and took my wife away. Building 2, gunman also appeared on my side. My wife was also taken away. Building 1, how many gunmen are there? Building 3, the gunmen are in our building. You've all been tricked. So everyone pay attention. Building 5, what? Then won't my wife get fucked for nothing? Tang Zai sighed. Someone was actually posing as himself to take advantage of the situation. TSK. Both women saw the message, but didn't express the opinion they had to. A smart woman wouldn't let herself appear opinionated, especially in Tang Zai. Opinionated women die fast. Go wash some fruit. Tang Zai, who was looking at his cell phone, said, and Bai immediately got up and went to prepare. Sun Ting froze, enlightened. Not long after, the fruit plate prepared by and Bai came. I have to say, this plating does have two hands, so to say don't challenge people's profession with your interest, professional things, or leave it to the professionals. The gunman, is almost ready to show my face, Tang Zai said indifferently. The two women looked at each other. Sun Ting worriedly said, there are many of them. I'm afraid it's not safe to venture out. If anything happened to Tang Zai, Sun Ting felt that she wouldn't be any better off, and Bai didn't say anything. Perhaps he hadn't realized the problem yet. The next day, the rain became a bit heavier, and there were more and more corpses on the green belt in the middle of the neighborhood. Some of them jumped off the building, some of them were thrown out, but at least half of them were naked women. This kind of image hits people's nerves. Despair is spreading, humanity is twisting. But in Tang Zai's house, not a single change could be felt. Sitting at the dining table and enjoying the Hunan cuisine, Sun Ting and Bai sat on their knees, waiting for Tang Zai to finish. After all, they ate what was left of Tang Zai's food. Burping, Tang Zai laughed. 5 dishes is a bit much. After saying that, he poured the leftovers onto the 2 plates next to him respectively, saying that they were leftovers. But in fact, Tang Zai didn't take 2 bites. Eat, placing the rice in front of the 2 girls. Tang Zai also touched their heads, taking out his cell phone and looking at it. Dong Fei Kun sent out a message for everyone to go to the underground garage for a meeting in the evening. I'll take you guys out tonight. Hearing Tang Zai's words, Sun Ting instantly revealed a panicked look. After all, Tang Zai was only one person and had 2 women with him. How could he possibly cope? But at this moment, Sun Ting didn't dare to refute Tang Zai. She could only meow obediently, and Bai could only follow along when she saw this. The good times haven't lasted 2 days. Is it going to be over? Why did you bring the 2 of us? Is it to go out and show off? Tang Zai said. Show off is on the one hand. On the other hand can cause trouble. In this kind of post-apocalyptic, with 2 beautiful women out, it is the same as looking for death. Too long life. After all, he is a gentleman. You don't do it. How do I have reason to kill you? Night quickly descended. People appeared one after another in the parking lot of the 3rd building. Everyone's mood was low. They all looked around vigilantly, especially Dong Fei and his party. At the same time, the surrounding buildings also seem to be meeting this evening. So the underground parking lot is lively, but no one is talking. They are all on better terms standing together, and from time to time vigilantly looking at others. Damn it, that Ninggu actually played disappearing act on me, and charged me a deposit for a loaf of bread. A Mediterranean middle-aged man saw that Ninggu didn't show up and started to curse. He was thinking of having a good time, but now it seems that he was fooled. That kid even charged me a deposit for a loaf of bread. I'll go chop him up later. The one who paid the deposit began to curse. Dong Fei sat on the hood, high on melon seeds, next to the minions holding kitchen knives and fruit knives. The one that did the most damage was probably the machete. Dong Fei's eyes have been staring at the elevator room. Disappeared Ninggu is not a gunman, or that takeaway boy, or is there another person hiding in the dark? One of these 2 definitely has a ghost. Suddenly, a thin man pulled his daughter-in-law to Dong Fei and smiled ingratiatingly. Brother Dong, this is my wife. I want to exchange 2 bottles of water. At these words, the men around them laughed. One of them pointed at his daughter-in-law and said, just this yellow-faced woman of yours still wants to sell 2 bottles of mineral water. Ah shit la. That 1 bottle. 1 bottle is enough. My daughter-in-law is clean. No one has touched it. The man excitedly stretched out his index finger, dry lips trembling, pulling his daughter-in-law in front of Dong Fei. The woman's hair is very dirty. After all, more than 10 days have not been washed, but also exudes a strange smell. Dong Fei drank coldly. Scram, if you want to eat or drink, go out and grab it yourself. This weak man going out is probably also the life of being beaten to death. It's all your fault. Why don't you follow and grab the food? The daughter-in-law suddenly whispered. One sentence ignited the man's anger, grabbing his daughter-in-law's hair. What's the use of me marrying you? A bottle of water can't even be exchanged. Are you still not a man? No conscience, I'll bite you to death. The woman bit down on her husband's arm, hurting him so much that he kicked violently, and then went after her and kicked her head violently. You still blame me for being heartless. What time is it? You still think about washing your face. I'll let you wash it. For you, at once. The daughter-in-law's face was dyed red with blood, originally still struggling. At this time there was no movement, alive and kicked to death. The man looked at his daughter-in-law's face pale, suddenly seemed to come back to his senses, suddenly kneeled next to the corpse. Wife, I didn't mean it. I was wrong. However, none of the people around is sympathetic. These days, all kinds of beating people to death have been seen. Next to the 4th building rollgate, Dingfang's side gathered more than 20 young and strong men, basically all owners. Each mouth is smoking, waiting for the time is ripe. Next to the vice has been prepared. As long as Dingfang's order can break into the 3rd building, Dongfei's group of people hacked over and snatched the substance. But if this was done, the order of the neighborhood would be broken once again, and the other buildings would be on guard, so there would not even be a chance to drive out at that time. Forget it, I'll say a few words. Seeing that neither Ninggu nor Tang Zhe, Dong Fei jumped off the hood and said towards the crowd. The words had just fallen out of his mouth when the elevator room suddenly dinged and the doors slowly opened, only to see Tang Zhe walk out in casual clothes and pants. Dong Fei hadn't had the chance to size up Tang Zhe before, but now that he was carefully sizing him up, he felt that this was just an ordinary young man, and that this kind of person shouldn't even dare to kill anyone. Suddenly, Dong Fei saw Tang Zhe following someone. At the next scene, everyone slightly opened those dry and cracked lips, and some even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were dreaming. Only to see 2 women with exquisite face stepping on high heels slowly out. Their beautiful face did not have half a sign of weakness, and even white and red. That white delicate body as if every day cleaned, like a ripe peach. Looking at the dress of the 2 women, the men were gagging, both wearing a cat decorative headband, wearing a Cat Pure Desire series. Heart-stopping water snake waist all the time is not bombarded all the men's nerves. White stockings will be the pair of slender legs and body to the fullest. What time is it? Suddenly appeared such 2 stunning women. The scene was silent, the surrounding women all of a sudden eclipsed. In front of them too, but qualification of lifting shoes are not. However, such 2 women who were like heavenly fairies, actually followed behind a deliveryman. This is simply a descending blow. Looking at the woman beside himself, and then compared with Sun Ting and Inbai, it is not a level at all. Look at how silky their hair is. Look at how lustrous their skin is, while the woman beside them is dirty. Today's Sun Ting and Inbai is really charming. Sun Ting wearing a white version, and by wearing a pink version. This impact is extraordinary. You know Sun Ting has a height of 168. That pair of jade legs is not cover, and by also has 169. Show the beauty of the legs silky smooth, especially also wrist catwalk. Before the end of the world, that is certainly surrounded, but in the end of the world, the same is also surrounded, but not viewed. Sun Ting's pace is now very confident. Show their own proud body. Enjoy the men who are greedy and cannot get the silly look. Next to the Inbai to be a lot of shyness, beautiful eyes with nervousness and fear, but it is this pathetic look, so that the surrounding men as if they want to go crazy. Isn't this that female anchor? Actually with this delivery guy. This delivery guy must have hoarded a lot of stuff at home. Why didn't I think of that? Stewardess. This is that stewardess. F***CKA. That rich boyfriend of hers must be dead. The crowd sort of see. We are the only good looking in this building. You have let out. Dong Fei looked at Tang Zhe walking. Couldn't help but laugh lowly. If you hide it, no one will know. So bring it out to pretend. Thought about the consequences? Consequences? What consequences? You show me. Tang Zhe looked at Dong Fei and said with a smirk. People from the 2 buildings next to him came to watch the fun. A large circle of whistlers, and even men yelling loudly. Brother, how do women sell? 3 bottles of water for sale or not? 3 bottles of water? Lousy out of a case of water. This pair for me. Suddenly, a lewd man walked to Sun Ting's side, and his palm directly touched towards Sun Ting's jade arm. That dirty face with teasing. Tang Zhe directly drew out the chopper sword at his waist and directly slashed down with a smile. The evil black palm fell to the ground, and the body gradually slipped from the waist. The whole person was chopped into two, and the internal organs and intestines fell to the ground. The crowd was instantly shocked by Tang Zhe's ruthless tactics. How much arm strength did he have to have? Actually chopping two pieces in one slash. There are two skills. No wonder he dares to take two beautiful people out to pretend. Tang Zhe flung in his hand. The blood on the blade of the chopper flung on the ground, forming a line, then said seriously, moving my rations, that's cutting off my life. The end is only death. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and finally placed their eyes on Dong Fei. If this delivery man is done away with, those two women can die if they can play around a bit. After all, becoming a flirtatious ghost is better than starving to death. Sun Ting slightly relieved. Just know that Tang Zhe is not a person who likes to pretend. Really like to have long taken himself out. Looking at the pile of rotten meat next to him, really disgusting. And Bai also saw Tang Zhe's force for the first time, was shocked. The previous worry and fear gradually disappeared. Confident and well-behaved smile slowly floated on that exquisite face, only to see Tang Zhe sitting in the front of the car. Sun Ting and Bai have sat sideways on the ground, sexy petite body against Tang Zhe's calf, revealing a look of contentment and enjoyment. This is undoubtedly not a knife in the hearts of male compatriots. The end of the world to find a clean woman is difficult. You can actually come so. They are still so cooperative. Look at that expression, seems to be not pretending. Tang Zhe's hands gently stroked the two women's heads. A small episode is just a small episode. Don't you want to have a meeting? Continue. Dong Fei slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at the knife in Tang Zhe's hand. His heart was calculating, focusing on wondering if Tang Zhe had a gun on him. Dong Fei smiled, holding up his glasses and said, let's have a meeting then. To summarize for the matter of someone posing as a gunman in the past few days. By the way, do you have a gun? Tang Zhe raised his eyebrows slightly, and laughed lowly. I'm a good citizen. How could I have something like that? Dong Fei let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that this delivery man indeed didn't have a gun. If he had a gun he could take it out now to deter everyone. Tang Zhe of course knows, but the main fight is a play. Lousy, have worked all my life. Cannot let go and play. There is also the matter of supplies. In a few days the organization to go out together. Little brother. See you knife skills can. Want to be together. Not interested. Tang Zhe ruffled Sun Ting's hair and said indifferently. Dong Fei felt that the eyes of the people around him were a bit different. This delivery guy was challenging his own authority. If he didn't build up his authority, in time, these people wouldn't be afraid of him. In that case, little brother, your family should have hoarded a lot. When these words came out, the group all looked at Tang Zhe. With beauty, food and water, this life was even more dashing than before the end of the world. Eyes red and jealous. Indeed, I've hoarded quite a lot. How else would I feed them? Tang Zhe pinched the two women's cheeks while they moaned in comfort. A hungry and skinny fat man next to him immediately said, damn, didn't say so earlier. Don't know to share with your neighbors even if you have something. Selfish, didn't I say it now? Then share. You come and grab it. Tang Zhe laughed. Share your ass. The hungry, thin fat man hesitated, looked at the chopper clutched in Bai's chest, and the body chopped in two over there, and wimped out. Tang Zhe spread his hands skittishly. Since you won't grab it, I'll kill you. A sharp flying knife was thrown out directly. The fat man stood frozen in place, while a man behind him slowly collapsed with a flying knife sticking out of his forehead. Just the man who had asked for 3 bottles of water to buy and buy before. It's a little embarrassing, but give me another chance and promise not to miss, said Tang Zhe smiling and pulling out another flying knife. The people around were stunned. Killing someone in the middle of a conversation. Even Dong Fei couldn't do it. The hungry and skinny fat man directly knelt on the ground. Urine oozing from the ground. Little brother. No, big brother. I'm joking. I never joke. Tang Zhe laughed, and this time the flying dagger was steadily inserted into the fat man's forehead. Seeing the silence around him, Tang Zhe lit a cigarette and exhaled smoke rings. Anyone else want to come and grab it? If you can snatch it, everything I have is yours, including my big cat. Meow. However, no one dared to move. Everyone's hopes fell on Dong Fei. Dong Fei knew that if he didn't do something, his prestige would be gone after tonight. This little brother. You are this. Dong Fei gave a thumbs up and complimented. Tang Zhe readily accepted. But you should be unaware that this stewardess beside you, her boyfriend has already sold her ownership to me, Dong Fei said as he looked at Bai, who was sitting sideways on the ground. Her heart trembled, not realizing that she had actually been directly sold by Ninggu, and said that she was only accompanied every day. And Bai couldn't wait to run out and make a few more cuts towards the corpse. Tang Zhe nodded. Is that so? Why don't I know? You call her boyfriend out. The corners of Dong Fei's mouth twitched. Where to look for this? Maybe it's already been slaughtered by you. Only to see Dong Fei take out a slip of paper. This is the letter of sale written by her boyfriend. Who knows if you wrote it? Tang Zhe cut in. This also has her boyfriend's fingerprints. Dong Fei pointed at the bright red handprint. Obviously not the kind of red of a seal, but blood. Tang Zhe shrugged and said, then how can you prove that this handprint is her boyfriend's? I think we need to find an organization to check it. Dong Fei was so angry that his hands were shaking, and said in a cold voice, I'll reason with you again now. Don't force me. It's the end of the world. Who's still being reasonable? Ha ha ha. Tang Zhe couldn't help but laugh. Ding Feng and the others in Building 4, who were lying on the roller shutter, also laughed out loud, thinking that Dong Fei was finished with this person. Teasing so much. You tricked me. Dong Fei took his glasses off and shouted angrily. Tang Zhe hooked the two women's chins with his hand and laughed out loud. I can't believe he doesn't know I'm teasing him. Both women couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. This sentence instantly made Dong Fei lose his mind. Kill him? A case of mineral water. No, 2 cases of mineral water. Plus 10 packs of beef jerky, 10 packs of self-highlighting pots, 20 packs of instant noodles. This was simply blood money. With heavy rewards. Even Dong Fei's minions picked up their knives and began to step closer. Tang Zhe stood up, pulled the chopper out of Anbai's chest, and twisted his neck to kill directly. A jumping chop directly cut Dong Fei's warlord in two, and with a flip of his wrist, he suddenly went upwards. Ah! The man on the side cried out in pain, his internal organs falling from his crotch to the ground. Just 2 hands scared the crowd away from approaching, but Tang Zhe killed again with his chopper in hand. Grab those 2 women, Dong Fei shouted angrily. Maybe grabbing those 2 women can control this delivery guy. How come a delivery guy is so strong? Is he out of Shaolin? Sure enough, they were unafraid of death running towards the 2 women. But Sun Ting and Anbai didn't have any intention of escaping, standing in place to be grabbed. Seeing that a hand was soon going to grab Anbai's jade arm, and her brain was directly missed by a flying dagger. Not far away, Tang Zhe said in a cold voice. Moving my rations is even more serious than moving me. The 2 girls were still scared before. When they saw the man fall, the worry was superfluous. Both of them clenched their pink fists and meowed towards Tang Zhe. As long as close to the 2 women, were shot in the head by Tangza. At home Tangza but practiced flying dagger. Not really shoot off. The heart wants to find an opportunity to practice marksmanship it. Soon, the 2 women around the 4 men lying down. This time there is no one close. On the side of the Tangza side has appeared more than 10 corpses. Blood flow into the river. Tangza clothes are stained with a little blood. The remaining 3 men saw Tang Zhe won like a killing god, and immediately ran towards the elevator entrance. Want to run? Tang Zhe directly threw his chopper out fiercely. 1 through 3, watching everyone stare in disbelief. So strong. This must be the Shaolin great disciple hidden in the American group. Ding Feng saw such a strong Tang Zhe, he also changed his plan. This kid is too strong to be tough. Outsmart him. At this time, the garage was filled with a smell of blood and fishy odor, and the only male words left were Tang Zhe and Dong Fei. Just 5 minutes ago, Tang Zhe had already killed all the men in the 3rd building. Of course those who didn't come were lucky. Dong Fei looked at the devilish Tang Zhe. His hand shook as he took out a cigarette from his pocket. His hand holding the lighter was even more trembling. He didn't light the cigarette several times, and Tang Zhe smiled and took out the lighter, out of gas. Here, I have it. Dong Fei watched in horror as Tang Zhe slowly stuck out his head and barfed a few mouthfuls to light the cigarette. Hands don't stop. Not a word of thanks. Very impolite. Tang Zhe helplessly said. How everyone is not polite. I hit the fire. Your hand has to stop up. Basic common sense do not understand. Dong Fei froze, said with a stutter. Thank you. Just thank you finished. Tang Zhe's fist hard pain in Dong Fei's heart. The whole chest is sunken. Dong Fei hard impact on the Porsche 718. Car glass broken aground. I hate people who are not polite. Tang Zhe lit a cigarette and looked around. All the 2 buildings next to him were watching. When they saw Tang Zhe's eyes, some of them subconsciously dodged. Sun Ting and Anbai looked at such a powerful Tang Zhe, glad they had to choose. Obediently sent the chain to Tang Zhe's hand. In the corner, 12 women hid in the corner shivering, afraid that Tang Zhe would slaughter them as well. All the men in this 3rd building were almost dead. Tang Zhe stopped and looked at the pile of women, heads all up, who dared to disobey and raised their heads. Tangza sighed in his heart. None of them were good looking. They were all old women. Clean up this floor of intestines, liver, and whatnot. Each person a bottle of water. Come to Dong Fei's house to collect it. Hearing this, the women were immediately motivated. Even if the men found their husbands' corpses in the pile, there was no expression to pack up. But there were a few women who cried in small voices. Ding Feng saw Tang Zhe leave and turned around with a grim face. Boss, What should we do? Dong Fei's group was actually all chopped up. It's fine to be cut down. It's mainly supplies. It's also good that fewer people don't need to consume supplies. An evil smile appeared on Ding Feng's lips, feeling that Tang Zhe was doing himself a favor in disguise. When the time came to kill Tang Zhe, he would be able to take over Dong Fei's supplies. On the other side, Tang Zhe came to Dong Fei's house, a pile full of supplies. Tang Zhe didn't really care. It was just a matter of coming to look at the supplies he had grabbed. Let's see what's in the bedroom. The two women hummed and opened their bedroom doors. When Sun Ting opened a bedroom door, they were greeted with a foul odor. Sun Ting turned on the light and looked at the body on the bed in surprise. Wasn't this her own good sister? As she approached, corpse spots appeared all over the corpse, and a pair of pupils widened. This group of people actually didn't even spare the corpse. Sun Ting clenched her fists tightly, her heart relieved as she remembered the scene where Tang Zhe had just hacked them to death. And Bai walked in at this time to take a look, her eyebrows tightly frowning as she said softly, if she was sold by Ninggu, the end should be similar to her. I'm the same. You go look in the bedroom over there. Good. What's wrong? Tanza asked as he walked in, frowning at the sight of the body on the bed. Nothing, a friend of mine. Oh, throw it out. It stinks. Tang Zhe covered his nose. This group of people were perverted enough. This was dead for a few days and still playing. Sun Ting hummed and opened the window, then threw the body out. Master, there's a lot of cigarettes and alcohol over here, and Bai shouted from the master bedroom. Tang Zhe walked over to take a look. Oh, this Dong Fei can hoarding so much stuff and actually being so cheap. Taking out a bottle of red wine and walking out of the bedroom. He saw Sun Ting walking out. Go prepare mineral water. Let them collect it later. Words count. Okay, said Tang Zhe lying on the rocking chair, opened the red wine and took a sip. Then can I do something? Only to see Bai squatting beside Tang Zhe good-naturedly asked. In his heart he wanted to do something to make Tang Zhe feel useful. Just saw the corpse of Sun Ting's friend. In his heart he was afraid of being abandoned and turning into the same downfall. Tang Zhe smiled and patted his leg. And Bai was slightly stunned, and with a wave of shyness straddled Tang Zhe's body. This red wine is for you to drink. Tang Zhe handed over the red wine. And Bai took the red wine and disliked it into her red lips. Her white jade neck rose. The red wine slowly flowed out from the corners of her mouth. A really sexy special thing. At this time those women appeared at the door. When they saw Tang Zhe and Bai sitting on the rocking chair froze for a moment. But they were not too surprised. They had seen too much these days and were numb. Just as a woman, the heart was jealous of their beauty, and that white body, and even smelled the scent of shower gel. They were actually able to take a bath. In looking at these women themselves, their hands were now covered in blood and dirty, worse than picking up garbage before. This is your reward. Take it and go. Sun Ting had already arranged it. A bottle of water for each person. Each person got their payment. Really, when they saw the room full of food, and the boxes and boxes of mineral water stacked in the corner, their hearts suddenly sprang up with different ideas. One of the women called the other women over and began to discuss in whispers. That's full of Dong Fei's previously looted supplies. Isn't it too little for us to just take this little? A 40-year-old woman immediately chimed in. Isn't that right? Just now moving the corpses was so tiring. How can a bottle of water be dismissed? It's simply dismissing the beggars. Yes, those three of them can't eat besides the men are dead. Enough for us to eat. The more they talked, the more energized they became. As if they had gone back to before the end of the world. After a long time, the 12 women chose a representative and came to the door again. Hello that one, we should have met before. One of the women smiled towards Sun Ting. Sun Ting sized up the woman in front of her, and after half a day of looking at her, she couldn't tell who she was. And you are? I'm Zhou Min from the neighborhood property department. Sun Ting remembered. It does look a bit like it. Whatever. What's the matter? It's like this. We're all women. We've just consumed too much physical strength moving corpses. Dong Fei has been squeezing us before. There's nothing to eat at all. Can you give us something to eat? After saying that, Zhou Min warily waited for Sun Ting's answer. And Sun Ting couldn't decide this. Looking back to Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe's hands were holding that snow-white water snake waist, and Bai closed her beautiful eyes and leaned back slightly. Her mouth couldn't help but make a sound. One person, one slice of bread. Tang Zhe, who was in a good mood, was also merciful. Sun Ting nodded and opened a box of 3 squirrels bread next to him. Or the egg yolk sandwich kind. 1 slice for each person. Alright, let's go. Sun Ting's gaze grew impatient. Don't delay me from pleasing Tang Zhe. Look at this little nymph and Bai. How hard she works. However, Zhou Min pressed down on the door that was about to close and shamelessly said, can we have both of those 2 boxes? Sun Ting's face suddenly sank. Tang Zhe's brows tightened. His hands subconsciously tightened a few points. and Inbai hissed and opened her beautiful eyes. Bai, you rest first. Inbai thought what was wrong and was startled. Gently lying on Tangzay's chest, Tangzay looked towards the door and asked, "What did you just say?" Facing Tangzay, Zhou Min was still scared, but thinking that he didn't seem to kill women made him a little more bold. "Your name is Tangzay, right? And you even came to my house to deliver takeout." Zhou Min immediately drew close. Only this horse's ass was going to be patted on the hoof. Oblivious. "Oh, you're from that property." Tangzay once again revealed a kind smile. Seeing that Tangzay was so honest at once, he was bold again for a few minutes. "It's like this. There are so many supplies here. Can you give 2 more boxes? You guys can't finish so many of them." "That's quite reasonable." Tangzay nodded, which made Zhou Min happy. "We'll just take a little. It won't be too much." Tangzay didn't say anything. Zhou Min thought Tangzay had acquiesced, and directly pushed Sun Ting away. Sun Ting's feet were unsteady and fell, and wanted to cry from the pain. Turning her head to look at Tangzay, and realizing that Tangzay was just looking at it with a smile on her face. "Oldly, there are still hot fries here. Move move move. There's actually fries. Give me a hand. There's also duck necks and chicken wings. There's too many. Move this box too." A group of women began to move the supplies in a never-ending stream. Tangzay patted Inbai, who bit her red lip and looked at Tangzay, the spring silk in her eyes falling out. Tangzay walked up and laughed. "Still moving? Aya, you guys can't finish this much anyway. Here's another box. Hurry up." Zhou Min answered Tangzay while greeting her sisters to move things. That greedy face made Sun Ting want to vomit. "Myself and Inbai are paying a price to have food and drink, while you women know how to get something for nothing. It's so hateful." Half of the supplies in the house were all piled up in the doorway outside. Zhou Min clapped her hands and laughed. "Little brother, don't worry about it. This heart we all keep in our hearts. When it's safe, we will definitely help you hide the murder. Then I should thank you guys." Tangzay couldn't help but laugh out loud. "No need to thank you. No need to thank you. All living in a neighborhood is fate. There's nothing else we'll leave first." Tangzay scratched the back of his head, depressed and said, "Robbed me of so many things, said to leave inappropriate it auntie. How do you child talk? Where did you rob? It's take." Zhou Min immediately put on an elder's look and reprimanded. "For the record, I didn't agree for you to take it. My cats can testify." Sun Ting immediately nodded her head, and Inbai sat on the ground and nodded along. You guys are unbelievable. Let's go." "Ignore them." Zhou Min raised her hand, not wanting to say much to Tangzay, as if she had already forgotten how Tangzay's hand had just risen. Tangzay sighed and silently pulled out his pistol, smiling. "Alright, then it's my turn to rob you guys now." There was a bang. The back of Zhou Min's head was directly penetrated, and the whole person fell forward, blood slowly flowing out, pupils widening. The women outside the room were waiting for the elevator, with smiles on their faces, when suddenly they heard a gunshot, and then they saw Zhou Min fall, the back of his head shocking. Then they watched a smiling Tangzay walk out with a blackened pistol in his hand, and instantly it was as quiet as death. "You guys rob me, I'll rob you guys. The main fight is a fair one." Finally a woman reacted. The first thing she did was not to run, but to let out a scream. "Ah!" Bang 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 bang. Consecutive gunshots rang out in Building 3, and everyone in the neighborhood had a panicked look on their faces, not knowing what was going on. Building 4. Boss. Shots rang out in Building number 3. "I'm not deaf. I heard it," Ding Feng said in a deep voice as he hugged his girlfriend. His girlfriend laughed. "I don't know if it's that takeaway boy who was killed." Ding Feng guessed. "It's very likely. This one with the gun has probably been waiting for the right moment. I'm sure he doesn't have too many bullets. It just so happens that the delivery boy took out all of Dong Fei's group of men, so he jumped out right away." Ding Feng's guess was agreed upon by many. The possibilities were high. "Brother Feng, why don't we go and take a look?" the girlfriend suggested. Wait 2 days. Ding Feng was still very stable. At this time, on the 28th floor of Building 1, House 2801. "Sister, gunshots are ringing again." Only a 25-year-old woman stood by the window, her gaze looking towards the window, a pair of bright eyes tinged with panic. This woman had an unspoken beauty. Her features seemed to have been carefully sculpted by nature, with both the subtlety of an Oriental woman and the three-dimensionality of the West. A wisdom and gentleness flowed between her brows and eyes, and even though it had been many days since then, the white dress was still as clean as new. With the breeze swinging, the hem of the skirt gently fluttering, a melancholy temperament came out. But unfortunately that wonderful figure was shrouded by the white dress, but also can be seen charming waist, firm buttocks. Yi Qingyi, the woman who was in the kitchen, was probably in her 50s, with slightly more wrinkles on her face and a little bit of blossoming. but from the bottom you could tell that she was just as beautiful as her sister when she was young, just that she was now old and yellow. The sister's name was Yi Yuling, and the sister's name was Yi Qingyi. The two were biological sisters. It was just that their parents wanted a son when they were older, but it turned out to be a daughter, which is why the age difference between the sisters was double. In the arrival of the end of the world, Yi Qingyi has never been out of the door, especially the riots that time, has been hiding in the bedroom. Even now, the whole neighborhood do not know Yi Qingyi's existence. She just came to her sister's brother-in-law's home to eat a meal, and then ready to take the plane back to the city of clouds and seas. As a result, the whole world was in chaos, especially when she saw a female corpse downstairs. Yi Qingyi knew that if she let others know of her existence, she would not end up any better. Yi Yuling of course heard it, and hurriedly pulled her sister away from the window, chiding, "You don't want to die, ah? This bullet is not long-eyed. Sis, when is the end?" Yi Qingyi was about to collapse. Sometimes she really wanted to jump and get it over with, but she simply couldn't do it. Yi Yuling sighed, "Our building number 1 is still quite stable. With your brother-in-law in control it won't be chaotic. Look at the other buildings. It's been in chaos for a long time." Beep beep beep. The sound of pressing the password sounded at the door. Yi Yuling immediately pulled Yi Qingyi behind her and watched vigilantly. When she saw that it was her husband returning, she was relieved. "Husband, how was the meeting? Why did the gun go off again on the 3rd floor?" Yi Yuling helped take off the man's jacket and asked curiously. Yi Qingyi also rushed to pour a small amount of water over. "Brother-in-law, drink water." Xia Yuhong took the cup of water, but didn't dare to take a mouthful, just a small sip, and then put it on the coffee table. The next sentence made the two sisters' faces change drastically. "The men in building 3 should all be dead." What? What? The two sisters looked at each other in disbelief. How did they suddenly die out? They hadn't heard about it before. Xia Yuhong touched her pants pocket to look for cigarettes, but realized that they were long gone, so she could only give up. They were all killed by a delivery man. Delivery? The sisters were incredulous. They had long heard that there were hidden tigers and dragons in the crowd of delivery people. They used to think it was a terrier, but now they think it's very real. I still have the video here. Do you guys want to watch it? It's a bit gory. Xia Yuhong took out her cell phone. There was a pile of corpses on the grass below. What else wouldn't you dare to see? The sisters sat on the sofa and looked at their cell phones. When she saw Tang Zhe, Yi Yuling frowned slightly. This delivery guy looks a bit familiar. He should have delivered to our house. Delivered before. Xia Yuhong nodded. Yi Qingyi immediately noticed Sun Ting and Anbai. The way they were dressed made Yi Qingyi blush. How did they go out dressed like this? But they were both so clean. And how was their hair so soft and moisturized? Even if they themselves used conditioner every day, it wasn't clean now. This beautiful women even in the end of the world. There is a comparison mind. Yi Qingyi feels that she is not worse than them. Brother-in-law, how did they get this delivery guy to hold them? Were they threatened? Yi Qingyi asked curiously. Two such beautiful and touching women. How could they be like this? Xia Yuhong asked back. Look at their expressions. Do you think it's a threat? Yi Qingyi really noticed. Looking at their well-behaved appearance, even learning to purr like a cat, the depths of their gazes were not at all revolting. Even proud of it as if they were proud of it. These two women should have been brainwashed into delivering pet cats. Xia Yuhong felt sure that was the case. I also feel that your brother-in-law is right. Yi Qingyi expressed her doubts. Then how could they be so clean on their bodies? Unless they took a bath. But the water has stopped now. The couple looked at each other. Very puzzled very puzzled. When they saw Tang Zhe killing it big time, Yi Qingyi covered her small mouth and Yi Yuling was stunned. This was too fierce. A 3-minute video would probably take a few days to digest. Hubby, the national martial arts champion should also be him. Yi Yuling said dully. No matter what, he's pretty much the only man left in building 3. And those gunshots that just came out were either this delivery man being killed or those women in building 3. Nothing else. It had to be said that Xia Yuhong's IQ was still online, guessing at least half of it. After a long time, Yi Yuling softly asked, how did today's meeting go? Xia Yuhong did not answer directly and said towards Yi Qingyi, Qingyi, go to the bedroom and get a piece of bread. Ah, good. Yi Qingyi got up and walked towards the bedroom then closed the door, but immediately leaned over the door to eavesdrop, knowing that her brother-in-law was branching out. Xia Yuhong said in a deep voice, although our building number 1 is temporarily safe, sooner or later it will be chaotic. I found out that a few of them have started exchanging food and women. They probably saw that all the other buildings are like this and started doing it without my knowledge. Then it must be stopped. How can I stop it? There are several of them all pressuring me. Luckily Gangzi has always stood by me. If I hadn't taken them out to look for food, they would have long since disregarded me. Yi Yuling was anxious. Then what to do? You have to let Qing Yi be a bit psychologically prepared. After all, she has outstanding looks. Sooner or later she will be discovered. When that time comes, Xia Yuhong did not say any more. There were too many living examples lying on the lawn outside, and Yi Yuling clasped her hands together, expecting God to let this disaster pass quickly. The eavesdropping Yi Qingyi slowly sat on the floor, her face white for a few moments, her mind full of those jumping naked women, very helplessly letting out a slight choking sob. Is it okay on your daughter's side? Xia Yuhong asked in a deep voice. Yi Yuling nodded. There's nothing much going on today. The school cafeteria food and drink is still sufficient. The overall quality of college students is high. Unlike those who live here, most of them are tenants. The social fight at the bottom, with a resentment of injustice, that's why they lose their humanity in such a short period of time. After saying this, Xia Yuhong sighed repeatedly, sighing, lamenting how the world in the end, can't we all work together to resist the disaster? However, Xia Yuhong knew in her heart that when the food was finished, the quality was even higher, but it would also be reduced to animal nature. At this time, the stairwell of the third building came from Tang Zai's vomiting sound. Holding on to the railing, Tang Zai gasped for breath. The first time he killed so many people, he couldn't do it at all to ignore it. These days, what Tang Zai had in mind was the law of doom. Perhaps even he didn't know. He was self-hypnotizing, using the law of doom to cover up his own human nature. That way he felt that what he did was justified. However, when this self-hypnosis stopped, recalling the shocking images, he was instantly sick to his stomach. But soon Tang Zai smoothed out, remembering the law of doom in his mind. Don't feel that you are at fault. There is no fixed right or wrong in the end of the world. Defend your own interests first. Thinking this way, Tang Zai's gaze immediately became firm. Abide by the law of the end of the world, and have a clear conscience. Coming downstairs, Tang Zai saw that In Bai and Sun Ting were dragging the corpse down. The stairs were filled with blood. The blood kept flowing down on the steps. It couldn't help but be shocking to the eyes. Be careful, don't slip, Tang Zai admonished. The two women looked up and smiled. Their delicate hands were stained with bright red blood. Even their white jade bodies were also stained with a touch of blood red, suddenly filled with a different kind of beauty. Looking at the room full of food and water, Tang Zai was wondering what to do with it, how to maximize the benefits of these supplies. Bartering for goods? Didn't make sense. Then what else could be exchanged? Trade for people? This neighborhood also doesn't have any beautiful women worth exchanging. Looking out the window has been raining. Tang Zai is also very helpless. Want to go outside to find food rations, but does not stop raining. How to get? Look at this weather, seems to be blowing the wind. The two women have also been dragging the corpse to the early morning before returning, tired enough to take a hot bath. Tang Zai will not be shortchanged. Prepared a meal. Meals are naturally more plentiful than before. The two women have worked hard for a night, naturally have to give them to make up for their body. Soon, a table of barbecue on the table. If the people in the other buildings saw it, I'm afraid they would go crazy. But for Tang Zai, this was just a normal daily routine. Open WeChat. There is no one talking in the group of this building. It is estimated that except for himself and them, they are all dead. The big group in the neighborhood is all talking about their own murder, especially in Building 1. It is simply standing on the moral high ground to criticize, to pull themselves out and shoot them. Just now the WeChat function deleted a lot. Can't download videos and photos, can't send videos, can't reproduce, can't add a group, can't make a video call, can't even search for people nearby. But some people have a group outside the neighborhood to begin with, and the situation is similar to this side. Tang Zai looked up and laughed. Don't you two need to rest? Both had been busy all night and wanted to give them a vacation. Sun Ting's coquettish look is indeed getting better and better at organizing jobs. Look at In Bai on the side, who is still a bit embarrassed, only to see Sun Ting stand up and sit on Tang Zai. Tang Zai's heart laughed bitterly. Just thinking about things. You come to such a trick. Help me think of something first, then I'll reward you. Tang Zai reached out and wrapped his arms around Sun Ting's willow waist, which was soft and thin. Think of what? In Bai asked curiously. You guys say. What's the best thing to replace the supplies in this house? Sun Ting directly blurted out. Of course it's to exchange for a beautiful woman. In Bai paused for a moment, thinking that if we exchange for beautiful women, what if Tang Zai doesn't want us in the future? But Sun Ting was aware of Tang Zai's ability. More rations would come, so her safety would be guaranteed. Besides, Tang Zai's also meant this. I also observed for a long time. We this neighborhood, in addition to you two, there is no good goods. Tang Zai's requirements were still there. Not all cats and dogs were worthy of being his rations. How do you know if you don't try? Said Sun Ting, got up and picked up her cell phone. Tang Zai asked curiously. What are you going to do? Publicize it in the neighborhood group? How many supplies to exchange? Sun Ting cursed herself for being an idiot. not even asking Tang Zhe to take the initiative. Tang Zhe didn't put much stock in it this time, and actually had this idea. Half, Tang Zhe said indifferently. Sun Ting's willow eyebrows slightly raised. Isn't half too much? And Bai said softly, if I can blow up a beautiful woman with half the supplies, I think it's still cost-effective. I like this talk from Little White. Tang Zhe patted in Bai's head and gave praise. Sun Ting shrugged her fragrant shoulders. Good you Little White. Sister taught you so many stunts. Now all compete with me for favor. Sun Ting immediately opened to send a voice in the neighborhood group. Hello owners, I am the third building of the Sun Ting. Have you ever been worried because of hunger? Have you ever been mad because of dry mouth? And I can help you solve this problem. Dong boss of these supplies in exchange for authentic beauty kittens. Interested parties to chat privately meow after finishing, but also took a picture of the supplies sent to the group. Just after sending it, the cell phone popped up quite a few plus friends at once. The three were all excited to look up. This look is all art words. Photoshopping. Sun Ting and Bai know too much about this area. The three people lost interest at once. This method is hopeless. There is even a 50-year-old woman, claiming to be the reincarnation of Daji. As long as you drink water, you can immediately become younger. Laughed so hard that Tang Zhe's stomach hurt. Forget it, I guess I can't blow up a beautiful woman. Or first brush some experience. Just look for it slowly, the least of which is time. Building 4 Ding Feng bedroom. This anchor woman actually wants to trade things for a beautiful woman. Is that delivery guy dead or not? Ding Feng's eyebrows formed a Chuan character. That delivery guy made himself wince. The girlfriend next to him whispered, maybe the one with the gun killed the delivery guy, and these two women defected to the gunman. But there are definitely not many bullets left. Ding Feng said in a deep voice, don't forget that there's another gun in existence. The girlfriend reminded that the mantis was catching the yellow bird. That third building was just too weird. Ding Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Aren't they looking for beautiful women? Find one and go take a look. I've already asked those women to add their WeChat, but they've all been rebuffed. Ding Feng rubbed his forehead. How easy was it to find a beautiful woman like the anchor woman? I think it's still a night attack, the girlfriend suggested. Ding Feng hummed. Those supplies were more tantalizing than the women. They had to be taken. House 2801 in Building 1. Yi Qingyi tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Opened WeChat. There were already several girlfriends who couldn't be contacted, and they were in a bad way. Only the girlfriends who lived in the upscale neighborhood were a little bit safer. But listening to what her brother-in-law had said before, the safety was only temporary. Opened the cell owners group. Yi Qingyi found a lot of women chatting. Will chat records upward? Immediately saw Sun Ting send ads. Hello all owners, have you ever fretted because of hunger? Have you ever been mad because of dry mouth? And I can help you solve this problem. These supplies behind me in exchange for authentic beauty kittens. Interested parties private chat meow. Looking at Sun Ting's sweet smile and smooth skin, Yi Qingyi was envious, especially when she saw the photos, the boxes and boxes of water, and all kinds of food. Her belly couldn't help but gurgle a little. But the food at home can still last for a month. Yi Qingyi naturally will not go to throw herself into the net as some big cat, and have to learn to purr, unless she is crazy. At this time, a voice call came in. Seeing the display, Yi Qingyi revealed a long-lost smile. Zi Hui, still up this late? A gentle voice came out from Yi Qingyi's red lips. A magnetic male voice also sounded in her hand. Couldn't sleep. Missed you. I miss you too. This moment became quiet, although not yet a couple, but already engaged. Originally intended to get married at the end of the year, but unfortunately stumbled upon this kind of thing. How is it on your side today? Jiang Zihui asked with concern. It's okay, don't worry. Is your side okay today? Don't worry, my side is all villa area, because there are few people. The supplies are abundant. The property side stocked up a lot. Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief and slightly sidestepped. Where is Nana? This little ninny is still in the mood for yoga. You tell me. Jiang Zihui joked, also wanting Yi Qingyi to relax and unwind. That's nice. Jiang Zihui paused and sighed. You have to find a way to come over. I don't trust you. Yi Qingyi smiled bitterly. Huan City was 400 kilometers away from Yunhai City. In the past, it would be there in a flash. But now, it was hard to move an inch. I'll find a way. Don't worry, my brother-in-law is still the boss. Yi Qingyi squeezed out a smile and said, my classmates told me that there are so many neighborhood riots, killing people like chickens. Some perverts don't even spare women's corpses. Yi Qingyi was shocked. Fear surfaced on her stunningly beautiful face. Jiang Zihui immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly changed the topic, talking about which country to honeymoon in the future, fantasizing about a bright future. With her cell phone almost out of power, Yi Qingyi only put down her phone to charge it. Looking at the rain outside, she felt that the wind was strong again tonight. A wave of fatigue hit Yi Qingyi and fell asleep, but had a horrible dream, dreaming that she had turned into a corpse, and countless men were sitting next to her watching, as if they were looking at a roasted steak, their eyes full of greed. They were destroying their corpses and gnawing on them until they turned into a white bone. Ah! Yi Qingyi was awakened and sat up violently. Cold sweat dampened her black hair. Her face was pale and powerless. She turned her head to look out of the window. It was already morning. A feeling of powerlessness welled up from the bottom of her heart. Could she still get out of this neighborhood? Tears flowed from the corner of his eyes. Compared to Yi Qingyi, Tang Zhe, that is full of spirit up, propped up a lazy waist to look out the window. Another day full of energy. After brushing a wave of experience last night, it was now at 10%. 90% short of getting the End Times gift pack 2.0. Looking at that 90% progress bar, Tang Zhe covered his brain. Although it was now double progress, it was still too slow. At the door, 3 automatic rifles were aimed at the door, and ropes were shuttled above the room door, connecting the triggers. As long as the door of the room was opened, or violently smashed open, the 3 automatic rifles would empty their magazines and sweep all the people at the door to death. Gathering up his weapons, Tang Zhe took out a bowl of Lancao ramen, and the fragrance of the noodles made the 2 women open their beautiful eyes. Tang Zhe naturally prepared a nutritious meal for the 2 girls. After all, they are the source of their own strength. At noon, bored Sun Ting sat on the balcony, a white paper on her black silk, holding a 2B pencil in her delicate hand, brushing on the white paper while looking downstairs. Tang Zhe, who walked out of the bedroom, curiously went and came behind Sun Ting. Nice drawing. Only to see that on the white paper was a sketch of a pile of corpses downstairs. It looked pretty weird. Ah, you get up. Sorry. Sun Ting hurriedly got up, but was pressed down by Tang Zhe. It's fine. You keep drawing. Sun Ting smiled in embarrassment. You've learned to draw? Tang Zhe asked curiously. I'm an art student. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a painter and tour the country. Alas, the dream is good. The reality is cruel. My 1 month's creation is not as much as I earn from dancing in the live room, said Sun Ting bitterly smiled. In which the price to pay with the present and what is the difference, is nothing more than to accompany the sleep, and by cut the fruit and walked over, helplessly saying, sister's drawing is actually very good, just didn't run into the right person. Tang Zhe picked up the peeled orange and stuffed it into his mouth. You know, I also have a dream. Sun Ting and Bai looked at Tang Zhe curiously. I used to look at the blue sky when I was a kid. I wanted to be a great pilot and defend my country's sky. Yet in the end I struggled to read. All duck eggs. But the 2 women couldn't help but laugh chirpily. Looking at Bai by his side, Tang Zhe raised his hand and slapped it onto that peach buttocks. Dare to laugh at me. Not to beat you. Really can't hold back. Bai aggrieved Baba said. That white honey buttocks gradually emerged 5 fingerprints. How about you, Xiao Bai? Why as a stewardess? Tang Zhe asked. Bai looked at the sky outside and murmured. I like to travel around. When the stewardess can travel for free, ah. White whoring, ah. Tang Zhe wrapped his arms around Bai's water snake waist and sat on the sofa in his arms. Bai pouted her red lips and said arrogantly. Which is not. People are also working. Okay. Wrongly accused people. Sun Ting put her drawing book aside and sat next to her with a cat step and flirted. Bai, you are not only a white whore, but you also want to marry into a rich family. He is my elementary school classmate. Bai had long since looked away and didn't feel a thing when he talked about this dead ex-boyfriend. Sun Ting rolled up the newspaper and reached out to Bai's mouth. Please unfold your story. There is no story. Just once in the first-class cabin. And then talked. He lied to me that he was single at first. And when I proposed to get married, he said that he was married. And let me wait. Immediately divorced. And then it was like this. Tang Zhe was indignant. Scum. Too scummy. Sun Ting also chimed in. Bai also giggled and said. That's right. Too scummy. Tang Zhe suddenly asked. Then you guys say. Is he scum? Or am I scum? The 2 women froze and glanced at each other. Tell the truth. Or else starve for 3 days. Tang Zhe had a stern look. Not like he was joking at all. Looking at the 2 women's unspoken eyes, Tang Zhe understood in a second, saying that I'm scum is right. Then I'll scum it up for you. In the blink of an eye 7 days passed. Ding Feng looked at the dwindling supplies, and the heavy rain and wind outside, and decided to attack Building 3 tonight. Brother Feng, the brothers are ready. Ding Feng opened the few remaining beers, and more than 10 men poured a little bit each, while all of them handed over a cigarette, as if they were doing a final farewell ceremony. Brothers, as long as we get Dong Fei's supplies, we'll have food to eat and drink to drink, and we'll also be able to redeem the women in the next few buildings. Ding Feng scanned the crowd. Saying these things was their motivation. Who would sell out if this pie wasn't drawn well? Good. Follow Brother Feng. Can't get enough food. Can't get enough women to play with. Cheers, cheers, cheers. A mouthful of wine down. As if back in the year the feeling of roadside barbecue stall. Why do you think it's back then? Because it's already forgotten the normal life before. Obviously it's last month, but it's as if many years have passed. Brother Feng, one of my buddies is in building number 1. Today he sent me a tweet saying that building number 1 is about to get messed up. Ding Feng sneered, spat out a mouthful of smoke and said, that Xia Yuhong really thinks he can control it, without enough food to support it. Chaos is just a matter of time. Besides, he's the kind of abusive person that sooner or later he'll regret it. Isn't that right? The food snatched back from outside and distributed to those old men. It's just a waste. Brother Feng, we robbed building 3 today. When are we going to rob the other buildings as well? Ding Feng slightly squinted his eyes, crossed his legs and turned his head to look at the heavy rain outside. Feng Jin and Sun Yushao have quite a few minions. Those people are still quite united. If we really want to rob it, it's building 1. While they are swarming, kill all the men and leave only the women. The crowd of juniors nodded. This plan sounded good. At this time, Ding Feng's cell phone rang. When he saw the message, his brows furrowed deeply. His cigarette took a drag on the boss. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Feng Jin and Sun Yushao said that they will rob building 1 together tonight. Ding Feng was so angry. The plan he had just thought of was all disrupted. The minions looked at each other in disbelief. One of them asked, then are we still robbing building 3 tonight? Ding Feng's gaze was fierce, and the junior brother shrunk his head. They were calling out to themselves. If they didn't go and instead robbed building 3 to get the supplies, then the two of them would make an alliance to take themselves out and then split the supplies from building 3. In the end, the two of them would kill each other in a fight and whoever won would be the neighborhood overlord. But he absolutely cannot be set on fire by the two of them. With this in mind, Ding Feng immediately said, instead of robbing building 3 tonight, we'll rob building 1 together and act in half an hour. The boss made a decision. The crowd of juniors nodded. There are even a few juniors who are relieved. After all, there are guns in building 3. Although they know that there are not many bullets, but they are all going to use their bodies as a body. Whoever gets shot dies. And the medical supplies are also extremely lacking right now. Building 1. House 2801. Hubby, what are you doing? Yi Yuling suddenly walked out of the kitchen pulling Xia Yuhong who was about to go out. Yi Qingyi who came out of the bedroom looked on in confusion. Xia Yuhong revealed a smile that was worse than tears. Going to Gangxi's house to talk about something. Yi Yuling lifted her husband's clothes as soon as she could, only to see a bottle of mineral water caught on her armpit. You need to take water to talk about things? Yi Yuling said in a low voice. Her lips were dry and cracked, so was Yi Qingyi in the bedroom doorway. The family was now very frugal with water. Even just a little bit of dry mouth every day. In the face of his wife's reproach, Xia Yuhong squeezed out a smile and explained. In the past, when we talked about things, we either sent money or cigarettes and tea. Now it's normal to send water. But this is the last bottle of water in our house. What are we going to drink in the future? Xia Yuhong didn't say anything, but her face sank a few points. Isn't Gangxi your hairdresser? You guys have such an iron relationship. Do you need to go with water? You say it. Yi Yuling's emotions seemed to have broken down a bit, frantically shaking her husband. Xia Yuhong seemed to be ignited at this moment, and directly pushed his wife to the ground. Yi Qingyi let out a low cry and hurriedly ran over, looked up and asked in confusion, brother-in-law, what are you doing? Sister is just asking you. Xia Yuhong suddenly let out a laugh, then cried as she laughed. For the sake of this family, in the past, I worked hard in the company. I have to support the family. I have to support you. I have to support my daughter, the mortgage and car loan. Which one is not a mountain pressing on my shoulders? There was a moment when this disaster appeared. I felt like my whole body was relaxed, but soon I realized that I still can't be relaxed. I have to protect you all. I still have to fight to the death outside. But what do I get? Before it was what about this month's paycheck? Now it's what about the water? Do you guys know how much pressure I'm under? They've gone crazy now. Xia Yuhong almost hissed with a growl, almost crushing his last nerve. The sisters were confused, not knowing what to say. Yi Yuling suddenly whimpered and cried. Yi Qingyi could only comfort. Xia Yuhong didn't say anything else and walked out of the house with the water. Before closing the door, she also instructed, if it's not me, don't open the door to anyone. After saying that, she closed the door. Soon, Xia Yuhong came to the downstairs floor and pressed the doorbell. Footsteps sounded inside the house, only to see a muscular man open the door. Seeing Xia Yuhong smiled. Brother did you figure it out? Xia Yuhong walked into the house, took out the prepared mineral water and put it on the dining table. Gangxi, as long as you support me, our building 1 can't be messed up. When the gale passes, brother will take you guys out to look for food. Mao Gang covered his forehead and walked back and forth. then violently propped his hands on the dining table and chided. Brother you, I know you're a good person. You want everyone to be safe, but that's impossible. You've done a good job. For so many days, those people have turned into animals, and we're the only ones who are fine. Then we hold on even more. Search for food and wait for rescue Gongzi. We can't turn into animals like them. Xia Yuhong grabbed Mao Gang's shoulders with both hands and persuaded loudly. And Mao Gang laughed up. Brother you can't be a good person these days. You've already done a good job. I'll be this bad guy. Hearing that Mao Gang was unmoved, Xia Yuhong drank. Gongzi, wake up, we can't mess up. Once we mess up they will surely take advantage of the situation. Brother you know that too, then why are you against it? Why don't you support me? Do you still regard me as a brother? Why don't I treat you as a brother? You don't have the money to buy a house. I'm the one who lent you the money. That's because you want me to live downstairs from you. You did lend money too, but the 3,000 mortgage pressured me to death. Originally I just wanted to buy a cheaper neighborhood. It's you who told me to come. I listened to you. Brother, because I want to take care of you. Oh, you're trying to take care of the old men and wives. Speaking of this, Mao Gang was agitated and shouted angrily. What's the use of those septuagenarians? They're a complete waste of our resources. We have to preach at us when we share less. What's the use of keeping these people? Look at building 2. Kill all the old ones. They won't live long anyway. Hearing this kind of talk from her hair, Xia Yuhong was incredulous. Gangzi, don't be brainwashed by them. Brother I've listened to you all my life. Now I just have one request. Listen to me once. Mao Gang looked at Xia Yuhong tightly, while Xia Yuhong also stared at Mao Gang tightly. Suddenly, Xia Yuhong realized that there was blood behind Mao Gang's ears and frowned. Where's your wife and child? In the bedroom. Xia Yuhong immediately walked towards the bedroom and opened the door to find Mao Gang's wife and child huddled in the corner shivering. Seeing such a situation, Xia Yuhong's frown deepened a few points, closing the door to look at Mao Gang in the living room, suddenly opening another door. When seeing the situation inside, Xia Yuhong all sucked in a breath of cold air, only to see a 70-year-old man lying on the ground. The back of the head inserted a kitchen knife. This was none other than Mao Gang's old father. Xia Yuhong turned her head to look at Mao Gang while Mao Gang said in a deep voice, the old man couldn't hold on any longer and asked me to kill him. Gongzi, are you still human? That's your father. Xia Yuhong grabbed Mao Gang's collar with tears in her eyes. Mao Gang slapped Xia Yuhong's hand away. Brother I can even kill my dad. No one can stand in my way. Crazy man. Xia Yuhong ruthlessly pushed Mao Gang away and picked up the mineral water on the table to leave. Just opened the door and walked out. The 60-year-old aunt across the street also happened to walk out. Seeing the water in Xia Yuhong's hand froze and laughed. Mr. Xia, you're really nice. Coming to deliver water again. Not for you, Xia Yuhong said in a deep voice. Big Mom pulled Xia Yuhong's arm. What do you mean by this? Didn't you say that the supplies are shared? Then this bottle of water has my share. No. Fine. I still have a few bottles anyway. A few bottles? Xia Yuhong looked at Big Mother in surprise. While Big Mother also knew that she had blurted out that she actually went to sell her misery every time, and then she was able to get more. What a few bottles? Which has a few bottles? But you hurry to go out to find food do not always find some snacks. Find some vegetables and so on. Nutrition in order to balance the recent fire. Teeth are beginning to ache up. Goo. And again. I'll go back to the You hurry to convene the people to go out to find food. After saying this, Big Mother went back to the house. Xia Yuhong clenched her fists. These words were undoubtedly bombarding the brain. But what Xia Yuhong was afraid of wasn't this. He was afraid that his wife would be defiled and bullied, along with a sister-in-law. It's me. Xia Yuhong at the door shouted. Yi Yuling looked at the cat's eye and opened the counterlock. Hubby, how's the talk going? Yi Yuling asked curiously. Not good. Didn't Gongzi listen to you the most? That bottle of water didn't work? Xia Yuhong set out the water. Yi Yuling and Yi Qingyi gave a beat. The other party confiscated it. That was a refusal. Both sisters' faces were of the miserable kind. The doorbell suddenly rang, and suddenly the nerves tightened. Brother it's me, Gongzi. I've figured it out. You're right. Mao Gang's shout rang out from outside. Yi Yuling was delighted. I'll go open the door. Wait, Xia Yuhong immediately stopped it. You two go to the bedroom. The sisters looked at each other, but still obeyed and went to the bedroom. Looking at Mao Gang outside the cat's eye, Xia Yuhong shouted, Gongzi, have you really figured it out? Brother just now Ngzi gave me a lecture. Think you are right. I still support you. Just now I am sorry that's it. I will go back first. Brother you go to bed early, said Mao just turned around and walked towards the elevator. Xia Yuhong breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door and shouted, Gongzi, I'm happy that you can figure it out. Mao Gang, who had his back turned, said softly, Brother you might as well open the door. Xia Yuhong froze and was about to close the door, but Mao Gang's big hand pressed on it, and suddenly felt a coldness in his arm, only to see his right hand fall to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, followed by a sharp pain in his abdomen, and he was kicked down inside the house. Mao Gang walked into the house and closed the door, with a maniacal laugh. Brother you, why are you forcing me? Why don't you trust me for once? Why do you want me to cut you? Why Gongzi, stop being obsessed. It's not me who's obsessed. It's you Those people are attacking the building tonight. We have no choice Where's the key to the roller shutter? Give it to me. Mao Gang stretched out his hand, his gaze a few more points colder. Xia Yuhong endured the severe pain and stood up, incredulously saying, You betrayed me, being their mole. Who told you to distribute all the food to those useless people? Do you know how much those old nobodies have hidden in their homes? Give me the key. I won't give it to you even if I die. Brother you, in my next life I'll be your brother again. After saying that, he took out his prepared bone chopper, and the sound of scuffling emerged from the living room. The two sisters hiding in the bedroom were terrified, hiding under the bed. They could think of a fight outside. Yi Yuling was incomparably worried. I'm going to go see your brother-in-law. Sister, don't go out Brother-in-law will naturally come to open the door after winning. Yi Qingyi whispered. Then what if the one who opens the door is Gangzi? Even if he finds me, he will still find you. Yi Yuling stared tightly at her sister. As the sounds of thrashing outside faded away, Yi Yuling said softly, if anything happens to me, I must find you. Sis. Yi Qingyi just watched her sister climb out of the bottom of the bed. There is no way to stop her sister from this risky move, but in her heart, she reassured herself that the memory of Brother Gangzi is naive, hanging a smile every day. And that time when she was studying she was harassed by the punks, and Brother Gangzi directly beat them away, so there shouldn't be any accidents. At this time, the bedroom door was just opened. Yi Qingyi covered his mouth, because see that is not brother-in-law's feet. The bottom of this pair of shoes are even blood. The one who opened the door was naturally Mao Gang. His whole body was splattered with blood. Yi Yuling covered her mouth as saw her husband lying on his back in the living room, surrounded by blood, and Mao Gang revealed a blood-stained smile, just like the devil. Sister-in-law, just now brother you said that you know where the key to the roller shutter is. Yi Yuling was scared out of her wits and slowly raised her hand to point at the dressing table next to her. Mao Gang immediately went to rummage through it, and Yi Yuling muttered, when Yingzi gave birth, your brother you helped you contact the hospital. When you didn't have a job, brother you helped you look for one. When the child wasn't available, sister-in-law helped you bring it up. Mao Gang quickly found the key and turned his head and smiled. Sister-in-law, I'll be an ox in my next life to repay you and brother you for your kindness. How could you lay your hands on me? You're an animal. Yi Yuling frantically pounded Mao Gang, who did not resist, but the machete in his hand was still dripping blood. Sister-in-law, I know that you and brother you are very much in love. If brother you goes down now, he will definitely be lonely. Why don't you go down and accompany him? Anyway, it's going to be chaotic soon, so as not to be played to death by those men. Sister-in-law, I'm going to give you a pain in the ass, and brother you will thank me for that. Well, he will definitely do it. After murmuring, Mao Gang who was in a trance lifted his bone-chopping knife and chopped directly on Yi Yuling's forehead. The skull was instantly dented. Yi Yuling slowly collapsed with her eyes wide open. Yi Qingyi looked at her sister's forehead on the machete dead cover her mouth. The whole body cannot help but shiver. Tears cannot stop flowing out. Looking at her sister's gaze, which is to let themselves find her daughter, only to see Mao just bent down and pulled out the bone chopper, then fell down fiercely. Bang bang bang. Sister-in-law, I am helping you. Don't blame me. Brother you, I've sent sister-in-law to accompany you. You're reunited as husband and wife. Yi Qingyi just watched her own sister being hacked to death alive. Her whole face was completely disfigured. She didn't dare to make any noise even if her brains were splattered on her eyes. Listening to the sound of the door closing, Yi Qingyi, who was hiding under the bed, finally couldn't suppress the fear and panic within her heart, but she only dared to cry in a small voice. And at this moment, the sky collapsed. In the garage, the men from Building 2, Building 4, and Building 5 had already gathered, a total of 53 men. Of course there were still those who did not participate, perhaps because they did not want to turn into an animal that only kills people, or maybe they did not have the guts to do so, fearing that they would be arrested and shot after the disaster. These 53 men were all holding knives. There were kitchen knives and fruit knives from home, like Feng Jin, Ding Feng, and Sun Yushao. The three bosses were holding those 50-centimeter long watermelon knives. At this moment, The three of them were smoking cigarettes and their faces were like wild beasts with the excitement of the impending arrival. Boss Ding, Boss Sun. After messing with this building 1, let's discuss a time to take down phase supplies from building 3. As for that gunman, can the bullets be as many as our people? Feng Jin's body is thin, but has a meter 8. There is a mole at the corner of the mouth. The whole person looks very incongruous. And this person is also a criminal, has been imprisoned for theft. In addition to not killing people, sort of all have done. Ding Feng at best is considered a gangster. Show people the scene. Sun Youxiang is a contractor. Weekdays did not less contact with some ruthless, although the body is rounded. But ruthless has also led a person afraid. It can be said that these three are not a good one. Sun Yuxiao took a hard drag on his cigarette, squinted his eyes and said, "What's there to discuss? Rob this side tonight, rob that side tomorrow night, dry or not." The three of them all knew that building 3 was more dangerous than building 1, but there were definitely more supplies than building 1. I agree. Ding Feng flicked his cigarette ash. I'll take those 2 females. Feng Jin's eyes were glowing, and he was also horny. Ding Feng and Sun Yuxiao would not agree. A woman like Bai and Sun Ting was something a man would want to have. Ding Feng suggested, grab the women and auction them off with supplies. Kind of interesting. Okay. Feng Jin didn't object. And naturally, Sun Yuxiao wouldn't object either. But all three of them were thinking in their hearts that they would find an opportunity to take each other out. And it would be best to find someone to join forces with first, so that it would be a lot easier. At this time, Mao Gang ran out from the elevator room, and his bloodstained face was a bit of a pause. Brush brush brush. The roller shutter was opened, and a group of demons were about to be rushed down the building. 3 big brothers said not to move my family, Mao Gang said warily, fearing that the 3 would back out. Sun Youxiang patted Mao Gang's shoulder. Don't worry, those who come out to mix. Speak of integrity. Brothers, give me a charge. Kill all the old ones, arrest all the young ones, and those who resist, directly fuck them to death. Yes, boss. The group of people didn't take the elevator. They all walked up the stairs. The 3 bosses walked slowly behind. In less than a minute, the sounds of crying, howling, and begging for mercy resounded through the neighborhood, like a human purgatory, illuminating that butcher knife. The oldest mom who lives across from Mao Gang heard someone knocking on the door, put down the remote control, and went to open the door with curses in her mouth. Big night. Still let people rest. All day do not want to think about messing with supplies. Just hold these useless. Also do not look at the cat's eye. The old lady directly opened the door. When saw 2 young people with a knife standing in the doorway, the old lady actually did not have the slightest fear. And even preach up, what are you doing? Have time to take a knife to scare me as an old woman? Have the ability to go to the takeaway to grab supplies? Now the young people all do not respect the old and love the young. The 2 young men at the door were confused. What kind of strange person lives in this building 1? It actually managed to survive until now? What are you looking at? Get lost. With that, they were ready to close the door. But the young man's hand was already pressed on the door. Ning smiled and said, "Old man, I've wanted to cut you guys for a long time." After saying this, he raised the kitchen knife and chopped down. The oldest mom's shoulder was hit by the knife, and she fell to the ground with an ouch, her mouth still cursing. Let you every day to amplify the speaker. Noisy game I have no way to play. A knife cut on the body of the old lady. At this time, Mao Gang walked to the door of the house and looked at this oldest mom. Gongzi, save me. The dying oldest mom looked at Mao Gang and begged for help, while Mao Gang turned a blind eye, even with an arc at the corner of his mouth. Presumably he had also been wanting to hack this oldest mom to death. With one slash, the oldest mom died, and the 2 searched the house for supplies. F***CK. This old guy actually stocked up on a carton of yogurt, and 2 cartons of water. There's actually sugar-free happy water? The 2 young men were confused. How did an old mom manage to hoard so many supplies? Of course she reached out for them. If the 2 young men knew, their 3 views would be shattered again. At this time, Tang Zhe from building number 3 looked towards building number 1 on his right and laughed. It's very lively tonight. Building number 1 was breached by a few others, and Bai carried a hint of worry. Once this number 1 building was broken, he would be next. Sun Ting scrubbed the floor and admonished in Bai. Xiao Bai, this is not something we should worry about. And Bai pursed her red lips, thinking of the female corpse in the bedroom before, and firmly said, even if I die, I don't want to fall into the hands of those people. Tang Zhe smiled faintly, confidently said, I'm not even dead. How can you guys die? I'll kill as many as come. 1 hour later, the great purge of building 1 came to an end. Box after box of supplies were moved to the underground parking lot one after another. Looking at the supplies that were like a small mountain, the 3 bosses were a bit confused. Next to them, The men and women of Building 1 were squatting on the ground separately. Seeing so many supplies, they were also a bit surprised. Didn't they say they were out? That Xie Yuhong can got so many supplies. Feng Jin opened a box of spicy fries, took out a packet, and tore it open with his teeth and took a hard bite. A junior brother smiled ingratiatingly. Boss, most of these supplies were scavenged from those old ladies' old men's homes. That boss of yours is really a great benefactor, leaving all the good things for the old guys and letting you youngsters starve. Sun Yushao couldn't help but laugh maniacally. It was hilarious. At this time, a few men had come forward to berate Xie Yuhong and asked to join in the other teams. The three teams naturally needed to absorb young male members. However, there were still a few men who did not choose, retaining their rigid character. Feng Jin did not have an ounce of pity. Chop them to death. Husband, one of the women shouted and ran towards her husband, but was immediately pulled away by her little brother. You bunch of animals. You will definitely be shot in the future. The woman cursed madly, but the trio didn't matter. Before long, several men were hacked to death on the spot. Looking at the 20 or so women around 30, Sun Jin laughed. What are you waiting for? Split it up. To be fair, let's take turns to choose. I'm older. It's okay for me to go first. Feng Jin leaned on his old age and already had his eye on one of the younger women, the one who had just lost her husband. Of course the other two were unwilling. At this time in the basement, Yi Qingyi hid inside. Her hands hugged her legs. Her whole body couldn't help shivering, as if it was very cold. Yi Qingyi just took advantage of the chaos to run here to hide. This is also before Xie Yuhong urged. Suddenly a bright light shone over. It was the cell phone light. Boss, there is still a woman hiding here. The junior brother was instantly excited. Yi Qingyi immediately fled, not expecting to be discovered so quickly, but which could not run past the youngster. A hand was grabbed by the long hair. Bitch. Still want to run? Where can you run to? Painful. Yi Qingyi let out a miserable scream, was grabbed by the hair and dragged. Coming to the parking lot, the little brother threw Yi Qingyi in the middle. Boss, this woman is very good at hiding. Fortunately, I looked for it. After saying that, he was looking like he wanted to collect the reward. The cloaked hair of Yi Qingyi didn't arouse the interest of the three bosses, while one of the little brothers squatted down, lifted that messy hair out of the way and hooked up Yi Qingyi's chin. That expression stiffened at once, and they all started to stutter. Old, big, superb. Sun Yoshan looked at his little brother this silly, directly as a kick on the ground. What extremely good, not extremely good. See you this out of breath. And when Sun Yoshan took a look, also froze. Ding Feng also went up to take a look. Sort of understand. Really superb. Never thought that this broken cell there is such a great color. Not the slightest bit worse than those two. And for so many days, the face was clean and dry. It was just when dragging that the skirt got dirty. Let go of me. Yi Qingyi shook off her little brother's dirty hands and looked at the men around her warily, as if a dream had materialized. Feng Jin laughed out loud. Still a little fiery horse. I wonder how it feels to ride it. The surrounding minions also looked over in unison. This can be too much stronger than those women. Vegetarian face are so good looking. Dress up and take off. This harvest is not small. Sun Yoshan directly took out a handful of cigarettes and threw it to the little brother. Reward you. Holding a handful of hibiscus king in his hand, the little brother rejoiced. These days, a cigarette can make a smoker work for himself. Thank you, boss. Boss Feng. Boss Ding. This woman was found by my little brother. You guys won't come to rob her, right? Sun Yoshiao's words carried a deep threat. Feng Jin laughed. Boss Sun said this. It was agreed long ago that everything in Building 1 would be shared equally. At this time, Ding Feng was definitely on Feng Jin's side. Echoing. Boss Feng is right. Boss Sun wouldn't be trying to break the agreement between us. Sun Yoshan took a hard drag on his cigarette. The smoke could not hide even the smoke from his vicious gaze. Suddenly, Sun Yushao laughed. Just kidding. See how nervous you guys are. Saying this on his mouth, in his heart, he could not wait to hack the two to death. It had to be said that the red-faced scourge worked at all times, and this one almost made the three parties tear up that fragile partnership. As Sun Yoshan let out a laugh, Feng Jin and Ding Feng also followed along and laughed together. But just now, as long as Sun Yoshan didn't agree, then needless to say, the people on Sun Yoshan's side would be directly hacked to death. However, Sun Yushao laughed. There is only one of this kind of goods. The three of us take turns? Such extreme goods. That's what one would want to keep for oneself. Who would want to share? Sitting on the ground, Yi Qingyi listened to the three people's conversation. Her face was pale. She was like a commodity being shared equally by them. Looking at the load-bearing wall next to her, Yi Qingyi suddenly got up and ran towards the front. However, the quick-eyed Feng Jin grabbed Yi Qingyi's hair. Want to die? How can it be that easy? Yi Qingyi collapsed, waving her hands and cursing. You bastards. You shall not die. Tie her up. Ding Feng droned coldly. The junior brothers took out ropes and tied Yi Qingyi up. Bean-sized tears cut across that exquisite face. After hiding for so many days, she still hadn't escaped the clutches of the devil. This kind of superb product. Let's not take turns. Didn't we say before? Auction? Feng Jin suggested. Okay, auction. Sun Yuyi was in favor. Ding Feng was not in the picture. However, Feng Jin suddenly revealed a thieving gaze. Since it's an auction, it's definitely necessary to take a good look at the goods, correct or incorrect. When these words came out, the men understood. What are you doing? Don't come over. Looking at the two little brothers coming towards her, Yi Qingyi shouted frantically, but this only increased the men's excitement. The three bosses' eyes were shining. There was not a bit of fat on their bodies. The willow waist still had a waistline, and there was a sense of power in the softness. This look and this figure, compared to the big stars on TV, was not too much. Tie her to the roof of the car. The crying and helpless Yi Qingyi was forcibly tied to the roof of the car in a humiliating pose for people to admire this piece of merchandise that was about to be auctioned. Feng Jin asked towards building number 1. Does anyone recognize it? Immediately, a woman returned. She seems to be Xie Yuhong's sister-in-law. Feng Jin immediately laughed. I didn't expect Boss Xie's family actually hid an excellent product. This good old man actually didn't even move a bit. It must be reserved for our brothers. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding men burst into laughter. Yi Qingyi on the roof of the car, whose tears seemed to have dried up, trembled as she listened to the evil laughter around her. People are still graduating from 985 colleges and universities. I heard that they are going to get married soon, and the object is still the son of the boss of a top 500 company in the country. Another woman broke the news. Sun Yuxiao was happy, such a high degree. Before bumping into us, I guess the bird will not bird it. Isn't that so? Now there are only birds to eat. Feng Jin laughed maniacally. Sun Yuxiao coughed lightly. Okay, start the auction. A little impatient. Boss, why don't I be the auctioneer? A little brother volunteered. Ooh, okay, I'll see what flowers you can say. The little brother joyfully walked to the side of the car, coughed lightly and shouted. Fellow homeowners, neighbors, brothers and sisters, tonight we welcome a unique auction of this beautiful woman. What's the name? Yi Qingyi. Someone in the crowd reminded. Right. Our auction item is this MS. Yi Qingyi, this year? Mao Gang from the crowd reminded. 25 years old, vice president of an advertising company. The surrounding people immediately let out TSK sounds. Such a woman used to be a goddess. Everyone only dared to watch from afar, although now they are also watching, but they can see that snow-white petite body. Yi Qingyi looked at Mao Gang in the crowd and gritted her teeth in death. Brother Gengzi was no longer the previous Brother Gengzi. This Miss Yi Qingyi is 25 years old, the vice president of the advertising company, but also the daughter-in-law of the boss of the top 500 companies in the country. Everyone think about it. Is it not very cool to buy the daughter-in-law of the boss of this top 500 company? Absolutely inexpensive and beautiful. Of course, this is only the identity of Miss Yi Qingyi. The focus is Miss Yi Qingyi's own. Look at this exquisite features. There is no trace of artificial traces. Pure natural. Look at this glowing skin. The touch is absolutely top enjoyment. Of course the brightest is still the internal structure. The three bosses go home and slowly appreciate. We will not look at it. Now also still can interpret that sentence. Poor reward you sweet. Rich taste you salty. Bidding price of a bottle of mineral water from. The top is not capped. I bid a bottle. Just see a little brother suddenly excited shouting price. Beside the friend startled. You kid crazy. With the boss to grab a woman. Not afraid to have life to grab. No life to play it. Ding Feng faintly shouted. 1 box. Boss Ding is being petty. 5 boxes. Sun Yuxiao directly stretched out his palm, determined to win. And Feng Jin said indifferently. Boss Sun, these 5 boxes of yours, are they for your own private use? Or for your entire brotherhood? Those juniors of Sun Yuxiang froze. Yes, the boss took his own water to shoot women. And as a result, he didn't get to play? Sun Yuxiao cursed in his heart, stirring up trouble. Of course it's private. Sun Yuxiao said in a deep voice. This time cannot rob the brothers of water. It is equal to rob them of their lives. The little brothers were instantly relieved. Alright, we'll shoot with our own supplies. Ding Feng finished and continued. 6 cases of water. Feng Jin's face deteriorated a few points, but still shouted. 7 cases. For one person to have 7 cases of mineral water. That was a huge amount of money, especially now when supplies were still so scarce. 7.5 cases. Ding Feng's teeth clenched. The big deal was that he would save some for himself to drink, and then go to his little brother's place to get some more. And after hearing this, Point Rainwind went to look for supplies. 8 boxes. Sun Yuxiao gave a disdainful cry. The whole scene was a clamor. 8 boxes of water can save the lives of how many people? But now it is used to shoot a beautiful woman. Good-looking women are more appetizing no matter what the environment. But this made many women beside them jealous. 10 boxes. Suddenly a laughing voice rang out. The 3 bosses were puzzled for a moment, as none of them shouted, and looked behind them. Isn't this the delivery guy? He didn't die. Could it be that the dead one was the gunman? That's right. The one who came was Tang Zhe, who had just brushed a wave of experience at home, and was idly bored. So he came down to see how many supplies they had scavenged, and to see if there were any good goods. As soon as he came down, he heard the sound of the auction. Approached to see. The roof of the car actually tied a woman. Tang Zhe are surprised. They have never seen in the neighborhood. This woman is very extreme, and in Bai they have a comparison, and even in the aura to be slightly stronger. Today is really lucky. Rations are falling from the sky. Triple speed is about to open. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but look up at Tang Zhe. Isn't this the takeaway boy? No, the murderous takeaway boy. Tang Zhe's appearance made the entire underground garage silent. Wasn't he afraid of everyone mobbing him, daring to appear alone? Feng Jin was the first to break the deadlock. Isn't this the boss of building number 3? Free to walk downstairs, idle and bored. Seeing that you guys are auctioning, I couldn't help but want to intervene. No problem, right? Tang Zhe scanned the 3 bosses. His smile was easygoing, but this smile the 3 bosses had seen before. Killing eyes without blinking. Looking at him today, he didn't seem to bring that chopper either. Did he bring a gun? Sun Yuxiao was not afraid of Tang Zhe. Directly said, the moment you come, you want to share the loot we have fought. It's not appropriate. Right. There was a bang. A little smoke came out of the mouth of the pistol, while a bloody hole appeared in Sun Yuxiao's eyebrow. Blood flowed out of his eyebrow. He even reached out and wiped it, then fell straight down in disbelief. Is it appropriate now? Tang Zhe smiled as he looked towards Feng Jin and Ding Feng. The two of them, whose composure had just disappeared in an instant, looked warily at Tang Zhe, as well as the gun in Tang Zhe's hand. In their hearts, they were even thinking, let the brothers rush up and kill him, but being so close to him, they would definitely be killed first. Of course it is a great life this guy actually has a gun in his hand. Do you want to go and bet that the gun in his hand has no bullets? All of the surrounding minions were stunned by Tang Zhe's ruthlessness. The last time the chopper chopped over a group of Dong Fei, and today, as soon as he came out, he blew the head off of the boss of Building 5. Sun Youxiang. This delivery guy is too scary. Not only were the juniors scared, Yi Qingyi's delicate face was even less bloody. It even felt hot on her cheeks. Could it be blood? Of course it's appropriate. What do you think, Boss Ding? Feng Jin reacted and immediately compensated with a smile. Ding Feng immediately chimed in. Suitable. Couldn't be more suitable. I'm a reasonable person. The auction shoots normally. I can't shoot. That's my problem. Listening to Tang Zhe's words, everyone's mind conjured up Tang Zhe's maniacal laughter that day. Who's reasonable in the end times? So he was being reasonable now? Then is he being reasonable or not? No. Moving around and blowing people's heads off. That's still being reasonable. Auctioneer. What are you waiting for? Tang Zhe reminded. Hurrying to point, waiting to go back to brush up his experience. The auctioneer made a few O's in a row. The boss of building number 3 bid for 10 cases of mineral water. Is there any higher? 11 cases. Feng Jin's cheeks were throbbing with heartache, sort of contributing his family's money. However, when Tang Zhe was heard to let out a low voice, you really dare to raise the price with me? Ding Feng secretly rejoiced, hoping that Tang Zhe would shoot Feng Jin with one shot. Feng Jin was also startled, revealing a panicked expression. Didn't you say normal auction? Feng Jin's startled look fell in the eyes of his little brother. His heart was weird. His boss was actually scared into a bird. Yeah, I was just saying. What are you excited about? Tang Zhe shrugged his shoulders. Feng Jin's face had darkened to the point where it couldn't be any darker, while Ding Feng secretly said it was a pity that this murderous takeaway boy didn't follow the norm. However, Tang Zhe continued, but I'm now very skeptical. You simply don't have 11 cases of mineral water. How can that be? Then you set it out and take a look. Feng Jin just wanted to say, what about you? But thinking of the fact that people had hijacked Dong Fei's supplies, he didn't say this. You guys, go to my house and bring the water over. The little brother immediately ran to building 2, and a group of people waited while Tang Zhe looked Yi Qingyi up and down. Yi Qingyi naturally felt the gaze from Tang Zhe and realized that Tang Zhe's gaze was different from other men. Other men were colorful, while his gaze couldn't be described, as if he saw something delicious. Soon, boxes and boxes of mineral water were carried over by the little brother. Tang Zhe laughed. You're also short here. The supplies I grabbed this time, I can share 4 boxes, plus exactly 11 boxes. Tang Zai slapped his forehead. You bullied me for bad math. You only have 6 boxes here. How can that be? My family clearly has 7 boxes. Feng Jin immediately let out a low shout and immediately went to count. But after counting, it was still a 6. Then towards the little brother drank, is not still missing a box. Hurry to find ah. The little brothers panicked and ran back, while Tang Zai waited with a smile on his face, and also blinked towards Yi Qingyi, which confused Yi Qingyi for a moment. What does he mean? Is he saving me? At this moment, Yi Qingyi felt that there was still a bright light in the world, and that righteous people like her brother-in-law had not disappeared. Soon the little brothers ran back again, one of them holding a box in his hand, but there was also a 30-year-old woman in her pajamas in a hurry. Honey, what's wrong? Panicking? The woman looked at Feng Jin puzzled and asked how to move all the water out. When she saw Yi Qingyi on the roof of the car, she immediately understood, and her heart was immediately angry. Boss, the water is here. It's just. The little brother did not know what to say. What? The little brother's face was strange as he turned the box around, only to see that the box was torn open. Only 2 bottles of mineral water were left inside. Feng Jin man was dumbfounded and suddenly shouted lowly, who moved my water? The woman rolled her eyes. Wasn't it you who thought I stunk, and took a slight shower? You woman! Feng Jin stiffened in place, and the people around him were sighing. There was actually water for bathing. Tang Zai gave a long, oh so long cry at this time. You don't have 11 boxes. You only have 10 boxes and 2 bottles. I do. I can still go borrow a few bottles. Wait, right away, said Feng Jin. He was about to go and ask his little brother to borrow water. With a bang, the shell casings fell to the ground, as if Feng Jin was immobilized. His eyes were wide open. Then he collapsed, blood coming out of his forehead. Tang Zai blew a little air towards the muzzle of his gun and said blandly, I hate it when people lie to me. At the side, Ding Feng was happy and scared in his heart, but more scared, and cold sweat broke out. In a few minutes, he had killed Feng Jin and Sun Yushao. He was the boss himself. No, would he kill himself as well? With this thought, Ding Feng began to worry immensely. Husband, seeing that her man had been killed, the woman rushed over and realized that her man was already dead. What are you guys still waiting for? He killed your boss. Why don't you kill him? There was another bang. The woman also collapsed on top of Feng Jin. She didn't even seem to realize who was really in charge here. Tang Zai sighed. What's up? Fighting and killing? Can't we just live in peace? These words exasperated everyone. In the end, who is fighting and killing In the end, who started the fight? Good for nothing, but only dared to think about it in their hearts. No one dared to be the one to stand out. Whoever was the one who died. Yi Qingyi felt that Tang Zai was strange, acting like a cold-blooded killer, but talking with a bit of humor. What a strange man, but still thank him. I call 10 boxes. Do you still want to follow? Tang Zai looked at Ding Feng. Ding Feng quickly shook his head. This is still following. It's like following with your life. Anyone else want to follow? I'm very fair and impartial. Tang Zai looked around and shouted. Not a single sound was heard. Looking at Tang Zai with fear, Tangza shrugged his shoulders in boredom. Alright then, don't announce it yet. Well. Congratulations to the oldest in building number 3 for winning the beautiful auction. After saying that, he immediately ran to hand the rope to Tang Zai, as well as Yi Qingyi's pile of tattered clothes, with her cell phone inside. Tang Zai slapped his forehead. Right oh. I haven't given water yet, but I can't eat the bully. I killed 2 bosses, so their supplies should be considered mine. Is this understanding okay? Tang Zai looked at the crowd. Ding Feng laughed. No problem. Of course, since that's the case, then it will be deducted from the 2 bosses' side. Today's mood is good. Any extra will be counted as me treating everyone to a drink. A thought popped up in the hearts of the crowd. Never have I seen such a brazen person. Running over to empty his gloves, paying nothing, and taking the extremely beautiful woman away. No, paid for 3 bullets. Suddenly remembering something, Tang Zai turned back to the group without a boss and reminded. If I were you guys, hurry up and pick a boss out. The corner of Ding Feng's mouth trembled. This was in defense of himself? Looking at those people in Building 2 and Building 5 surrounded together, Ding Feng's forehead formed a Chuan character. It's not easy to die too. Are 2 new ones going to pop up to compete with him? Damn takeaway boy. I will definitely make you pay. Coming to the elevator room, Yi Qingyi said weakly, can you let me put on my clothes? Tang Zai turned around and laughed. It's quite nice Why wear it? It's all tattered and torn. Wear it. It's so troublesome. Can you untie it? Tangzet sked. Am I here to serve you? Although wearing clothes, but Tang Zai thought it was quite good. Ripped and beautiful. Yi Qingyi said gratefully, thank you for saving me. Tang Zai just a sound. the elevator door opened. Tang Zhe walked in. Yi Qingyi pursed her red lips and also walked in. Soon arriving at the house, Tang Zhe suddenly clapped his hands. Meow meowers, get up. Here come the newcomers. And Bai and Sun Ting opened their eyes with exhaustion, slowly sitting up to look at Yi Qingyi. Their original exhaustion was gone in a flash, becoming stunning. This? Where did you find this? And Bai asked, dumbfounded. This neighborhood actually had a superb product in the same class as himself. Tang Zhe poured a cup of water and leaned against the wall, snickering, walking outside, picked it up in passing. This luck, Kane really can't stop it. Sun Ting and Bai got up and walked over to Yi Qingyi and sized her up. Yi Qingyi was a little scared, leaning back, feeling that the two of them were too strange. But Yi Qingyi thanked again. Thank you for saving me, Tang Zhe helplessly returned. You said it before. Yi Qingyi looked a little embarrassed, and paused for a moment before saying cheekily, you're so powerful. Do you have a way to get out of here? I'm not Superman, but I can't fly out. Tang Zhe spread his hands. This woman's demands were really many. Tang Zhe directly said, take her for a bath first. You can take a bath here? Yi Qingyi couldn't believe it. No wonder the scent emanated from them. Sun Ting laughed. Of course, if you don't take a bath won't you stink? The master will dislike it. Saying this, she pushed Yi Qingyi towards the bathroom. Yi Qingyi hurriedly said, I'll just do it myself. Let's help you and tell you about our rules. Before Yi Qingyi could say anything, she was pushed in by the two women. And Tang Zhe didn't bother. Sun Ting was a big instructor, and had great conditioning skills. In the bathroom, and Bai released the hot water. The water mist gradually shrouded up. 3 sets of blood-spurting petite bodies were hidden in the mist. Couldn't help but make people spurt nosebleeds. Sister's body is awesome. Sun Ting picked up the shower gel and applied it on Yi Qingyi's body. And Bai smiled sheepishly. Yeah, we can relax some more. Yi Qingyi was confused by what she heard and hurriedly said, I can just do it myself. Sun Ting sked. From now on, we'll be a gang. We have to take care of each other in order to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Yeah, we're a gang, said Bai snickering. Yi Qingyi was getting confused. What do you mean we are a gang? We are all master's kittens, Sun Ting knocked Yi Qingyi's forehead. Looking so pretty, how come her reaction was slower than Xiao Bai? Yi Qingyi immediately took a step back after hearing this, and her gaze changed a bit. I'm not any little cat, and I'm not going to be one. And Bai and Sun Ting froze for a moment, as if seeing themselves for the first time. Sister, don't get excited first. This is just a formality. Our main task is just to make our master happy, Sun Ting explained. However, Yi Qingyi's tone changed instantly. I'm not anyone's slave. There's no need for me to make anyone happy. And I won't be joining you guys. Get out of the way. I want to go out. With that, she went to get her tattered skirt. And Bai and Sun Ting secretly said bad things. This is the rhythm of death. Outside, Tang Zhe suddenly saw the bathroom door open, secretly thinking that it was washed so quickly, but saw the furious Yi Qingyi walk out, looking at his own gaze or incomparable disgust. What's the situation? Taking a step, Tang Zhe stopped Yi Qingyi. Get out of the way. I'm going out. You're all in the same boat as them. I misjudged you. Tang Zhe. Beauty. What do you mean you've misjudged me? What do you see me as, a hero? Tang Zhe was all amused. This woman's brain was very comprehensive. Yi Qingyi really did see it that way, but now it wasn't at all, and didn't want to say more. Directly going around Tang Zhe's side, Tang Zhe couldn't help but let out an ouch. If it wasn't for the fact that he was severely lacking in rations, he would have turned around and collapsed. A hand grabbed Yi Qingyi's dampened hair. Let go of me, you scumbag. Tang Zhe ruthlessly grabbed Yi Qingyi's long hair and pulled it down hard and said in a deep voice, I've spent 10 cases of mineral water to get you on camera, and you're telling me that you're going to leave? I am not your goods. And you don't want to have your way. Enduring the pain, Yi Qingyi angrily rebuked Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe's face became extraordinarily cold, directly taking out his pistol and moving it towards Yi Qingyi's forehead. Do you really think that I can't spare you this extreme ration? Looking at Tang Zhe's icy gaze, Yi Qingyi knew that she had angered a devil. It was better to die, lest she be defiled. Zihui would only know that she was missing. Don't! In the nick of time, Bai, who walked out of the bathroom, subconsciously shouted. Tang Zhe's gaze shifted to Bai, as if to say, you want to die for her too? I can fulfill you. Bai was scared and directly paralyzed to the ground. Sun Ting was still quite stable, immediately explaining, Xiao Bai is not that meaning. Xiao Bai is thinking that this sister still has a chance. Didn't we also resist at first? Tang Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly. Sun Ting continued, it would be too cheap to beat her to death now. She doesn't know how to be grateful at all. Tang Zhe felt a bit reasonable when he heard this. Killing her with one shot did seem a bit cheap. But even if it wasn't one shot to death, it was still necessary to let her know that I, Tang Zhe was not a good man or woman. The right fist fell hard on Yi Qingyi's soft belly, although only used a little bit of force, but also not a woman can withstand. Yi Qingyi's wide-eyed beauty covered her belly. Her knees couldn't help but kneel on the ground and then fall down. The intense pain made her roll up her body. Cold sweat kept coming out. Fine, then I'll give you guys a few days. If you still make noise, not only will she have to die, you guys will also be punished. Sun Ting couldn't wait to slap herself. How did she get herself into this? This woman is going to get everyone killed. What's the point of pretending? Bring it in and wash it. Tang Zhe finished lighting a cigarette. Other people still say that the grace of saving a life is returned in kind. This is good. Scolding himself for being shameless, Sun Ting and the terrified Anbai dragged Yi Qingyi into the bathroom. The angry Sun Ting took the spray head and drenched it. Lying on the floor, Yi Qingyi's face was so white with pain that it was like a piece of paper, and she didn't have the strength to speak. We were kind enough to talk to you. You were good, causing us all to be punished. The moment they thought of that feeling, Sun Ting and Anbai's faces also turned white, never wanting to experience that horrible punishment in their lives. The more Sun Ting thought about it, the more fearful she became. She directly raised her jade foot and stepped on Yi Qingyi's petite body. Yi Qingyi could only make muffled noises and curled up in a hard way. Xiao Bai, what are you waiting for? You save her, she still harms both of us. And Bai appeared to be struggling, her lips trembling. I don't dare. Xiao Bai, do you know why that ex-boyfriend of yours can control you? You are just cowardly. I'm not cowardly. I'm just. Shook Anbai's head. Sun Ting held Anbai's chin and said in a low voice, Xiao Bai, the two of us are grasshoppers on a rope. I know. Then kick her. Anbai looked down at the agonized Yi Qingyi, her face covered in struggle, but she slowly raised her jade leg, then stepped on it with her eyes closed. Ah! Yi Qingyi let out a wail of pain. After all, a woman stepped down with her eyes closed. It was not light or heavy, but it was a lot heavier than Sun Ting's hand. Sitting on the sofa, Tang Zhe silently heard Yi Qingyi's miserable screams. His face did not have half a ripple. Originally this evening was quite happy, feeling that he had picked up a treasure. But as a result, she thinks she is a charity organization here. When is she still so naive? In the bathroom, Sun Ting has finished her anger, and Bai crouched on the floor, unable to believe that she would hurt a stranger, with nervousness and panic in her eyes, but there is also a little bit of excitement after venting. Sun Ting looked at Anbai that demeanor, sighed. We even moved the corpse. What is there to be afraid of? This kind of woman does not need to pity for her. Really think that everyone will be spoiled. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Several consecutive WeChat sounds. Sun Ting looked to the side of the cell phone. Seems to be this woman's cell phone. Yi Qingyi looked at Sun Ting picking up her own cell phone, endured the pain and shouted, give it back to me. Sun Ting gave Yi Qingyi a disdainful look, then grabbed Yi Qingyi's hand. However, Yi Qingyi immediately struggled, not giving Sun Ting the fingerprint lock. Xiao Bai, Anbai. Sun Ting continuously shouted several times before Anbai came back to his senses. Don't be dumbfounded. Hold her down. Ah, oh. Anbai looked at Yi Qingyi with an apologetic gaze and then pressed her down as Sun Ting managed to open her phone. Sun Ting opened WeChat, and the corner of her mouth rose up slightly. What an intimate note. The future old male mister. Please, give it back to me. You give me back my cell phone. Even though Yi Qingyi was being pressed by Anbai, even though her whole body was in pain, she still reached out her hand to grab the phone. However, Sun Ting's jade foot directly stepped on the back of Yi Qingyi's hand. Ah, 5 fingers connected to the heart. Yi Qingyi from childhood to adulthood, which had suffered a crime like today, had always been held in the heart of the hand to care for. Sun Ting laughed. Your future old male son, Mr. Hui seems to be in a hurry, asking how you are doing. Why don't you return his message? How do you think I should reply? Yi Qingyi held back from crying even when she was beaten, but hearing such a threat, the long-suppressed tears could not help but flow out, because Yi Qingyi didn't dare to tell her fiancé that this side had been in chaos. Her brother-in-law and sister had died, and she herself had been arrested. She is clean in her fiancé's heart, so she has to keep it up all the time, and even be ready to die, that the pure fiancé is still in his heart, instead of being defiled. Looking at Yi Qingyi's reaction, Sun Ting's beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had caught the handle. Sitting on the sofa, Tang Zhe looked at the TV, and now there was only network TV to watch. The local satellite TV was gone. As the bathroom door opened, Tang Zhe turned his head to look. The clean Yi Qingyi was really different, but her eyes were a bit empty. Master, I'll take her to dress up first. Soon. Tang Zhe absently propped up his chin and hummed. Although Yi Qingyi was now trembling with fear, he still didn't have any good feelings towards her. 20 minutes later, Yi Qingyi was finally let out. The original slightly dry and messy hair became incomparably soft and smooth, emitting a fragrance. The light makeup made that face even better. The pure white dress reflected her bumpy figure to the fullest. The willow waist was tied with a black belt, highlighting that thin waist. Still not calling out. Sun Ting slapped Yi Qingyi's buttocks and reminded her. Yi Qingyi pinched her fingers into her hand, lowered her head and gritted her teeth. Seeing that Yi Qingyi did not speak, Sun Ting that gas came up at once, while Yi Qingyi whispered a few times in her ear. Yi Qingyi's delicate body trembled, slowly spat out. Master. Tang Zai gave an affirmative gaze. This hand of yours takes my breath away. Come here. Tang Zai ordered. Not to be questioned. Yi Qingyi got up and came to Tang Zai's side, but lowered her head, not looking at Tang Zai. In the past, a delivery person and a vice president of an advertising agency were completely incapable of intersecting. Yet now it was more than just to intersect. Sit over here. Tang Zai patted his leg and said indifferently. Yi Qingyi tightly bit her red lips. Those delicate red lips were blanched. Tang Zai didn't have half a bit of pity in his heart. Placing his hands on that smooth and slender jade leg. Look at me. Seeing that Yi Qingyi didn't react, Tang Zai faintly said. I don't want to repeat what I said. The crying red beautiful eyes slowly looked at Tang Zai, while Tang Zai realized that Yi Qingyi's gaze still carried unwillingness in its depths, as well as hatred. Suddenly, a familiar ringtone rang out. A voice call. Sun Ting took Yi Qingyi's cell phone and glanced at it, smiling. It's your fiancé calling. With just this one sentence, it made Yi Qingyi panic and hurriedly said, Don't answer it. How can that be? Your fiancé is worried about your safety. I'll help you pick it up. Speak for yourself. Sun Ting said and helped answer it, then handed it to Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi wanted to hang up too late. Her fiancé's appearance had already appeared in the cell phone. The cell phone immediately rang with Zhang Zihui's worried voice. Why don't you reply to my message? I thought something happened to you. Worried me to death. Why are you crying? What happened? Listening to her fiancé's worried voice, a wave of uneasiness welled up in Yi Qingyi's heart. No, I'm just scared. Yi Qingyi suppressed her tears and revealed a sincere smile, telling her fiancé not to worry. Zhang Zihui was heartbroken. As a man he actually had no way to protect his fiancé. I'm sorry. I hate myself so much for being incapable and not being able to pick you up, making you scared all day long. Yi Qingyi's face didn't show any breakage, even said gently, Fool, don't blame yourself. We will all be fine. Well, don't cry. I won't cry. Suddenly, Zhang Zihui realized that his fiancé was extraordinarily beautiful tonight. Why are you suddenly wearing makeup? It's not that I didn't reply to your message. I'm afraid you'll get angry. So I put on some makeup so you can see the beautiful me. The corner of Tang Zai's mouth hooked up a trace of arc. This woman cheating his own man. IQ directly broke through the sky. You are the most beautiful woman in the world. Sun Ting skimmed her mouth after hearing this, and whispered towards and by at her side. What a scummy quote. Well, I've heard it too. Zhang Zihui's words made Yi Qingyi ashamed. She actually betrayed the man she loved so much. Zihui, take an early rest. I'm going to rest too. Yi Qingyi was afraid that she would make strange noises that would make her fiancé suspicious and didn't want to say anything more. Zhang Zihui even gave a kiss towards the camera, and several people shouted shamelessly Tang Zai smiled faintly. What a loving pair of people. It makes people envious. I like your body, but I don't like your eyes. I don't need you to like it, Yi Qingyi said in a deep voice. Tang Zai suddenly let out a laugh. You seem to be more afraid of them than me. Why is that? Yi Qingyi didn't say anything, her pretty face turning white in pain. Tang Zai stretched out his hand, cupping Yi Qingyi's chin, and said indifferently, They will threaten you and tell your fiancé about you. I won't. I'll just find your fiancé and kill his entire family. You've seen my methods before. You're not human. Yi Qingyi grabbed Tang Zai's clothes and drank petulantly. She was afraid. When did I say I'm human? I'm the devil of devils, and the more colorful kind. Yi Qingyi couldn't imagine what would happen if her fiancé found out. He would even go as far as to kill Zihui's entire family. Remembering that murderous look, Yi Qingyi really wouldn't doubt the authenticity of this. In the future, you eat their leftovers. If you behave well, you still have a chance to be like them. Now you know what to do. The next day, Yi Qingyi woke up in a daze. The first thing she felt was if she was dead. When she saw the furnishings around her, she wasn't dead but still in hell. Remembering last night's abuse, Yi Qingyi wanted to cry but realized she couldn't. Her sister and brother-in-law died at home, and she herself also ended up in such a situation. Looking at the door is not far away. Yi Qingyi sprouted the idea of escaping. Just a little bit of moving the body. The abdomen comes from a sharp pain. If I had known this, the first time should be earlier to the fiancé. Enduring the pain, Yi Qingyi slowly moved. The clanging sound of the chains woke up the two women sleeping next to her. Sun Ting yawned and said faintly, Looks like you haven't grown a memory. Yi Qingyi was able to become the vice president, although she had the help of her fiancé. But her own brain was also very smart. Having fallen into such a situation, the only way was to hold back and look for another opportunity, definitely not to bow down. No, I'm just a bit hungry, Yi Qingyi hurriedly explained, and Bai lightly laughed. It's not time to eat yet, the master hasn't even gotten up yet. Yi Qingyi realized that Bai was different from Sun Ting. Sun Ting was Tang Zei's most loyal follower, but Bai felt different, as if she was oppressed just like herself. Maybe a breakthrough point could be found here. No matter what, he could only obey him now, or else not only would he die, those photos would be sent out, and even the lives of his fiancée's entire family would be threatened. After getting up, Tang Zei brushed his teeth. His progress in the past 2 days had been quite fast, reaching 16%. At this rate, 3% a day, almost a month would be enough to unlock the End Times gift pack 2.0. If there were 3 more rations, the time could be shrunk by double. Unfortunately, so far, these 3 were already the top rations, and having gotten used to eating fat abalone, how could he still look at crooked rations? Coming to the balcony, Tang Zei felt a cold wind coming. For the south in September, this weather is a little strange. Good thing there is air conditioning in the house. Opened the cell phone. Already does not show the weather temperature, but Tang Zei felt, outside only about 10 degrees. This change in the speed of the weather is also too fast. Coming to the living room, Tang Zei's gaze looked at Yi Qingyi, who couldn't help but move backward. Fearful of Tang Zei ignored it and stroked Bai and Sun Ting's heads as he prepared to enjoy breakfast. Breakfast was basically the most nutritious meal of the day, but for what Yi Qingyi had done, it was natural to still eat the rest of the 2 women's leftovers as said. When the shiitake mushroom chicken soup appeared, Yi Qingyi's people were dumbfounded. They actually had this kind of food. How could it be? That was actually still sweet and sour pork. There was even a bowl of black chicken rice noodles. Sun Ting and Bai had long been hungry and screaming. Lying on the floor, they hurriedly ate. The living room was full of the aroma of chicken soup. Yi Qingyi's red lips were madly secreting mucus, and her jade neck couldn't help but swallow, but she could only look on blearily. Tang Zei is not so rich in food. Get 2 meat buns and rice. See what news in the neighborhood group. After more than 10 minutes, the 2 women were considered full, and the rest was left to Yi Qingyi. Sweet and sour spare ribs only had bones left. Wu chicken rice noodle only had half a bowl of soup with bones all over it, and the same was true for the shiitake mushroom chicken soup. Eat, don't keep looking, Sun Ting said indifferently. Yi Qingyi looked at the leftover food and soup. She had never eaten so much in her life, but the thick aroma of the chicken soup was too irresistible to resist. How could she have the strength to think of a way to escape without eating her fill? With this self-congratulation, Yi Qingyi immediately began to drink the black chicken soup. Immediately felt warm in the stomach. Actually more delicious than the Michelin restaurant. Mix her some rice, Tang Zei said indifferently. You guys ate all the meat. Just her drinking some soup and gnawing bones can eat enough not eat full which have the strength to withstand the savage rushing. And Bio sound. Quickly served a large spoon of white rice. Yi Qingyi looked up at the mass of white rice. It feels like it has been years since I saw it. In this kind of lack of water, who still has water to cook? Is eating raw rice to satiate the stomach? Hurry up and eat. And Bai reminded. Don't make Tang Zei angry when the time comes. There's nothing to eat. Yi Qingyi looked at Bai gratefully. With the white rice put inside the chicken soup, it was all about to turn into cassoulet chicken rice. The living room rang with the sound of Yi Qingyi eating, even the leftover bones. Yi Qingyi didn't let go of them, chewing and swallowing. Hiccup. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but burp. This time even she felt ashamed, but it felt like it had been a long time since she had been full like this. If there was another bowl, Yi Qingyi felt like she could eat it too. Suddenly, a familiar bell rang. Your fiancé really cares about you. Sun Ting picked up the cell phone and laughed. Yi Qingyi did not have the intention of stepping out to snatch it, because she knew that doing so would only provoke them and get herself hurt. My dad's friend said that there will be a big temperature drop and heavy winds and snow in a few days, so you have to pay attention to keeping warm. Cooling? Yi Qingyi didn't feel anything at all. Well, the southern region is around -20 degrees during the day and -40 degrees at night. The northern region is even colder. And don't touch the heavy snow. It's the same as this rain. Tang Zei frowned after hearing this. He thought there would be a rain stop, but he didn't realize that the next step was a major cooling. It seems that he will still be stuck here. No way. Need to find a chance to get out. Getting out to find rations is the top priority. Well, I know. We'll pay attention to keep warm. Don't you worry. Why are you crying again? Jiang Zihui saw his fiancé crying. That anxious Nothing, just a little sentimental. Alas, if you didn't go to your sister's house for dinner that night, you would already be by my side. Jiang Zihui sighed. Yi Qingyi felt the same way. If she left, she wouldn't have run into this devil. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Suddenly a youthful voice rang out, which made Tang Zhe pause for a moment, and Yi Qingyi was finally relieved. The girl in the phone was about 17 or 18 years old. Her pretty cheeks manifested youthfulness and vigor, with the innocence and aura of youth, wearing a wool sweater, revealing that slightly sexy collarbone, and wearing a new Hermes summer adornment on her jade neck. Nana, I'm resting. Jiang Nana froze. Sister-in-law, you need to rest well. It will be fine. Okay, I will rest well. Don't worry guys. Yi Qingyi's face all gradually reddened. How did she become like this, taking out her dead brother-in-law as well? Jiang Nana expressed her uncertainty. Sister-in-law, you must pay attention to safety. My brother always misses you. He even secretly looks at your pictures. What are you little brat saying? Jiang Zihue was a bit embarrassed, while Yi Qingyi was even more ashamed, feeling that she was being unfaithful to love and was no longer worthy of her fiancé. You rest well. I'll go clean her up. Nonsense. Well, you go. Listening to the playful sounds coming from the cell phone, Yi Qingyi was envious. Originally she should have been in the middle of it, turning off the video call and having to face Tang Zhe. So she's your little aunt. Sun Ting took her cell phone and opened the photo album, finding the photo to show Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe couldn't help but nod his head after looking at it. Not a bad choice. What are you doing? Yi Qingyi suddenly let out a low shout. Hearing this questioning tone, Tang Zhe became a bit offended. In the afternoon, eat some. In the living room, and Bai secretly took out the leftovers from the refrigerator and came to Yi Qingyi. Looking at Bai, Yi Qingyi gradually dropped her defenses and weakly said thank you. Sister, don't provoke the master again. Yi Qingyi took a big bite of her meal, wanting to die herself, but not daring to. Bai, why are you all so obedient? Yi Qingyi asked. Why aren't you all resisting? Bai froze for a moment and whispered. We still have food and drink now. It's all because of our master. If it wasn't for our master, I'm afraid that we would have already turned into corpses, and there are 4 or 5 more female corpses these days. Yi Qingyi certainly didn't want to. Every time she saw the female corpses on the grass, they were basically brutally abused. What happened to this world? It became so horrible. If at first it was because of fear, then now maybe it's paying back the favor. Paying back the favor? Yi Qingyi gave a surprised cry. Yes. What is the character of those people in the neighborhood? Is there a single girl who was captured who ended up in a good place? While we are safe under the shelter of our master, what we give and what we get is not worth mentioning at all. Yi Qingyi suddenly realized that Bai had a point. Sun Ting walked out of the bedroom at this time. Seeing the two in the living room, Yi Qingyi hurriedly put down the plate in her hand, fearing that Sun Ting would go and tell on her. And Sun Ting said faintly, eat, lest you be starved to death. Bai nodded and whispered, Sister Ting is actually not bad. The main thing is that you are too stubborn. This wasn't bad. It was all her idea to be like this herself. Bai, don't talk nonsense. I'm a bad woman. Sun Ting skimmed her red lips. In this kind of world, there was nothing good about being a good person. It was better to be a bad person. Bai pursed her lips, knowing that Sun Ting was speaking in anger. Thanks. I'm full. Yi Qingyi wiped the corners of her mouth. This feeling of fullness gave people an urge to sleep. Sun Ting faintly reminded, if you want to die, you can beg. The master will give you this opportunity. But if you want to live, then put down your vice president, or perhaps the identity of the Grand Duke's fiancé, and don't involve me in Bai. A person wanted to live. No one wanted to die. The living room was silent. Bai poured a cup of warm water for Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi took the warm water and didn't drink it, but said in a low voice, can you find me a nice-looking dress? Sun Ting and Bai glanced at each other. This time it seemed to be a bit different. It seemed that life still came first. Tang Zhe did take a steady nap, got up and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the green belt in the center of the district, all to be completely covered by corpses. Perhaps because the temperature had recently lowered, the corpse stench was reduced a bit. This kind of environment, Tang Zhe does not want to stay. Sooner or later will be smoked to death. Opening the door and stepping out of the bedroom, Tang Zhe realized that Yi Qingyi didn't make any noise and seemed to be quieter, and directly took out the food reward. When Yi Qingyi saw a complete fried chicken leg appear in front of her eyes, she suddenly had an urge to cry. This kind of junk food that she didn't even look at before actually had to make herself throw away her dignity to obtain it. Without thinking, she ate it all. Isn't that what it's all about in the midst of the post-apocalyptic world? Filling your stomach. Any more requests? Tang Zhe calmly looked at Yi Qingyi and asked. This question was tricky, but it was hard to beat the highly educated Yi Qingyi, who wouldn't make any requests in front of Tang Zhe, and could only obey unconditionally, even if he told himself to jump down from here. I have no demands. I just want to bring my master never-ending pleasure. Sun Ting and Anbai once again looked at each other. This woman was very good at making men happy. However, Tang Zai didn't trust Yi Qingyi, and even in his heart, he didn't trust Sun Ting and Anbai. The law of the end times. No one else could be trusted except himself. Pretty good. You two eat these. Tang Zai gave the remaining chicken legs and wings to Sun Ting and Anbai, mainly to let Yi Qingyi know. Don't think that by bowing your head and pampering yourself, you're better than them. Don't make a little substantial contribution, and always eat the leftover food of the two of them. Listening to the sound of chewing on the fried chicken leg, Yi Qingyi also longed for it, but now she could only live like this. You can still talk and communicate with your fiancé, but only under my supervision. Tang Zai lightly stroked Yi Qingyi's hair with a faint smile. Yi Qingyi of course understood the meaning of this supervision, but at least she could still see her fiancé. Thank you. Of course, you can also secretly ask your fiancé for help, so that your fiancé can come and save you. No, I promise I won't. Yi Qingyi shook her head frantically, but in her heart, she had this idea. Tang Zai slightly lowered his head, his index finger tickling that pretty face, his thumb touching on those soft red lips. It's okay, I'll chop off your fiancé's head and make his skull into a bowl, so that you'll eat in that bowl every day, and your thoughts will all be more harmonious. Listening to Tang Zai say such horrible words, images even appeared in Yi Qingyi's mind. Not to mention Yi Qingyi, Sun Ting and Anbai were also shocked. Suddenly Tang Zai laughed out loud. I'm just kidding. See how scared you guys are. I won't tease you anymore. Sun Ting and Anbai looked at Tang Zai grudgingly, but Yi Qingyi felt that Tang Zai wasn't joking and immediately said, I don't want to be contacted. I'm all yours. Perhaps this was the only way to preserve her fiancé's family. I said I was joking. It's not like I'm trying to break up your loving couple, make it seem like I'm the bad guy. Could there be a worse one than this? Yi Qingyi also only dared to think about it in her heart, but she didn't continue to talk about it, and under the contact of the past few days, she summarized a few important pieces of information. For what Tang Zai said, there was no need to ask more questions. Don't pursue, and even more don't question. Of course, sometimes it was possible, but it was definitely a pleasing and pampering type of questioning. Ting Ting, give her back her cell phone. Sun Ting handed Yi Qingyi's out. This time Yi Qingyi was a bit confused. Wasn't this something that threatened her? At this time Sun Ting was embarrassed. I impersonated you for a bit in the morning. Sorry, impersonating me? Just want to know where your fiancé lives. Don't think too much. Instantly, Yi Qingyi's face turned pale. Tang Zai glared. TSK, don't scare people all the time, said Tang Zai as he hugged Yi Qingyi to his body. If there's a chance to go to Yunhai City, I'll let you guys meet. Just about to say no. Yi Qingyi immediately changed her words and obediently said, but I'm the master's cat. Would it not be good? What's not good? Don't you want to meet? Yi Qingyi didn't dare to say no. I want to see. If your fiancé knows about us, will he get angry and hit you? Listening to Tang Zai's flirtatious tone, Yi Qingyi softly said, my fiancé won't know. You're really getting more and more right. Just rest today. Yi Qingyi obediently sat next to her, and was rewarded with a $6 bag of Ritz cucumber-flavored potato chips. Tang Zai hugged Anbai to his side and said in a low voice, I'm planning to leave this neighborhood in a few days. The three girls immediately looked up at Tang Zai. Leave this neighborhood? Will you bring us along? Of course I have to bring you guys along. Otherwise who am I going to? With such a sentence, the three girls were relieved at the same time. Without Tang Zai, the great god, they would be snatched at any time, and then abused in a deal etc. etc. But it's getting colder and colder now, and you can't touch the rain or snow. If the wind blows into your clothes you'll die. Sun Ting raised her concerns. Going out there was a possibility of dying. Even though there were only three here, it was better than going out and risking your life. But Sun Ting didn't realize Tang Zai's purpose. 3 was too little, a drop in the bucket. Besides, this neighborhood had almost run out of people to play with. These days I have prepared something that can withstand the rain and snow. Of course, I am and will not force you. You can choose to stay. I am reasonable. After saying that, Tang Zai revealed a gentle smile. Just such a smile fell in the eyes of the three women. Not gentle at all. Like a bloodthirsty beast. Without any hesitation, the three women nodded at the same time. Taking out his cell phone, Tang Zai pointed the camera at himself. Bye. Be cute. Let's take a selfie. And Bai obediently closed her beautiful eyes and stretched out her pink little tongue. 10,000 times cuter. Card. Tang Zai on the cell phone smiled. And Bai's beautiful face with a hint of redness. A little cute, but also a little shy. Jade-like fragrant shoulders snuggled up to Tang Zai. Tang Zai backhanded it and sent it to his friend circle, adding a sentence. It's really well behaved. In Tang Zai's WeChat contacts, the vast majority of them are the leaders of the past part-time jobs. No less than they called out to them. No other meaning. It's just a pure show-off. And then visit one by one. Sure enough, this circle of friends exploded. Tang Zay, you kid can there is such a beautiful woman accompanied. I have some supplies. Want? Grass. Tang Zay, you are still loaded. Quickly send the beauty. Xiao Tang. As your former leader to tell you a word. This rich you cannot enjoy. Tang Zay, where do you live? Old son, now come to find you. I'm so hot to see this. This slut is superb. All sorts of envious and jealous words were left underneath the photo, all in a condescending manner. Seeing Tang Zay's smile thickened. Ting Ting, come over here too. The three of us will take a picture together. Tang Zay beckoned. Sun Ting obediently sat aside. The two women kissed towards Tang Zay's cheeks at the same time. The picture was as luscious as it needed to be. After all, most women nowadays hadn't taken care of themselves for a long time. How could they have such beauty? And this time, Tang Zay intentionally moved the camera down, revealing that half of the proud snowy mountain, black lace hidden, let a person spurt blood, plus the accompanying text, double happiness. Sure enough, once the circle of friends was sent, it was even more unbelievable. Xiao Tang, listen to uncle's advice. Can't afford to enjoy to uncle. Uncle has plenty of supplies. Tang Zay, where did you TMD find a woman? Brother Tang, I have supplies on my side. Do we want to share? Mr. Tang, we're not as well off as a dog, but you're so dashing. Point the way. Looking at these hostile replies, Tang Zay appeared extraordinarily calm, slowly got up. Yi Qingyi on the side thought she would call on herself to take a selfie together. She was about to stand up, but the result was that Tang Zay walked away. This makes Yi Qingyi froze in place, feeling particularly clown, to their own posture, is not qualified to join the selfie, become show-off capital. A sudden wave of frustration welled up in Yi Qingyi's heart. Tang Zay was going to take a picture of the supplies, and then sent it in the circle of friends. Can't even finish eating. With beautiful women and supplies, all men knew that this was definitely a divine life. All the people originally called Xiao Tang, Tang Zay changed their names. All of them were Chief Tang. Tang Zay said that everyone used to be co-workers and had to take care of each other, promising that they would go and send a little bit of supplies when they had time. A video call came directly to Tang Zay's side. Manager Xiao of Hua and Hotel. Tang Zay answered the video call, and a middle-aged Mediterranean man appeared on the screen with a lewd smile. Xiao Tang, still remember me? Manager Xiao, of course I remember. How could Tang Zay forget? At that time when he was a doorman in Hua and Hotel, Manager Xiao was the hotel lobby manager. And just because he was honest, the most tiring and dirty work was always his own. Now he still remembered Manager Zhao's reprimand. You a hick. Life is a working life. Let you as a porter is to look up to you, or sweep the toilet to go. Only back then that reprimanding look disappeared. With a pleasing smile, Xiao Tang, I knew that you are promising, but unfortunately at that time you left the job too quickly. Was going to give you a captain to be. Manager Xiao, how can I be a captain? Think too highly of me. Xiao Tang, you are wrong. You are the most promising young man I have ever seen. A burst of rainbow farts tried to pat Tang Zay into submission, while Tang Zay sat on the sofa and pulled Yi Qingyi on the ground into his arms. While Manager Xiao saw the charming Yi Qingyi, his smile stiffened. This is the third of the Nima. These days the family lives with 3 superb women. What kind of strength does it have to be? Xiao Manager's heart is very clear. At least it is also the boss level. Yi Qingyi's heart was finally comfortable. More accurately said, it was slightly balanced, but turned his head and thought, why would he care about this kind of thing? He must be crazy. Manager Xiao looking for me should have something. Right. Tang Zay held that full snowy peak and laughed. Yi Qingyi bit her red lips and murmured, which could make Manager Xiao look at the tears. It is the home to eat fast to the bottom. Xiao Manager are a little bit unable to open the mouth. How to Tang Zay back then is still a little bit of memory. In not really no way. Tang Zay seconds to understand. Xiao Manager, see what you say. You used to take care of me so much. I deserve to repay. You first give me an address. And so the weather is a little bit better. I send you. That's great. I knew I didn't see the wrong person. Manager Xiao was overjoyed. Only with jealousy in the depths of his gaze. He even started to play bad thoughts in his heart. Getting an address. Tang Zay wasn't satisfied. Former leaders sent congratulatory messages one after another. And one address appeared. And when Tang Zay saw those addresses, the smile on his face grew even thicker. Ding dong sound. Tang Zay WeChat rang. The 3 girls looked at Tang Zay's cell phone at the same time. The look was like a boyfriend WeChat ringing. The girlfriend subconsciously will look over. This is not to blame the 3 girls. Tang Zay's WeChat has never called. Even just now. It was all about hitting the video over to make sure Tang Zay really had supplies, not pictures. Tang Zay also thought it was some embarrassed former leader, but saw the WeChat name pause. This is not an ex-leader. It is an ex-girlfriend. No, it is not even considered an ex-girlfriend, because people did not even agree. The three women saw Tang Zai's expression, and knew in their hearts that there must be a story, so strong that the man's heart is loaded with things, gossip heart burning in the heart. Even Yi Qingyi is also incomparably curious. Can only say that women know too much? Tang Zai's gaze swept towards the three women. The latter immediately lowered their heads, absently looking away. Come and see if you want to. Like a thief. Tang Zai laughed, and Bai was the first to rush over. Sun Ting couldn't even pull. In case Tang Zai was just talking, you still took it seriously. Be careful not to have dinner at night. When looking at Tang Zai, really do not blame after. Sun Ting only peace of mind to walk to gossip. Yi Qingyi told himself in his heart. What good gossip? Off you Yi Qingyi what? When saw Sun Ting and in by that exaggerated expression, Yi Qingyi scolded himself. Immediately also came up to gossip, only to see a cartoon avatar of a person to send a sentence. Are you okay? With 4 simple words, the three women were immediately able to conclude that the other party was a woman, and that the relationship with Tang Zai was absolutely extraordinary, or else they wouldn't have used this opening. So the three women came to the conclusion in their hearts that 9 times out of 10, it was an ex-girlfriend. Ask one by one. The noise is hurting my ears. Tang Zai was speechless. Are you women that gossipy? Yi Qingyi, starting with you, then Xiao Bai, then Ting Ting. Upon hearing Tang Zai put himself first, Yi Qingyi was still a little happy in her heart, but soon felt that something was wrong. Why should she be happy? Just because she was ranked first? What's there to be happy about? Yi Qingyi, don't be brainwashed by him. You're just bored and want to listen to a story. Sun Ting immediately voiced out a suggestion. Should we drink some red wine? That way we can listen to the story. You're the one with too much to do. Go get it. Tang Zai didn't care. Being bored was boring anyway, and I'm afraid no one else knows about this matter other than himself. Sun Ting opened a bottle of 800 yuan red wine, poured it all, and even poured a glass for Yi Qingyi as well. Ask. Tang Zai took a sip and leaned back on the sofa. Yi Qingyi coughed lightly. Who is she? Should be considered a former object of pursuit. Tang Zai said truthfully, that was a not-so-happy past, but now he was able to ignore that past, and even share it with them all. And Bai immediately followed up with, did you catch up, or did you catch up and break up? Of course it didn't catch up. Sun Ting picked up and asked, why didn't you catch up? Tang Zai was speechless. Are you stupid? If I went after one of you before, would you care about me? There was nothing wrong with saying this. The three girls didn't deny this fact. In the past they really wouldn't have bothered with Tang Zai. What does she do that she can't see you? Yi Qingyi asked next. Tang Zai shook the red wine in his glass and said softly, 3 years ago, we were working in a hotel. I was a doorman and she was the receptionist. Wouldn't that be pretty? As pretty as us? Look at the photo. And Bai couldn't wait to see the photos. Yi Qingyi all showed keen interest. Tang Zai sked. Where are the photos? There must be in the circle of friends. The three girls insisted on looking. F***ck. You guys. Master. You just said you wouldn't get angry. And Bai said pitifully. Tang Zai. Okay. Who let me be reasonable? Said open the other party's friend circle. However, it was visible for 3 days. The three women were disappointed for a while, but to be able to work at the front desk of Huan Hotel, the looks must not be bad. Sun Ting continued to ask, so does she have a boyfriend to reject you, or is it something else? Tang Zai drank the red wine in one gulp and said blandly, I don't know, but she does look pretty good, but it's still a bit worse than you guys. These words made the three women feel comfortable in their hearts. Although worse than you guys, but in other people's eyes, that is also a beautiful woman. The hotel workers belongs to the sought-after women. I am certainly among them. The three women couldn't help but listen intently. Their minds began to fantasize a picture of a poor boy wooing a flamboyant woman, and then being. The master was so miserable. The compassion in the women's hearts immediately surged out. They couldn't wait to immediately comfort the injured master and make him happy. At that time, when the porter's salary was 800 a month, Yi Qingyi exclaimed, only 800 ah? Only later did I realize that it was just a card for my trial period. Yi Qingyi all felt that Tang Zai was also too miserable. No wonder he was so vindictive. I remember it was a sunny noon, and I spent a huge amount of money to buy her a cafeteria meal of the hotel's highest standard. As soon as these words came out, the three women poofed, really unable to hold it in. The corner of Tang Zai's mouth twitched. Is it so funny for Lousy to tell you guys something so sad? And Bai was aggrieved. I didn't laugh. It was you guys who were laughing. Tang Zai said helplessly. I thought she would accept, but reality is cruel. I was rejected. The three women could already guess the outcome. In their place they would have rejected it as well. But Tang Zai didn't finish and continued. She tipped over the dinner plate and those expensive dishes fell on the ground. The people around them all looked this way. Hearing this, and Bai stopped pouting and was a bit incredulous. Even if he rejected people, he didn't have to do this. Then uttered a sentence that was memorized, and even looked at Sun Ting after saying it. Your loser sentence really doesn't count for much. Sun Ting cursed herself. What was the point of cursing people at that time? Mainly because there was too much vicious language on the public screen during the dance. She couldn't help but be annoyed. And when she saw Tang Zhe, she took her anger out on him. She said, I am a dirt dog. Should lift my leg and take a piss to see what qualifications to invite her to dinner. The living room became quiet all of a sudden. Yi Qingyi didn't think that there was actually this kind of woman. It's really hateful. Just reject it. Why do you still have to hurt people with your words? Although Tang Zhe is not a human being, the devil either. Then did you beat her up? And Bai asked with anticipation, wanting to hear that Tang Zhe had beaten up that bad woman. Tang Zhe smiled and shook his head. I picked up the rice that fell on the floor. That was bought for $199. Can't be wasted. Even though there were giggles all around. The three girls were shocked. Was the previous Tang Zhe so cowardly and timid? This was a completely different person from the god of kill he saw. So it was a failure before it even started. Tang Zhe shrugged and lit a cigarette. Now that he thought about it, the self at that time was very childish and weak. Then don't reply to her. Starve her to death. And Beidou said angrily. Yi Qingyi suddenly said, that would be too cheap for her. This time Tang Zhe plus the two women all looked at Yi Qingyi. You're changing too fast. The smart Yi Qingyi of course knew the stance on this issue, and went along with Tang Zhe to make him happy so that she could have a chance. But Yi Qingyi seemed to forget that her chances were to be paid for by someone else's pain. And in a way, Yi Qingyi's mind was slowly starting to change. Then how do you guys think it's more appropriate for me to reply? Tang Zhe thought it was kinda interesting to see their reactions. Yi Qingyi volunteered. Master, why don't you leave it to me to reply? Sun Ting and Bai looked away. You've got some nerve. Tang Zhe paused for a moment, rather curious about how Yi Qingyi would handle it, directly placing the phone in Yi Qingyi's hand. Yi Qingyi thought for a moment and replied, pretty good. Mountain Lake District is considered high-grade in Huan City, reaching an average of 20,000 square feet, and it is also relatively close to the city center. And downstairs is the subway, which is very convenient. The people who lived here were naturally elites, and there wasn't a situation like Tang Zhe's side, but it was only a matter of time. On the sofa, Chao Yu wearing a light pajamas eyes are looking at the TV. What is playing on the TV is not important. The mind is thinking about one thing. Before that dirt dog actually in such a time to live a colorful life. The side is even accompanied by a girl who is prettier than himself. The supplies are going to be piled up half of the living room. Looking at the supplies he was about to bottom out. Chao Yu frowned deeply. If only he could trick those supplies. Haven't you gotten a reply yet? A man in his 50s came out of the toilet. A whole round older. With Chao Yu's financial strength naturally couldn't afford to buy a house here. This suite belonged to the man, used exclusively to keep his lover, and also the deputy general manager of Huan Hotel. But this man was a bit ridiculously fat, with at least 300 pounds, while Chao Yu was only 90 pounds, which sometimes pressed down to the point where he couldn't breathe. Not yet, Chao Yu said helplessly. Bai Jian sat next to her, that fat hand resting on her fragrant shoulder. This kind of man will show off once he gets power, especially to those who have abandoned him before, so he will definitely reply to you, and maybe even want you. Bai Jian whispered sinisterly, his mind calculating how to grab the supplies. Without the supplies, those two beauties would naturally leave him, and then they would all be his own. There was a ding-dong sound. Look, it's not hooked. Chao Yu picked up his cell phone and sighed in relief. He thought he wouldn't take the bait. Be direct. Make him feel good. Bai Jian reminded on the side. Chao Yu took a deep breath and replied, I miss you. Yi Qingyi on the other side gave an exasperated laugh when she saw such a reply. This woman was shameless. Tang Zhe smiled without saying anything and pinched Sun Ting's exquisite face. A front desk girl from a few years ago was just that, unable to compare to the anchor on her body at all. Yi Qingyi continued to reply, now you know you miss me. What did you do before? Bai Jian took a look at such a reply and laughed. It seems there is still love for you. Continue. I'm sorry I was wrong. Can you still forgive me? Yi Qingyi couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to rush across the screen and pound this shameless woman on the ground. Simply a green tea whore. And Bai Hofton said, Master, you must not be soft. Oh, do you think I'll forgive you? Don't even think about it. Chao Yu's face sank a few points when he saw such a reply. An earth dog actually said this about himself. But Bai Jian is a veteran. The more angry he gets, the more he proves he cares. That's what you don't understand. Keep showing weakness. It was my stupidity back then. It's all my fault. Can you give me another chance? Unless you kneel down and take a picture to show me. Chao Yu wanted to just start cursing. The dirt dog actually told me to kneel down. But with Bai Jian around, He naturally snapped the photo and sent it over. Yi Qingyi saw the photo and had a dark moment. Tang. Master, she knelt. Tang Zhe glanced at it. Good job. Get the address. Aha. Yi Qingyi continued to reply. Rather a lot more obedient than back then. You give me the address. I'll see if you're well behaved or not when I get the chance. Tell him. Bai Jian thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. When the time comes to arrest the person, he is still afraid that the material will not run away. Mountain Lake Neighborhood. Building 3. Unit 1. 501. Wash your ass and wait for me to come. After replying, Yi Qingyi got comfortable. Tang Zhe took the phone and looked at it. You're good at chatting. You actually told her to wash it clean. Or you can go play. Ah. No. I'm helping my master relieve his anger. Yi Qingyi hastily shook her head. Since you're chatting so vigorously, tell me about you. Yi Qingyi asked doubtfully. My matter? What things? Could it be that she had done something wrong again and provoked this devil? And Bai reminded. It's just some personal issues. The neighborhood didn't see much of you before, or how you and your fiancé met. Yi Qingyi's expression became sad after hearing this. I had been hiding in my brother-in-law and sister's house until that day, when my brother-in-law was betrayed by his brother and killed him and my sister. The three of them didn't have a particularly big reaction after hearing this. It was as if they were all used to this kind of betrayal. Who wasn't a person who had been there before? Then how did you and your fiancé meet? Sun Ting began to gossip. It's actually nothing. Yi Qingyi subconsciously said, but quickly reacted and added. My fiancé and I met on an advertising collaboration. Sun Ting asked. You knew she was a second-generation rich girl, so you chased after him? How could that be? At that time he was studying at his family's company. His position was even lower than mine, and he chased me with a deadbeat. Money offense? And Bai asked with curious beautiful eyes. If it's a money offense, it still can't catch up. Using shamelessness plus tenderness offense. Sun Ting laughed. Serious women eat this. Then what was your reaction when you knew he was a rich second generation? Tang Zhe was curious as to whether he should be happy or unhappy. Yi Qingyi joked. Isn't there that saying, you can pretend to be poor, but you can't really be poor? Pithy. Sun Ting gave a thumbs up. Just kidding. I was kinda angry at the time, but there was also a kind of happiness. It's contradictory anyway. Yi Qingyi thought back and didn't lie. Sun Ting suddenly threw out the death question. So now do you think the master is good? Or the fiancé? Of course it's the fiancé that's better. Yi Qingyi spoke her thoughts without even thinking, and Bai secretly said it's not good. The master will get angry. But Tang Zhe wasn't angry. He was just showing it with practical actions. In the garage. Boss, we'll flush building 3 tonight. That's right. We'll clean up both buildings 2 and 5. Don't even worry about the number of people. That crap gun doesn't have many bullets. Boss, think about it. That's a house full of supplies and 3 beauties. Hearing the little brother's words, the supplies didn't smell that good, but the thought of those 3 women's bodies, that's the motivation in motivation. Which man would refuse such a stunning beauty? And that damned delivery can play every day. When I think of my own family's goods, this is no way to compare. Not just a few deaths. Fuck it. Prepare. We'll go and take out that delivery guy tonight. But there's still a plan to kill him outright. Ding Feng's heart was crossed. Either sit back and enjoy the beauty supplies or get killed. There was no third option. Propping up the bold. Starving the timid. In the evening, Ding Feng gathered his minders and promised to capture the beauty and give it to them to play for some time. The minders then agreed with a smile. Large round plate dining table. Sitting 10 men. Ding Feng sat in the main seat, the boss position sitting in the rear. Next to the girlfriend. Although not beautiful, but young, can be used. Brother Feng, now you are also the boss of the neighborhood. When to take the brothers to conquer the world. One of the little brothers was a little drunk and laughed. Ding Feng took a sip of beer and laughed. Conquering the world is a bit of an exaggeration, but this district of ours is not in the picture. When the time comes, what kind of beauties do you guys want that you don't have? Even if it's a star. Boss, I want Li Linger, okay? Just once. Death is okay. A man with a rat's eye and a swine's head said drunkenly. A mouthful of yellow teeth could smoke people to death. The short man sitting next to him burped. I want Li Linger too. Li Linger. You men nah. Can't you talk in a civilized manner? Ding Feng's girlfriend rolled her eyes. He was a rookie popularity idol. His looks were so overwhelming that you guys weren't qualified to go lick your toes. The second leader laughed. Sister-in-law. What we are doing is not a civilized thing, but also the civilized words. Fuck civilization. Cheers. Ding Feng raised his cup and drank. Cheers. A mouthful of beer down is very cool. If coupled with a beautiful woman, cool on top of cool. At this time the knock on the door sounded. One of the little brothers unwillingly got up and yelled. Knocking on what door? These men are really insensitive. They still want to come in and eat. Opening the door to the room. The little brother looked at the doorway aisle. The 4 men who were supposed to guard the doorway fell in a pool of blood, while the delivery boy stood in the doorway with a smile on his face. It's really sad and upsetting that you don't call your brothers over to get together even if there's good food. Tang Zhe heatedly laughed, the chopper in his hand directly stabbing through the little brother's abdomen across everything. Intestines scattered all over the place. The people in the house froze for a moment, immediately took out the table's cell phone to shake people. But when they saw the delivery boy Tang Zhe standing in the doorway, the angry face gradually covered with a layer of fear. Why did he suddenly come? Ding Feng, who had originally still carried a sense of arrogance, was so terrified at this point that his hands began to tremble. Tang Zhe dragged his bloodied chopper into the house, leaving long blood marks on the tip of the blade. As Tang Zhe sat down, the hearts of the men around him were all in their throats, not daring to breathe a single breath. Just now indeed in the conspiracy to kill Tang Zhe, but also out of the state of conspiracy, when seeing myself appear, that is again a different attitude. Otherwise how would conspire to kill? Is because of fear. And peanuts and rice. Good eating. Tang Zhe easily ate the peanut rice. As the boss, Ding Feng felt Tang Zhe's unkindness, but he had just conspired and Tang Zhe appeared. This was too much of a coincidence. There's a traitor in the team. Just after the thought, a junior brother immediately knelt in front of Tang Zhe. Brother Tang, you promised not to kill me and give me supplies. The crowd looked at this man of betrayal and hated him. When did I promise you? Tang Zhe gave a curious cry, and as the little brother looked confused, the knife flashed, scattering hot blood on the white walls. Sticking the knife in the corpse, Tang Zhe looked at the crowd and said, if you can betray you today, you will betray me tomorrow. So I helped you kill this traitor. Shouldn't you thank me? None of the 9 men dared to speak. That sister-in-law was trembling in fear. His own man was so much worse compared to him. Sitting there he could control everyone and scare them out of their wits. This is the sister-in-law right. Don't be afraid. I don't kill women. Tang Zhe laughed. Ding Feng knew that tonight would not be peaceful. Who made himself up to kill? If he didn't, he probably wouldn't have come to the door. It was better to simply do nothing, than to be slaughtered like a pig. What do you want? Ding Feng asked in a low voice, losing a step in terms of aura. Tang Zhe scratched his hair and said, as the saying goes, when you're going to kill, be prepared to be killed back. Fuck him. Ding Feng instantly picked up the wine bottle and smashed it towards Tang Zhe. The 2 minions sitting beside Tang Zhe immediately pressed on Tang Zhe's shoulders. The bottle landed steadily on Tang Zhe's forehead and shattered. The wine flowed down Tang Zhe's face but didn't bleed. A little less strength. I'm going to start resisting. Tang Zhe's laughter made the hearts of the 2 minions next to him sink. A tremendous amount of strength came from them. They simply couldn't suppress the beast in front of them. Pulling out his chopper, he directly chopped off the heads of the 2 people beside him. Know why I like to use a sword, compared to using a gun? I prefer the feeling of the blade cutting into a person's body, the skin splitting open, the blood splattering everywhere, and the desperate and agonizing cries. Ding Feng felt that he was already perverted enough, but he didn't realize that there was an even more perverted one here. What are you all waiting for? Kill him, or else we'll all die. Ding Feng shouted frantically. There was no way back for himself. Under the threat of death, the crowd of minions couldn't care less about benefits and rushed towards Tang Zhe. The sound of hurried footsteps also sounded outside the house, only to see the owner's minions collectively coming. When they saw Tang Zhe inside the house, and the corpse on the ground, they were all scared. He's only one person. Let's fuck him to death. Everything is ours. Ding Feng shouted loudly and angrily. The men of the entire neighborhood were assembled here. Could they not kill a delivery man? Obviously. Ding Feng had underestimated this delivery man. Kill, brothers, kill him. The beauties are all ours. Sure enough, the beauties were even more motivated. Some even lunged towards Tang Zhe, but Tang Zhe directly made a downward chop. The whole person was split in half. This terrifying power shocked the crowd, but those at the back didn't see it, and still squeezed towards the inside, fearing that they wouldn't be able to grab the credit. This is simply lined up to send death method. Tang Zhe but cut the more excited. Red eyes obviously on the head. Directly to the door. The ground corpses are piled up. Like hell. General horror. Back to the house. Ding Feng stood frozen in place. The hand of the fruit knife has been holding unsteady. Eyes looking at the blood of the general. Tang Zhe, like just climbed out of hell. Tang Zhe stuck the knife on the pile of corpses, drew out a few paper towels and wiped the blood on his face that had not yet dried. Can't you be a little more peaceful? Originally I didn't want to kill you guys. After all, I still have to live for a few days, but I don't want the neighborhood to be dead and unpopular. Well now, the men are almost all cut up by me. Ding Feng breathed in sharply, suddenly gripping the fruit knife tightly and rushing towards Tang Zhe, his gaze radiating a final light. Drawing the knife, he stabbed, plop. Before he could rush in front of Tang Zhe, His abdomen was penetrated by the chopper. His entire body was stuck in the wall by the knife. The blade was facing upwards. Veins rose on Ding Feng's forehead. His hands gripped the hilt of the knife with a death grip, and his own body sank, and he would be sliced in half. The woman on the side was too scared to move at all. Her whole body couldn't help but tremble. "Don't be afraid. I really don't kill women." Tang Zhe walked next to the woman and laughed, then pressed the person onto the table. Ding Feng's eyes were bloodshot with hatred, but it quickly turned into fear. His own woman had actually turned into a dry corpse, as if her blood had been drained. Was this delivery man a vampire? Arriving in front of Ding Feng, Tang Zhe laughed. "I didn't expect you to last this long, so I'll spare your life. I still have to visit the other owners." Drawing out his chopper, Ding Feng dropped to the ground. The blade had cut into his chest position. The ground was already bleeding. His face was pale. This wasn't sparing his life. This was just an agonizing wait for death. "Devil, devil, devil, ghost," mumbled Ding Feng. Obviously he could eat and drink. Why did he have to mess with such a person? The word color is a knife. The ancients do not deceive me. And tasted the sweetness of Tang Zhe began to knock door to door. Not open the door will door directly brute force pull open. Standing in the master bedroom, Tang Zhe smiled and lifted the bed. "Your husband tried to kill me and was killed back by me, won't blame me." The woman shook her head violently, not daring to look at Tang Zhe. When Tang Zhe walked out of the bedroom and collected the supplies in the house, Tang Zhe continued to visit the next house. It was a bloody night, a night of killing, and the screams didn't stop until dawn. In the living room, all three women didn't sleep because they couldn't. Last night, Tang Zhe just said that he had to go out for something, and then he never came back, and now it's dawn, and there's still no news at all, and there's non-stop sounds of panic coming from outside. What the hell is going on? If Tang Zhe died, then what was waiting for them would be inhuman torture. Even Yi Qingyi didn't want anything to happen to Tang Zhe at this moment. And this pressure made Yi Qingyi couldn't help but cry in a small voice, remembering the recent tragic encounters and the tragic death of her sister and brother-in-law. She couldn't suppress her bawling even more. Crying was also infectious, and Bai also followed along and cried. Sun Ting couldn't help but shiver, remembering that she would turn into a corpse like her best friend. Fear made her eyes tear up. Leaving Tang Zhe, she was nothing. With the sound of the door opening, the three women's gazes looked with terror and expectation, only to see Tang Zhe walked into the house with a smile on his face, still holding a large gift box in his hand, only to be covered in blood, crying early in the morning, "I'm not dead yet." And Bai instantly wowed and cried, really scared to death. If Tang Zhe died outside, he felt like he would jump. Not martyrdom, just don't want to be tortured anymore. "Aya, mind her," Tang Zhe said helplessly. Sun Ting wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Xiao Bai is like this, timid." Tang Zhe shook his head and came to Yi Qingyi's side, putting the gift box down. "It's for you, no need to thank me." Looking at the gift box in front of her, Yi Qingyi was a bit confused, and Bai didn't even cry anymore. Sun Ting was even more envious. This was Tang Zhe's first time giving a gift. Inside is presumably loaded with cakes or something. Sun Ting thought to herself that Yi Qingyi didn't do anything. How did she get such a reward? Could it be that she performed well last night? "I'm going to take a shower, you guys clean up. Your makeup is crying, like a ghost. Be careful, I'll kill them all." The three women froze, hurriedly cleaned up. Tang Zhe only likes beautiful women, not ugly women. In the bathroom, hot water rushed on Tang Zhe's robust body, and the blood was flushed into the sewer. Thinking about the results of the night, Tang Zhe's heart is secretly happy. All of a sudden rushed to 63% of the progress, still a little short of upgrading the gift bag. It's still this kind of coming fast. It's just the quality that's worrying. In the living room, the three women had already organized their makeup, and were sitting next to the gift box at this time. What exactly is it? Really curious. And Bai opened her big watery eyes. Sun Ting said enviously, "We haven't gotten a gift after coming for so many days. You've only been here for a short time and you've got a gift. Maybe because I'm a fledgling." These words were too devastating, and Sun Ting and Bai looked hurt. Yi Qingyi snorted out a laugh. "Just teasing you guys, let's eat together." Getting on good terms with them was definitely necessary. Hearing Yi Qingyi's willingness to share the food, Sun Ting and Bai were happy and slightly changed their opinion of Yi Qingyi. Only to see Yi Qingyi slowly remove the box, the three women's originally smiling faces immediately stiffened. Oh, and Bai instantly covered her mouth, her stomach churning, and she instantly went towards the trash can next to her to throw up. Sun Ting originally just wanted to vomit, but hearing this vomiting sound of Bai, she couldn't help but vomit as well. On the contrary, Yi Qingyi didn't have any reaction and looked at the human head in the gift box. It was the murderer who killed her brother-in-law and sister. Mao Gang. Sun Ting vomited and turned white, pointing and asking, "Who is this?" "It's the person who killed my sister's brother-in-law." Yi Qingyi calmly said, "Sister brother-in-law, you can rest in peace. Gangzi went over to kowtow to you to thank you." And Bai drew out a tissue and wiped his lips, enviously saying, "Master is so good to you." Yi Qingyi just laughed awkwardly. Why was Tang Zhe suddenly like this? Was he attracted by his own beauty? Soon, Tang Zhe walked out in his pants and sat directly on the sofa. "Tired me out. Sun Ting and Anbai understood in seconds and immediately went to massage Tang Zai. Thank you. Yi Qingyi squatted by Tang Zai's feet and said gratefully. Tang Zai closed his eyes and said indifferently, just happened to run into it, said it was your brother-in-law's good brother, so I just slaughtered it. What about his wife and daughter? All dead. Tang Zai said slowly, feeling like falling asleep. The massaging Sun Ting looked at Yi Qingyi and smiled, curiously asking, Master, how to go out for a night off? Killed some people. In the future, you do not need to stay in the house all the time, to be able to walk around the neighborhood, Tang Zai said with a pleasant relief. And Baya, I don't dare to walk around, we'll be arrested. There's only the 4 of us left in the entire neighborhood. And Bai and Sun Ting looked at Tang Zai incredulously. They were the only ones left in the entire neighborhood? Where were the others? Are all dead? Alright, I'm going to sleep first. Tang Zai patted Yi Qingyi's head. I like your performance. Returning to the bedroom, Tang Zai directly opened to sleep, only there was a pistol set up at the door. Whoever dared to open the door, it was definitely a shot to the head. The 3 girls all knew this rule and would not enter Tang Zai's bedroom at all. Let's go out and take a look, Sun Ting suggested. And Bai worriedly said, what if it's a joke? Yi Qingyi shook her head, he won't joke with our lives. Yi Qingyi still had the brains to take charge. Sun Ting and Anbai felt that it was also right. The 3 women opened the door from the kitchen with a kitchen knife. Bravely walking to the underground garage, quiet and frightening, came to the 4th building, just entered the building and smelled the smell of blood. Stairs above the non-stop blood dripping down, gulped. The 3 women continued to walk up. Bold Sun Ting walked in front, Bold and Bai in the middle, Yi Qingyi escorted back. Soon came to the 1st floor. The smell of blood filled the entire aisle, the man's body lying on the ground. When walking into the house, the 3 women sucked in a breath of cold air. This scene is simply uncontrollable. The 3 women directly hold on the wall and vomit in unison. The corpses are into a small mountain, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. There is a dried up female corpse lying on the dining table, wide eyes full of horror. So many people, did he kill them all? Yi Qingyi muttered, was this something one person could do? Sun Ting couldn't believe it either, but the facts were right in front of her. He should be a disciple of some master, the delivery is just hiding his identity. And by all felt that Sun Ting's speculation was a bit reasonable, otherwise how could he be so powerful that one person had mowed down the entire neighborhood? How did this woman become like this? Yi Qingyi endured the smell of blood and walked into the house to observe the situation. And Bai whispered, it seems like all the blood in her entire body has been sucked away, could it be a vampire? Sun Ting knocked in Bai's head, have you watched too many American dramas and vampires? Then she was really sucked dry. And Bai aggrieved Baba touched his head, not silly how to do, the master will put me a shot in the head. Yi Qingyi felt that Anbai was right, there is indeed no blood on her body, this is too strange, is it another virus? Let's go look again. Coming to the next house, the 3 women equally saw dried up female corpses, the whole building 4 was the same, the women were all dried up, no, I should say the whole neighborhood. This scared the 3 women to death. Because this time can be sure, should be Tang Zai dry, plus a little bit of small speculation, even more will be able to determine, because at that time of their own also almost become such a corpse. Back in the house, the 3 women did not return to their senses, just like the Walking Dead, thinking that Tang Zai was a vampire, and it was the kind that specialized in sucking women. At this time, Tang Zai yawned and walked out of the house, and immediately saw the 3 women showing fearful gazes towards themselves. First, he was stunned, and then laughed, you all saw it, and Bai nodded warily. Could you be a vampire? Yi Qingyi asked dully. Tang Zai aired, saying she was smart, she was indeed smart, saying she was stupid, she was also a bit. Only to see Tang Zai become deeper all of a sudden, with a dull timbre said, originally, I was planning to make peace with you guys, but now I'm not pretending, Showdown La, I'm the 79th branch of Edward's resident in the country Nicholas domestic dual prosperity road vampire. The 3 women sucked in a breath of cool air after hearing this. Really vampire no wonder can change food, this is afraid that the vampire's special ability, the movie are so acted. Looking at the reaction of the 3 girls, Tang Zai heart laughs, this you all believe Forget it, let's believe it, silly. Walking up to them, Tang Zai suddenly made a ferocious ghost face, scaring the 3 girls into a direct hug. Ha ha ha. Listening to Tang Zai's open-hearted laughter, the 3 girls were convinced. Be honest, or I'll suck all your blood out. Tang Zai pinched in Bai's face, this Xiaobai was still quite cute. Little White that was nodding vigorously, Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi on the side also followed along. Teasing them is also finished, hungry, the whole meal. Today's lunch will be a filet mignon, have to replenish the nutrition. Master, can I ask you a question? And Bai looked up and asked nervously. Eating a piece of steak in one bite, Tang Zai hummed. Master, how come you only eat meat and don't drink some blood? Will it be malnourished? Tang Zai's mouth twitched. Master, are you sleeping in a coffin at night? Master, are you evolved and aren't even afraid of sunlight? If the blood type is different, will you regurgitate when you suck it? And Bai was like a curious baby seemingly asking crazy questions, and Tang Zai's mouth began to twitch up, and directly picked up the curious baby Bai to the balcony and said fiercely, suck you now. Don't master. Tang Zai directly towards and by that snow white neck bite, and Bai all feel like dying, but found that the neck does not hurt. Ask more and I'll suck your blood dry, Tangzay said fiercely. And Bai hugged Tangzay's neck tightly, her slender jade legs wrapped around Tangzay's tiger's waist, slightly raising her head and letting out a gasp. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Bai was going to die. Suddenly, Tangzay stopped, his eyes looked outside, the wind stopped, the rain stopped, and it was hard to know when. The rain stopped, and Bai shouted incredulously. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi in the house came to the balcony at once and opened the window. Although there was a dark cloud overhead, the rain had indeed stopped, the wind had stopped, and they could even see the sunlight in the dark cloud, as if it was about to break out. Yi Qingyi secretly thought in her heart, is this a sign that help is coming soon, or this crisis will also pass? Yi Qingyi's original slightly dark gaze brightened up all of a sudden, even Sun Ting. But before they could be happy, they saw scattered crowds of people appearing outside the neighborhood gates. This group of people gathered more and more. Their shoes seemed to be covered with some kind of plastic, so they walked a little bit strangely. But if they were not mistaken, they should be walking towards their own neighborhood. The number of people was at least 100 or so, knowing that there were only 50 or 60 males left in their own neighborhood at the end of the day, and with so many of them left, there was definitely no civil unrest, or at least less civil unrest. All of these people had knives in their hands. This was definitely not to rescue, this was to kill. Tangzay instantly became excited. Last night hadn't killed enough, today there were people coming to give away their heads. It would be good if killing people could raise the energy slot. Under the cell, the man in the lead had a large bald head, looking fierce, holding a pig-killing knife, even using a white cloth to wrap the handle and hand together. Boss, wait Xie Yuhong and Feng Jin for me to kill. Mard, last time in the supermarket they cut my brother. A man said in a cold voice, itching to chop the two into pieces. Mohan turned to look at his brothers and drank. Today's mission is simple, kill men. Rob the women. Rob supplies. The little brothers raised their swords and shouted excitedly, kill men, rob women, rob supplies. Boss, I heard that there are beautiful women in this neighborhood, air hostesses, I saw them last time, they are very pretty. The men's lewd appearance was simply vomit-inducing. Mohan spat out a mouthful of saliva. In the future, all the women in this district will be my Mohans. I have a harem of 3,000 beauties. Long live the boss. Tangzay on the balcony hugged the panting and Bai and laughed. These people are united, unlike us here. Why don't we hide? Yi Qingyi suggested. There were too many people on the other side. However, Tangzay threw the red-faced and Bai on the sofa and once again took out his chopper knife. The golden hilt was engraved with intricate patterns to show off its nobility, and the blade was sharp, emitting a cold light. Seeing Tangzay going out to fight for his life against Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi began to worry. I didn't kill enough yesterday, I'll make up for it today, said Tangzay as he opened the door, but paused for a moment. Taking out a gun and tossing it to Sun Ting, he admonished, you can use it to kill people, or kill yourselves. I don't want to see my rations dirty. After saying that, Tangzay closed the door and left. Sun Ting held the cold pistol in her hand and looked at Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi gulped. Her brain seemed to be a bit turned around. Sun Ting looked at and Bai again, or forget about it, she couldn't even find the north. The group of people below had already entered the neighborhood. When they saw the bodies in the central greenbelt, they also paused for a few moments. This neighborhood is really messy, so many people died. Isn't that so? Look at these women, TSK. It's not good to leave me not much to fool around with. However, there are still a few men hiding on the side and vomiting furiously. They thought that their own neighborhood was already cruel enough, but after entering this Jinyuan neighborhood, they realized that their side is still too gentle. At least they didn't die so many women. Boss, it's a bit quiet, I don't feel right. A junior brother looked at the surrounding floors. He thought that there would be people watching, or at least going to sneak in to report, but he found that there was not a single silhouette by all the windows, eerily chilling people's backs. It even felt like there was a cold chill. Mohan snorted coldly. So what if it's an ambush? If you don't rob them today, your wives and children will all starve to death. Upon hearing this, the men who were originally still a bit confused immediately gripped the knives in their hands. Now either they die or they die. Act according to the previously divided action. Quick battle. This ghost weather does not know when it will rain. Only to see a group of people walk into different floors and put their shoe covers outside. A group of people cracked the glass directly into the hall. Mohan is here today to find Ding Feng to take revenge. The last time he robbed something outside and suffered a loss, most of them let Ding Feng robbed. So this rain had just stopped, and Mohan chose the Jinyuan neighborhood over the other neighborhoods. Boss, there's the smell of blood. The little brother who rushed at the front was only 20 years old, wearing a duck-tongued cap, and seemed to be a little nervous. The knife in his hand was trembling. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Go. Mohan sneered, although the floor is high, but will not take the elevator, too narrow. In case of ambush, the advantage of their own people cannot be reflected. Boss, there are many corpses upstairs. The little brother panicked, face pale, and ran down. Simply do not dare in the upward walk. Simply too miserable, like hell. Mohan reached out and slapped. No talent, the corpses are afraid to be like this, all follow me. 20 or so people bravely climbed the stairs, the blood on the steps gradually more and more, shocking and chilling. Even Mohan cannot help but start to get nervous. What happened here? Soon, the crowd saw one body after another, some were cut into pieces, some were separated from the center, and there were also heads moving. The ground was full of scattered internal organs. Vomit! Half of the people immediately dry-heaved. Such a scene had never been seen even in a movie. When walking into the house, the 3 layers of corpses made the group stand frozen in place. What the hell happened here? Boss, this? What the hell happened here? It seems like they were all butchered by some kind of sharp blade. The little brother crouching on the ground said as he looked at the wounds. Why don't we leave, boss? It's weird and evil. Mohan looked at Ding Fang's corpse. It felt too wrong. He had a gash open in his chest. Go find supplies, quick. The crowd scattered at once to look for supplies. A junior brother accidentally touched the woman on the dining table and her body fell to the ground. When the junior brother saw the woman's appearance, he immediately let out a scream, startling the people around him. Grass mud horse, screaming for death. Boss, this woman. The little brother pointed at the woman's whole body trembling, his speech stuttered. Mohan looked at it and was immediately shocked as well. The woman actually only had skin left, like a dry corpse. Boss, there are no supplies in all the rooms. What? Mohan angrily shouted. He himself rushed into the bedroom to look, and sure enough, there was nothing. Could it be that they were robbed earlier by another group of people? Otherwise, how could so many people die? Then what about this woman? Search the whole building for me. I don't believe there are no supplies. Mohan's face was gloomy. Compared to this strange woman, he was more afraid of being starved to death. At this time the cell phone rang. It was the person who went to the other buildings to lead the way. Boss, all the people here are dead. The women have turned into dry corpses. Same on my side. None of them are alive. And there's not a single bit of supplies. It's long since been raided. We seem to have come too late. Or, the little brother let out a miserable scream before he finished his sentence. Mohan immediately shouted, Hey, glasses. Speak. A wave of panic spread at once, and Mohan felt that it was actually better to be hungry than to die here. Tell the brothers to withdraw, quick, said the group immediately yelling withdraw. However, miserable hissing sounds had already begun to appear in the neighborhood, sending shivers down one's spine. Boss, building number 3. There's someone in building 3, killed all of our people and is heading towards building 2. Mohan immediately anxiously pursued. How many people on the other side? Only saw one, but we're not even right. Mohan thought that the other party is a group of people. The result of Nima only one. Brothers, only one person was scared out of their wits. Fuck our people. Cannot just let it go. It is estimated that the supplies are all in this person's home. Kill him. Mohan looked at the bloodthirsty men. The fear in his heart was blown away once again, and ordered towards the group, all brothers go to the second floor. By the time they put on their shoe covers and took careful steps to the second building, screams were already ringing out from inside, which undoubtedly put a tranquilizer on their excited hearts. Brothers, don't be afraid. Mohan tried his best to stabilize people's hearts before everyone carefully walked inside building 2. Opening his cell phone, Mohan shouted in a low voice, Hey, what's the situation in building 2? After waiting for half a minute the group was quiet. Hello? Knife. Vegetable chicken. Monk. Hey. TMD, are they all dead? Say something. However, no one in the Weibo group replied, and Mohan's lips began to tremble as he looked at the door, not daring to touch it at all. Suddenly a man slammed the door to the safe passage open, and an agonizing wail rang out. Rookie, where did you run? Mohan gradually slowed down and realized that the rookie's legs were gone, and he was crawling all by his hands, with 2 shocking streams of blood on the porcelain plate. While crawling, the vegetable chicken mumbled in a trance, all dead. Devil, I want to go home. Listening to the rookie's words, Mohan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of dry saliva. At this moment, the door of the safe passage was opened again, and everyone looked in the direction, only to see a bloody man appear holding a chopper, unable to see his face clearly at all, but the corners of his mouth could be seen slightly upturned. There are still so many people. Tang Zhe walked to the side of the chopper and laughed, lifting the knife and chopping off the chopper's head all of a sudden, interpreting what it meant to kill someone like a chicken. At this time, there are already little brothers began to run, and it is with a screaming sound to run. There is one all forget to wear shoe covers. Shoes stepped on the undried pavement. The rubber soles did not take a moment to melt. When the soles of the feet touched the water stains on the ground, the whole person collapsed in pain. The whole body convulsions, not a few seconds to die. There is also a wearing PU sole uppers, pulling his legs to run, but splashing out water fell on the back, instantly eroded to the skin, ouch, and fell down. Tang Zhe lifted his knife and flung it, scarlet hot blood spreading out a gorgeous snowflake, and put the blade on his shoulder. What are you waiting for? Why don't you run? Even Mohan, the boss, turned around and ran without hesitation. The others saw that their bosses had run away and hurriedly followed. Tang Zhe stood in the doorway and looked at the escaping people, while Mohan saw Tang Zhe not chasing after him. His panic turned into reassurance. CNMs, you wait for me, kill my brother, next time I'm bound to chop you to death. After saying that, he saw Tang Zhe put down his knife, and didn't know where he got a pair of one-piece pants, like the kind of waterproof pants used to fish and shrimp in the pond. But Tang Zai's set wasn't made of rubber, and when he saw Tang Zai coming with his chopper again, Mohan's face went black and he hurried to run. The brothers next to him cursed the boss. People just did not come after him. What kind of harsh words ah, now well, they came after him again. Out of the neighborhood, the street actually appeared only the hub of the car, which also sat 4 people. A little break does not bring knocked down the 2 people fleeing. The back row of the 2 also stretched out the middle finger and laughed, you fools, crash you. Tang Zai slightly lurched, the hands of the chopper like an arrow feather shot out. The main driver and deputy driver 2 people were directly through the neck. Out of control car rushed into the green belt next to the impact on the trees. The escaping crowd looked back with strange expressions, but still ran towards their own neighborhood. Tang Zai came to the car without slowing down, and the 2 men in the back climbed out of the car dazed and bleeding from their foreheads. Pulling the chopper out of the man's neck, Tang Zai said indifferently, I hate it when people call me stupid. The man had no arrogance just now, looking at Tang Zai with pleading, but he couldn't stop the blade from falling, his head rolling, looking at his own body, and the man who looked like a devil. I regret, why should I get high? In the past, it did not matter, but now, it is a life-threatening situation. At this time, Tang Zai's state of mind was like a lake, killing without half a ripple, just like stepping on a mole cricket, looking at those escaping crowds, and their fearful gazes. The corner of his mouth gradually raised an arc. Quickly close the door. Quickly close the door. The men who were the first to rush into the neighborhood began to hiss loudly, and a number of figures appeared next to the windows, looking at the men who had just gone out not long ago with suspicion. How did they come back so quickly? They didn't have any supplies in their hands either. Did they not rob the opposite neighborhood? No, how come so many people were missing? Wait for me. Wait for me. I'm not in yet. The man running behind shouted loudly, the knife in his hand didn't know where to fling it, and there was only one thought in his heart, go home, close the door tightly, hide under the bed, and hope that today is all a dream. Mohan looked at the appearance of Tang Zai, his heart was ruthless, close the door. The double iron doors gradually closed, immediately chained up. At this time everyone was relieved. Wait, if he dares to flip, stab him to death. Mohan still carried panic, but his brain was still flexible. Open the door, brother, I even gave you water yesterday, please, my wife and child are still inside. The man who was locked outside directly kneeled down and begged. However, the brother inside was pale and didn't dare to answer a word, while at one of the windows on the 3rd floor, a woman with a child looked toward the front door. Mommy, that's Daddy, why don't you let Daddy come in? The little girl was 7 or 8 years old and seemed to not know what was going on, asking with innocence. The young woman was also only in her early 30s, and by now was already disoriented from fear, her peeling lips trembling slightly. Upon seeing that knife-wielding teenager walk to her husband's side, raising that blood-red blade to chop down, her husband's head rolled to the ground. The woman instantly covered her own mouth, and subconsciously also covered her child's eyes. At the doorway, Tang Zai looked at the men inside the iron gate and kicked the head under his feet to the side of the trash can, blood continuously gushing out from that body. Courtesy, now it's my turn to rob you guys. Tang Zai's soft laugh sounded like a voice coming from hell, sending shivers down one's spine. Mohan held up his knife and laughed maniacally and low, kid, if you have the guts to flip in. When he rolled over, he would stab him in the stomach. Tang Zai looked at the iron door in front of him. It was true that he could flip over, but why go through so much trouble? Raising his chopper, Tang Zai's gaze gathered. There was a clanging sound. A blinding spark blossomed, and the iron chain was actually chopped off. The men looked as if they were watching a ghost. Was this strength still personal? The men who just had a little bit of energy immediately screamed and ran towards the building, hating that their parents didn't give birth to an extra leg. Tang Zai not slow to open the iron door, once again the iron door to chain up. Obviously, Tang Zai did not intend to spare anyone in the neighborhood. A one-sided massacre will soon be staged. Mohan returned home stunned, and directly began to pack his clothes. Hubby, what are you doing? What the hell is going on? Where are you people? Mohan didn't say a word, packing his clothes vigorously. His whole body was trembling, even his pants were wet with urine, oblivious. Hubby? Husband? Ah! Mohan looked back at his wife in horror. Go, we can't stay here, the devil. He killed everyone. Looking at her husband who was already delirious, the woman didn't know what to do, when suddenly the daughter next to her pointed out the window, Mom, it's raining again. Mohan's whole body stiffened after hearing this, his head slowly lifted up, the glass window was gradually wetted, and he directly sat on the ground. It's over, no one can leave now. Quickly go and close the door, put all the furniture against the door, quickly. Mohan hissed loudly in fear, his wife was scared to death. The neighborhood bully was actually scared to such an extent, so it was evident that Tang Zai's tactics had already broken his soul. Downstairs, Tang Zai had just arrived at the building when it started to rain outside. Good thing too, no one can walk away like this. He came directly to the outside of House 101 in Building 1. Tang Zai organized his grooming, then knocked on the door with a smile. Owner 101, your takeout is here. Inside the house is a family of 3, the man is just out of the door, at this time dead cover their mouths, the wife around the same, 10-year-old son seems to have not realized what, still want to talk, directly by the man to cover his mouth. Whoever makes a sound will die. Fear has filled the man's heart, did not realize that his own big hand will cover his son's mouth and nose, and even extra hard. His son began to struggle, but the man just looked at the door in horror. The knock on the door is like a death knell. Knock knock knock. With a bang, the security door was directly kicked open by Tang Zhe. Looking at the three people by the sofa, Tang Zhe fatally said, "You know what, I hate delivery those who don't open the door. Do you know I'm in a hurry?" Said Tang Zhe stunned, lost his smile. "Brother, you can even the son is muffled to death." Bullish. Said also gave a thumbs up. "I'm afraid I Tang Zhe cannot do this kind of thing." The man looked down, his son was no longer breathing. "Ah!" The woman lost her voice and screamed. The man seemed to be motionless as if he was a puppet. Tang Zhe walked slowly, the blade of the knife rubbing on the ground, making a slightly piercing sound. Sitting on the small bench, Tang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. "This world is like this, you rob me, I rob you, either you kill me or I kill you. Unlucky for you, you are weaker than me." After saying that, he directly chopped down with a knife. The man's head was split open, blood splattered everywhere. The women's screams resounded throughout the entire neighborhood. All the women's faces were extraordinarily pale, no exceptions. As Tang Zhe walked out, he once again came to the door of another room. "Owner number 102, your takeout is here." As if the hypnotic words rang out again. The sky gradually darkened, the screams in the neighborhood did not stop. Mohan squatted on the ground, his body wrapped in a quilt to increase his sense of security, a pair of eyes looking at the neighborhood group. "Coming to knock on my door. What to do? How to do? Who will save me? Why, it's a delivery boy. Why can't you guys even kill a delivery guy? Somebody help me, I don't want to die, he's knocking on my door. Wah. I told you not to go out and rob the neighborhood, you'll be retaliated against, you just don't listen. Aha! I can't take it anymore." A muffled voice rang out from outside the house as a man directly chose to jump off a building to escape his psychological fear. However, these owners who sent the message never sent a second one. Mohan's eyes were desperate, his cell phone slipped from his hand to the wooden floor, his wife looked at her husband, he was the boss, and at this moment he was scared to such an extent. "Knock knock knock. Your takeout is here." The voice from the doorway made Mohan trance for a moment, looking at the half bottle of water in his hand, his gaze gradually firming up, as if the bottle of water blew away the fear. Looking at his wife and daughter, Mohan gripped the bottle and whispered, "I will die with him, you guys have to live well." Husband. Dad. Mohan seemed to take on the responsibility of a husband and father at this time, slowly opening the bottle cap. That's right, this is the rainwater that he didn't want to catch with his life, but anyone who was splashed a little would meet the king of hell, who would dare to do such a dangerous thing. Don't look at Mohan as the boss, everyday sleep in fear, afraid of the following little brother killed himself to take over the throne. This bottle of water is a big killer. Now, it came in handy. Standing to the door, listening to the voice of Tang Zhe outside, Mohan reveals a death-defying demeanor, throwing away the tables and chairs pushed in the doorway, fiercely opening the door, and directly flinging the water at Tang Zhe half a meter away, while some water flows down along the bottle, wetting Mohan's hand. But at this moment, Mohan had no fear, and even laughed madly, because the devil in front of him had rainwater all over his face. "Ah, you dead delivery boy, I finally got you." Tang Zhe stood still, his expression a little stiff, never expecting that someone would actually want to splash himself with water. Is he crazy? A heartbreaking pain welled up in Mohan's heart, his breathing immediately became rapid, his whole body slid down along the wall, but the devil in front of him didn't react at all. Fear surfaced on Mohan's face again. Why? Why are you alright? Why is this happening? You splashed rainwater? Tanza froze and subconsciously touched his face. A wave of fear flooded Tanza's face at the same time and he shouted angrily, "Grass mudhorse." Raising his chopper, Tang Zhe slashed with frantic fury, the porcelain plates were all chopped to pieces, and Mohan's body was like mush emitting a foul odor. Tang Zhe breathed heavily, careless, he was careless. I didn't realize that there were people who killed people with rainwater, I didn't think of this by 1,000 calculations. No, he was poisoned? Why hasn't he been poisoned himself? Is it possible that it's not time yet? After waiting for a minute, Tang Zhe still didn't feel anything. The impression was that people who were drenched in the rain would convulse and suffer in 5 seconds, and die in 10 seconds. Could it be that the body is strengthened? Even this virus can resist? Walking to the window, Tang Zhe directly opened the window and slowly stretched his hand out. The cold rainwater fell on his hand, gradually forming water droplets. If Tang Zhe's heart was not nervous at this time, it was impossible. But just now were splashed of face are fine. Time was moving slowly, and the smile on Tang Zhe's face was getting deeper and deeper. His own strengthened body could really resist the virus invasion. A low laugh slowly sounded, getting louder and louder, but in other people's ears, it was the devil's greedy laugh. The 3 women on the other side were sitting on the furry carpet, none of them talking much, perhaps all thinking about their own things. Sun Ting looked at the rain falling outside, and then at the gun in her hand. Will he come back? Enbai asked softly, hugging her legs. Do you want him to come back? Sun Ting asked rhetorically. Enbai paused because he didn't know how to answer. If he didn't come back, the supplies here would last for a long time, even the whole neighborhood was deserted and very safe. But on the one hand, he wished to come back because of the sense of security. Sun Ting looked at Yi Qingyi again. What about you? Yi Qingyi nodded, feeling that if she said a no, she would be exploded by Sun Ting. Yi Qingyi's guess was really right. As long as she answered incorrectly, Sun Ting wouldn't hesitate to take a shot, because then there would be one less person to eat the supplies, and even if Tang Zhe came back, he would still have the facts as evidence. In fact, Sun Ting did not know how to answer in her heart, both hoping to come back and hoping not to come back. Maybe all three women have the same idea in their hearts. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. The sound of the voice call startled the three women. After all, the entire district is only the three of them. It was Yi Qingyi's cell phone, no need to think to know who it was. Zihui. Yi Qingyi held her cell phone, her face taut. Jiang Zihui could see that Yi Qingyi was out of sorts. What's wrong? So tense? Oh, it just stopped raining for a bit, but it ended up raining again. I thought I could go out. What a pity. It stopped raining on your side, not on my side. Yi Qingyi let out an "oh." Jiang Zihui could feel that his fiancé was a bit strange lately. She used to always rely on herself, and some recent days she didn't feel so reliant. She didn't even ask how she was doing on her side, and she was the one who called her. Hold on a little longer. My dad is preparing to form a team. Yi Qingyi froze. What team? It's to make our side the safest area, with security, search teams, medical teams, and so on. Then do you guys have guns? After these days, Yi Qingyi knew that having a gun was the king, everything else was for nothing. My dad's company security department has a few pistols. I'll go get them when the rain stops. Yi Qingyi nodded and suggested, if you can, it's best to go to the police department's armory to take a look. Ha! Jiang Zihui exclaimed in shock that his fiancée could actually say something like robbing the police station so frankly. Seeing that her fiancé was shocked by herself, Yi Qingyi squeezed out a smile. Isn't it always like this in the movies? Idiot, that's a movie. When the rain stopped, the police didn't all go back to the police station to get their guns, and you still went to rob it. But that day it was raining in the early hours of the morning, all off duty at home, and now staying at home. How much is left? Yi Qingyi said faintly, hoping that her fiancé would consider it. Jiang Zihui are a little bit do not recognize the fiancé in front of him, before was still worried about no food, now actually worried about the issue of whether there is a gun or not. It felt like his fiancé wasn't overly stressed and exhausted. No matter what, wait for me, I will come to pick you up, I swear. Yi Qingyi smiled at him. Just now look at the fiancé. Actually the heart is not as joyful and dependent as before. What the hell is wrong with himself? Sick. She even felt that when her fiancé said that he swore, she actually felt funny in her heart, instead of being touched. Hang up the phone. Yi Qingyi hands inserted into the hair, look extraordinarily confused. At this time, Yi Qingyi's cell phone voice call rang again. When she saw the display, Yi Qingyi immediately answered it. You. Looking at the girl in the video, Yi Qingyi heaved a sigh of relief. The girl in the cell phone looks clean and beautiful, thin red lips, eyebrows and eyes, black shiny long hair waist, muscle like white fat, especially the pair of eyes like the crescent moon, as if it can speak. You. Auntie, I just called mom and dad and they didn't answer. Are you guys together? Xia Mingyue had a worried face, seeing that her aunt was fine, mom and dad should probably be fine as well. Yi Qingyi paused for a moment, revealing a peaceful smile. Brother-in-law and sister are at Gangxi's house to talk about things. Don't worry, I guess the cell phone fell at home. So scared me to death. Xia Mingyue patted her chest to reveal a smile, a very warm kind. You, what's wrong with you these days? You've turned off your phone. There was a problem with the electric gate. I only got it fixed today, but I suspect someone broke it on purpose, not wanting us to contact the outside. Xia Mingyue slightly frowned the eyebrows, but there were a few cute points. Yi Qingyi instantly felt bad. Did something happen recently? Is there still food? There is a lot less food than before. I also saw some girls go to the room with the teacher, and the next day that girl got a lot of food. Yi Qingyi secretly said bad things. This phenomenon is the prelude. Now also pretend to pretend. Wait until the back. Pretend, do not even start to pretend. Auntie, don't worry. I won't go even if I die. Don't tell my parents, lest they worry. Yi Qingyi nodded, not knowing at all how to tell you about her sister's brother-in-law. Ending the call, Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief. Your niece's side is also about to get messy. Sun Ting said indifferently, everything starts from exchanging with food. Once there is a woman who is submissive, the man's greed will gradually grow. Of course there are also good ones that exist, but these days there is really nothing good that comes from being a good person. And that's a university. The last thing that's lacking is beautiful young girls. Once it's messed up, maybe it's even more exaggerated than here. Yi Qingyi shook her head. What could she do? She simply couldn't get through. A kind of powerlessness engulfed Yi Qingyi. Didn't Master say that he would take us away? And by suddenly whispered, which made Yi Qingyi seem to regain hope. Sun Ting sneered, he won't save anyone for you. And Yi Qingyi subconsciously said, my niece is very pretty. After saying that, she even took out her cell phone and flipped to the photo. So she's your niece. Sun Ting flipped through Yi Qingyi's cell phone, perhaps because of a woman's sympathy, and didn't mention the matter of these photos to Tang Zhe. Sun Ting snorted and laughed, you're such a good sister-in-law. We seem to be safe here, but we're not safe in a sense. Yi Qingyi looked up and stared at Sun Ting and said in a deep voice, one is better than a bunch. Following him will at least keep you alive. You can't die. You are looking away. Sun Ting took a sip of water and couldn't help but laugh a little. From ancient times to the present day, there is only one way for a woman to go, and that is to snuggle up next to a powerful man. That way all will be guaranteed. And Bai hugged his pillow and asked curiously, "What about your fiancé? Are you going to abandon him?" This question is too sharp. It was as if asking, do you want to fulfill your own sister's last will and testament, or do you choose to go to your fiancé's house? Yi Qingyi would definitely choose to save her niece and then go to her fiancé's home. However, this idea was a pie in the sky, something that was simply impossible. If she really had to choose, Yi Qingyi chose the former. Yu was dangerous, while her fiancé's side was safe. Sun Ting suddenly thought of something and said with a bad smile, "Won't you two be embarrassed in the future?" And Bai. The corner of Yi Qingyi's mouth twitched. This hadn't really occurred to her. "I'm kind of looking forward to it." Sun Ting laughed thievishly. That scene must be very explosive, and Bai opened her big eyes as if she was also looking forward to it a little. Yi Qingyi's eyes rolled. Two perverts. Goosey. Sun Ting and Bai both laughed, and seemed to melt together quite a bit at once. This night, all three women didn't sleep either, chatting about old anecdotes, skincare products, celebrities, and finally men, and in the end the topic was already unbearable, and they all had begun to talk about which position was the most comfortable. The sky is gradually whitening, but still black. The rain is still falling. Tang Zhe long exhaled a breath, finally a brush full, thought it would be quickly brush full, did not expect the last 10% spent a night's work. Fortunately, the last one is finally 100%. The unlocking of the End Times gift pack 2.0. Supplies 2.0 inch has been accepted. Advanced body strengthening accepted. The weaponry 2.0 has been received. The Nemesis Master has been activated. Note, extracting items by intention. Extracting End Times Bundle 3.0 requires upgraded energy tanks. Oh, advanced body strengthening. Tang Zhe couldn't wait to test how strong it was. How about trying a slash towards himself? Or forget it, afraid of the pain. Supplies version 2.0 had more protective clothing, modified vehicles, and medical equipment supplies. Weaponry version 2.0, Tang Zhe finally saw a lot of new weapons, grenades, RPG, anti-tank mines, javelin, stinger and other single combat equipment. Compared to hot weapons, Tang Zhe still preferred to use cold weapons, but unfortunately, the 2.0 version does not have airplanes, cannons and tanks. If you come to a round of Dongfeng that has to be more cool. Look at the main event. The Nimble Master. An ability to actually control items. Looking towards the cup on the coffee table, Tang Zhe stared closely. However, the other party did not move. How does this operate? At least give a manual. Don't always let me study by myself. Do I want it to fly up? Can fly up? With a thought, the teacup suddenly floated in the air. Tang Zhe are shocked, with the magic like broken. The teacup instantly shattered, but did not fall. The residue continued to float. Fun. With Tang Zhe's intention, the debris set into the wall like a bullet, which made Tang Zhe suck in a breath of cool air. This is not slower than a bullet. Interesting, this devil of mine is simply getting more and more perverted. Let those ordinary people how to live. Standing on the balcony, Tang Zhe looked down at a Toyota Corolla below, only to see the vehicle gradually floating, and then ruthlessly crashed into a big tree on the side. However, Tang Zhe instantly felt a bit dizzy, cursing. Was the distance too far, or was the vehicle too heavy? But perhaps it was because he was not strong enough to experience this dizziness. Sitting on the sofa and resting a little, Tang Zhe felt a little more comfortable. This ability is his own killer ability. It's better to use it when it matters. Like this splash of water, if not the body strengthened to resist the virus, I'm afraid that it has been lying on the ground into a corpse. Thinking about it is still a little bit of fear. The old man's dazzling life has just begun. All the supplies in the neighborhood will be confiscated, although not worried about the supplies, but also will not leave the supplies to others. Want me Tang Zhe to be a good person? This life is impossible, drenched in rain directly out. The neighborhood behind him was emptied. Looking at the damaged Carrera, Tang Zhe raised his knife and chopped down, only to see the whole car split in two from the B-pillar. Tang Zhe froze for a moment and shook his head helplessly. It was really ridiculously strong. As for upgrading 3.0 gift packs, Tang Zhe is not in a hurry now. The first thing is that this brush method is a bit tiring, and the quality is not very good, and you have to go door to door to find it. If you line up to come over it is okay, but people aren't stupid, and they are still lining up. Moreover, unlike the beginning of the rise so quickly, the last 1% full with 10 people, are ready to sweep the next neighborhood. There is also the fact that the entire neighborhood, a good-looking one is not the beginning of all we're screwed. This problem Tang Zhe also really guessed right. Did die a few good-looking quite good. If earlier know the body can resist rain, perhaps can be included in the bag. Back in the neighborhood, Tang Zhe will take off all the clothes on the body, and then take out the water to rinse directly, especially the hair, not only rain, but also blood, so as not to go back to screw them. Now there are too few beautiful women. Upstairs, the three women who talked all night fell asleep, but this time they did not separate, but leaned together. Until the sound of the door opening, Sun Ting immediately woke up, holding her pistol and aiming it at the door. Whoa, I surrender. Tang Zhe laughed and raised his hands. If this shot was really fired, I'm afraid that bullet would turn around and explode your head. Sun Ting instantly let out a long breath. Scared me to death, I thought it was someone. And Bai immediately went to pour water, and all of her original worries turned into a smile, turning into a good boy in seconds. Even Yi also put down her hanging heart, unconsciously. Tang Zhe's life and death seems to represent their life and death as well. If they die, Tang Zhe will definitely live, but if Tang Zhe dies, I'm afraid that I won't be able to walk out of this city at all, maybe not even this district. Remember to turn on the insurance next time. Tang Zhe patted Sun Ting's head. Sun Ting was confused. This kind of gun hadn't been played with. Here. Sun Ting handed over the pistol. Wouldn't take this kind of dangerous thing. For Tang Zhe's character, Sun Ting felt that she could understand a thing or two. Owning a gun was a threat to him. Tang Zhe glanced at it and smiled faintly. Keep it for yourself. Ha! Sun Ting was stunned. Yi Qingyan and Bai were also dumbfounded. Even more unthinkable things appeared as Tang Zhe pulled out 2 more pistols and gave them to Bai and Yi Qingyi. Since he was planning to go out, the self-defense guys had to be ready. They'd better have some means of defense as well. He didn't want to save them if he was fine. Wait a moment, you all practice your marksmanship. Starve me to death, kill all night, said Tang Zhe. Turned around, back to the 3 women, began to prepare food. The 3 women held their pistols. For them, this was the perfect opportunity. Just open the safety, towards the back of Tang Zhe's head to take a shot. Free. Once Tang Zhe died, 3 guns, enough for the 3 women to ensure their own safety. And with supplies at home, Yi Qingyi felt like she could go to Yu. But this is just a test for Tang Zhe. It is said that human nature cannot stand the test. Tang Zhe would like to try. Do you have the courage to kill me? In fact, Tang Zhe had wanted to try it for a long time, but before it was too risky, really killing himself and becoming an ingrate. But now it's different. The ability of the nimble master is simply fearless. As long as the shot is fired, the next second she will die herself. For a while, the living room was a bit terrifyingly quiet and suffocating. And Tang Zhe pulled out the donut rice, dunked soup dumplings, steamed dumplings, and other breakfasts. And Bai didn't have any reaction. Sun Ting frowned and didn't have much of a reaction, while Yi Qingyi slowly raised her arm. Only this arc wasn't very big. At this time, Yi Qingyi's heart was at war. Killing him? Can these bullets of his own really go out? Even Yi Qingyi thought to herself, if she fired this shot, Sun Ting's and Bai's bullets would kill her. Even if Bai was too timid to shoot, Sun Ting would definitely do it. Tang Zhe was food and life in Sun Ting's heart. Killing Tang Zhe would be cutting off her life. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyi lowered her jade arm. Perhaps this was her life. Tang Zhe squinted at the afterglow. His gaze carried a coldness, but as Yi Qingyi lowered her gun, Tang Zhe revealed a disdainful smile. I thought you would shoot, but I was disappointed. You are just an ordinary woman after all. Ruthlessly satiated, Tang Zhe burped and began to let the 3 girls practice their marksmanship at home. Don't stick your ass up so high. Tang Zhe slapped on Bai's honey buttocks, and Bai was aggrieved. If you want to hit people's buttocks, just say it. People's buttocks were originally so high. Sun Ting is a good learner. 10 meters are on target. And Yi Qingyi's posture is a bit wrong. Tang Zhe personally walked to hold Yi Qingyi. Hold it with both hands. Tang Zhe whispered in Yi Qingyi's ear, which made Yi Qingyi a bit nervous, but still did as Tang Zhe said. But this next sentence made Yi Qingyi feel like falling into an ice cave. Just now you raised your hand. Yi Qingyi was so scared that she pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the pistol fell to the ground. Tang Zhe picked up the dropped pistol and handed it to Yi Qingyi with a smile. Why are you more timid than Xiao Bai, letting me down a bit? I won't let you down. Yi Qingyi immediately said firmly. Tang Zhe patted Yi Qingyi's arse and said with a mysterious smile, then it's up to you to perform. You guys have a good time practicing. I'm going to bed. When Tang Zhe closed the door, Yi Qingyi directly sat on the floor in shock. He saw himself raising his hand, and ready to kill himself. A coldness came from his back. The fact that he can give us the gun to use means that he's not afraid anymore. Sun Ting said it in one word. Why didn't he give the money in the past, but instead, he could give it now with confidence and boldness? There must be something wrong with it. Right, he is a vampire. Maybe if he went out and upgraded this time, he wouldn't be afraid of guns. Yi Qingyi cursed herself. How did she forget this identity of his? Suddenly, Tang Zhe stuck his head out of the bedroom and laughed. Whoever goes below 8 rings at night, then congratulations, has to stay with me all night. After saying that, Tang Zhe closed the door. The 3 women looked at each other and immediately started practicing their marksmanship. Even the scared Bai became determined. Overnight, this who can withstand, or practicing this gun is good. Nature will not die, that gun will die. This sleep Tanza slept until the evening before waking up, while eating while looking at the results. As the saying goes, sharpshooters are all fed out of bullets. Besides, it is only 20 meters away, not too difficult. The 3 women all passed. Then the difficulty increases. 50 meters of distance, not off target on the line, and then it is 100 meters of distance, or not off target on the line, but good results have rewards. Master, what is the reward? And Bai asked curiously. What reward do you want? And Bai thought for a moment and said shyly, I want to just accompany Master. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi secretly said that it would be a good idea. Maybe if they made a mistake in the future, Tang Zhe wouldn't be able to kill them. There is competition, there is progress. From the balcony to the opposite side of a building is almost exactly 100 meters. And this 100 meters of distance, the bottle on the opposite coffee table is a small bit. For the pistol is very difficult. Bang bang bang, the shells on the ground are getting more and more, but Tang Zhe has long prepared 10 boxes of bullets, which can make the three women look confused. It is simply an arms dealer. The people in the other neighborhoods thought they were setting off firecrackers, and kept banging and banging. After 2 consecutive days of drilling, the 100-meter distance can more or less hit the target. Tang Zhe has been very satisfied with their progress. The next step was the rifle. AK was a bit too much recoil for them, so they would use the G36 assault rifle. The three girls were still a bit uncomfortable with the weight of the rifle, so they started doing a bit of strength workout, lifting dumbbells and whatnot when they had nothing else to do. Sun Ting, 9 o'clock below, the body in the white jacket, Tang Zhe said as he held the binoculars. Sun Ting was now holding the gun in a handsome position, and in one fluid motion, pulled the trigger continuously towards the corpse. Bang bang bang. Tanza revealed a satisfied smile, at least all of them hit the corpse. Seeing you in this getup, I'm reminded of the peaceful elite. Tang Zhe looked at Sun Ting and teased, Black Silk Girl, isn't this proper skin? Yi Qingyi laughed lightly, it's kinda true. You yourself are different. Sun Ting rolled her eyes, good enough to say me, you are much more flirty than me. The next in Bai and Yi Qingyi both completed their shooting missions, the corpses were beaten to a bloody pulp. Master, do you have a sniper rifle? And Bai asked curiously. You like sniper rifles? Tang Zhe asked curiously. I usually like to play CSGO when I rest, sniper rifles are old and ruthless. Tang Zhe directly took out an sniper rifle. Yi Qingyi said that even if Tang Zhe pulled out a bazooka from his pants, he wouldn't be very surprised. And Bai's eyes glistened at the sight, and he directly played with it, even putting his bipod down and setting up his gun to lie on the ground. Tang Zhe sat directly on Bai's back, holding the binoculars to observe the target. 11 o'clock, there's a crystal ball in the red curtains. Roger. And Bai was quite professional. There was a thud. Tang Zhe raised his eyebrows, this little white has a bit of something. Too close. Give her back her cow. Downstairs street, about 300 meters, street light bulb. Bang. Awesome all little white. Yi Qingyi couldn't even help but give a compliment. Tang Zhe suddenly had an idea, the rations can't be too weak sometimes they have to help themselves to grab other dog food, can't raise in vain, wasting their talent. Tang Zhe continued to look for a target, suddenly a window caught Tang Zhe's attention, the corners of his mouth rose up. Xiaobai, 2 o'clock direction, about 700 meters, 8th floor center window. And Bai glanced towards the target, only to see a woman with her hands pressed against the window, seemingly in pain, and the man behind her with a cocky smile, and kept whipping the woman's body. Your target is that man, Tang Zhe said indifferently. And Bai En gave a sound, aimed at the man's head. This moment was not afraid at all, even if it was the first time to shoot a living person, because looking at that man, it would remind him of those beastly guys. Bang sound, and Bai's delicate body slightly trembled. Tang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief and patted Bai's fragrant shoulder, still need more practice. After saying that, he put down the binoculars. Sun Ting immediately took the binoculars and looked at it. It did hit, but exploded the woman's head. Xiaobai, you have also relieved her of her pain. Sun Ting comforted. And Bai's face was a bit bad and guilty, he clearly wanted to kill that man, but he forgot that the trajectory had a drop, which was not even in the game. Yi Qingyi said softly, Xiaobai, even if you killed that man, the other men would have killed that woman. But it was my mistake. Tang Zhe patted Bai's head, practice more if you dish. This could dry up Bai's unconvincing energy. As a girl, there was no shortage of being spat out as a dish while playing games. Especially this sentence, dish then practice more. The next 3 days, and Bai crazy practice up, at first 800 meters distance, gradually the distance is getting farther and farther, the best achievement is 1000 meters headshot. The dead were all men, and sometimes they would even shock themselves and pop out a sentence, almost hit the cute cat. This made Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi stunned. Before the Koi White used a sniper rifle to kill men without blinking, and even extraordinarily pursued the headshot rate. It had to be said that this was a girl who was addicted to the game. However, this also led to all the floors in the opposite direction pulling up the curtains, so scared that they didn't dare to venture out at all. And Bai and Sun Ting's marksmanship also improved quite a lot. The corpses in the center of the cell were no longer intact, now it was just a matter of actual combat. Before the actual battle or have to practice a little close combat, do not go to grab hair or something. As for fighting, Tang Zhe also has little experience, his own experience as a cut, are the body's subconscious behavior, but they cannot. Good thing Yi Qingyi learned a little sparring, a little teaching is better than nothing. Before going out the door or to maneuver, now the engagement is basically building based, the enemy's heavy firepower is the machete, nothing to fear, the only thing to pay attention to is that the enemy will not be afraid of death to catch the rain splash, so be sure to keep a good distance. The next 3 women began to teamwork, but dressed in terms of still so sexy, Tang Zhe felt with his and the pleasure of their own. Ask who will wear a T-pants wrapped chest to shoot, this configuration can only appear in the game, maybe the game will be harmonized away. Early in the morning, outside the house is still raining, but much smaller. The street outside from time to time there will be vehicles, are out of life to find supplies, after all, now not yet windy, and so on windy, not many people out. Clicks and clacks rang out in the living room. The three women wiped their pistols, their movements were skillful. Tang Zhe grabbed his fluffy hair and came into the living room. Looks like it's almost done, we'll go out today. The three girls stopped moving at once. There was a sense of excitement and nervousness, as well as fear of the unknown. Patting Yi Qingyi's rounded buttocks, Tang Zhe laughed. Going out dressed like this won't hide the gun. Master, we've long been ready. And Bai put on the lengthened down coat on the side, only revealing her white ankles. But when Bai opened the down coat, the scene was indeed blood-spattering and overly sexy, and the gun was hidden on the side of the down coat. I have to say, in the aspect of pleasing Tang Zhe, is also put effort. The down jacket off at any time and anywhere, the main thing is convenient. All the supplies will be taken away, even a bottle of water is not left. This is the principle of Tang Zhe. Wherever he goes, not an inch of grass. Since it was the first time they went out, the three girls dressed up carefully. Sister Yi is so pretty, no wonder she charmed the rich second generation to death. Little Bai, see if I don't tear your mouth off. Yi Qingyi lunged towards Bai with a smile on her face. Bai hurriedly hid behind Sun Ting. Sister Ting, help. Ting Ting, you get out of the way. Alright, it's all going out. Sun Ting squeezed out a smile. The rain was still falling outside, although Tang Zhe said there was a way, but they didn't know. What if they died from the rain? Why wouldn't Bai be worried? Just using this way to keep herself from thinking about it. Preparing everything, Bai suddenly whispered, if there is an afterlife, we might be friends, the best kind. Yi Qingyi revealed a rubbing smile and patted Bai's head. There won't be an afterlife, just this life. Well, there will be wine in this life. Sun Ting also patted Bai's head. Bai's mouth glanced up, all of you pat me silly, when the time comes the master doesn't want me you guys to pay for it. Goosey. Tang Zhe who was waiting outside heard the laughter of the three women. What's the matter, so happy, don't know to share. Soon the three girls came to Tang Zhe, slightly swinging their bodies with a bit of showing off and pleasing. I have to say that Xiaobai chose a good grid set, pure lust style, with a hazy sexy, but also transparent. Yi Qingyi is also good this time, sexy fishtail small lace, soft lace close to the skin, soft bow decoration, sweet flavor. Sun Ting is more direct, wearing black hanging neck open gear one-piece socks, the design of the circular connection is just right, showing a hot pole style. But looking at their high heels, Tang Zhe said really good, chasing people cannot run. But like them like this to the street station, I'm afraid that the men will be like zombies like surging, will tear them to pieces. Let's go. Three women wearing down coat, will that delicate body to cover, just those three beautiful face again how to cover is useless, the men are not blind. Coming into the underground garage, the three girls saw the clothes Tang Zhe had prepared beforehand, which looked like protective clothing. Sealed all over, warm and rain resistant besides, easy to put on and take off. Tang Zhe definitely won't let the three girls die, after all, they have all been trained for so long. They are also considered their own fighters, this ration plus fighters, where to find this clothing is in the supplies too. 0, the last 2 days to try a pipe. It's really quite lightweight. Sun Ting exclaimed as she moved after putting it on. Bai naively said, why do I feel like we're like the group of scientists in Resident Evil? It's really a bit like that. Yi Qingyi tried a split leg, flexibility is also very good. Does he have Doraemon's pockets? Anything can give change out. Do we walk out? Bai asked curiously. Tang Zhe shook his head. Do I look like someone who can walk? Nua. Pressing the car key. Beep. Only a broken down version of the Tank 300 flashed not far away. Bai curiously jogged over, then wowed, come see, you guys, it's awesome. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi went to take a look and also froze. The tires of this car were actually tracks. It felt like this should be for snow, but it was best to use it at this time of the year. Tang Zhe came and patted the hood. The original 2.0 was replaced with a 4.0 engine, reinforced crash beams, thickened body, bulletproof glass, not a single rubber part in the whole car. With this guy, we can shuttle anywhere. Yi Qingyi couldn't wait to immediately go to Yunhai City to bring her niece out. As for her fiancé's side, her brain is very messy right now. You drive. Tang Zhe threw the car keys to Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi was stunned. Wasn't he afraid that he would drive and run away? Now that he had a gun, a protective suit, and even a car, the world was still not big enough for him to go. Tang Zhe forgot to say, there are still 2 C4 bombs in the car, but whenever you drive the car away, you can blow up to the sky. I am afraid that I will be sad for 3 days. After all, Xiaobai is still very cute. But Yi Qingyi is not stupid. Tang Zhe is not so easy to hand over to himself. Maybe the car put a locator or something. If he drove away, he will soon be able to find. I have to say, Yi Qingyi's brain is still turning very fast, but ignored one point. Tang Zhe will not even go to look for betrayal of the end of only one. Death. Take off the protective suit first. The car will be fine. Wait to get off and then put it on. After saying that, Tang Zhe sat in the back row. Sun Ting and Bai naturally sat obediently on both sides of Tang Zhe. Yi Qingyi drove honestly. The tracked vehicle Yi Qingyi had never driven before, and appeared to be extra careful. Tang Zhe said blandly, feel free to drive. With such a sentence, Yi Qingyi directly a foot throttle, push back feeling her out, just the track is still much slower. Driving out of the underground garage, the rain drenched on the roof of the car, the windshield wipers automatically turned on, it would be a lie to say that it wasn't tense. Tang Zhe, who was holding Sun Ting, said indifferently, first go to Yinghua Road, the high neighborhood. Aha! The appearance of the car attracted a lot of attention, everyone looked at the road from the window with surprise and envy. Indeed one had to be envious, after all, the car was filled with top-notch beauties, and the aroma was overflowing. Tang Zhe's gaze looked to both sides of the street. Burnt-out vehicles, scattered corpses lying everywhere, especially in front of supermarkets or shopping malls. But the street appeared to be very cold, basically no one was there, after all, it happened in the early hours of the morning, everyone was basically at home. Yi Qingyi who drove the car didn't even avoid the corpses, and directly pressed through. Tang Zhe was speechless, you've never driven a car before, it's too wobbly, how to be a driver? Sorry, that lazy to avoid the corpse. You guys look, there are a lot of dead people over at the police station. And Bai pointed not far away and shouted, there were indeed a lot of dead people at the entrance. Sun Ting guessed, it's probably a few gangs of people all trying to go to the police station to get their guns and fight and kill each other. Go take a look. Tang Zhe said indifferently. Yi Qingyi pulled into the police station and stopped. You guys go, I'll guard the car. Tang Zhe's words made the three women's hearts tremble. This was a police station, in case there were gun-toting people hiding inside, I'm afraid it would be over. But the three girls didn't dare to go against Tang Zhe's intention, put on the protective clothing, took the MP9 submachine gun and opened the door to get out of the car. Now is not a drill, but into the actual battle. Tang Zhe found that Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi all looked nervous, and Bai instead excited. The three women didn't speak, all relying on hand signals to enter the hall. The lights in the hall were still on, and there were a few corpses lying on the floor, one of them was still wearing a police uniform, maybe it was on duty. And Bai and Yi Qingyi guarded the surrounding area. Sun Ting observed the wounds of the corpses to see if they were gunshot wounds or knife wounds. However, they were all knife wounds, no gunshot wounds appeared, and the three women continued to feel their way towards the building. Just after crossing the corridor, Yi Qingyi realized that there were more corpses in front of her, immediately raising her hands and clenching her fists, the tension surged out at once. Yi Qingyi carefully approached the corpses and actually found that the corpses had gunshot wounds, her face changed at once. Walking along the corpses, they really walked to the gun warehouse, the door was open, and all the safes inside were also open. Without thinking, they knew that the guns were taken away. The three women looked at each other and nodded to continue searching the room. Along the way there were at least 50 to 60 corpses, all of them were shot and killed, there were bullet holes in the walls, the glass was broken, it seems that there was a gunfight here. Sitting in the car Tang Zhe closed his eyes and waited quietly, he couldn't keep guarding them all the time, he had to grow up as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Tang Zhe saw the three women walk out, the guts fell. The three women came under the carport, pressed a key on the wrist to disinfect, the rain on the protective clothing slowly evaporated, and only after doing this did they get into the car. How is it? Sun Ting replied back in a deep voice, there's no one inside, but there was a gunfight, a lot of people died inside, no guns were found, they should have been taken away. Even if it was taken away, I guess there aren't many bullets left. Yi Qingyi added, looking at the degree of decomposition of those corpses, at least they had been dead for 10 days and half a month. Doesn't matter, let's go. Tang Zhe didn't put it in his heart, what kind of weapons can an ordinary police station have? Pistols come standard, at best plus shotguns, maybe the city council only has rifles or something. Sun Ting pursed her dry red lips and said, to be able to rush into the police station to grab a gun, this is also a group of outlaws, some of the elites of the upscale neighborhoods won't take the risk, it's likely that it's the Big Brother organization in the society. What you mean is that these people are most likely hiding in clubs, KTVs, saunas, bars, and these entertainment places. Yi Qingyi let out a low cry. And Bai gave a reminder, in the wee hours of the morning, only these entertainment places are open. Tang Zhe suddenly let out a laugh. The three women all looked at Tang Zhe, were discussing a problem. What are you laughing at? In their hearts, they thought so, but didn't dare to say it. It's really three female Zhuge, able to surmise that it probably had to be the murderer. Tang Zhe gave a thumbs up. Get Tang Zhe's affirmation, the three women are a little smug, look down on who, we are all university graduates, people EE or 985 high school students. In fact, Sun Ting had such a guess because she had just found out when examining the bodies that most of them had tattooed social youths. I have to do my own thing first. Tang Zhe also didn't want to waste his time in this kind of place. Yi Qingyi continued to start the car and drove towards her destination. 20 minutes later, it arrived at the target neighborhood and parked under the eaves of the alley. You guys wait here, I'll go and come. Putting on his protective suit, Tang Zhe slowly walked out of the alley. The three women looked a bit quiet in the car, and Bai played with the submachine gun, seemingly very interested in firearms. Yi Qingyi was gripping the steering wheel tightly, and didn't know what she was thinking. However, Sun Ting reminded, if you dare to drive away, all three of us will die. Yi Qingyi tightly knitted her eyebrows after hearing this, and after a long time, she stretched, I won't drive away. Find a chance to say something about your niece, maybe he will go. Yi Qingyi hummed, thank you. On the other side, Tang Zhe had already walked into the neighborhood. Unlike his own side of the neighborhood, there weren't a lot of corpses downstairs. It seemed like the quality of the people in the upscale neighborhoods was much higher, much more harmonious. Finding the place according to the address, Tang Zhe knocked on the door. Footsteps sounded inside. The door of the house just opened. Tang Zhe saw a man with dry lips, disheveled, thin. If remember correctly, this is the manager of the hot pot restaurant. Used to be a fat man. When he worked in the store, he would only bully himself, find all kinds of reasons to deduct wages, let himself work overtime and do not give overtime pay, and finally eavesdropped. This guy actually took his own deductions. Angry that half a month's salary did not ask for it and left. I think he also took his own half a month's salary. Tang Zhe? You're really coming? Great, bring food? The man instantly looked at Tang Zhe's hands, but Tang Zhe's hands were empty. Why didn't you bring food? Didn't I tell you to bring food? The manager's face immediately changed, reverting back to before. Looking at the previous manager's mouth, Tang Zhe revealed a sincere smile and pulled out his pistol. Bang! The manager fell straight to the ground, while Tang Zhe walked into the elevator with his hands in his pockets and left. Next, just the neighborhood was startled by the gunshot, unease welling up in every heart. Maybe Tang Zhe didn't know that he had fired this shot, making the riots in the neighborhood start earlier, but Tang Zhe wouldn't care at all. In the midst of this post-apocalyptic world, what Tang Zhe cared about most was himself, and everyone else was just floating clouds. Looking at the car in the alley, Tang Zhe smiled, so well behaved that he didn't actually drive away. Next, Tang Zhe executed one by one according to the list, until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Then all the people on the list were cleaned up, which is also considered to be an explanation with his former self. But now there was still one left. I've already gotten in touch and said I'll be there this afternoon. Yi Qingyi returned the cell phone to Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe was satisfied. I've heard that the Mountain Lake neighborhood is inhabited by rich people, so I'm sure there shouldn't be too few beautiful women. The three women shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know and had to depend on luck. Mountain Lake District is a riverview house in Huayan City. The same is also a school district house. Not far away there is a park. Can be said to be a golden property. Many bosses are here to buy a set, of course. A lot of people loans to buy, to show their identity. For Tang Zhe, a house here is astronomical. But that was before. Now maybe a bottle of water can get it. At this moment, Bai Jian and Xiaoyu were discussing how to take down Tang Zhe, to get him to hand over all his supplies. Are we going to leave here? Xiaoyu seemed a bit reluctant to leave, but the food and drink here was almost gone. After so many days, Bai Jian's size hadn't even changed much, but he was still slightly thinner. What, can't let go of this nice house? Bai Jian snorted coldly. If it wasn't for the fact that you're somewhat useful, he would have dumped it a long time ago. Xiaoyu didn't say anything. Bai Jian looked at the information in the cell phone. His face was heavy. His own district is considered fortunate. Colleagues group sent those photos shocking. Bai Jian felt that this district is finished is only a matter of time. Do not leave before it is too late. It is estimated that it is the same as these useless subordinates. And Tang Zhe actually said that there is a way to come over. This is undoubtedly to make Bai Jian happy. Really is stupid. For such a stupid woman to run to show off. Laughable. By the time he had his supplies and those few women, it wasn't much better than this. When he comes later, I'll drug the water. Bai Jian took out a pill. How could Xiaoyu not recognize it? Sometimes Bai Jian would just make himself eat it, his whole body powerless for him to destroy. Xiaoyu could only nod, not daring to resist. Bai Jian hugged Xiaoyu with that fat meat and drew a big cake. When the time comes, we will have those supplies. At least we can carry it for a few months. Maybe this crisis will be over. Hearing this, hope also welled up in Xiaoyu's gaze, and his gaze became firm. At this time, the cell phone rang and Xiaoyu looked at it. He's almost here. Bai Jian instantly revealed a wry smile. If he really brought a woman with him, then he could have a good time himself. Tang Zhe could bring more than just one would be bringing 3. There's someone at the gas station in front. Yi Qingyi, who was driving, looked to the left front. There was indeed a Sinopec. There seemed to be 2 cars parked under the roof, and a few silhouettes could be seen standing by the cars. Then go and fill up with gas. After saying that, Tang Zhe patted Sun Ting's head. Still eating, work. It's all about to be my turn. And Bai said pitifully. Tang Zhe helplessly shook his head and put his pants back on. Sun Ting took out her pistol and checked the ammunition, then loaded the bullets. And Bai on the side could only stuff in a bubblegum to quench his thirst first, skillfully checking the pistol. The mechanical sound of brushing seemed to make Bai very addicted. Brother crazy, a car is coming. Next to the car, a young man with dyed green hair shouted, holding a baseball bat in his hand, which in Tang Zhe's eyes was no different from a primitive tool. The man sitting in the car smoking had a flat head, wearing a silver decorative necklace on his chest. The colder weather was actually just wearing a black undershirt, with skulls tattooed on his shoulders, a pair of eyes sinister and vicious, a character that was not to be messed with, and a Nepalese military knife in his hand, stained with a bit of blood. Holy shit, crazy brother, we got rich actually still modified tank 300, with tracks. The deputy driver's little brother was so excited that he opened the door to get out of the car with the knife. Crazy brother exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Tracks, indeed a good idea, smart. Crazy brother, kill them all later, or? Crazy brother flicked his cigarette butt out. not caring that this was a gas station. Since I have this ability, naturally I have to keep it, it will always help Hua. But crazy brother also reminded, seeing that we're here and still dare to come is not a good thing. All pay attention, observe before you start, don't mess up the plan. Yes, brother crazy. When the group saw that the one driving the car was actually a woman, they all froze for a moment and moved closer to watch. It was actually a beautiful woman. Brother crazy, superb. Crazy brother are all stunned for a moment. The crisis has been almost a month, where the women have such an exquisite existence, even the women around general manager who don't compare to her. Take a look first, when it's suitable, grab the woman and send her back first. The corner of crazy brother's mouth gradually reveals a bloodthirsty smile, looking so pretty and still wandering around outside, really stupid. Yi Qingyi parked the car, opened the door slowly and stretched out her white ankles. Standing next to the men looked at the red high-heeled shoes, as well as the white ankles, saliva swallowed hard, as if it has been a long time without touching a woman seems to be. When they saw Yi Qingyi's face, a pair of eyes were like jackals, itching to tear Yi Qingyi into pieces. The only pity was that she was wearing a long down coat and couldn't see her figure. But even if the flat body is also a superb awe. After getting out of the car, Yi Qingyi propped up a lazy waist, twisted her slightly stiff neck and whispered, tired to death. On the side of the crazy brother and other people confused, could it be that she can't see us, we are invisible? At this time the rear car door also opened. When Sa and Bai and Sun Ting get off the car, the little brothers, including the crazy brother, dumbfounded. How long have not seen such a woman? Those high heels seem to step on the ground, clearly is stepping on the heart of the brothers. The heart ecstasy. This shall not grab those legs and fuck ah. Today picked up the leak, encountered 3 superb, who a total must not be ruthlessly rewarded. Crazy brother have the idea of monopoly. Sure enough, for a beautiful woman, anything can be done. The red face is a scourge. Finally, Tang Zhe jumped down from the car, attracting the attention of Brother Crazy and the others, a man and 3 women? What is this man's status? How could he have such an excellent company of 3 women? Crazy brother? What's going on? The junior brother hurriedly asked. Brother Crazy wasn't too confused. Explore the bottom first. If you can have the confidence to bring 3 superb women out, you must have 2 brushes. Brother Crazy, isn't it too cautious? Just one man, what are 3 pussies afraid of? The junior brother seemed to have been overwhelmed by beauty. However, crazy brother was offended. You're the boss or I'm the boss. The little brother hurriedly apologized. Tang Zhe smiled and fished out a pack of cigarettes. Sun Ting, who was standing next to him, pulled out a lighter and lit it. You two go to the house and take a look. Tang Zhe said indifferently. And Bai and Yi Qingyi moved towards the house. Only the food and water inside had been looted, and there were some corpses lying on the ground, 3 of which were wearing the gas station's work clothes. After all, the gas station was also a place where supplies were stored, and that was equivalent to a battlefield. And over at the cash register, a naked woman was there, her hair messy, not being able to see her face clearly. A buck-toothed man with a sardonic smile impacted, invested in not even noticing the arrival of Bai and Yi Qingyi. Outside, the little brother walked up with the bat on his shoulder. Brother, where is it? Tang Zhe flicked his cigarette ash and said indifferently, none of your business. This statement could make the little brother upset. If it wasn't for the boss saying to be steady, he would have directly greeted him towards his head. We are general manager Hua's people. Over there is brother Crazy. Go over and say hello. After saying that, those eyes scanned Sun Ting's face, getting greedier and greedier. Inside the down jacket, Sun Ting held her gun, unable to resist the urge to blow his head off. The sudden emergence of some general manager Hua made Tang Zhe pause for a moment, his eyes looking towards the car not far away, walking with a sincere smile. The little brother looked like you know what you're doing, and even displayed a flick of his tongue towards Sun Ting. Brother Crazy, I've heard a lot about you. Tang Zhe laughed out loud. Seeing that Tang Zhe seemed to be very knowledgeable, Crazy brother opened the door and walked down, also letting Tang Zhe look at the Nepalese army knife in his hand, which had already been stained with 10 lives. Where is brother preparing to go? Crazy brother asked with a smile, as if he was an old friend who hadn't seen him for years. Tang Zhe shrugged, not much of a plan, wandering around blindly. Just you alone? Crazy brother asked curiously. My neighborhood has already killed Madness, who stays and waits to die. Crazy brother let out a big laugh when he heard that there was only one person. Isn't that so? The neighborhood nowadays is hypocritical, which is like us. We are righteous, we share the same difficulties, we share the same blessings, and we have women to play with. So it sounds like brother Crazy, your side of the environment is good. Indeed, the Royal Capital Club has heard of it. Our boss Mr. Hua big grasp of supplies, as long as there are capable people, very happy to receive. I see brother, this modification means good. Want to join us? Tang Zhe did hear of the Royal Capital Club, and even went inside to deliver a takeaway. In Huan City is also a well-known conference hall. Inside the young lady is beautiful, is a bit expensive. Tang Zhe said he could not afford to play if not to go to Qiao Yu's home. Tang Zhe also really want to go for a walk, where there are beautiful women. Where to go? Want to but a few days? You give me a WeChat? Tang Zhe's words were sincere, but falling on Crazy brother's ears, it was too perfunctory, simply rejecting himself. Where is brother going to be busy? The smile on Brother Crazy's face disappeared a bit, and the evil at the corners of his mouth gradually began to unfold. To pay a visit to an old friend. So, Tang Zhe looked at the empty car and asked curiously, "What about you guys, where are you planning to go? Didn't search for supplies?" Brother Crazy didn't answer, but sighed, "Brother, you should know this world in your heart. I'll talk to you properly, you talk properly too, or else you'll make things difficult for everyone." How did I not speak properly? Tang Zhe had a confused face, that innocent look fell in Sun Ting's eyes, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Kid, you're just refusing to drink until you're forced to do so." Tang Zhe scratched the back of his head and innocently said, "I'm also in a difficult position with you messing with me like this." The minions standing next to him had already moved slowly in an encircling position, their knives in their hands glittering. Crazy! Suddenly a panicked voice rang out from the house. A junior brother didn't even have time to put on his pants and ran wildly towards the outside, as if he had seen a ghost. However, the surrounding people laughed playfully, and some even joked, "Brother Fish, why don't you put on your pants? The brothers are not good at this." I'm afraid this fish brother directly scared impotence. Is cool to see two guns appeared, subconsciously ran out. Bang of a gunshot broke this fragile balance. Fish brother hit the back of the head in the end. The surrounding minions are confused, look to the door. Yi Qingyi raised his arm, a little smoke coming out of the muzzle. And that crazy brother, people are stupid, that woman actually has a gun. Yi Qingyi walked slowly, the surrounding juniors subconsciously backed up, a bit at a loss. Came to Fish's side, Yi Qingyi towards Fish's crotch emptied the magazine. Bang 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 bang. Beat to death, the surrounding minions were all shocked by Yi Qingyi, originally thought it was just a soft woman, killing people actually without blinking an eye. Yi Qingyi is indeed the first time to kill people, but to kill this kind of scum, there is no sense of guilt at all, and even the heart is very cool, especially the eyes of these men looking at themselves, even more cool. Withdrawing the clip, Yi Qingyi took out a new clip from his pocket and clicked it to load it again. The little brothers seemed to be immobilized, and then looked at Brother Crazy. "They have guns, Brother Crazy, what should we do?" Tang Zhe spread his hands and said helplessly, "I told you it's difficult, right? You don't believe me, now it's good, my cats and kittens are freaking out, I can't control them." Hearing Tang Zhe's words, the three girls knew what to do, but felt no challenge at all. The weapons in their hands were too primitive. Where was Crazy Brother's attitude just now? He immediately laughed, "Brother, why don't I give you a micro?" The words were not even finished, Sun Ting directly raised her hand and shot her head. Why people give me a Weibo just, you burst your head?" Tang Zhe turned around and rolled his eyes, to be so cruel. "Sun Ting poor beak, I'm sorry." "Why do you say sorry to me, say it to others." "Okay." Coming in front of Brother Crazy, Sun Ting said in a serious manner, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have blown your head off." After saying that, she shot towards the head again. The surrounding minions had never seen such a ruthless one, talking and laughing about the crazy brother, and even dying and exploding his head. Are bullets so worthless? Tang Zhe covered his forehead with a hand. "You broke his face, how to sweep the face to open the cell phone later?" Crazy brother's cell phone is fingerprint unlocked. The little brother on the side hurriedly dropped the knife in his hand, worthy of being a model for those who know what's good for them. And Bai showed a gentle smile towards the little brother. "Thank you." "Ah, you're welcome." The little brother was shy for a moment, such a cute girl should be coerced. There was another bang. The little brother incredulously collapsed. The last image in his mind was the gentle girl who lifted the pistol. Why she smiled so softly. The surrounding little brother who had seen such a pervert, it felt like they were playing house. There were two little brothers even ran towards the rain. And Bai and Yi Qingyi directly raised their hands and shot. The running junior brother's head shot out a blood mist in the end, not being drenched by the rain, but being exploded. "Sister, good shooting skill." And Bai smiled and said. Yi Qingyi was modest, "Good luck." The remaining four juniors directly kneeled on the ground and begged for mercy, which as a human being, they are all devils. Mr. Hui is like a docile elementary school student compared to them. Tang Zhe sighed, "I just want a WeChat only, have to firefight, now well, dead." The four little brothers cried and cursed shamelessly in their hearts, too shameless. "Tell me, where are you guys preparing to go to grab supplies?" Tang Zhe smiled. The little brothers had never seen such a terrifying smile before, and were so scared that they scrambled to give the facts. "Big brother, we are preparing to go to the Mountain Lake neighborhood." Tang Zhe froze, so the goal was the same. You people are going to rob the Mountain Lake neighborhood? It's not to rob, it's to give a lesson, and to explore the truth in the meantime. Tang Zhe hissed, "I can't understand a bit of your speech." Sun Ting raised her hand and shot. "You say it." The little brother looked at the fallen body beside him, shitting and pissing all over the place, unable to say a word. Bang! Tang Zhe pressed a hand on the little brother's shoulder, revealing a comforting smile. "Don't be nervous, just don't be like the two of them." The little brother nodded vigorously. "We, Mr. Hua, have a deal with she in the Mountain Lake District. We, Mr. Hua, provide water, and Mr. She buys it at 100 times the market price, but in the past 2 days, Mr. She's real estate has been mortgaged to Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua lets her out of the young men and women, and Mr. She, unwilling to do so, sends us to make a mess, and kills a few people. The four are surprised for a moment after hearing this, using money to still buy supplies? It had to be said that they were still expecting a return to the old days, and as businessmen, there really wasn't anything wrong with that. Yi Qingyi suddenly asked in curiosity, the President Shi you are talking about is not the President Shi of Conway Real Estate? Yes, that's her. Tang Zhe turned around and asked, you recognize? I've met her once at a banquet, and this Mountain Lake neighborhood is also her property. And by suddenly remembered something as well, I seem to have also heard the boss of the first-class cabin talk about it. Hua and City's queen of what's-his-name real estate, General Manager Shi, is also a philanthropist, donating to a lot of elementary schools. Right, that's it. The little brother hurriedly nodded his head. Tang Zhe frowned, did I let you speak? Sun Ting raised her hand and shot. The last little brother's whole body trembled, suddenly his whole body convulsed and foamed at the mouth, his eyes rounded out, and he fell to the ground and convulsed twice before he was gone. Did this die of fright? And Bai was puzzled. Yi Qingyi frowned brow, it should be. So scary. Tang Zhe. Who the hell is scary? You women are simply more shameless than me. But from this time, it seems that their fighting strength has been formed, and the shooting skills are not bad 10 meters of moving target headshots. Just after thinking about it, Tang Zhe heard the sound of vomiting. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi were propped up next to the gas pumps and vomited, and Bai patted the two women on the back and showed a helpless expression towards Tang Zhe. This kind of situation would be good to get used to. Go get a cell phone. Tang Zhe said softly, and Bai took out his cell phone from his little brother's pocket, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and then changed the settings. Tang Zhe just wanted to see what kind of character the so-called general manager Hua was, and it was still necessary to obtain useful information. Back in the car, Tang Zhe suddenly remembered something. Is the general manager Shi you guys just talked about pretty? Pretty. Yi Qingyi nodded. Same as you? Pretty much, the breasts are bigger than mine. Tang Zhe, who was sitting in the back row, froze and stuck his head to the front row to look at it, then reached out to grab it again. Really? Yi Qingyi's face went slightly red. Really? Okay, so big boss, how old is he? Seems like 36 or 77. Old woman Tang Zhe lost half of his interest at once. What appeared in his mind was slack flesh, sagging, and crow's feet. Yi Qingyi that white eyes are rolled to the back of the head, people maintain very well, I've seen it, it looks like 272A touch. You just blow it. Really, didn't lie to you. Don't believe me. Unless you bring someone. Yi Qingyi. And Bai and Sun Ting snickered at the side, suddenly realizing that this is the real Tang Zhe, right, with that little bit of humor, actually think Tang Zhe is quite handsome, how come he doesn't have a girlfriend? It's not because of one word. Poor. Just as Yi Qingyi was about to step on the gas and leave, the woman in the house draped in a single coat ran out. Her hair was messy, but she didn't look very old, estimated to be around 30, and her figure was not bad. Wait. Yi Qingyi stopped the car and lowered the window. What's wrong? Can you take me away, please? I don't want to stay here. The woman begged bitterly and made a bow with both hands. Seeing that Yi Qingyi didn't say anything, the woman continued to beg, these people intentionally keep me, every time I come. Please, show some kindness, and be a cow or a horse to repay. Tang Zhe lowered the window on one side and laughed, sorry beauty, can't sit down. However, the woman saw that there was no one in the passenger seat, and instantly knelt down, big brother, please, I still have my mother at home, and my children, please. Tang Zhe sighed, it's also strange and pitiful, let her be relieved, lest she be humiliated. Yi Qingyi's heart trembled, after saving her, do you still want to kill her? Looking at the woman kneeling on the ground and kowtowing, Yi Qingyi slowly pulled out her pistol. However, as soon as the woman looked up, she saw the gun pointed at her, her gaze instantly became fearful. I'm sorry, I'll just go. After saying that the woman turned around and ran, while Yi Qingyi pulled the trigger. Bang! A mist of blood floated in the air. And Bai slightly lowered her head, her mood seemed to be a bit lost. Tang Zhe embraced and Bai to his side, this is the way of the world, she will only suffer and die, so she might as well give it a go. However, Tang Zhe added, if you want to get on the bus, you should at least have standards like theirs. Taking out his little brother's cell phone, Tang Zhe flipped through the chat logs, this Mr. Hua did have a bit of tact, this group actually had 287 people in it, and he was the boss. These 8 people are just a group inside, the so-called crazy brother is just the leader of the group, just as they said, it is to go to Mountain Lake neighborhood to make trouble, but this trouble is not vandalism, but to kill people. You guys, these guys didn't reply to the boss's message, will they think that they were taken out by the people of the Mountain Lake neighborhood? Tang Zhe snickered. Sun Ting unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Tang Zhe, with this Mr. Hua's tactics, next time it won't be about intimidation, it will be about rallying his minions to take down Mountain Lake Cell. Then we'll have to act first, there should be a lot of beautiful women in the neighborhoods that haven't been captured yet. Tang Zhe hemmed and hawed and laughed, Lao Zi is now a big colorful batch, ordinary women are lazy to take care of, the kind that don't even want to be sent to the door. In order to brush experience suffer no longer want, after all, in order to brush and brush, really boring, like a livestock like. It's definitely more than our neighborhood. Sun Ting is now also a little worried in his heart. If a newcomer joins, will it affect himself? Looked at playing with the firearms of Xiaobai, a little bit of heart, driving Yiqing even have the fantasy of detachment. Their own three said unity a little, said not united also a little, and this mountain lake neighborhood really if there are a few beautiful women, I'm afraid to join in is also another group, at that time their own three not united. Sun Ting think about it on the back of the cold. Xiaobai is obedient, wait to talk to Yiqing, no matter how we are now united, there are new women, but also to step on them. Driving Yiqing is not stupid, the two women have thought of a piece, no matter what kind of woman joins in the future, they will have to go through a series of training before they can be on duty. And this so-called training, Yiqing has already experienced once, for words to describe. Life is worse than death. Tang Zhe was afraid that he didn't know right now that even this cat's nest of his had begun to appear as a class layer. But Tang Zhe doesn't care about these, there is competition to make progress. What's the difference between a group of women with no thinking and a robot? Or that sentence, my Tang Zhe's requirements will become higher and higher, not to raise idlers. Change the car. Tang Zhe suddenly said. Yiqing, who was driving the car, in fact, she just wanted to propose to change a car. After all, driving such a modified car into another neighborhood was a bit inappropriate. Change the lace hangings you guys are wearing inside, or people will think I'm a pervert. The three women snorted at the same time. TSK, what are you laughing at? Believe it or not, fuck you guys. Tang Zhe's eyes rolled. If I'm a pervert, you guys are even more perverted than me. Aromatic change of clothes appeared in the car. Tang Zhe molested from time to time, this little day of comfort. Putting the car in an alley not far from the neighborhood, the four of them found a BYD with only wheels and sat on it. Bye, when you go in, you're my girlfriend. Really? Great. And Bai was gorgeous. Sun Ting skimmed her small mouth. Master, next time let me be the girlfriend too. Okay. Fine, I'll take turns. Tang Zhe spread his hands, now scrambling to be the girlfriend. How come he didn't see such positivity when delivering takeaways in the past? Suddenly, Tang Zhe put his hand on top of Yiqing's head, gently rubbing it. Little Yi, how about we make a bet? Bet? Yiqing asked doubtfully. I know you have a niece trapped in the school, if you win, we go? Yiqing's gaze was instantly delighted and she hurriedly nodded her head. Don't nod so hastily, you know the consequences of being saved by me. Listening to Tang Zhe's words, Yiqing slightly bit her red lips, her originally tender red lips gradually lost their blood color, and after a long time, she returned, I know. Don't be happy so early, if I win, I'm going to kill your fiancé's whole family, do you dare to bet? Sitting in the back row Got and Bai and Sun Ting both froze, this was making Yiqing choose, it seemed that Tang Zhe had never let down his guard against Yiqing. I won't lose. Yiqing said in a deep voice as she gripped the steering wheel tightly. Good, I appreciate the strength of yours. Tang Zhe patted Yiqing's fragrant shoulder. A woman with courage is much stronger than those who only beg. What's the bet? Tang Zhe didn't even think much about it yet, looking back to Anbai and Sun Ting. What do you think we should bet on? Sun Ting and Anbai were stunned, actually given the choice to choose the bet, not afraid that they would favor Yiqing. Turning back Yiqing looked at the two with pleading. Sun Ting secretly said, if he chose a bet that favored Tang Zhe, Yiqing was afraid that she would break her heart, and now there was an unknown mountain lake neighborhood of beautiful women who would surely be retaliated against. It would be better to send a smooth lover, even if it topped being chastised by Tang Zhe. How about we make a bet with that mister? She, Bai, who was on the side, suddenly said. Sun Ting and Yiqing's hearts both paused for a moment. Using a woman as a bet, wasn't that Tang Zhe's strong point? Which woman could escape his clutches? It's still my family Xiao Bai who is well behaved and understanding. Tang Zhe reached out and pinched in Bai's face, and Bai mischievously rubbed against Tang Zhe's palm, just like a large Muppet cat. And Bai continued, you guys just bet on whether or not this mister. She will run in the end. Master, you can't threaten people. Hee hee, interesting. Tang Zhe also came to be interested at once, then looked at Yiqing. Ladies first. Yiqing clenched her small fists, her heartbeat accelerated, her breathing was rapid, and her mind had gone haywire. Won't run. Yiqing said in a deep voice. General, she was not a stupid woman, she should also realize the benefits of following Tang Zhe. However, Yiqing seemed to have forgotten one thing. What Anbai said about not being able to threaten. Then I'll guess she'll run, you two testify. Sun Ting and Anbai nodded. Of course, you two can offer her a little help this time, lest I bully. Yiqing was secretly happy, although she only had a one-sided relationship with Shiming, she was still considered an acquaintance. Hey, you guys can't threaten people with guns. Tang Zhe had to remind, don't break the rules of the game, otherwise eat peanuts. The three girls naturally wouldn't play around, knowing that Tang Zhe didn't like it, and Bai suddenly laughed delicately. Master, really curious about how you take down this real estate queen, can't threaten food temptation deal. You little white, blocking all the roads I'm good at. And Bai spat out his fragrant tongue. Master, you are not bad at all, tall and majestic, jade-like, to that one-stop people she always worshipped. Ha, this little mouth of yours will say, go, let's go see what this mister. She is really a god. Tang Zhe waved his hand. However, he suddenly added, before that, let's make it a little more difficult for our mister. She. After saying this, Tang Zhe took his little brother's cell phone and sent a message. Mr. Hua is not well, brother crazy and the others have been killed. The three women looked at the message Tang Zhe sent and thought up in their hearts, this was an accelerated attack on the Mountain Lake neighborhood, leaving themselves little time. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi suddenly looked at each other and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Their mission was to make sure that Mr. She didn't run away, the prerequisite would definitely have to follow Tang Zhe, so they would have to put their hands on Mr. She, and Tang Zhe wouldn't even have to do anything, and the three of them would help him chase him down. Xiaobai what kind of topic you came up with And Xiaobai is really stupid white sweet? Obviously not, it seems to give Tang Zhe a high degree of difficulty in fact, as long as they themselves to complete the purpose, naturally can be reached, will not let Tang Zhe lose face at all, and will even be complimented at the time. How to coax Tang Zhe to be happy, Xiaobai has her own set of methods in her heart. Mountain Lake neighborhood garage entrance, several cars blocked at the entrance and exit, around which sat 7 or 8 men, holding knives in their hands. But these men dressed very decent, it seems to be the social elite people dressed, the eyes are not even fierce color, those knives as if they just scare people, and these blocked vehicles are just to prevent the outside of someone driving a car crashed in. After all, in the past 2 days, the rain is less, many people began to venture outside, as one of the rich neighborhoods, people do not dare to slack off. Ugh, when is it going to end? Only a man in his 40s wearing a wool sweater sighed. Mr. She said it's getting close, just hold on for another month and it'll go back to the old life. The other one revealed a yearning gaze. The man in the lead shaved his head, namely because there was no water to wash it, shaving it was the easiest and still had a deterrent effect. His name was Luo Jun, the head of the security department of Mountain Lake Community, he had 2 brushes and was loyal to General Manager Shi. General Manager Shi has given us 10 times our salary, and when the disaster is over, we will also own shares in the Mountain Lake Group, that's tens of millions of dollars. Once they heard this figure, everyone's eyes glowed, in their hearts, the disaster was only temporary, there would always be a time when the sky cleared. It wasn't just Shiming, some of the other bosses might have put down a hefty payout to provide a guarantee of safety. The elite of the neighborhood naturally joined in, incredibly sure that the light would once again shine on the earth. Just as several people were thinking about their future lives, horns blared wildly and an urgent voice came over the intercom, a car broke into the garage. When the people heard this, they immediately picked up their knives and stood up, their gazes tightly fixed on the entrance. 10 seconds later, a BYD crashed straight in, the tireless wheels couldn't brake at all. With a bang, the 2 cars blocking the front were directly smashed, and the airbags in the cars burst out. A group of people carefully looked at the car rushing in, none dared to rush up, only Luo Jun slowly approached to observe. When he saw that the car was a man and 3 women, he was slightly relieved, it should not be those people from Mr. Hua. The probability is that they ran out from the outside, but these 3 women are actually so beautiful and there is a man sitting next to them. This combination is really strange. Brother Luo, backup will be here soon, you guys hold on. An urgent voice came out from the walkie-talkie. Luo Jun pressed the intercom, it's fleeing, no need to be nervous. Mard, scared me, I thought it was those people. Tang Zhe inside the car kicked the door open and laughed, sorry, this thing just can't break, smoke smoke smoke. Seeing that Tang Zhe actually sends out cigarettes, the anger on the faces of several men immediately calmed down a lot, and even a little embarrassed, for them, the cigarettes have long been gone, and the huazi that Tang Zhe took out is simply a god thing. Men dealing with men, the most direct thing is the cigarette. As the 3 women in the car came down, the men's cigarettes in their mouths fell off, and they looked dumbfounded. Originally thought that Mr. She was good looking enough, but did not expect to come down to 3. Luo Jun was collected fast, although there is no smoke, but the lighter does not leave the hand, directly lit, and also gave Tang Zhe on the fire. Brothers, what's going on with you guys? Tang Zhe's acting skills came at once, if it wasn't for them, how could I risk running out? Looking at the beauty of the 3 women, the man understood in his heart that if he didn't bring them out, he was afraid that it would be fatal. Tang Zhe pulled in Bai to his side, this is my girlfriend Xiao Bai. This is my girlfriend's best friend Sun Ting, and this is my girlfriend's neighbor Yi Qingyi. Big brother, hello. And Bai shouted warily, like a frightened big cat giving the man the feeling of human and animal harmlessness. Who would have thought that she had just smashed someone's head to pieces? Yi Qingyi is still a cold and quiet look, just nodded as a greeting. The men did not say anything, but just secretly happy in their hearts, what to pretend? Sun Ting instead turned into a hostess for a second, hello big brothers, excuse me. Luo Jun viciously inhaled the breath smoke, feel the smoke in the lungs around the comfort, and then spit out, brothers, you can be really fierce, with 3 women just run out, enough man. Next to a man asked curiously, how do you run to our neighborhood? Who doesn't know the Shanhu neighborhood in our Huan city, thinking that you guys must be a little safer here? The men laughed, isn't that the feeling of buying a house here? But these 3 women are really good looking, this body, this little face, this honey buttocks. The woman in the lead immediately caught Tang Zhe's attention, no need to guess that it was that general manager Shi. Because Yi Qingyi said, Mr. She has big breasts, indeed big ah. Long hair coiled on the back of the head, exquisite face, pretty nose, flaming red lips, even at this time are wearing accessories, showing their authority seems, a red dress cannot wrap that peak, as if to break out generally. Simone. I have to say, Yi Qingyi did not lie to himself, this 11 total skin white and beautiful, really cannot see that there are 30-something, not bad, too big, they cannot control. Behind her are two other good-looking women, the rich man's neighborhood is indeed full of beautiful women. For outsiders, Shiming are very vigilant, is to avoid mixing in bad people, as long as the check, or will be authorized to stay. Although by many people against, but also cannot shake the status of Simone, because Simone has its own warehouse of supplies, food is quite a lot, but the water is in short supply, but Simone will pay wages, no one noisy. Shiming gaze naturally noticed the three girls, seems a little surprised, their face actually have such a rosy color, than their own but also better on some, not at all like malnutrition. That girl how a little familiar? Can't think of who it is at once. Mr. It's them who just broke in. Luo Jun laughed on the side. Shimeng stood there with an unruffled aura. Tang Zhe felt that it was much stronger than Yi Qingyi, who was still just a vice president, while the other person, Shimeng, was the chairman of the group, and was the youngest kind. Yi Qingyi suddenly exclaimed, "You are Mr. Shi? You are?" Seeing that Yi Qingyi also revealed a look of recognition, Shimeng was also curious. "We've met in Yunhai City, the reception, I'm Jiang Zihui's fiancé. Ayo, could it be why I think you look so familiar?" Shimeng revealed a kind smile, just to say that she seemed to have seen it somewhere. It turned out to be Mr. Zhang's granddaughter-in-law. Yi Qingyi was ashamed. "I'm really sorry Mr. Shi, we really can't help it. I was originally at my sister's brother-in-law's house, but the neighborhood was rioting. If it wasn't for Tang Zhe, we wouldn't have been able to run out." Shimeng's eyes looked at Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe naively scratched the back of his head, simply a good social teenager. "They're all my girlfriend's friends, and they're just along for the ride." "What do you do?" Shimeng asked as she sized up Tang Zhe. "I'm a delivery boy. Any proof?" Tang Zhe secretly said that this woman was so cautious, but he himself was originally a delivery and directly took out his cell phone to show Shimeng the delivery man's information. Shimeng slightly put her heart down, looked at Bai and asked, "What about you? What do you do?" "I'm from an airline, a flight attendant." Bai hugged Tang Zhe's arm tightly and said carefully. Seeing Bai in this state, Shimeng didn't pursue anything. "What about you?" "I'm an anchor, the dancing and chatting kind." As Sun Ting finished speaking, a man next to him let out a low cry. "No wonder why I think you look familiar. I've seen your live broadcast in the same city, and brushed rockets for you." Sun Ting directly shouted daintily, "Thank you boss for the big rocket." Ha ha ha. The men all laughed, and the atmosphere eased a bit. And Tang Zhe secretly laughed. "You women there's no ambiguity in deceiving people." They were completely unaware that four fierce tigers entered the sheepfold. In the back of the crowd, Bai Jian and Xiao Yu stood there. Bai Jian's eyes have been placed on the three women, the eyes as if to swallow the three women. In this neighborhood Bai Jian can only be under the seat dream, but if you go out, Bai Jian feels that he can be the overlord of the other neighborhoods. Beautiful women can play how they want, all men become their wage earners, all women become crotch objects. Perhaps for Yi Qingyi's sake, Shimeng personally took the four to find an empty house. Walking through the underground garages of the rich, Tang Zhe saw many luxury cars, enough for a car show. Soon, Tang Zhe came to a large 148 square feet house, which was beautifully decorated to make Tang Zhe feel ho-hum. "The owner of this place is abroad and it's been empty, so you guys can live here first, but don't break the home." Shimeng reminded Tang Zhe, thinking that girls would be careful. Tang Zhe not so much. Tang Zhe nodded with an "I'm honest" look. Shimeng felt that it was a miracle that Tang Zhe was able to escape with three such beautiful girls, skinny and weak, without a bit of fighting power. Let him do some logistics when the time comes. "Tang Zhe, since we're here, everyone will have their own job." "Good, I understand." With regards to Tang Zhe's attitude, Shimeng was still relatively satisfied, and Tang Zhe could feel that the gaze this general manager she was looking at him was no different from an employee. After all, this gaze was too familiar to him. "This is your supplies for a week, save it." A man reluctantly brought in a box of water and a box of breakfast cookies. Tang Zhe was stunned. Not only Tang Zhe, but Yi Qingyi's three women were also dumbstruck. The reactions of the four fell into Shimeng's eyes looking so normal and not too much skepticism. "As long as you follow my orders, supplies are the most basic guarantee. When the disaster is over, you can all come work for my company and will be reused for sure." "Thank you boss, I will definitely listen." Tang Zhe immediately stated his position, and Bai and Sun Ting followed along. Yi Qingyi naturally did not. "There's a program every night. It takes place in the underground garage at 7 o'clock. There's also a raffle with lots of prizes, drinks, snacks, and even meat." There was actually an entertainment program at this time. Tang Zhe was given a shock. But it had to be said that this general manager Shi's ability to draw cakes was still strong. "General Manager Shi, thank you." Yi Qingyi walked up to express her gratitude. Shimeng turned around and smiled, a show of hands. "We'll definitely be working together again in the future." Aha! Sending Shimeng away, Yi Qingyi understood very well that she was letting herself stay and was also planning for the future. The queen of investment was not a cover, everything she did was an investment. Once the people left, Tang Zhe directly lay down on the sofa. Little Yi, this general manager, she is indeed bigger than you. Yi Qingyi was also convinced in her heart, talking as if she was a small dumpling. The environment here is good. Oh. And Bai stood on the balcony looking towards the lake. There was also a golf course not far from there. Sun Ting also stood next to her. In the past, she didn't have the opportunity to live in such a good house. She really envied the rich, but now it was not so envious. Bai, check if there's any surveillance or anything here. Tang Zhe threw in Bai an instrument. And Bai took the instrument and started scanning the entire house, and didn't find any surveillance. Guys, you all keep it. Tang Zhe threw the pistol to the three girls, so that they would also have the ability to protect themselves. That what's his name, Mr. Huo would call at any time. Holding the gun, the three girls clearly felt like they were holding their own lives, and likewise controlling the lives of others. Little E, you almost have to report to your fiancé that you're safe, lest that general manager she snatch the credit first. Tang Zhe patted his leg and laughed. The old rules, you know. Yi Qingyi didn't resist. Why did she feel this way? The video call was quickly connected. You finally called me. Jiang Zihui intentionally didn't contact for 2 days, just waiting for Yi Qingyi to call over automatically. Originally he was going to be unable to resist. Luckily his fiancé called. He was happy. Yi Qingyi revealed a contented smile. Zihui, I'm sorry. Our building was in chaos for the past 2 days, so I didn't contact you for fear that you would be worried. It's good that it's safe now. What? It's a mess? Where are you now? Jiang Zihui stood up violently and looked at his fiancé closely. Don't worry, I ran out with a few friends. You should know General Manager Shi of Mountain Lake Group. She just took us in. Really, thank God. Really scared me to death. Jiang Zihui patted his chest. His face was white with fear. But such an expression fell in Yi Qingyi's eyes, not touched, but felt that her fiancé was weak and timid, especially that chest patting. Why was it so girly? Worthy of being a woman who has killed people. Her thoughts have changed radically. Right, where is your sister's brother-in-law? Yi Qingyi slightly bowed her head without saying anything. After hearing this, Jiang Zihui instantly understood and expressed regret. At this time, Bai suddenly came to the side and waved her hand and sweetly shouted, "Hello, big brother Jiang." Seeing Bai, Jiang Zihui froze for a moment. What a sweet girl. Hello, thanks for taking care of my family. Jiang, big brother, can escape thanks to my boyfriend. Then definitely thank you. Is your boyfriend in? Yi Qingyi's heart was about to roll her eyes. Bai, you did it on purpose. Zihui, you wait. This confused Tang Zhe. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by your fiancé? Actually so intense. Mr. Jiang, hello. Tang Zhe shouted with a smile. Your fiancé is a bit flirty today. Looking at the ordinary man in front of him, Jiang Zihui was instantly relieved. His fiancé wouldn't like this at all, but that cute girl is actually his girlfriend. It's really strange. Brother, thanks for taking care of my fiancé. When the disaster is over, $5 million will go directly to brother's account. Tang Zhe said, your fiancé is on me right now, a face of satisfaction and intoxication. Looks like buddy I took care of her pretty well. Mr. Jiang, don't worry about it, it's all in the same building, as long as I'm not dead, Mr. Jiang's fiancé will be fine. Good, let's have a couple more drinks after we meet. The camera shifted to Yi Qingyi's face once again, but it got a bit rosy. Looking at such a delicate and attractive fiancé, Jiang Zihui's heart itched, but there were some love words that he couldn't say right now. I'll ask my dad to say a few words to Mr. Shi, so that she can take care of you for a moment or two. Zihui, I love you. Jiang Zihui didn't expect his fiancé to be so straightforward. He was a little embarrassed, but he also returned the call and hung up the phone. As soon as the phone hung up, Yi Qingyi's petulant cries could no longer be contained, gushing out from the depths of her throat with impunity. Aya, can't stand it, the whole neighborhood is going to hear it. And Bai covered her ears and shouted. After the pleasure, Yi Qingyi lay on Tang Zhe's chest gasping for breath, as if she had already traveled farther and farther down the road of degradation. Did you guys hear that just now? Our fiancé is only worth $5 million. Oh? Sun Ting laughed thievishly, and patted Yi Qingyi's arse. Yi Qingyi unwillingly slapped back, you dead Ting Ting, not hitting you. Master, how much are we worth in your heart? And Bai suddenly asked curiously. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting's gazes also looked over, and Tang Zhe slowly said, worthless. The three women froze, and then let out a petulant laugh. Hearing that she was worth $5 million, Yi Qingyi's heart was uncomfortable, but hearing Tang Zhe's sentence of being worthless, Yi Qingyi found it quite funny. Well, I have to pay a visit to my so-called ex-girlfriend. Won't Master take me to show off? And Bai said pitifully, begging Master to bring me alone. However, Tang Zhe shrugged. Do I look like the kind of person who likes to show off? After saying that, Tang Zhe opened the door and walked out, and Bai lost his mind for a while because he wanted to kill someone so badly. As expected, and Bai's mentality also began to appear a change. Nowadays, to say normal, there is only Sun Ting left. Yi Qingyi are beginning to gradually degenerate. After going out, Tang Zhe saw the camera on the corner. He is a Nianli master, isn't it a simple matter to destroy all the cameras? Not long after walking into the elevator, in the surveillance room, all the images turned into snowflakes, and the security guard on duty was still huffing and puffing. Arriving outside room 501 of Unit 1, Tang Zhe rang the doorbell. Bai Jian in the room immediately gave Qiao Yu a wink and hid himself in the closet. Qiao Yu wore a semi-transparent nightgown, painted beautiful makeup, and organized her thoughts before walking out of the bedroom. Qiao Yu. As the door opened, Tang Zhe saw this woman from many years ago. And not quite an ex-girlfriend, much more mature compared to before. You're here. Qiao Yu ruffled her temples, as if deliberately lowering her body slightly to show off her deep ease. In her heart, she secretly thought, even Bai Jian can't stand to wear herself like this, so you, a poor loser, won't be mesmerized by me, and honestly drink the water prepared for you. Tang Zhe smiled slightly and said, wearing such a slutty dress, wait for me to come to Kamua. Qiao Yu was stunned upon hearing this, not expecting Tang Zhe to be so direct, and was about to explain when he was instantly choked by Tang Zhe's large hand, a wave of suffocation surging through his heart. Let go of me. Qiao Yu subconsciously slapped Tang Zhe's arm, but which was something a weak woman could break away from. Tang Zhe strangled Qiao Yu's neck and walked into the house, the door to the room gradually closing. Didn't I just do what you wanted? Straight to the point. Tang Zhe revealed a devilish smile, and directly walked towards the bedroom, already sensing that there was someone else hiding in the bedroom. With your income can you buy a house here? Being a mistress to someone, right? Want to join forces to pit me? Really take me as a fool to play it? Don't, let's have a good chat, wait. Qiao Yu hurriedly begged for forgiveness, this is not at all what she wanted. It's okay, let's chat while we're calm. You. Let go of me. A foot kicked open the bedroom door, which startled Bai Jian in the closet. What was the situation? When he heard Qiao Yu's pleas for mercy, Bai Jian frowned. This was not what he thought. Get lost, Tang Zhe you beast. Tang Zhe descended straight down to press Qiao Yu against the closet. Bai Jian who was hiding inside could see Qiao Yu's face through the gap. His heart gradually tensed up. You stinking loser, I won't let you go. Feeling a strong sense of suffocation, Qiao Yu stopped cursing and started begging for mercy. Don't kill me, I'm going to die. Save me. Old Bai, save me. Qiao Yu's bulging pair of eyes looked towards the scared Bai Jian in the closet for help. Bai Jian hadn't even expected Tang Zhe to be so brutal. This didn't fit the persona of a delivery man at all. And, what's your stinky woman's name? You'll expose me. Hey, at least it's your woman, don't you come out to save her? Bai Jian didn't dare to squeak at all, thinking that Tang Zhe was scamming. You see, he's the one who doesn't come out to save you, and in front of the king of hell, you'll have to report his name. With a click, Qiao Yu's cervical vertebrae was pinched, and that white neck was crooked down 90 degrees as if it was unsupported. Watching Qiao Yu's eyes widen, that horrible look made Bai Jian tremble, suddenly covering his chest, the whole person fell out of the closet. Tang Zhe all hurriedly backed up a little bit. Don't be hit by this fat man. Bai Jian fell to the ground, covering his chest, as if he had a heart attack, subconsciously pulled out the quick-acting heart pills from his pants pocket, but a moment did not hold, rolled aside, reached out to get, but was Tang Zhe with his shoes to slowly move away. How do I feel you are a bit familiar? Yes the year-end conference has seen, you seem to be the manager of the hotel. Bai Jian grabbed Tang Zhe's pants leg, his gaze carrying a plea. So fat, go down and lose weight. You. Bai Jian felt that he was shrewd all over, climbed from nothing to the position of deputy general manager of the hotel, but was planted in the hands of a delivery man. Tang Zhe just quietly watched Bai Jian not breathing, and then threw the two bodies on the bed. Remember not to practice lineage devils in your next life, you will die a horrible death. Soon Tang Zhe returned to the house, and Bai trotted over and asked curiously, Master, what punishment did you give her? Crushed her neck with my bare hands. Tang Zhe said with a smile as he pinched in Bai's jade neck, while Bai wasn't scared at all and even had a face of enjoyment. Sun Ting said softly, that's too cheap, if it were me, I'd have to torture hard. Torture. Yi Qingyi concurred. Tang Zhe let out a long sigh. How did he get together with some perverts? In the end, who taught them? They all brought up bad. In the luxurious box of the Royal Capital Club, a 50-year-old man sat on the sofa smoking a cigar, his neck hung with a gold chain, and the gold ring in his hand bossed one, and two women lay down in front of him to serve. King bitch, actually dare to kill my people. Huo Wanyan thought more and more angry, suddenly stood up, picked up the whip on the coffee table and walked to the side. Here hangs an 18-year-old girl, caught by Huo Wanyan for escaping. Her body has been whipped to the point of skinning, with only a faint breath left. Snap! The girl's delicate body once again had 3 more blood marks, shocking to the eyes. The 2 students kneeling next to her didn't dare to speak at all. In the early hours of the morning still playing in the clubhouse, this is what happens when you play. Pick up the cell phone, Huo Wanyan to Shimeng call, stinking woman, really think that with your cell those men can resist my attack? At this time sitting at home, Shimeng saw Huo Wanyan call, the eyebrow suddenly a frown, but also have no choice but to answer. Hello, Mr. I just sent someone to talk to you and you killed them, it's not appropriate. Shimeng listens in confusion, what are you talking about, Mr. Hua? I don't really understand. Grass mud horse, what are you pretending with labor? If you don't give me an explanation on this matter, you'll all wait for death. Shimeng is also on fire, somehow she's been labeled as a murderer. Huo Wanyan, clean your mouth, don't think that I, Shimeng, am afraid of you. Good. Waiting for you to say this, you sell waiting to die. After saying this, Wanyan hangs up the phone. Shimeng also slaps her cell phone hard on the table, revealing annoyance between her brows. At this time, a man in his 40s appeared next to him, holding a cup of hot water and smiling. Wife, don't be angry, have a sip of hot water. This well-mannered man was Shimeng's husband, Fu Qi, belonging to the sage helpers. However, Shimeng was able to stand on her own feet, also relying on the help of Fu Qi's family, otherwise how could a weak woman reach such an achievement? Shimeng took the hot water and drank a little, saying faintly, hubby, you drink some too. I'm not thirsty. Shimeng doesn't say anything more, her slender fingers inserted into her hair. Did you have a bad time with Mr. Hua? Shimeng hums. Actually, I don't think it's a bad thing to cooperate with Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua has water, you have food warehouses, but water is even more scarce. Fu Qi persuaded, in fact this wasn't the first time he had persuaded, but he just wouldn't listen. Shimeng suddenly said in a deep voice, are those conditions he put forward by a human being, sending them women at regular intervals, but also men to be their fighters? When did I, Shimeng, bow down with the evil forces? AI, this is not what it used to be. Today you let a few strangers in and sent out supplies. Someone has already expressed their opinion to me. Who? Shimeng's eyes went cold. Don't worry about who it is. Now that supplies are so scarce, you should stop handing out kindness. When the time comes, the people below will turn against you. With a bang, Shimeng fiercely slapped the table and drank. Dare. Fu Qi looked at his obsessive wife and also shook his head straight, finally realizing the terror of compassion. In the clubhouse box, Wanyan fiercely slams his cell phone on the sofa, grabbing the kneeling girl by the hair to vent. 30 seconds later, Wanyan slightly relieved himself for a few moments, picking up his cell phone and dialing out a number, followed by a signature smile on his face. Mr. Chen, I wonder if I've received my gift yet. The phone rang with the girl's screams of misery, and at the same time, General Manager Qian's voice also sounded. These girls are very good, I like them a lot. I still have more on my side. When Mr. Qian gets tired of playing with them, I'll send new ones. Good, Mr. Hua, you do understand me. Hiss, Mr. Qian, what happened last time? Qian Zhongran pauses and laughs. Mr. Hua, guns can't be easy to get nowadays. The ones on duty over at the General Administration would rather destroy all the bullets than hand them over. Didn't you say you could get a gun on the armed police side last time? Oh, the armed police store a bunch of dead. They would rather starve to death on the inside. But also do not deal with me, brother. Wanyan cursed in his heart. The old man sent a few pretty past. Actually a gun are not given. When I get my hands on a gun, I'll have to shoot you down. Oops, Mr. Chen, I'm planning to get the Mountain Lake District. You just give me the gun. I'll bundle up Simone and send it to your bed. How about it? Is this true? Qian Zhongran's tone becomes serious all of a sudden. It seems that Shimeng's temptation is still great. Wanyan cursed the old greaseball. Can I lie to you, Mr. Qian? Hee, the amount you wouldn't dare. Let's do it this way. We've grabbed a few jets in the escort company. We'll give you one at that time, plus 5 bullets. Escorting? Wanyan wants to slap himself. How did he not expect this group of people? Actually let Qian Zhongran take the lead. Mr. Qian, aren't 5 bullets a little less? Less what less? Nowadays the gun is the deterrent effect. Who will still bet on whether you have bullets in your gun or not? Fire one shot and all of them will be deterred. A handful of sprays plus 5 bullets for a beauty like Shimeng. Wanyan himself was laughed at by the whole thing. I'll give you a fart to eat, get the gun first. Then thank you Mr. Qian, I'll send someone to your place later. Bring 2 more beauties over. Straw mud horse. Okay, I'll make sure to choose the best ones for you, Mr. Qian. Hanging up the phone, Wanyan roars loudly to vent, looks at the woman next to him, realizes he can't lift his head, gets even more angry, picks up the whip and lashes. The sound of pain rang out. Waiting to take the Shanhu district, collected the men there, and then cut the money. Zhongran, you have more bullets, have more of my people? As soon as he thought of this, Wanyan's self-confidence returned, pulling out one of the pistols on his waist and putting it on top of the girl's head. Serve me obediently. Don't kill me, I'll do it. Wanyan closed his eyes to enjoy himself, yet no one knew that there were no bullets in this gun at all. Wanyan had shot them all in the police station. However, it was by relying on this gun that no junior dared to disobey, let alone these women. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Tang Zhe held in Bai's small hand and came to the underground garage. Sun Ting followed behind enviously. Yi Qingyi surveyed the surroundings and found that the men's gazes were all looking towards their side. Compared to this kind of gaze, Yi Qingyi preferred those gazes at the gas station. Fear, dread. Wipe my car once, $10,000. Suddenly a voice rang out. A boss wearing sunglasses raised a dozen red bills in his hand, while a Rolls-Royce was parked next to him. Boss, I'll do it. Don't grab it from me. 5 or 6 men scrambled and surged forward, even arguing. Gosh, the money is still useful. And Bai was all stunned, thinking that the money had long since been used up. Yi Qingyi said faintly, they all think it's just temporary. Tang Zhe muttered, $10,000 for polishing a car once, I wanna go. Little White helped wipe it together. Tang Zhe hemmed and hawed, pinched Xiaobai's face, tender and smooth. Both felt that their skin was much better than before. Could it be that they had absorbed their own serum? Coated on the face there is this effect? Brother, still have cigarettes? A voice suddenly rang out beside him, only to see Luo Jun standing by with a smile on his face. Tang Zhe froze and took out his cigarettes. There was only one left. Forget it, keep it for yourself. Luo Jun patted Tang Zhe's shoulder and laughed. Tang Zhe, however, handed it to Luo Jun. Actually, I rarely smoke, here you go. Luo Jun really couldn't stand it. That cigarette before was split several times before he finished it. Taking a puff felt like a luxury. Brother, if you have any difficulties in the future, just come and find me. Luo Jun didn't push back and took the cigarette. Tang Zhe curiously asked, what is this? There's a stage in the middle, a speech? Mr. This is also to give everyone hope. Also let everyone don't stay at home. Come out for a walk and exchange can soothe the mood. This way. Tang Zhe felt, isn't this a big pie? Luo Jun sighed, Mr. She is a good person. I hope this crisis will pass quickly, otherwise everyone won't be able to hold out. To be able to give out a box of water, Tang Zhe all felt that this is the living god of the top. After all, in his own neighborhood, who has this kind of vigor? Who is that pretty girl? Tanza looked at a woman, looks exquisite, wearing a shirt, small tie, black skirt, and black silk, very professional suit. Although it is not a high-quality ration, but it can be a poor-quality ration. Luo Jun was a little surprised that his girlfriend was right next to him, but also asked for another woman? But for the sake of a cigarette, Luo Jun also introduced, her name is Feng Mengmeng, she is Mr. She's secretary. Secretaries can all live here? Tang Zhe secretly said that secretaries were highly paid. She doesn't live here. That night she was reporting work at General Manager Shi's house until late, then it rained and never went back. I heard that her neighborhood is in chaos. Tang Zhe long a sound, with more and more people down one after another. Tang Zhe also did not find that kind of extreme, like Feng Mengmeng kind or only one, not to mention the 11 general like extreme. It's not right that there are so few beauties in the rich area. The good news is that there are a lot of stars and schoolgirls in the area. The heart of the hunt for sex was reduced by half, and if not for the fact that there is still a Mr. She, I don't want to play on. Sun Ting, who was observing from the side, put her heart down. There won't be too many that can be looked at by Tang Zhe. Even if Ximing is added, there will only be 2 left. At this time, Ximing finally walked out of the elevator. Should be so eye-catching. Alluring physique let people cannot take their eyes off. Right girl and the right girl, with a peach-like. And behind Ximing there is a man. Tang Zhe curiously asked, who is that man? That's Mr. She's husband, Fu Qi. Oops, there's a husband. Chow thief gathered here. Standing on the stage, Ximing picked up the loudspeaker. Owners, are we all here? Everyone looks around for a headcount. Mr. Xi, old Bai didn't come. Ximing frowned. Call him and tell him to come down. No sense of time at all. However, the call went unanswered at all, and Tang Zhe stood in the crowd keeping a smile on his face. Go call him to come down. Good. Not long after, a man ran back with helplessness. Mr. Xi won't open the door. This was not a naked challenge to Ximing's authority. Now there was the first one who didn't come. Next time there would be the second one, who had to be severely punished. Pry the door open for me. I want to see what this guy is doing. Raising a mistress will not even attend. Tang Zhe lowly laughed. That dead fat guy raising a mistress knows all about it. Master, how do you know? Little White asked in a curious low voice. Not telling you. Boing and Bai's pouting voice was extraordinarily tantalizing, causing Tang Zhe to want to pull Xiao Bai to the side to do it once first. If Little White died now, Tanzo was afraid that he would have to grieve for 4 days, that's all. Soon a few men hurriedly ran down. Mr. Xi, it's not good, Bai Jian is dead. These words immediately shocked everyone. The neighborhood that has not been dead actually died. Who is not afraid? Dead? How did he die? Killed? Ximing asked in a deep voice. Several men looked at each other. Say it. Bai Jian and that lover of his died on the bed. That lover of his was strangled by him. Bai Jian himself seems to have died suddenly from an illness. When this came out, the crowd sighed. That fat man played with excitement and screwed himself to death, didn't he? And Bai at this time counted to understand, so it is so. Ximing was relieved to hear it, and thought it was a homicide. This Bai Jian is sneaky on weekdays, no good intentions, it's good to be dead. And Mr. Xi, the monitoring room seems to be poisoned, there is no picture. Everyone clamored, conspiracy theories ran out. Be at peace. Ximing's words quieted the crowd. Today is exactly 1 month from the start of the disaster. In this month, we have all worked together to tide over the difficulties. Next we have to maintain this state even more. I believe that in a short while, this disaster will pass and return to the original life. Tang Zhe was about to fall asleep listening. It turned out that this general manager she would channel such notions every night. How deep the hope is now. How ruthless the riots will be when the time comes. General manager Shi, just how much longer is there? Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted out. Everyone's eyes were placed on Ximing. Ximing laughed. Everyone, truth be told, I got news today that there will be a rescue next month at the earliest. Fu Qi, who was standing next to him, froze and didn't even realize it himself. The wife was lying. However, everyone's faces once again broke out into smiles after hearing this, and some even shouted that there is a rescue, there is a rescue. I really don't know how she will end up next month. Sun Ting whispered. Yi Qingyi said indifferently, can't wait for next month, just stabilizing these people. Master, there is a white short skirt beauty over there, oh. And Bai reminded in a low voice. Tang Zai had already noticed it, and laughed lowly, average, a bit worse than you. Master, you just have to settle for it first, wait for Xiao Bai to find you a good one later. Okay, really reluctant. Yi Qingyi all rolled her eyes, looking at him agreeing so hard, I guess he already had a set of plans in his heart. Just when everyone was having fun, the walkie-talkie in Luo Jun's hand let out a terrified voice, Brother Luo, there is a dump truck rushing towards the garage. Luo Jun froze, turned back to look at the entrance not far away, and immediately shouted, all scatter. All spread out. Everyone looked at the anxious Luo Jun in confusion. And at this time, the dump truck had already appeared, directly rushing away from the car blocking the way at the entrance. The crowd fled in all directions in fear. There were even a few who were knocked down by the car and fell on the ground wailing. Wife, what are you still waiting for? Go. How can I go at a time like this? If you want to go, you go. Shi Meng drank and threw off Fu Chi's hand and shouted towards the crowd, don't panic, everyone, pick up your weapons and resist. Don't run. The raincloth on the dump truck lifts, only to see 20 young strong men jumping down with knives, the leading man holding a half-meter machete. Mr. Hua asked us to give you his regards, killing run. The so-called upper-class elitists encountered the ground hooligans, they were just scared shitless, in the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 of them fell to the ground. Luo Jun angrily shouted, brothers, go. However, the surrounding brothers were also shocked by the other party and were a bit at a loss for words. Tang Zai gave the 3 girls a look, don't shoot it this time, go back. The 3 women who were already up for the kill walked up the stairs fondly, while Tang Zai didn't leave. Brother, you'd better go. Luo Jun looked at Tang Zai and barked, and rushed up with his knife. Several men saw Luo Jun rushing and followed along. While Shi Meng was still anxiously blocking the fleeing men, these losers were scared out of their wits. Don't run, how many of them are there? We have so many. However, Shi Meng could not stop these fleeing elites at all. At this time, Shi Meng's face was ugly and anxious. She hurriedly chirped, Luo Jun, organize manpower to kill them. MS. Shi, you go quickly, I'll take the top here. Luo Jun shouted, however with such a distraction, his back was hit by a knife. Looking for death. Luo Jun still had 2 strokes, a knife slashed at the other party's neck, blood splattered everywhere. Seeing Luo Jun killing 1 person back, the brothers on this side also rose their morale. They picked up their weapons and rushed up, just that the fighting technique was worrying. Then look at Hua Wanyan's men, there was even thick paper tied to their wrists and arms, and that leader was even wearing a bulletproof vest. Luo, be careful. Plop. Luo Jun's back was in pain, he immediately felt as if the lower half of his body was out of control, his backside was stabbed. Collapsing helplessly to the ground, Luo Jun struggled to wield the knife, but was soon surrounded by 3 people and slashed to death. The huazi clamped on his ear slowly rolled to the ground, stained with blood. And Tang Zai was now heroically saving the day. The rich man's neighborhood really has a lot of beautiful women. A little brother stood in front of Feng Mengmeng with a watermelon knife, revealing a greedy smile. How had Feng Mengmeng ever seen such? So scared that she kept retreating, leaning against the wall unable to retreat. Looking at the men who fled for their lives, Feng Mengmeng was desperate and wanted to leave this place so badly. Treating a lady like this, a little impolite. Oh. Tang Zai's voice sounded from the side. The little brother froze, and immediately looked back. The fist in front of him was getting closer and closer, and he was directly knocked out by a punch. This was of course Tang Zai's retracted strength, otherwise it could have pierced the head, then the others would still not look at themselves like monsters. Feng Mengmeng looked dumbfounded at Tang Zai in front of her. What are you staring at? Why don't you go? Tang Zai patted Feng Mengmeng's head, only then did Feng Mengmeng come back to her senses and immediately ran towards the elevator room, but quickly turned back and shouted, thank you. Tang Zai smiled back, I charge for it. Oh. Feng Mengmeng froze, but also immediately ran away. Looking at the battlefield in the center, those punks on the opposite side actually had the upper hand. Isn't that Luo Jun? Dead? Originally thought he was quite good. Coming to Luo Jun's side, Tang Zai closed those eyes with a light sigh and muttered, I'll send them to you. At this time, the man leading the group drank towards Shi Meng, brothers, arrest that woman. Kill. Wife, it's too late if you don't leave. Fu Chi dragged Shi Meng inside. And there were only 4 loyal henchmen in front of Shi Meng, but these 4 seemed a bit small, there were 17 or 18 more on the other side. Tang Zai felt that this place was too sad, it was just like a kindergarten, 20 people scared off a few hundred people, can you believe this? Earlier, he also felt that the 8 people from the gas station were a bit silly to run to other people's neighborhoods to intimidate them, but now it seems that he was mistaken. All of them are greedy and fearful of death, they can only share the same blessings, but not the same difficulties. Tang Zai sighed softly, then opened the show. Mr. Shi, run, I'll take the top here. Only to see Tang Zai yell out, directly running to the row of 4, his righteous look infecting the other 4. Even Shi Meng was, well, relieved, Mr. Righteousness. Mr. She, you should go. Tang Ze was also convinced. Can you not hold false, shouting you to run, just run, gibberish. However, Shiming looked as if she was ready to die. I won't leave, I will accompany you to fight until death. Tang Ze. Is this woman out of her mind? However, the four people next to her froze, and one of them suddenly drank. Mr. She, treat my parents well. After saying this, he rushed out by himself. The other three also similarly left their last words and rushed out. Tang Ze at this time counted to understand how a leader can make his subordinates die generously. General Manager Shi, help me take care of my girlfriend. Tang Ze also obediently threw down his sentence and rushed out. Of course, Tang Ze naturally had to tighten his grip, not too strong, not too weak. With the same aura of death, the opposite side of the minions were also suddenly weak, especially the four loyal subordinates, who were hit by several knives, also had to hold one of the minions to cut. Tang Ze thought while chopping, if all the men here were like this, would they be afraid of them? Unfortunately, even Ding Feng and the others were inferior. Soon there was only Tang Ze left alone, while there were still 8 on the opposite side. The bodies lying on the ground made these little brothers scared too. After all, Mr. Hua said that they wouldn't resist, but it turned out that there were still dead people. The big brother in the lead saw that the little brother was a bit scared, and immediately drank. Brothers, when we go back, Mr. Hua will send women, food, and beer. Sure enough, the little brother's gaze gradually grew fierce after hearing this. Shimeng stared at each other in death, and Fu Qi was desperate. Wife, go away, it's not working. All said, I won't go. Fu Qi almost cracked on the spot, still stubborn at this time. What's the good end of being caught by them? Do you still think Hua Wanyan won't do anything to you? Don't be so naive. Is Shimeng that stupid? Her eyes are on Tang Ze. She has just been paying attention to Tang Ze. Those juniors are no match for him at all. Even the blood on his body is from the other side. No injuries at all. He was clearly different. Luo Jun was now dead. The other loyal ones were also dead. If he was taken in as a bodyguard, then he would have more say here. Tang Ze, I will accompany you to fight. Shimeng actually walked forward and stood beside Tang Ze. The two acting masters soared on the spot, and the husband next to them was completely messed up. Tang Ze really wanted to break this woman's head open to see if it was filled with shit, yet Shimeng wanted to see just how strong Tang Ze was. It had to be said that Shimeng's vigor was truly extraordinary. If it were any other woman, she would have run away in fear long ago. Kill! The one leading the group shouted angrily. It was just one person. After drying up and tying up Shimeng, his mission would be accomplished. Tang Ze can only sigh, holding a knife, and rushed up. After a brutal battle, finally all the other party cut over on the ground, and Tang Ze's body has no injuries. In order to act to get hurt, this is not Tang Ze's style. Big brother, don't kill me. Why don't you go with me to Mr. Hua's side to mix? Mr. Hua's side has a lot of beautiful women, whatever big brother you pick. Really? Tang Ze gave a deliberate cry. Sure enough, Shimeng secretly said, Tang Ze, don't be fooled by his flowery words. Brother Tang, don't believe this woman, she's pitted Mr. Hua for a lot of goods. A bunch of nonsense. Shimeng exploded with anger. Brother Tang, really don't lie to you, Mr. Hua's side has female college students, schoolgirls, all sorts of things. This woman has nothing to offer you. Shimeng cursed the shamelessness, actually using a woman to tempt, and this Tang Ze seemed to eat this. Tang Ze, I also have benefits here, kill him. Don't phase. Before he could finish his words, he was directly chopped off his head by Tang Ze. The head slowly rolled at Shimeng's feet. Shimeng's entire body was trembling with fear. Even Fu Qi next to him looked at Tang Ze with fear. The corpses around them were all stabbed to death. The beheaded one was just this one, shocking to the eyes, from the mental devastation. Of course I trust you, Mr. Shi. Tang Ze turned back and smiled. And Shimeng looked at Tang Ze with this smile, and had a shuddering feeling. Letting herself calm down, Shimeng patted Tang Ze's shoulder. Little Tang, I think highly of you. Follow me in the future and you'll have everything. Thank you, Mr. Shi. Tang Ze had a very happy look on his face, and Shimeng secretly thought, it seems that his body is not proportional to his brain. Fu Qi asked curiously, little brother, where did you learn this skill? I was abandoned in front of Shaolin when I was a child, so I learned martial arts from a young age. Fu Qi sighed. Sure enough, none of the delivery boys are ordinary. Thinking to himself that his wife had picked up a treasure this time. However, both of them didn't realize that the curves of Tang Ze's mouth were getting deeper and deeper. The game had just begun. As the invaders were killed, the men who had just escaped came down one after another, and when they saw the scene, they vomited everywhere. However, Simone began her own excellent speech, are going to boast Tang Ze to the garage god of war. Really ancient elevator god of war, existing garage god of war. Brothers and sisters, we are encountering difficulties and challenges every day. Escape is not a solution. As long as we have the courage, every step is on the way to success. Do not be afraid of failure. Failure is just another way to success. Their deaths make us stronger. Bravely take steps. The darkest moments are usually just before dawn. Keep the faith. The victory will belong to we. Belongs to our hero Tanza. The group looked at Tang Ze. This man is too powerful, especially since he is now standing beside Mr. Shi, so he is even more powerful than Luo Jun. I heard that the head of that leader was chopped off by Tang Ze. What a fierce takeaway boy. Mang, is he really a delivery boy? The white-skirted girl from before asked curiously. It should be, he even saved me before. Feng Mang said softly, as if she hadn't regained her senses from her fear. Alas, Mr. Hua has already started to make his move, I'm afraid we'll be unsafe. Feng Wei worriedly said, she was a girl with no one to rely on, if she was really caught just now, I'm afraid it would be unthinkable. Feng Mang sighed and looked towards Tang Zai's back, thinking that it would be good if she had such a powerful person to protect her. Feng Wei followed Feng Ming's gaze, perhaps also thinking about this in her heart. When encountering this kind of thing, women would go to find a powerful man to shelter them, rather than looking for a rich one. Tang Zai was considered to have made a name for himself, and was even rewarded with a lot of snacks. Tang Zai, it's been a hard night for you, there are some things we'll talk about tomorrow. Shi Meng revealed a gentle smile, feeling that she had taken Tang Zai under her wing. Thank you, Mr. Shi, you have an early night as well. Seeing Tang Zai treating himself with such respect, Shi Meng was satisfied, nodding her head and turning to leave. Just as the door slammed shut, Tang Zai propped up a lazy back. It's really a bit tiring. Looks like General Manager Shi hasn't realized his problem yet. Sun Ting snickered, she probably felt that she had picked up a big bargain. Yi Qingyi shook her head helplessly, and who would know Tang Zai's true origin. On the other side, Shi Ming returned home and poured a glass of red wine. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? If it wasn't for Tang Zai, we'd all be dead. Shi Meng's smile intensified. If I left, would Tang Zai willingly follow me? He would only feel now that he's found a good boss, and all that food and water is enough to keep him happy for days. Honey, think about it, that Tanza is so good with his hands, how could he run out of the neighborhood with 3 such beautiful girls? Maybe he's all but killed the entire neighborhood and just changed it for another one. Shi Meng couldn't help but laugh chirpily. Hubby, he's strong, but he's only one person. If the other side points more people today, I'm afraid Tang Zai won't be able to do it, and it's also because of his stature that he can bring the girls and run out. Fu Qi said helplessly, I'm just asking you to be wary of him. Don't worry, with him around, these owners won't dare to mess around. Shi Ming's eyes flashed ferociously, whoever dared to oppose himself, let Tang Zai kill him. At this time, Huo Wanyan was waiting for the replies from his little brothers, a little anxious. As it gets later and later, Huo Wanyan knows that this plan has failed. Still underestimated this stinky woman, Shi Meng. On the big bed, Shi Meng and Fu Qi are both asleep. Fu Qi extends his hand towards Shi Meng at this time. And Shi Meng said softly, I'm too tired today. I'll just put it there. Fu Qi laughed. Shi Meng's mind was thinking about big things, and she immediately said unhappily, I said I'm very tired, and you can't extinguish the fire by touching it out, so I still have to do it myself. Fu Qi's face collapsed, and he could only turn around and go over. I'm afraid no one knows that this investment queen's husband is an impotent. The next morning, Tang Zai enjoyed a hearty breakfast. At this time there was a knock on the door. Well, game over. Tidying up his clothes, Tang Zai walked to open the door. The one who opened the door was a girl. Isn't this the Feng Meng that he saved yesterday? V low cut, so slutty? Feeling Tang Zai's eyes, Feng Meng slightly lowered her head and held the dinner plate in her hand. Oh, thanks. Tang Zai received it with both hands, but when he did, he intentionally touched Feng Meng's fingers, which made Feng Meng blush, and hurriedly pressed the elevator to leave. Closing the door, Sun Ting then said with a smile, I told you, Master J-Tree, now don't even make a move, the little sisters are all going to squeeze their heads to show their affection. Tang Zai bitterly smiled as he opened the dinner plate, which contained 4 fried eggs, and he had to say that there were still eggs now. It was indeed very bold and bloodthirsty. For me, the woman who throws herself at me is meaningless. I still like the kind that has a strong sense of resistance, like our little Yi. Yi Qingyi said daintily, where do people resist? Yi sister, now do not admit it. Little white you, skin itchy is not it. Yi sister, I have more than just itchy skin. Tang Zai was sitting on the sofa when his cell phone rang. Are you free now? There's something I want to discuss with you. Free. It was Shimeng who called. Well, wait for you. Hanging up the phone, Tang Zai got up to loosen his muscles. Master, we have an agreement, we can't threaten to renege. Tang Zai waved an okay gesture and smiled as he opened the door to leave. Soon Tang Zai arrived at the door of Shi Meng's house and rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. The one who opened the door was Feng Meng. Seeing Tang Zai at the door, she even left her gaze a little shyly. Tang Zai said before his sincere, that kind of throw in the towel feeling no fun, of course, are sent to the door, but also throw away free of charge, do not play white not play. On the sofa, Shimeng posed elegantly looking at the cell phone, slightly frowning in a different way. But Shimeng is not intentionally posing, just received a call from Huo Wanyan in the morning. He wanted to negotiate face to face, the location in his clubhouse. Shimeng of course knows that this is a trap, but why not a chance for himself? If he can kill Huo Wanyan, then he will have no worries, and even Huo Wanyan's people can be organized, and thus grow. But under these prerequisites, it depended on whether Tang Zai could do it or not. Tang Zai is here. Feng Meng said respectfully as she stood on the side, still working as a secretary, while Shimeng was still in a big boss stance, not changing in the slightest. And Tang Zai liked this kind of high and mighty woman, falling down would definitely hurt like hell. pour a glass of water. Okay. Soon Feng Mengmeng poured 2 cups of water over, very extravagant But to Tang Zhe here, the arc of the bowed waist was a lot bigger. Tang Zhe could see the white and tender deep V. Drinking tea in the eyes of Shimeng, although his girlfriend looks sweet and lovely, but the man which does not steal incense, outside the stimulation can be more than at home. With Feng Mengmeng left, Shimeng smiled and looked at Tang Zhe a very shy bowed his head. This made Shimeng recall those freshly graduated college students in the company, wasn't it this expression? And these people were the best to control. Tang Zhe, if there's anything you need to tell me at home, don't be polite. Tang Zhe nodded vigorously, there's everything in the house, I'll let you take the trouble. That's a bit of a split birth. You're almost my younger brother at this age, in the future you can simply call me Sister She. The corner of Tang Zhe's mouth twitched. Did he have to make the relationship so complicated? Sister and brother all popped up. That's not nice, Tang Zhe said naively. What's there to be embarrassed about, just call out to your sister now. Tang Zhe interpreted the twisted look to the fullest. Yi Qingyi had to be convinced when she looked at it. I'm afraid this is a graduate of the Chinese theater. Sister She. After holding her tongue for half a day, she finally gave a shout out. Shimeng is very satisfied. This is not shouted out, after you is my brother, have sister and the sister do not need to be afraid. At this time, Fu Qi walked out from the bedroom and laughed. After recognizing your younger brother, won't I become a brother-in-law? Good day brother-in-law. Tang Zhe got up and shouted. Sit down, we're all family from now on. Tang Zhe hummed, you two are quite good at calculating people, but this tactic is much better than Bai Jian and Xiao Yu. You siblings chat first, I'll go out for a walk. Fu Qi smiled, took a sip of water and went out. As Fu Qi left, Shimeng shook her head helplessly. Your brother-in-law, at this time of the day, he'll go out and brag with other men. I often brag about it too. Tang Zhe laughed nervously and scratched the back of his head. Brother, there's one thing I want to ask you, it's crucial, you have to tell me truthfully. Shimeng blinked her beautiful eyes and said seriously. Well, I won't lie to you, Sister She. Tang Zhe's sitting posture was practically back to his elementary school days, his hands resting on his legs. If I'm your enemy, and I'm sitting here, can you have a way to kill it directly? So simple. Hearing Tang Zhe's answer, Shimeng felt that Tang Zhe was bragging. Young people are like that, brother, no big talk. No really? Then you demonstrate it to me. Sister She, feel free to throw paper cups. Tang Zhe said confidently. Shimeng wanted to see what kind of gourd medicine Tang Zhe was selling, drank the water out of the paper cup, and casually threw it in a direction, when Tang Zhe threw out his right hand, and the paper cup was instantly poked through by the flying dagger, and turned into 2 pieces that fell to the ground. Shimeng was stunned, he didn't even see his movements clearly. In this era of knife slashing, there was such a handful of flying daggers, similar to a gun. Awesome, brother. Shimeng all applauded, and patted Tanza's leg. While Tanza was shy, Shimeng felt like she was going to take this little brother. Suddenly the conversation turned. Brother, how about that girl just now? Did you like it? I have a girlfriend. Tang Zhe's reaction, it was simply flawless, and a woman who grasped details like Shimeng didn't even realize it. Shimeng said, my good brother, even if the family flower is fragrant, the wildflower has a unique flavor. Don't worry, my sister will keep it a secret for you. Seeing Tang Zhe hesitate to speak, Shimeng secretly said, men are just men after all. Sister swear okay, promise I won't say anything. I believe it, it's just what? I don't like that girl. Shimeng froze, then laughed. Then which one does brother like? Sister will help you go and talk about it. Tang Zhe's face was shy, lowered his head and stammered a little embarrassed. Shimeng looked stunned. How to exclude themselves so a young man to see themselves will certainly have ideas, again normal. You cannot think nonsense. Shimeng deliberately put on a serious look and said unhappily. Tang Zhe didn't say anything, just revealed a lost look and lowered his head without looking at Shimeng. This little brat was really hard to deal with, his ideas were hitting on himself. Tang Zhe suddenly raised his head to look at Shimeng. Shimeng froze for a moment. Was this look that sad? Is sister looking down on me? Shimeng. Never in a million years did I expect him to come up with such a sentence. I know I'm an orphan, no one looks down on me, doing the lowest level of work. Unlike my sister's glamorous, my sister and I are just 2 different people. It's me who's making a fool of myself. After saying this, Tang Zhe got up and prepared to leave, and even reddened his eyes. Not giving Tang Zhe a little gold man is really heavenly. Shimeng looked at Tang Zhe's back dumbfounded. How could such a powerful expert be so inferior? What are you doing, brother? Sister didn't say she looked down on you. Shimeng hurriedly got up and pulled Tang Zhe. Now Tang Zhe was her only weapon. If Tang Zhe was not around, those people below would not be at peace, not to mention killing Hua Wanyan, that would disrupt all of her plans. Tang Zhe looked like a negative little child, stubborn with aggression. Alright, sister is wrong alright, let's sit down and talk, okay. Half pushed, Tang Zhe was still pressed on the sofa by Shimeng. Shimeng looked at Tang Zhe also had a headache. How could he think of such an idea? As a result, this little brother had his mind on himself, and was angry and funny. Brother, if you help sister kill that person, sister will give up her life. Shimeng directly threw out a big cake. It was estimated that a man would obediently nod his head. However, Tang Zhe said in a serious manner, no. Why? Shi Meng was surprised, this was also too decisive. My previous bosses have all said pretty much the same thing, but instead of killing people, in the end none of them fulfilled their promises. What kind of black-hearted bosses are these, teaching a child to be so vigilant? Looking at Tang Zhe's look, Shi Meng was helpless and laughed softly. You can make any requests you want. Tang Zhe looked like he wanted to speak and glanced away again. Shi Meng knew, this was a guy with a colored heart and no balls, so that was good. As long as you agree to your sister's request, after it's done my sister won't let you suffer. Ha, Tang Zhe was shocked, painting me a big cake. I knew my sister still looks down on me. I know, I'll just leave now. As Tang Zhe got up, Shi Meng became anxious all of a sudden. Without giving him a little favor, he really wouldn't agree to himself. Stop. Shi Meng drank. Tang Zhe's mouth curved out. Who in the end is taking who? Shi Meng came to Tang Zhe's front and looked at him fiercely. Tang Zhe skimmed his head and didn't look. This made Shi Meng both angry and amused. As long as she could get rid of Ho Wanyan, everything she did was worth it. Leaving Shi Meng's home, Tang Zhe propped up a lazy waist, didn't rush to leave, walked into the safe passage, opened a window to get some air and smoke a cigarette. Only after 2 puffs, he heard footsteps ringing downstairs. When seeing Feng Mengmeng walk up, the two stared at each other and lived. The scene was a little awkward and a little ambiguous. Feng Mengmeng ruffled her temples, looking slightly nervous. Why don't you take the elevator? Tang Zhe was the first to speak. I live downstairs, waiting for the elevator is too slow, the stairs are faster. Feng Mengmeng lowered her head and said. Tang Zhe let out an "oh," and was quiet once again. Thank you for saving me last night. Feng Mengmeng looked towards Tang Zhe and expressed her gratitude. Small matter, no need to hang on to your heart. Feng Mengmeng slightly bit her red lips, the documents she was hugging became tighter and tighter, and with a very small voice, she said, Did General Manager she tell you? Tang Zhe froze after hearing this. Are you all so communicative about murder? Look at the child given a fright. Said ah. Then you agreed? Aha. Feng Mengmeng's face is red. In the morning, Mr. She has already told himself, and he is not averse to it. It is considered to be a repayment of the kindness of saving his life, and maybe in the future, he can also protect himself. Tang Zhe looked at the shy Feng Mengmeng. It feels wrong kill you shy like this, you are not a little white. Only to see Feng Mengmeng said softly, why don't you go to my home? Tang Zhe mouthed the corner of a draw, this is sort of understand. Before Shi Meng said, let her accompany their own feelings we chat not in a channel However, Feng Mengmeng's condition is really quite good, but also automatically sent to the door, that's fine. Hearing Tang Zhe's promise, Feng Mengmeng was also very happy. After all, with such a powerful backer, she would also be a little safer. After a long time Tang Zhe returned to the house and began to tell his story. The 3 women listened with great interest. Sun Ting all wowed, this is not better than Yi. Yi Qingyi pinched Sun Ting's neck, and Sun Ting spat out her fragrant tongue. And Bai let out a long sigh, never thought that it would be our turn yet. Along with Bai's words, Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi laughed thievishly, both having been there before. Originally, Yi Qingyi was worried that Shi Meng would not let Tang Zhe get her hands on her so easily, never thought that Shi Meng would go out of her way to let Tang Zhe kill people like this. What a staggering woman, really unscrupulous for the sake of power. Thought Shi Meng is a good man, living Buddha. It turned out that she just wanted to control the whole building, even those rich bosses, and now the idea of hitting to another group of people. This kind of boldness Yi Qingyi is ashamed to be inferior. No wonder other people's business is getting bigger and bigger. At this time Feng Mengmeng came to the door of Shi Meng, the whole person as if bathing in the spring breeze. After entering the house will be tonight's manuscript handed out. I'll do it tonight. Fu Qi smiled and took the manuscript. Feng Mengmeng looked at Shi Meng in doubt and said with concern, is Mr. She catching a cold? Shi Meng did not say anything, sullen and very unhappy. Feng Mengmeng was a little worried in her heart. It could not be because of herself. Mr. She, you need to pay attention to rest, we can't live without you. Feng Mengmeng said softly, if there is no Mr. She, I'm afraid that all those owners will revolt. Shi Meng then raised her hand to let Feng Mengmeng go out. Feng Mengmeng looked at Fu Qi nodded. As Feng Mengmeng left, Fu Qi comforted, wife, don't worry, this kind of speech is something I often do in my unit as well. I'm going to take a break first. Slightly hoarse, Shi Meng walked towards the bedroom. Fu Qi felt a little strange, obviously Tang Zhe had already agreed, why did she still look annoyed? Lying on the bed, Shi Meng tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. In the afternoon, idle and bored Tang Zhe decided to go to Feng Mengmeng to have some fun. After all, it was still the fresh period, causing the meows at home to scream. However, when Tang Zhe left, he was suddenly joyful. It was another relaxing day, let the other women suffer. Arriving at the door, Tanza knocked on the door. However, the one who opened the door was an unfamiliar girl. Wasn't this the girl in the white dress? Is Meng Meng in? Tanza asked curiously, did he go to the wrong door? I'm her friend, my name is Fang Wei. Hello, my name is Tang Zhe. The two shook hands amicably. At this time Feng Mengmeng came out from the bedroom. Seeing Tang Zhe was still a bit shy, what Tang Zhe came for Feng Mengmeng was of course clear in her heart. It was just a friend playing at home. Brother Tang, come in and sit. Feng Wei looked at Feng Mengmeng's expression was a bit wrong, blushing what ah. Tang Zeham walked into the house. Feng Mengmeng poured half a cup of water. Nowadays can take water to receive guests. That is absolutely the most sincere gesture. Feng Mengmeng is also embarrassed to sit next to Tang Zhe, sitting on the other end of the sofa. Feng Wei sitting on a single sofa hugging pillows. The atmosphere is a little awkward. Tang Zhe is helpless. This little Feng is very unintelligent. Ah, I have come. Smart, you should not find an excuse to leave. Is it waiting to see the drama? Are you guys chatting? Tang Zhe was also not very good at making friends with the girl. What else can you make friends with? Feng Mengmeng hummed. Well, Wei Wei is homesick. You don't live here? Tang Zhe asked suspiciously. Feng Wei sighed. I work in Huan City. My dad was afraid that some neighborhoods were unsafe, so he bought me a set here. Then you're a rich second generation. Tang Zhe shrugged his shoulders, but Feng Wei's sitting position was a bit strange. Didn't she realize that she could see the white lace-trimmed pants, or was it intentional? Brother Tang is joking. My dad is just slightly rich. Feng Wei modestly laughed. Tang Zhe also did not ask deeply. What does this have to do with himself? Feng Mengmeng looked at the light rain falling outside inside. I don't know what's the end of this. If it rained harder it would be good. At least Mr. Was group wouldn't dare to come. Yes, if it's windy again, who would dare to go out? This light rain really kills people. Feng Wei also looks despondent, all the time thinking about how to leave and return home to be safe. It's also gotten much colder these past few days. I don't even have any warm clothes. If the power goes out, I'm afraid I'll freeze to death. Thinking of this, Feng Mengmeng couldn't help but shiver a little, terrified that the power would go out the next moment, which would definitely be a fatal blow. As for when the power would go out, no one knew, but it was only a matter of time. Perhaps the next moment, there would not even be a cell phone signal. I'll go to the restroom first. I've been on fire lately. Feng Wei laughed bitterly. Can you not get on fire by eating some snacks every day to fill up your hunger? Waiting for Feng Wei to leave, the toilet door closed. Tang Zhe and Feng Mengmeng glanced at each other. Feng Mengmeng immediately shyly lowered her head, while Tang Zhe directly pulled a hand into his arms too. After a long time, the toilet door opened. Feng Mengmeng immediately sat aside. Tang Zhe also like nothing happened. I also don't know how the other cities are doing. There is no kind of safety. Feng Wei didn't notice anything unusual inside repeatedly. I guess there will be. It's just that there's no way to even get out now. Tang Zhe looked at Feng Mengmeng's difficult appearance funny. Feng Wei tentatively asked, Brother Tang, you're so powerful, you should be able to escape to a safe city as well. This tentative words Tang Zhe just laughed without saying anything. My car is not that good. Seeing Tang Zhe not say anything, Feng Wei also knew that she did not give something. Tang Zhe could not possibly protect herself, coupled with last night's retaliation. Who knows when the next time Mr. Was men will come. Think about the men who ran away. When they bragged, they were all as bullish as the Hulk, but when they really killed over, they ran faster than anyone else. I'm going to the restroom. Feng Mengmeng said with a slightly red face. Tang Zhe shook his head. Why are you guys taking turns going to the restroom? Suddenly, Feng Wei sat over from the sofa next to her and directly sat next to Tang Zhe, exhaling like orchids. You are? Tang Zhe froze. Are girls so proactive nowadays? Come up and hold their hands? There was no such treatment when delivering takeaways, and there was a time when I fantasized about the female owner dragging herself into the house in a domineering manner. Brother Tang, can you protect me? Feng Wei looked up eagerly at Tang Zhe. The corner of Tang Zhe's mouth twitched. So this is a deal with me, kinda know how to do it. Then this is good to talk about. With the sound of the door opening, Feng Wei hurriedly sat back. Brother Tang, you were really great last night. Don't say that. It's all just about staying alive. I also don't know when Mr. Was group will come next time. Mr. She definitely has his own methods. Feng Mengmeng, who knew the inside story, comforted. Chatting away, it was already past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Zhe himself was hungry and was ready to go back to eat a big meal before saying anything. Brother Tang, there's still a piece of pork in the fridge. Why don't you stay for a meal? Feng Mengmeng naturally wanted to curry favor with Tang Zhe, even shedding such rare things as pork. Sure enough, she was immediately met with Feng Wei's spit. You're willing to eat meat when Brother Tang is here, you can't even spare it for me. Isn't it there now, and you're still talking about blaming me? Feng Mengmeng didn't have the good sense to say, you've dallied with this meal. Soon, Lao Ganma fried pork was served on the table, and there was also hot sizzling white rice. It was simply extravagant to the extreme, but this meat tasted strange. It should have been frozen for too long, losing the freshness that pork should have. After the meal, Tang Zhe whistled. Tang Zhe pressed the elevator and looked at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock, and it was good to go and see the speech of Xi's sister. This kind of small life is really comfortable. With the appearance of Tang Zhe, the surrounding people are also showing good, and even some women have begun to throw winks, but Tang Zhe cannot look at those mediocre powder. The minimum acceptance conditions, at least like Meng Meng and Feng Wei, I can picky eaters it. Feng Mengmeng saw Tang Zhe come, seemed to pass by Tang Zhe, but whispered, come to my house at night. Tang Zhe spread his hands. I don't know why, after the end of the world, he was particularly popular, why on earth? But for this kind of woman who took the initiative to fall back, Tang Zhe said that he didn't mean much. With Fu Qi standing on the stage, Tang Zhe paused for a moment. Owners, MS. She is a bit uncomfortable today, so I'll say a few words in her place. Tang Zai scratched his hair. This mustn't apologize to Sister Shi, lest he say he was too aggressive. Soon Tang Zai arrived outside Shi Meng's house and pressed the doorbell. Shi Meng threw the cat's eye to see Tang Zai at the door. Originally angry, do not want to open the door, but if he is again rambling, then his own efforts today will not be in vain. Open the door. Shi Meng looked at Tang Zai with a stern face and walked back to the living room with an angry look. Tang Zai walked into the house embarrassed. Sister Shi, I just heard that you're not feeling well, so I specially came to see you for a bit. Shi Meng rolled her eyes. Since she was a child, she had never suffered such a loss. She had always played men in the palm of her hand, and Tang Zai was no exception, only the price she paid was too great. Tang Zai sat beside Shi Meng, suddenly held Shi Meng's hand. Shi Meng froze, her heartbeat accelerated, wanted to pull out but could not. If you keep doing this, sister will get angry. Today I'll let you as you wish. Shi Meng said in her eyes. A pair of beautiful eyes looked horizontally at Tang Zai. Tang Zai wouldn't be such a wimp. Actually, when saw Sister Shi, I like you. After saying this, he felt that he shouldn't have gone to deliver takeaways before. He should have gone to Hengdian to try out for the theater, and maybe become a star because of his good acting skills. Shi Meng coldly snorted. You, this kind of words sister heard a lot. Sheet your little girlfriend is okay. How can she have sister, you understand me? Shi Meng's heart, however, couldn't help but tremble. This Tang Zai is still really good at it. Go out for some air. Shi Meng got up and walked towards the outside of the house. Tang Zai was stunned and followed with a smile. In the safe passage, Tang Zai leaned on the railing and laughed. Sister Shi, you're not going home yet. The air outside is good. Shi Meng glared at Tang Zai in a bad mood. If it wasn't for the plan, how could I possibly suffer a loss? This is not my style at all, Shi Meng. Tang Zai threw his cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out. Alright then, I'll go back first. Sister Shi, go back quickly, don't catch a cold. Shi Meng's face sank. She just watched Tang Zai go downstairs. This asshole, when things are over, I'm going to find a way to get rid of him. Adjusting her emotions, Shi Meng returned home. Fu Chi was sitting on the sofa watching a movie. Seeing his wife return, where did you go? Don't go out recklessly if you have a cold. Shi Meng said softly. Did not go anywhere, in the stairway to get some air. A little hungry, bring me something to eat. Shi Meng said helplessly. Her stomach was hungry. Forget it, just consider it a dog bite, just kill Huo Wanyan. Tang Zai didn't return to his house until the early hours of the morning. Entering the door, he saw 3 pairs of pitifully beautiful eyes. Oops, I was so concerned about my own happiness that I forgot to prepare a meal for them. Recounting what happened in the evening, the 3 women were stunned, and it had to be said that this kind of racy encounter was because of the Garage War God's title. If Tang Zai wanted to, those women who threw winks would go one by one. Master is really great. How long has it been? Xiao Bai was intimately pampered next to Tang Zai, a living kitten. Sun Ting snickered. So who actually wins in the end, and will she always leave? Yi Qingyi's eyebrow was frowning. She had been wary about the bet, afraid that if she lost, there would be no one to save you at that time. Master, have you already thought of a way to make Mr. She decide to stay or go? Sun Ting asked curiously. Of course I've thought of it, but it's a secret for now. You'll all know when the time comes. See Tang Zai mysterious, completely the 3 women's appetite to hang up. No matter how much pampering Tang Zai is not to say, after all, my brother Tang's heart is as hard as a rock, pampering cannot be melted away. The next morning, Tang Zai was woken up by a phone call from Shi Meng. Sister Shi, did you miss me so early? Tang Zai yawned and said, last night he worked overtime again, now his eyelids are a little heavy. These gossiping women are really something. Think you ahead, come up here. Got it. Yawning Tang Zai came upstairs and rang the doorbell. Opening the door was Feng Mengmeng. Seeing Tang Zai's heart surging, it was obvious that Feng Mengmeng liked Tang Zai's hard power. Mr. Shi, then I'll leave first. Feng Mengmeng gave Tang Zai a look that Tang Zai understood in a second. Walking into the house, Shi Meng put down her cell phone and said in a low voice, I've already made an appointment with Mr. Hua for the location. Tang Zai laughed and sat aside and asked, just an appointment? Shi Meng felt that she was the one who got on the pirate ship. Listening to this tone of voice also wanted to take advantage of their own, where there is such a good thing, almost on the line. Originally not so fast, but also had to speed up, said sternly, I am Mr. Hua about this evening, the location of the Xinhua bookstore in Baoyuan Road. I need you to go in advance, will be some hidden dangers to exclude. What perfume is sister spraying today? It smells so good. I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Shi Meng is going crazy. It feels like Tang Zai is not attentive at all, handing over such an important task to him. In the end, is it okay or not? Is it too unreliable? Hear that? Tang Zai sighed and said, is there that much tension? It's not just solving a person, it's not a god. Can you be more serious? This matter is very important to me. Shi Meng said seriously, if in the past, he had such an employee, he would directly fire him. Aha. Shi Meng to crack, this hangdog look is maddening, all feel like a blood loss, but also only he can do this thing. Really so torn ah. It didn't take long for Fu Chi to return. Tang Zai had no choice but to leave. The returning Fu Chi immediately inquired with a reproachful gaze, what were you guys just chatting about? What else could I be chatting about? What kind of eyes are you looking at, doubting me? As soon as he heard Shiming's elevated tone, Fu Qi wimped out. I don't mean that. Looking at this wimpy husband, Shiming's heart was filled with anger. Think about it yourself, disaster for so many days, what role did you play? While I do what should have been done by you men, Tang Zhe is now my only bargaining chip, he can do whatever he wants. After saying that, he walked into the bedroom and closed the door fiercely. The bored Tang Zhe could only go to Feng Mingming's house for a cup of tea. Brother Tang. Feng Mingming beside him drew circles with her fingers on Tang Zhe's chest. What's wrong? Brother Tang, you have to come back safely. Feng Mingming didn't want Tang Zhe to die, otherwise her efforts would be in vain. Just a bunch of little yakuza, don't worry. Hearing Tang Zhe say this, Feng Mingming also only thought that Tang Zhe was bragging, as she had heard too many such words. Don't worry, when the time comes, Brother Tang will take you out of here. Feng Mingming's eyes immediately lit up after hearing this. Tang Zhe has a way to leave? How do you think I got here? It's just that the car didn't drive in, after all, I'm afraid of being robbed. Tang Zhe said with a smile. If Yi Qingyi saw the smile, she would know what bad thoughts Tang Zhe was playing. Feng Mingming excitedly all sat up, displaying that charming petite body. Brother Tang, you have a car? Nowadays, the tires of the car can't even be used. The tires are unusable, but my car is tracked. Feng Mingming came to a realization. Tang Zhe, you're really awesome. Mingming likes it so much. When the time comes, be sure to bring Mingming along. In the future, Mingming will listen to Brother Tang. If it wasn't for the fact that you're so good, I wouldn't tell you this secret. You have to keep it a secret for me. Promise not to tell. So good. Leaving Feng Mingming's home was already almost 11 o'clock. Tang Zhe didn't intend to go back. After all, he is also a man of his word. Things still need to go and do a little. Taking out his little brother's cell phone, Tang Zhe's mouth revealed a devilish smile. Mr. I don't know if you are like your little brother, but don't make it difficult for me. Arriving in the garage, the men around him respectfully called out Brother Tang. Brother Tang, the car is ready. Rushing up is fine, but the tires won't last long. A man walked up with the car keys and barked. I know. Receiving the car keys, it was still a BMW 5 Series, with a layer of plastic sheet attached to the hood to prevent the rain from leaking in, but this car was probably the least of the cars in the garage. All move the car a bit. Brother Tang is going out. More than 10 men looked at Tang Zhe's relaxed and cozy face, as if he was going out for a trip, and secretly wondered if he was faking it. If General Manager Shi and Tang Zhe came back safe and sound today, then this Tang Zhe was considered a real fierce man, and could all be considered the second in command of the neighborhood. Unfortunately, Tang Zhe is not interested in the second in command, not even the first in command, but still interested in the last in command. Royal Capital Clubhouse. At noon, Huan Yin followed a group of juniors to eat real rice and stir-fried vegetables, simply no difference from the usual. Of course, eat so good is also occasionally. Today go out to do business even more, have to let the brothers eat a good meal, bring not a lot of people, but also 70 or 80. But this 70-80 mouths to eat the meal can be quite a lot. Even Huan Yin also heartache. Putting down his chopsticks, Huan Yin stood directly on the table. Brothers, I'll say a few words. The little brothers looked at their boss. Their eyes were all hot with admiration, especially the shotgun in Huan Yin's hand. With this spray gun, we still won't take down the entire Huan city. By then the entire city will be our brothers. We can do whatever we want. This operation, the purpose is only one, tie up Shimeng, then we will have more guns. It's only a matter of time before we take Huan City. The juniors' blood boiled. There was only one idea in their heads, take Huan City and be the king of Huan City. But according to the clues provided by the informant, a strange man appeared beside this woman, Shimeng, claiming to be a delivery man, but killed all of our brothers, Scar and the others. What should we do? Revenge! 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 Huan Yin is very satisfied with the reaction of his little brothers. That's right, we mix the word of righteousness in the Jianghu. Blood is paid for blood, no matter if he is a delivery man, or a man's head, all beings are equal in front of the sprayer. After saying that, he raised the shotgun in his hand, and the juniors whistled excitedly. After eating, we will go to the bookstore first, and when the people come, all but Simone will be killed. Before the minions could applaud. Knock knock. Suddenly the knock on the door sounded. The men in the hall looked at the door at once. What does the one guarding the door outside mean? What door is he knocking on? The cops are here. Your takeout is here. A familiar voice sounded outside the door. Not Tang Zhe, and who would it be? Tang Zhe pressed not to go to the Xinhua bookstore. Directly to the lair is not good. Save trouble. With the sound of Tang Zhe's words falling, the hall looked extraordinarily quiet. What time is it? There is actually a delivery. Go open the door. Huan Yin frowned, his hands tightly gripping the spray. Who is it? Making a pretense. The four juniors came to the door with their machetes. Through the glass on the door, they could vaguely see a man standing there, indeed carrying something in his hand. The four nodded, and two of them opened the double doors. Mr. Hua, don't open the door. The brothers at the door have been killed. The walkie-talkie in Huan Yin's pants pocket shouts out. It should be the little brother in charge of monitoring. He just didn't know what he went to do, and only realized it now. But at this time the door had opened, and the four juniors saw the man in front of them. With a smirk on his face, he was carrying a golden chopper on his shoulder, carrying 2 heads in his right hand, and the corpses were lying next to him. "Nua, take out for you guys." Tang Zai laughed as he tossed the heads out, rolling down onto the dining table in the middle of the hall, instantly coloring the delicious meal bright red. Vomit. Several juniors vomited on the spot, clearly visible bones and throats, neatly sliced off. Huo Wanyan's face all becomes incomparably grave as he looks towards the delivery boy not far away. Delivery? Could it be Shimeng's people? He's crazy, running alone to his own territory. Kill him. Huo Wanyan shouted angrily, "There is a way to heaven you don't go, there is no door to hell you insist on breaking through, leave your life behind and see what else Shimeng can rely on." Tang Zai froze. "Hey, mister. Hua, I'm here to talk business with you." Huo Wanyan has never seen such a shameless one, taking the heads of his 2 little brothers to talk business? Is this the way you talk business? The 4 little brothers in front of him don't care so much, they must avenge the death of their brothers and kill him. Maybe Hua always rewards female college students. Looking at the 4 knives towards himself, Tang Zai helplessly sighed. "I knew it. What kind of little brother, what kind of boss, all will make it hard to do." There was a swish. The 4 people were as if they were suspended, their raised arms fell to the ground with their machetes, followed by 4 heads dropping without warning. The headless corpses spewed blood wildly, as if they were dispersing, as if they were welcoming the blood monarch. Tang Zai's hand immediately shocked everyone. This is more than a little strong. Is strong a little perverted? How much arm strength was needed for that horizontal chop just now? Get out of the way. Huo Wanyan droned, jumping down with the shotgun, the muzzle aimed at Tang Zai, but in order to improve the hit rate, Huo Wanyan was still slightly closer to Tang Zai. Now a bullet was more precious than gold. The surrounding minions saw the boss using the snatch, and immediately applauded. "In front of hot weapons, what is that knife in your hand? It's just a primitive weapon. Are you the delivery guy next to Shimeng?" Huo Wanyan suddenly didn't want to kill Tang Zai just like that. If Tang Zai could be used for himself, then his strength would be infinitely doubled. Tang Zai spread his hands and laughed. "Yes, originally came over to talk business with you. Your little brother outside didn't allow it, and used a knife on me, and I was justified in self-defense, so don't blame me, mister." Hua. Huo Wanyan's face skin twitched. "Kill my people, but also let me not blame you? Is there such a shameless person? What business do you want to talk to me about?" Huo Wanyan asked in a deep voice. "Just cooperate with me in a play, it's simple. What's in it for me?" Tang Zai laughed out loud. "The benefit is your lives. Isn't this business a good deal? You fucking tricked me, fuck nigga." Huo Wanyan was not Shimeng. Being insulted by a delivery man, regardless of whether he was an expert or not, he would directly shoot him. Looking at Tang Zai who rushed over, Huo Wanyan directly shot. Bang! "Mister Hua, your marksmanship isn't even as good as my family's meow." Tang Zai held the gun facing upwards and didn't forget to flirt a bit. Huo Wanyan looked at Tang Zai incredulously. He had just clearly pulled the trigger, but the trigger seemed to be stuck as if it was stuck, until this delivery man held the muzzle up and the trigger went down. "Let go!" Huo Wanyan shouted angrily with panic, and the surrounding juniors also changed from excitement to nervousness. That gun was actually held by someone else. "You are also the one who was the boss, can you be smart?" Said a kick on Huo Wanyan's big belly. Huo Wanyan fell to the ground like a boiled shrimp, and his hand was loosened. Holding the spray, "The bullet is loaded, I have to give you a kick to let go. Why bother, mister?" Hua. The minions saw the loaded spray had been scared to back off and did not dare to approach. In this post-apocalyptic world, a gun brings the deterrent power is really horrible like this. Huo Wanyan scans the surrounding minions, so angry that his lips tremble with fear. "What are you afraid of? He's just one person. There are still 3 bullets inside the gun, kill him and the women are at your disposal. In the future, he'll be the boss of a district." Tang Zai scared, his gun pointed at Huo Wanyan and said in a deep voice, "Mister Hua, it's really hard to talk business with you, you're making it very unpleasant for me." "What are you doing?" Huo Wanyan's eyes showed panic. "What do you say?" Huo Wanyan shouted hysterically, "Kill him! Kill him now!" Bang! All the juniors who raised their knives paused for a moment. Their boss, Mr. Hua's face, was smashed. Bang! Bang! Each shot all hit General Manager Hua's face, blood and brain matter and other substances were everywhere. The entire head was shot into a bloody hole. The juniors were all subdued by Tang Zai's ruthless tactics. It's not that they haven't killed before, but such a killing method is shocking to the eyes. "So little bullets, who still has them, lend me a few." Tang Zai pulled the shotgun. Such a big boss to prepare this point of bullets, can kill a few people, really disappointing. The little brothers looked at Tang Zai dumbfounded. "Lend you a few bullets, when we are stupid? Brothers, he is out of bullets, whoever kills him, who is the boss?" Someone in the crowd immediately shouted. This was undoubtedly the most tempting reward. Who here didn't want to be the boss? Looking at the crowd that was once again surging, Tang Zai shook his head helplessly, his right hand reaching into his pants pocket and pulling out the bullets from his red shotgun. The person rushing at the front was dumbfounded. He actually had shotgun shells in his pants pocket? How is this possible? Looking at Tang Zai still loading the bullets, The little brother instantly reddened. Whether or not he could be the boss depended on this. While he hadn't loaded the bullets, cut off his head. There was a click. Sorry, you're a little slow. Tang Zhe looked at the little brother with a smile. Bang! The little brother's body was shaken by the impact and flew 2 meters, with a bleeding hole gradually emerging from his chest. The little brother in the back heard that there were still gunshots, and immediately panicked. Who just said that there were no bullets? This was not letting the brothers get killed. Kill me, who is the boss? Don't hurry. What are you waiting for? When Tang Zhe finished speaking, he blew out the head of the nearest little brother, then clicked his tongue and loaded the gun again. Behind him, another little brother suddenly rushed out. Tang Zhe directly raised his gun back. Bang! Another little brother fell, his face was completely disfigured and his eyeballs were exposed. Who dares to go forward? This is simply a pervert. Brothers go on afraid of him for what? Just so little bullets. We have more people. At this time to say such words, no one dares to go up. The ground lying a few people who want to be the boss. Since you guys don't go up, I don't blame me for opening fire and killing. Tang Zhe put away his smile and fired a shot directly into the crowd. Instantly 4 or 5 people were shot and fell to the ground, wailing. At this time there were people who wanted to run, but found that the doors actually couldn't even be opened, as if they were all locked in the hall. Even the windows couldn't be opened, smashing through the glass and wanting to jump out, but it was still raining outside, and the specialized raincoat was still upstairs. Listening to the back of the constant gunfire, wailing, everyone is scared out of their wits. That delivery man is simply the devil, he is not a person at all. Killing people is like killing chickens. Big brother, don't kill me, I'm also being held hostage by Mr. Hua, I'm a college student, you'll be my boss from now on. A young man with glasses dropped the knife in his hand and knelt on the ground. Tang Zhe hummed and shot towards the head, blood splattered everywhere. Don't think I don't know, you're the loudest. Tanza continued to load, scanned the hall, more than 30 specific, and 7 or 8 bleeding and injured. Loaded the bullet, Tang Zhe single-handedly loaded the gun, teasingly shouted, I'll hide well don't let me find it. There were almost 40 people left hiding in the box, or the toilet, or the kitchen. Everyone was trembling their bodies, obviously they were going to cut someone else. How could this happen? This must be a dream, this must be a dream. Tang Zhe is like playing a cat and mouse game, seems to look extraordinarily interested. A foot kicked open the door of the box, there is still music inside. A cloaked woman was hanging next to her, legs in M shape, the body is full of blood marks. Tang Zhe walked to the side and found that there was still breathing, looking at the appearance is also in his 20s, actually abused like this. Beautiful girl, did you see someone come in? The girl looked at Tang Zhe, and the gun in Tang Zhe's hand, and her weak gaze moved to the direction of the toilet next to her. The corner of Tang Zhe's mouth revealed an arc, directly kicking the toilet door open. Big brother, spare. Bang! Walking out of the toilet, Tang Zhe smiled towards the girl, helped you get your revenge. After saying that, he was ready to leave. Big brother. Tang Zhe turned back in confusion. What's wrong? There's someone else? Can kill me. Tang Zhe looked at the girl's situation. Now every minute for her is torture. Really sinful. Play with women, just play. Why abuse into this look? Perverted. Miss sister, this gun hurts on the body. I'll break your neck. Since you have to do it, you still have to ask for the opinion of the girl. The girl smiled and nodded, not wanting any more pain, then closed her eyes. Tang Zhe placed the gun on the side and held the girl's head with both hands. With a click, the girl's body went completely soft. Sighing, Tanza picked up the gun and changed to the next box. Never thought that in every box there were girls hanging, or tied to the sofa. All of them were all over the place. Tanza had to come up with a sentence after looking at them. All of them were animals. One by one, helped the girls to relieve the pain. Coming to the toilet, Tanza was shocked again, feeling that his young mind was hurt. The row of lower half of the body exposed outside the toilet door. Tanza walked to look. This is afraid that the public restroom of those juniors. A little bit of ability to have their own box. Looking inside the toilet, the woman was unable to move with her hands tied, and it was not known whether she had fainted or died. Falling into the hands of this group of people was indeed worse than death. Suddenly, Tang Zhe saw a black footprint, so there was one hiding here. Straight away, he fired a shot towards the door. Bang! Blood gradually flowed out from the door. Tang Zhe carried the sprayer and left the toilet. Looking at these things, all felt too pure and honest. Upon arriving in the kitchen, Dans again felt uncharacteristically merciful in his means. On the countertop there was a emanating woman's head, her thighs still laying on the cutting board, and there was chopped meat in the bowl next to her, and the pot was even still cooking. I can't believe you guys are perverted enough to eat human flesh. Yo, there's still someone hiding in the freezer. Open the door of the freezer, inside hanging upside down 7 frozen female corpses, originally slender legs covered with a layer of frost. From the wounds on the body it seems that they have not been abused a lot in life. Be a good girl, don't go in and out of entertainment in the early hours of the morning. Go home early doesn't smell good. Discovered that the depths seemed to have gasped out of the hot air. Tang Zhe did not say anything, and directly closed the door and locked it. The 3 men in the cold room were frozen to the ground. Is it gone? It should be gone. Go out and take a look. The 3 men sneaked to the door and tried to open it, but they couldn't open it, which undoubtedly made them fearful, not caring if they were killed or what, and frantically knocked on the door. And Tanza stood in the doorway and lit a cigarette, listening to the knocking sound behind him, and slowly closed the kitchen door. Soon the first floor and the second floor were cleaned up, and those who should be killed were killed, and those who should be relieved were relieved. Come to the third floor, this should be the office, the room is a lot less, save yourself to find. General Manager's office. Tang Zhe held the door handle, but paused slightly, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Bang! The wooden door was pierced. Tang Zhe then opened the door and went in. On the ground lay a bleeding man with a knife, toward the head to make up a shot. On the sofa sat 4 girls, scared face pale. Thinking where did this person come from, actually killed the man who managed them. Tang Zhe turned his head to look at the 4 girls. They were all quite young, but unfortunately not pretty enough. They could still be used if they brushed their experience. Big brother, don't kill us. The 4 girls shivered. Tang Zhe asked curiously, why are you guys here? Still dressed so well? One of the girls said with panic, we don't know. It seems like we're being sent somewhere. Oh, that's so. I should have known not to beat him to death. You guys wait for me here for a while. I'll go find someone to ask. The 4 frightened girls nodded. After Tang Zhe left, one of the bold girls came to the door and heard the sound of footsteps gradually moving away. He's gone, let's hurry and run. Didn't he tell us to wait here? A soft girl said. Are you stupid, still waiting for him to come? Do you want to go to the toilet as a bidet? Upon hearing this, the girl's face was covered in panic and she immediately got up and ran alone. Opening the door and seeing Tang Zhe with his back turned, the girl beckoned, run. Only to see the 4 girls running desperately towards the stairway. Tang Zhe looked back and sighed helplessly, run what run are you guys? Where can you run when it's raining outside? Bang 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 bang. The 4 girls fell to the ground, their bodies twitching every now and then, blood seeping out from that white skin. Said to wait for me, hate those who don't keep their word. After saying that Tang Zhe opened the next door. Big brother. Tang Zhe froze, this person actually knelt directly in the middle, it was a bit different. Say it, let's see what you have to live for. Tang Zhe sat on the mahogany desk, playing with the golden fountain pen, aiming at the kneeling man's head. I'm willing to talk business with Big Brother. Tang Zhe couldn't help but laugh, you're the first one willing to talk business with me, and certainly the last. The kneeling man was terrified, he didn't realize that everyone was dead, and he was the only one left. Big brother, my name is Ning Qingwei, I sell alcohol in the clubhouse, so I know some things that Big Brother wants to know. You're smart. What happened to those 4 girls in the manager's office just now? Ning Qingwei lowered his head and didn't dare to raise it, immediately returning. Those 4 women were originally going to be sent to General Manager Chen in exchange for 4 bullets. Ooh, 1 bullet for 1 woman, do you have that many women to exchange? Big brother, you also know that we are in the business of entertainment venues, the least thing inside the venues is women, mister. Who recently centralized the women held in the branch stores to be held in the clubhouse, lest they be played to death by some of the juniors. Tang Zhe's gaze lit up, take me to see. Big brother this way please. Ning Qingwei led the way, and Tang Zhe followed, upsetly asking, how many women are locked up? Almost 100. So many, what do they eat and drink? All they ate was human flesh, and what they drank was urine blended with a little water. After saying that, he also revealed a bad smile, which was as evil as it could be. Tang Zhe sort of understand, the original kitchen those human meat are for the imprisoned women to eat, otherwise more than 100 mouths, every day still have to manage to get full, but completely when the livestock in the feeding, think of yourself, there are still bones to eat, water to drink, but also can take a bath, don't be too good. Little EE is still complaining, really should have brought her to see the environment here. Soon Ning Qingwei brought Tang Zhe to the secret passage. As soon as the door was opened, it was full of incarcerated women, there was even a stench. Tang Zhe all deeply frowned, brushing experience wouldn't even go for them. Thought there would be pretty ones. The imprisoned women all looked at each other in unison, some had dull eyes, some were crazy, and some were shouting for help. You're showing me this? Being held by the sprayer to his head, Ning Qingwei immediately said, Big brother, they can still be exchanged for something if they're cleaned up. Tang Zhe directly pulled the trigger. With a click, a crisp trigger sound rang out for a moment. Wait, I'll load a bullet. Ning Qingwei was so scared that he pissed his pants, squatting on the ground and kowtowing hard. Big brother, I still know a lot of secrets, mister. Hua still has more than 100 brothers scattered in various venues. Calling them back will definitely be able to be used for Big brother. Seeing Tang Zhe still loading bullets, Ning Qingwei's head was running wild. Mister. Qian, mister. Qian got a lot of sprays in the escort company, even mister. Hua has to send him women regularly. The sprays in your hand, Big brother, are also given to mister. Hua by mister. Qian. Also, mister. Hua has a few beautiful women around him. Tang Zhe's movement of loading bullets paused for a moment. How pretty. Ning Qingwei was secretly pleased and immediately replied, anyway, they are prettier than these, mister. Hua couldn't even give them to mister. Chen, saying that he wanted to have fun before giving them away. Lie to me again, this gunhead will be shoved into your asshole, you should be able to fantasize about that scene. Yes, Big brother this way please. There are quite a few secret doors. Ning Qingda gasped, cold sweat pouring out. In the past, This was all a dark pavilion prepared for some bosses and celebrities. Walking into the house, Tang Zhe saw 3 women sitting on the sofa, wearing bikinis, to be honest, not as good looking as Feng Mengmeng, let alone going with Sun Ting and the others. But this kid didn't lie to himself, it was indeed better than the ones outside. And the 3 women looked at Tang Zhe, who was holding a gun, a little confused, especially that familiar looking spray, isn't it Mr. Was? This is the new Big Brother, don't call Big Brother yet. Ning Qingwei hurriedly reminded. The woman in the purple lace bikini instantly understands that Mr. Hui is dead and has changed his Big Brother. Aya, my little daughter has met Big Brother. The woman daintily came to Tang Zhe's side, cried out in a whiny voice, her hands were on Tang Zhe's shoulders. There was a bang. The woman was directly sprayed onto the bed, her slightly flabby abdomen was pierced through, and she couldn't even believe why she had to kill herself. Ning Qingwei was also confused, is this woman not good? Even if it is not good, there is no need to kill her. To the following little brother can still help with the work. This clip sound makes me so hard Tang Zhe all gritted his teeth, never heard such a difficult clip sound. The other 2 women were so scared that they directly knelt on the ground, their delicate bodies trembling. This new Big Brother was even more vicious than Mr. Hua. And you, lying to me again. Ning Qingwei flopped to his knees again. Big Brother, this is really top-notch goods. This is called top-notch. Look at this nose made to look like a ghost. This snake face is disgusting to me when I look at it. Is this the taste of that general manager Hui of yours? Bang! Another shot takes one away. Ning Qingwei gulps hard. The remaining women can't control their collapsing emotions and let out screams as they run towards the outside. Bang! The woman's body collapsed onto the concrete floor, and the women in prison outside instantly leaned against the wall in fear. Ning, I don't think you're very useful anymore. What do you think? Feeling the muzzle of the gun on his head, Ning Qingwei still wanted to struggle a bit. I'm useful. Big Brother, wait for me to think. There must be news that Big Brother likes. I'll count to 3. 1, 3. Ning Qingwei instantly shouted, I remember, there's an actress trapped in Huan City. If you say it again slower, your head won't be pulled. Tang Zhe instantly raised his eyebrows, helped Ning Qingwei up, and handed him a cigarette, which Ning Qingwei dared to take. Don't give me face? Ning Qingwei immediately took the cigarette, already scared out of his wits. Tang Zhe lit a cigarette and sat on the sofa. Tell me about the big star. I just overheard the phone call between Mr. Hua and Mr. Qian. It seems like Mr. Qian asked Mr. Hua to do this. Say directly where. I only know it's in the Shuangdong district. Tang Zhe helplessly laughed. Do you know how big Shuangdong district is? Big Brother, surely a star wouldn't live too poorly. And there's only one villa area in Shuangdong district, so it's definitely in there. This idea of yours is still reliable. Which actress? Big Brother, this I really don't know anymore. Tang Zhe AI stood up and stomped out the cigarette. Big Brother? Big Brother? As if he didn't hear it, Tang Zhe walked outside and opened one of the iron doors. Big Brother, don't open it. Ning Qingwei instantly panicked. And when the women saw the iron doors open, those eyes immediately locked onto Ning Qingwei, as if they wanted to swallow him up. What are all frozen for? Tang Zhe shouted. Only to see the women frantically rushing out, running away from Tang Zhe, pouncing on the fleeing Ning Qingwei directly, and with one bite, they bit down on Ning Qingwei's arm, pardoning a piece of flesh. You stinking women! Big Brother, save me! Beat them to death! Tang Zhe ignored it. This Ning Qingwei actually knew such a secret place. He was probably also the person in charge of this place, and he definitely didn't mistreat them on weekdays. These poor women, let them have a chance to take revenge as well. Ning Qingwei just watched as the body was all torn apart and rotted by the women. The scene was shocking, and Ning Qingwei lived to watch himself being gnawed away. Unfortunately, originally, he also wanted to let General Manager Hua cooperate in a play, and also let himself have a male lead's addiction, and had to make such a scene. Why bother? Now I can only borrow General Manager Hua's head for a while. I also have to go to the surveillance room and delete my handsome side. Shunhua Wanyan's cell phone, it is this Apple phone, still have to sweep the face to unlock. If I had known, I would not have broken. Forget it, take a person's head back to deliver, lest Mr. She say that he lied to her again, and originally wanted to scare her. Talking about a business move, what gonna, is not it Mr. Hua, I do not know if Mr. She still recognize by the way, shoot some more material to go back, otherwise no one will believe it, and especially have to talk to little Meow Meow. The environment of your breeding is too good, don't be so picky. After Tang Zhe left, the women ran out with their mouths full of blood. When they saw the corpses in the hall, they first froze for a moment, then yelled madly as if they were venting. A few of the women seemed to be rummaging through someone, and when they saw the familiar face, they didn't have any hesitation, tearing it up with their mouths and crying at the same time. There were also a few women who rushed out of the clubhouse with maniacal laughter after venting, spreading their arms and enjoying being rained on, falling to the ground and convulsing within seconds. But even when they died, it was with a smile and relief. Tang Zhe saw it from the rearview mirror. Go home early in your next life. At this time, Ximing sat on the sofa, clutching her cell phone tightly in her hand, delayed in getting a reply from Tang Zhe, and gradually became anxious in her heart. On the side of the Fu Chi brought a cup of milk, Looking at the sofa charming wife, and the coffee table, his mind suddenly remembered the morning's picture, that Tangze should die outside. Actually fuck his own wife. Suppressing his anger, Fuchi forced out a smile. Wife, milk for you. It must be said that being slightly developed by Tangze, at this time, Shimeng is even more beautiful and attractive. After all, even the best woman needs a man's reclamation, otherwise the ground is barren. Looking at the milk in her husband's hand, Shimeng suddenly eyebrow wrinkled. It's disgusting to look at, drink it yourself. Fuchi froze and looked at the milk in the cup, his face was suddenly twitching. Shimeng did not even notice her husband's face, her mind was on the plan, paying so much, just waiting for this day. But at this time also do not dare to call Tangze. Perhaps Tangze is hiding in the bookstore somewhere. They're on a phone call. I am afraid it will be exposed. Looking at the time, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Go call some people. It's time to go. Anxious Shimeng could no longer wait a bit. If Tangze really had an accident, Hua Wanyan would even call to taunt him. Wife, isn't it a bit early? It's safe to go early so as not to be fooled, said Shimeng as she got up and went back to her room to tidy up her appearance. When Shimeng walks out, Fuchi is even more furious, his own delicate wife like a flower. Actually, those legs themselves have rarely played with. Why should he, a moralistic and decent man, go and pretend? Wearing high heels, Shimeng looked at the dull and immobile Fuchi unpleasantly said, what are you waiting for? Go. Oh, good. Shimeng hated the iron. If you have some ability, can I be played by Tangze so? But then again, when I saw my husband come back, that feeling was unprecedented. Shook her head. What time is it? Still thinking about this, really washed out by Tangze. This time better give me Hua Wanyan killed, otherwise. In the parking lot, more than a dozen men with family kitchen knives ready, also doing goodbye to the family. Who knows this time out there is no life back. In the corner, a few old bosses are also chatting in a low voice. Mr. Chen, if Shimeng doesn't come back this time, it seems that you still have to come out and preside over the situation. Don't worry, Mr. Liang, I'm 100 times better than Shimeng. What's wrong with cooperating with Hua Wanyan? This Shimeng is just too greedy for the power in his hand, and is unwilling to be under someone else's thumb. That's right, we can't play with her with our lives. At this time, Shimeng has already walked out from the elevator. These people naturally shut up. After all, Shimeng is still the boss. Just looking at Shimeng's enchanting body, especially today wearing a white dress, the towering peaks seem to be breaking out of the clothes. The long and slender jade legs stimulate the physiological limits of the surrounding men. If this is caught by Hua Wanyan, I'm afraid that the consequences will be disastrous. Wife, these are the only ones, Fuchi said as he looked towards the men who were already ready. Shimeng looks over with a tightly knitted brow. These men don't have any momentum at all. Their heads hang down and they feel like they're going to send them to their deaths. I'm not afraid of a woman. What are you guys afraid of? Shimeng instantly chirped. Although Tangze was bad, at least he hadn't been afraid. One of the little fat men said warily, General 11, there's not much use for us to go with this number of people. Why don't we cooperate with General Hua? Don't fight. It won't be good for our neighborhood. Yes, Mr. Cooperation is a win-win situation, and then we all listen to you. Why take this risk? We all only have one life. Maybe Tangze is already dead now. We're just giving away our heads if we go again. Mr. We're not afraid, but we don't want to go and die for nothing. Fuchi all felt that what they said made sense, but he wouldn't agree at this time. That would be slapping his wife's face. Although it really wanted to hit her face. Shimeng really didn't expect that these people she raised didn't have a bit of guts, didn't have a bit of blood, especially after the death of those who followed Luojun. There was no one who could take charge at all. Disappointment surfaced in Shimeng's mind, and even began to self-doubt. What is the use of wanting them? What he wants is men who can fight and kill. Mr. Brother Tang's car is back. Suddenly the intercom rang with an excited voice. This news undoubtedly blew away the disappointment in Shimeng's mind. Tangze is actually alive. No, what's he coming back for? Didn't he tell him to wait? This Tangze, how come he always disobeyed his own orders? The car at the door couldn't move in time. A BMW 5 Series rushed straight in, crashing into it, white smoke coming out of the hood. Quickly go and bring out the people. Shimeng hurriedly shouted, although she didn't know why she came back, but Tangze was the only tough guy around who could fight. Fuchi looked at such a flustered wife, heartbroken white boy in front of his own face. You are afraid that he was faint. Under the guise of needing Tangze, so that you can satisfy the emptiness inside yourself for many years. Not waiting for the people to pass, Tangze kicked open the door and grabbed the bloody head of the passenger side, as well as the sprayer. Upon seeing Tangze, who appeared with the head and the spray gun in his hand, the few men who had originally saved the day were scared and took 2 steps back. He had actually gotten a gun outside. How was this possible? And who was that human head? Fuchi saw the sprayer in Tangze's hand and became even more desperate. This white boy is getting stronger and stronger, and even felt that his wife is not his opponent at all, and was played by him in the palm of his hand. At this moment, everyone's eyes in the parking lot were tense, surprised, and fearful. None of their faces were with a smile, even Shimeng. General Manager I've completed my mission. Tangze laughed as he threw Hua Wanyan's head at Shimeng's feet. Looking at the smashed face, Shimeng forced herself to vomit. Who is this? Didn't you ask me to kill Hua Wanyan? Isn't this him? Tang Ze shrugged, after giving you such a big gift, how are you going to repay me? When these words came out, the crowd couldn't believe it as they looked at the head rolling down. That person was Huo Wanyan? Huo Wanyan had his head chopped off by Tang Ze? Wasn't it claimed that Huo Wanyan had hundreds of brothers around him? How did Tang Ze do it? How is this possible? Shi Meng was not happy in his heart, because what he wanted was not only Huo Wanyan's head, but also Huo Wanyan's group of desperate brothers. Killing Huo Wanyan was just for deterrence, so that he could easily subdue those little brothers. And now he actually killed directly and brought the head back. Shi Meng almost didn't spit out blood in anger, but it seemed as if his own orders were indeed just like that, and he almost didn't cry in anger, his elaborate design all but destroyed. How do you prove that this is Huo Wanyan? Fu Qi immediately questioned, who knows if it's true? What if it's you who killed a random person from outside, chopped off his head and said it's Huo Wanyan? Tang Ze looked at Fu Qi with a smile, while the corner of Fu Qi's eyes trembled. What do you mean by this smile? Mister. She can make a phone call and try. Shi Meng is actually a bit unconvinced, since her husband has said so. She takes out her cell phone and makes a call to Huo Wanyan. Ring ring ring. A crisp ringtone rings from Tang Ze's pants pocket, while Tang Ze takes out his cell phone, which displays two words. Stinky pussy. The corner of Shi Meng's mouth twitched, not expecting Huo Wanyan to give himself such a note. But he really did. Huo Wanyan died just like that? Looking at the human head under her feet, Shi Meng felt unreal. Her strongest opponent had died? Slowly raising her jade feet, she stepped on Huo Wanyan's head with her heels. Owners, Huo Wanyan is dead. We are safe. Woohoo! The crowd cheered at once. The owners upstairs received the news and also came down, knowing that Huo Wanyan, the scourge, had been removed. Everyone's hearts that were hanging in the air at that moment were finally secure. Feng Mengmeng and Feng Wei also rushed down and rejoiced to see that Tang Ze was fine and had done such a great thing. Feeling that with their relationship with Tang Ze, they were at least very safe here, they couldn't wait to bring Tang Ze home now and serve him well. However, some of the bosses realized a problem. Huo Wanyan was dead, and a new trouble seemed to be being born. It was Tang Ze with the sprayer, who could directly threaten their lives. Brother Tang, general manager, she said that it's best to keep this gun in her safekeeping. Only to see a man cautiously walk over to accompany the smile. Many people's gazes looked over to see if Tang Ze would hand over the gun. And Shi Meng was using an individual to test Tang Ze. It would be better if he could hand it over, and if he didn't hand it over, it would show that Tang Ze wasn't stupid, and even had intentions. Tang Ze ignored the man in front of him, which was just a messenger, and walked directly towards Shi Meng. And Shi Meng looked at the walking Tang Ze, her heart tensed up at once, actually afraid of being killed by Tang Ze with a single shot, then immediately negated the idea, and held him with her own body. Mister. He said you want to rob my gun. I don't believe it. Shi Meng. Is this really stupid or is he pretending to be stupid? Fu Qi on the side was very sure that this Tang Ze had come here with a purpose ever since, perhaps to control the entire neighborhood. How come? This is a weapon you collected outside, under the control of an individual. Shi Meng displayed a gentle smile, but in her heart, she had already begun to be wary of Tang Ze, feeling that Tang Ze was an unstable bomb. Told you, mister. She is so nice. Shi Meng smiled faintly. Fu Qi just watched the two of them frown at each other, and if that spray gun was in his hand, he would directly start spraying. Owners, from today onwards, our neighborhood has its own gun. Also, long live Mr. Long live Brother Tang. Shi Meng was displeased after hearing this. Tang Ze had only been here for a few days, and he was now on par with himself. Impossible. Tang Ze was just a man under his control, letting him bite whoever he wanted. Starting today, Tang Ze is the head of the neighborhood security department, as well as my personal bodyguard. With these words, he was clearly telling everyone, as strong as Tang Ze is, he's still my bodyguard. That's why everyone's eyes looked towards Tang Ze. Tang Ze smiled and shouted, willing to serve Mr. Shi. Everyone never expected that Tang Ze, who had a gun, would be willing to sit under General Manager Shi. Wouldn't he want to do something else? A few old bosses seemed to start discussing, using Tang Ze to oust Shi Meng from his position. This boss much neighborhood is full of calculations, unlike ordinary neighborhoods, which are directly open to killing. Listening to Shi Meng's lengthy speech, Tang Ze held the spray and said towards Fu Qi beside him, brother-in-law, do you want to go out and play a game of cards at night? I want to be alone with my sister. Fu Qi almost didn't have a heart attack, but looking at the blackened muzzle, he couldn't spit out a single word. Brother-in-law, you don't say anything, I'll take it as your default. Brother-in-law, you're a really good person. Sister has you so a husband, good fortune. Kill and kill. Look at Fu Qi, his face is green. Don't worry about it, brother-in-law, I don't have feelings with my sister, pure supply and demand relationship. We can also exchange ideas. Fu Qi's eyes rounded, his whole body began to tremble, his teeth grinding and crunching, too shameless, too bullying. Still exchanging tips on wives. Fu Qi was so angry that he fainted on the spot. Tang Ze instantly exclaimed, Mr. Fu, someone come quickly, Mr. Fu fainted. Shi Meng hurriedly walked off the stage, her eyes looking towards Tang Ze. Just now on the stage, she saw Tang Ze talking to her husband about something, now she directly fainted. Maybe she was talking about and Tang Zhe revealed an "I'm wronged" expression. But what can Ximing do? Now even more need to rely on the deterrent brought by Tang Zhe. But this is not a long-term solution. In the future, I'm afraid that I'll have to get rid of this big trouble in my heart, but I can't right now. A few men carried Fuchi back home. Tang Zhe naturally did not go to join in the fun, or go back first. The family's meow is going to rebel. The past 2 days have not fed them much. The three women said, "Don't, we can just take a rest." Feng Mengmeng and Feng Wei looked at Tang Zhe, went back, heart slightly disappointed, remembered Tang Zhe, that cute and beautiful girlfriend, seems to be better than their own, the heart of the inexplicable uneasiness, in the event that in the future, Tang Zhe does not take their own leave, how to do? Although a Mr. Hua is dead now, but maybe there will be a second Mr. Hua in the future, a third. Once this kind of idea is there, the woman will start to think wildly and become more and more anxious. Feng Wei didn't want to go home either, so she came to Feng Mengmeng's house to chat. Although the TV was on, her mind wasn't on it. "Mengmeng, how do you think Tang Zhe killed Mr. Hua? Mr. Hua has so many people around him, how did he do it?" Feng Wei couldn't figure out how on earth Tang Zhe did it with his strength alone, and with the other party having a gun. Feng Mengmeng let out a long sigh. "Tang Zhe might be more complicated than we thought. Every time I see him smile, I get a creepy, right? Wei, you also have this feeling, I thought I was the only one." Feng Mengmeng laughed helplessly, feeling like she wasn't overthinking things. Feng Wei clamped those long legs that she was so proud of on the coffee table. "Maybe it's because he has killed people, so we have this feeling. Maybe, I even feel that general manager she is a little afraid of him." Feng Mengmeng had been following Ximing for a few years and had captured quite a few details today that she had never noticed before. Feng Wei sat up and nervously asked, "Now that Tang Zhe has a gun, will he control the entire neighborhood?" "I don't know, at least just now I can tell that Mr. She is still able to control him, if he can't one day." Feng Mengmeng bit her lower lip, feeling that this place was getting less and less safe. Feng Wei felt the same way, especially when she was tangled up with Tang Zhe. He didn't even mean to love and cherish himself, he just used himself as a venting tool, even though it was said to be a deal. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that Tang Zhe was unreliable, and those words after lingering were all lies, and I still had to rely on myself. Chatting away, the two women fell asleep on the sofa. Even had the same dream, Tang Zhe came and directly gave open eyes. A warehouse on the outskirts of Huan City. The warehouse was brightly lit, boxes of supplies were going to be piled up into a small mountain. The men played cards, drank wine, and after drinking wine, they went into the small room next to them to solve their problems. In the office on the second floor, a man in his 60s listened to the reports of his men. This man with gray hair growing on his temples was none other than General Manager Chen Zhongran. He wasn't a big boss, he didn't even have the qualifications to mention his shoes to Mr. Hua in the past. After all, he just owned a few big warehouses. But nowadays it was different. These warehouses were worth more than even gold, and everyone had to obey. And this is just one of the warehouses. The supplies are the least, and things like transporting supplies, Chen Zhongran, are handed over to his two sons. It is impossible for outsiders to know, and it controls their lifeblood. Coupled with the two shotguns in the hands of his sons, the people below are even more honest. "Dad, something happened on Huanyan's side." Standing on the side was the eldest son, Chen Ming, now 42, just looking slightly older, almost as old as Chen Zhongran. Chen Zhongran frowned. "What happened? People were taken out by Mr. She's men again? Didn't we give him the gun? Our little brother went to pick up the goods today, but ended up entering the house full of corpses. Huanyan's head is gone, the ground is full of bullet casings from the spray, the same model as ours." Chen Ming's face was heavy. "The enemy is very strong." Chen Zhongran's eyes shot out a venomous look. "So there is someone else with the same idea as us, but why would they go and rob Huanyan? Dad, isn't it Ximing's people? How could there be a gun in that neighborhood? It must be that Huanyan messed with someone he shouldn't have, but don't expose me." Chen Zhongran was angry. After all, the main fight was an obscene development. But the younger Chen Ming didn't think so. "Dad, we have a gun in our hands, we can totally just kill our way in. What's the point of looking for someone else? You just know there's no one more powerful? How long has it been now? A month out. The person who moves first will definitely die first. Look at Huanyan. Isn't this an accident? Wasting my gun and bullets, not even seeing a hair on Ximing's head." Chen Zhongran is also considered an old colorful batch. Previously witnessed Ximing's absolute splendor. If not a disaster came, would not have thought that I still have the opportunity to taste that half of the lips. But again, he didn't want to do it himself for fear of being targeted by others. Speaking of the matter of women, Shen Ming laughed. "Dad, although Huanyan is dead, the clubhouse is full of women, although a lot of them are dead, but we have brought them all back, almost more than 60 of them, all in the age of 20 to 30 years old. They are just a bit smelly, they need to be washed." "Oh, Huanyan raised so many women and lied to me that there were no women. It's good to die, don't waste too much water." "Good, Dad, why don't we arrange for one to give you a taste? Wash it clean, don't let your mom know. Don't worry about it." Chen Ming left the office, a man lying on the parapet smoking. It was the oldest Tu Qianpu, younger than Chen Ming by 2 years. The two brothers did look alike, both with a national face. But Qianpu obviously feel to be fierce a few points, from that pair of eyes can be seen, this period of time did not kill a lot. What did Dad say? Qianpu asked. Dad still advocates stability, let us not care so much, and wait a few more months to act. Wait a few more months? Qianpu stomped the cigarette out, his eyes looking at his old father in the office, very dissatisfied. Older brother, don't be so grumpy, brother find a decent woman to let off some steam for you. Qianpu shook off Qian Ming's hand and said in a deep voice, Big brother, you and Dad don't think about women all day long, nowadays the world has changed, we have a large number of people with guns, we need to occupy the territory first to grab first that also have to keep if you collect a lot of little brother, then how many mouths to eat, don't always think of fighting and killing, look at the brothers below, there are food and drink, there are women to play, this day is not very good. Big brother, then have you ever thought that if you don't kill others will also kill over, the warehouse in Dad's hand will be discovered sooner or later. Chen Ming didn't say anything after hearing this, Dad advocated stability, the second advocated killing, it was difficult to be caught in the middle by himself. Seeing his elder brother slightly loosened, Qianpu whispered, doesn't Dad like that Shiming woman, if I bring Shiming here, can I do it according to my plan, help me to ask. This. Brother, Dad is old people like stability. Qian Ming let out a long sigh, and could only go into the office again to ask. Qianpu stood outside, and from time to time, he looked at his dad to cast a different gaze. A few minutes later, Qian Ming walked out with a sunken face, Qianpu felt bad. Suddenly, Qian Ming grinned and patted his brother's shoulder, Dad said, if you can really bring Simone here, he will promise you. Isn't that right? Huo Wannian can't do it, I'll do it. Qianpu craned his neck, with a touch of bravado on his face, not putting everyone in his eyes at all. But you still need to be steady, those people in Huo Wannian died in a strange way, maybe it was someone in the Mountain Lake neighborhood who did it. Big brother, you're worrying too much, there really are so many jet-setters in the Mountain Lake neighborhood, none of them would be afraid of Huo Wannian, there must be someone else. Qianpu touched out a cigarette and handed it to his big brother, the two of them lit up and started to swallow the smoke. Spit out a mouthful of smoke, Qian Ming said seriously, not afraid of 10,000 is afraid of the eventuality, bring more brothers, since the move, it is not as simple as robbing a woman, material scavenging in one step. This is like words, big brother, Dad obscene development is not possible, have to expand the collection of small brothers. Dad just want to guard this acre of land as a king of the soil, bring 5 sprayers over, 20 rounds of ammunition, save some bullets, try to use the knife. Qianpu shrugged his shoulders and laughed, big brother, I understand, bullets are more expensive than anything now, 5 sprays, I'll scare them to death. When do you plan to act? Qianpu's face revealed a touch of gloom, when they are sleeping. Good idea. Mountain Lake neighborhood. Tang Zhe walked out of Feng Mingming's house and propped himself up comfortably, the progress in the past few days wasn't bad, the energy tank had risen to 7%, one step further away from the 3-0 gift package. On the sofa, Fu Qi sat with a slightly pale face, holding a cup of boiling water in his hand. This Tang Zhe person can't be kept, he's definitely not as simple as he appears to be, what he's showing is all fake. Fu Qi coughed as he finished speaking, feeling that his entire body was much weaker. On the contrary, Shiming, recently her complexion was rosy and lustrous, and the charm emanating from the whole person was even stronger. Looking at Fu Qi's teeth itching. He is useful to me. Shiming said in a low voice, in her heart, she was also clear that her husband had a point, and now that she thought about it carefully, the fact that a man, with 3 women like flowers and jade, was suspicious. After all, a woman like Yi Qingyi, that's the object that men coax. Tang Zhe brought 3 at a time, could it be that all the people in that neighborhood of theirs are dead, and no one is going to rob him? It can only be said that he sneaked out alone. If we don't kill him now, we'll be the ones who die later. With Tang Zhe dead, there's no way for me to suppress those bosses, especially since Huo Wannian is still dead. They all think of being the boss one by one, are you stupid? Shimeng helplessly leaned back on the sofa and rubbed her forehead. Fu Qi whispered with fierce eyes, with Tang Zhe dead, isn't Jet ours? Still afraid those bosses won't be honest? These words reminded Shimeng, but the squirters being in their own hands and being in Tang Zhe's hands were 2 completely different concepts. If Tang Zhe comes later, pouring him a glass of water and putting in some sleeping pills will take care of him. This matter can't be messed with, I need to think about it. Shimeng didn't want to take any chances, now that she had fewer and fewer people around her that she could use. Fu Qi was furious when he heard this, angrily rebuking, Shimeng, are you stupid? Before he came, how many people followed you around? Now, he's the only one by your side, you have to beg him for everything. Clearly you're the boss of this Mountain Lake neighborhood, but in fact, you're at his mercy. Enough! Shimeng's eyes crossed. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang at this time. Fu Qi's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. It can't be Tang Zhe. Shimeng was also startled. If Tang Zhe heard those words just now, I'm afraid that coming into the house would be 2 shots. Open the door. Shimeng let out a low gulp. Fu Qi clenched his fists tightly. As the door opened, Fu Qi saw Tang Zhe with a kind smile at the door. At home, sister, she is looking for me to talk about something. Fu Qi reddened his face and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, just about to go out. In that case, got it. Without saying anything, Fu Qi walked out of the house. Looking at Fu Chi's hurried appearance, Tang Zhe closed the door and laughed towards Shimeng on the sofa. Sister Shi, today I had a life of 9 deaths. It's almost like I came back from the gates of hell, and I almost couldn't see you, sister. Shimeng kept staring at Tang Zhe, as if she wanted to see through Tang Zhe's hypocrisy, entering the room and starting to sell her misery, just wanting to get benefits from herself. You're getting more and more bold now. Shimeng spoke in a calm tone, not daring to say anything too heavy, but expressing her dissatisfaction. Tang Zhe placed the spray on the coffee table, then sat beside Shimeng. Sister Shi, if you don't want to, I'll just leave now. I only blame my Tang Zhe for trusting the wrong person. Shimeng's red lips were trembling slightly, threatening me and saying that I don't keep my word. I wanted to use myself to control him, but now I'm being held by him instead, damn it. Alright, I'll just leave, you have to pay attention to safety in the future. Saying that, Tang Zhe picked up the spray and got up to leave. Come back. Tang Zhe stopped in his tracks, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Little I didn't threaten anyone I was all set to leave. Sister Shi, Tang Zhe, am not such a casual man. Shimeng, it's amazing that this can be said. Isn't it okay that I was wrong? Isn't that right? Is it that hard for a girl to admit a mistake? Fu Chi, who was in an extremely bad mood, could only go downstairs, wanting to go find Feng Mengmeng for a bit of relief, and directly opened the electronically locked door. Inside the house was dark. Fu Chi turned on the living room lights, only to see the sofa scattered with clothes. A bad feeling welled up in Fu Chi's heart. He took a big step to the bedroom, turned on the light, and Fu Chi was dumbfounded. The light was blinding, causing Feng Wei to cover her eyes. Don't turn on the light, it's blinding. Mr. Fu. Feng Wei at this time counted to see clearly, rushed to cover the quilt. Aside, Feng Mengmeng also woke up quietly, saw Fu Chi standing in the doorway, was also startled. After a long time, Feng Mengmeng helplessly said, Big brother Fu, why did you suddenly come? Ha ha ha. Fu Chi suddenly became a bit maniacal, covering his face and laughing maniacally. We just want to save our lives, to each his own. Feng Wei said indifferently. Would you guys really be so naive as to think that Tang Zhe would save your lives? That's all in cheating you good-looking girls. Even my wife was cheated. All of you were cheated by him. Stupid, all of you are some dumbasses. Feng Mengmeng suddenly said, Big brother Fu, why don't you come with us? Meng. Feng Wei instantly chided. Big brother Fu can be trusted, and it's just too dangerous for us two girls. Feng Wei was a bit angry and turned her head to look away. Go? Walk where? Fu Chi asked in confusion. Feng Mengmeng whispered, Actually, brother Tang came by car, his car is parked not far away and gave us the car keys. What? Fu Chi was incredulous, and verified his suspicions. It was indeed premeditated. It felt like the car keys were fake. Impossible, it must be a fake, lying to you girls. Only to see Feng Mengmeng take out the car keys, pointed out the window and pressed the button. Not far away from the dark alley suddenly emerged headlights. In the darkness of the night appeared particularly obvious. It's actually real. Fu Chi was shocked again, thinking that Tang Zhe was not stupid, actually gave the car keys to the two of them. So trusting? In the end, is it really smart or fake smart? However, Fu Chi was still puzzled and asked, Since he's willing to take you guys away, why do you want to sneak away? Because I feel that Tang is dangerous. Besides, there are 3 other girls beside him. All of them are better looking than us. Sooner or later, we will be abandoned one day. Feng Wei's friend said that there is a shelter in the Zhenglin city next to us, so we plan to go over there. Fu Chi felt that it did make sense. The 2 of them were moderately good looking, and compared to those 3, they lacked a bit. But there was always a feeling that something was wrong somewhere, but he couldn't tell. When are you guys planning to leave? Fu Chi asked. Now. Fu Chi was shocked and wanted to leave, but he couldn't leave his wife with the devil. Isn't it too hasty? Feng Wei said in a deep voice, Now is the only time we know that Tang Zhe is at your house, so we won't be discovered. Feng Wei's words were like knives into Fu Chi's heart, as if to say, what is such a wife going to do? If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't even want to take you. Feng Wei said in a cold voice, put on her clothes and went to prepare the supplies. Big brother Fu, come with me. Feng Mengmeng pleaded. After all, before the end of the world, did treat herself well. Even after the end of the world, a trustworthy man. Fu Chi immediately clenched his teeth. Rather than stay here and wait for death, he should go. Good. The 3 of them immediately packed up some supplies on their backs, put on the raincoat and shoes provided by Tang Zhe, while Fu Chi wore Tang Zhe's set, as if it fit quite well. Fu Chi had an illusion that it was prepared for himself. Taking advantage of the night, the 3 of them quietly came to the first floor. Directly out of the floor, the light rain hit on the raincoat to make a death sound. But the 3 of them also know that out of this step, there is no turning back, firmly towards the entrance of the neighborhood. On the other side, Tang Zhe put on his pants and smiled towards Shimeng. I'll go back first. Shimeng's beautiful face was covered with red flashes, and she didn't have the strength to reply. Taking the spray, Tang Zhe left and immediately returned to his house, startling the 3 big cats who were watching TV. Our bet starts now. Entering the house, Tang Zhe faintly smiled, and Bai was instantly surprised. Are those 2 girls really planning to run away? Sun Ting smiled faintly. Expected. This thing called human nature can't stand the test. Then they wouldn't have called Mr. Shi. Yi Qingyi frowned her eyebrow and whispered, in her heart, she didn't care about those two girls at all. Betrayal only has one downfall. Because Shiming's husband also followed them ready to run, now it depends on whether Fu Qi will call Shiming to run with them. If Fu Qi didn't call and Shiming stayed without knowing, it's also counted as a win for you. Tang Zhe was rare and generous, lest he say he was bullying them. Yi Qingyi instantly stabilized a few more points, knowing that Tang Zhe was letting himself off the hook. She instantly gave a kiss to express her gratitude. Sister Yi doesn't even avoid suspicion now. Xiao Bai immediately flirted. Tang Zhe took out the monitor. The four of them quietly waited for the result. Yi Qingyi also got nervous. If she lost, the consequences could be imagined. In the dark alley, the three found the modified tank 300. Especially seeing the tracked wheels, Fu Qi is considered to believe, no wonder it can be driven over. Open the trunk. There are actually a few boxes of mineral water, as well as a good vacuum-packed variety of food. Get in the car, hurry up. Fang Wei urged, stay here for a long night. After all, this is considered to be stealing Tang Zhe's car. If he gets caught, his head will be chopped off. Fu Qi drove. Feng Mengmeng sat in the passenger seat. Fang Wei sat in the back. Don't turn on the lights. Fang Wei reminded. And Fang Wei's voice also traveled to Tang Zhe's side, and couldn't help but make Tang Zhe let out a sigh of relief. Actually, I was quite impressed with them, but unfortunately, they still ran away behind my back. What a way to give up a peaceful life. Sun Ting sighed. And Tang Zhe suddenly laughed. Actually, you guys can also try and see if you can run away. If you really run away, then it's also counting on your ability. Tang Zhe's words scared the three girls so much that their faces turned a few shades of white, and they hurriedly snuggled up to Tang Zhe's side. Just kidding, look how scared you guys are. Hate it, master. Car. Fu Qi started the car. The roar was still not small, but Fu Qi couldn't help but think of his beautiful wife at this time. Why don't we bring my wife with us, with her identity? It's good for us to talk when we go to Zhonglin City. After all, Zhonglin City also has her industry. Fang Wei immediately said, no, what if she tells Tang Zhe? Big brother Fu has a point. If Zhonglin City is safe, mister, she will have influence and we will be able to live well. Fang Wei all gave an angry laugh. Feng Mengmeng, his wife is here. What else do you have to do? If you let Shimeng know that you are a mistress, you will still be kicked to death. Fu Qi immediately said, I promise I won't. Mengmeng, you have to believe me. Well, of course I believe. Big brother Fu, you are the best. Once Fu Qi heard this, he felt like he was about to be possessed by Superman and took out his cell phone to call his wife's voice. The cell phone on the coffee table buzzed and rang. Just the buzzing of the cell phone made Shiming very upset. Picked up the cell phone to see that it was still her husband calling. Even more upset, can't you let yourself be quiet for a while? What for? You're not back yet? Wife, you pack up and immediately go downstairs. I found Tang Zhe's car, fully modified. Shimeng instantly sobered up, excitedly stood up, but then frowned and sat down. How did you find it? Don't ask so much, you come straight downstairs, I'll bring the car inside. Simone's mind was scrambled, unsure of what to choose. Don't think about it, if you don't leave it will be too late. The Zhonglin City next to you is safe, you have industries over there, you don't need to stay here and be scared. Still, this sentence worked. If it was really safe over there, it was indeed possible to go over there. But really or not? Now that he was being controlled by Tang Zhe, he could do whatever he wanted. This kind of result was not what he wanted. Getting out of his clutches might be the right choice. Without unnecessary words, Shimeng said in a deep voice, okay, see you downstairs, I'll clean up. With Shiming's words into Yi Qingyi's mind, the whole person is like a lost soul. He lost. You cannot be saved, fiancé must also die. Tang Zhe passed over a look of love and helplessness, can be willing to gamble to lose, just a pity Shiming. She's sister this time, you really confused. Xiaobai comforted, Sister Yi, don't be sad. Sun Ting also sighed, and in the end, Shimeng still chose to leave. Yi Qingyi had thought that Shimeng was a very smart woman and would definitely choose to stay by the side of the strong man, but she never expected that Shimeng was not willing to submit to the strong man. She wanted to become a strong man herself. Condolences. Tang Zhe patted Yi Qingyi's fragrant shoulder. Sun Ting and Xiaobai cast the same gaze. It was lucky enough to be able to save themselves in this world now. Shiming was ready at this time, standing on the first floor looking out, also sending a message to Fu Qi. And Fu Qi also drove towards this side. Fang Wei looked at the neighborhood that was getting closer and closer, and her fear was rising, afraid that she would see Tang Zhe appear and then shoot one by one. At this moment, she even saw the figure of Shiming on the first floor. And Shiming also saw the car approaching, and her entire body became agitated. Don't go. Fang Wei suddenly grabbed the steering wheel. Fu Qi hurriedly braked and stopped, which made Shiming freeze. What are you doing? Almost crashed into it. Fu Qi shouted angrily, if this crashed, everyone would die. Fang Wei said in a deep voice, a woman who has changed her heart will do anything. Tang Zhe is already waiting by the side. As long as we go over, we will be killed by Tang Zhe. Feng Mengmeng looked at the first floor. This angle was indeed a bit of a card view. Not only Feng Mengmeng got scared, even Fu Qi was the same. Tang Zhe's methods had been seen by everyone. Fu Qi, how your wife treats you, you have a pussy in your heart, right? With Feng Mengmeng accompanying you are not worse than her? You now risked receiving this ancestor, you still have to face such a woman who doesn't treat you like a man. She can even disregard your feelings for the sake of power. Is such a woman worth risking your life to save? Fu Qi deadlocked on the steering wheel after hearing this, his mind struggling frantically. Why isn't it worth it? She is also my wife. Fu Qi shouted with a crying voice. After saying that, he directly put on the reverse gear and directly kicked the gas. I'm sorry, I really have no way to forgive you. Shimeng stood frozen in place, watching the approaching car violently reverse away. Why not come to pick himself up? Taking out his cell phone, he immediately called Fu Qi. You come over. I'm sorry, I can't pass this hurdle in my own heart. Shimeng revealed a miserable smile after hearing this. Who am I doing that for? I sacrificed so much, and you just left me behind, and you took that mistress of yours with you. Although it was dark, Shimeng could still see that sitting in the passenger seat was her own secretary, Feng Mengmeng. You betrayed me. Fu Qi hissed. You betrayed me too. Shimeng's emotions were out of control at once. The only family member by her side had left her behind. Brother-in-law, come back soon, sister is waiting for you. A voice like from the abyss sounded from behind. Shimeng turned back to look at Tangze, and the three women behind Tangze. Yi Qingyi, who was originally ashen, was now smiling with her eyebrows, and Sun Ting and Xiaobai on the side were also happy for Yi Qingyi, because as long as Shimeng stayed, it would be the same as Yi Qingyi winning. Of course, Tangze still had to fight for it, in case he could win. But hearing Tangze's voice, it was estimated that even 100 heads of coin couldn't pull Fu Qi back. You, take care of yourself. As expected, Fu Qi hung up the phone after hearing Tangze's voice. Simone sat paralyzed on the ground, actually leaving herself alone in hell. Ha, ha, Shimeng suddenly laughed. Tangze squatted next to her and touched Shimeng's head. Sister Shi, why are you crying? Don't touch me. Shimeng reached out and slapped Tangze's hand away. This is the Shi sister I like. Look, I have a button here that can stop the car. Tangze stretched out his hand, and before he could finish his sentence, Shimeng snatched it away and directly pressed it. In the car, Fu Qi, who was driving, suddenly heard a beeping sound. Do you hear anything? The beeping sound became more and more urgent. Feng Mengmeng and Feng Wei glanced at each other. A bad premonition bubbled up from the bottom of their hearts. Boom! A huge explosion came. The dark night was instantly illuminated by the flames. It looked so bright and colorful. Originally the surrounding dark buildings turned on their lights one after another to see what was happening, only to see that there was a ball of fire at the intersection, as if it was a burning car. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not. A head flew over and rolled directly to the side. Wasn't that brother-in-law? The remote control in Shimeng's hand fell to the ground. The whole person became in a trance, and her beautiful eyes looked at her husband's head. The words are not even finished. She sister, you've blown up your brother-in-law. Press 1 to explode, press 2 to stop. So anxious for what? Tangze sighed. A wave of anger welled up in Shimeng's heart at this time. This anger was not because her husband died, but the game between herself and Tangze. She lost, and even ended up blowing up her husband with her own hands, and her head flew in front of her. Never had it been such a failure. Never. Tangze. Shimeng instantly pounced towards Tangze, hating to eat Tangze's flesh as if he was going to become a Tang monk. However, before she could pounce on Tangze, Xiaobai suddenly reached out and grabbed Shimeng's hair. Mr. Shi, you can't be rude to your master. Oh. And Sun Ting was even more direct, raising her hand and slapping it directly on that stunningly beautiful face, also sobering up the angry Shimeng. What kind of eyes are you looking at, Sister Shi? I don't owe you anything. After all, we've always used each other, haven't we? You tricked me. Shimeng couldn't accept that she was being toyed with like a clown while she still thought she was in control of the whole situation. Tangze shook his head. Actually, I've given you many chances, but you cared too much about your rights. You didn't want to lose this high position, which led to today's situation, and you made me lose. These words from Tangze poked at the bottom of Shimeng's heart. It was true that she didn't want to lose, and there was a bigger ideal in Shimeng's heart, to be a modern-day Wu Zetian. You lost? What do you mean? Xiaobai laughed good-naturedly, because we bet before we came that you would end up staying or leaving. Shimeng never expected that she thought she was the hunter, but in the end, she was their prey, and she lost so much that she couldn't even crawl up. Yi Qingyi, I was kind enough to take you in, and this is how you treat me. If the Jiang family knew what you did, they would definitely expel you from the family. Yi Qingyi said softly, the Jiang family isn't that important to me anymore, besides, I have someone to protect. Tangze yawned, almost done, go home and sleep, game over. No, I didn't lose. I was just careless. Tangze looked at Yi Qingyi and said, you'll be in charge of her from now on. If anything goes wrong with her, you'll be responsible for that too. I know. Yi Qingyi understood what this meant, having experienced it herself. Also, in the middle of the night, so loud, disturbing the neighbors' rest. How bad civilization from us to start. Yi Qingyi nodded and said towards Shimeng, stop yelling. Yi Qingyi, you shall not die. With a snap, Yi Qingyi directly backhanded a slap. You took me in, didn't you also want to profit from the Jiang family side? Don't say you have such good intentions. These words made Shimeng freeze, but remained unwilling. I didn't lose. I, Shimeng, have never lost, and I won't let you have your way even if I die. Tangze stopped in his tracks, and the other three women followed suit, thinking in their hearts that this general manager she would not have a good life in the future. Then I'll give you another chance. Tang Zhe turned to look at Shiming, feeling grateful that he had to be magnanimous. Fortunately he hadn't turned into that kind of murderous person. The road is behind you. Do you want to die with dignity or live happily like a cat? Make your choice. Shiming stayed in place, and then chirped, I'd rather die than be a cat for you. After saying this, Shiming ran towards the outside. This time let the three girls are dumbfounded, did not expect Shiming actually is such a strong woman. The heart suddenly rose up admiration, especially Yichingi. They are still not as good as her in the face of life and death choice, she chose to have the dignity of the item, but he bowed his head towards the death. Not only the three women, Tang Zhe also did not expect, even if the end of the world came, there are also rigid women who do not fear the power, admire. Just as the four people were lamenting in their hearts, Shiming suddenly made a sharp break and stood at the edge. The corners of the four people's mouths twitched, just now they were quite admiring, why did they suddenly stop again? Shiming was afraid. Standing at the edge, no matter what, she couldn't lift her feet anymore, as if she was being pressed by a jackhammer. Be careful of getting splashed by the rain, you'll die too. Tang Zhe also kindly reminded, and it really made Shiming take a step back in fear. People, after all, were afraid of dying, and even more afraid of dying meaninglessly. Sister Shi, you've impressed me again. Tang Zhe said indifferently, but these words stuck into Shiming's chest like a knife, and she didn't even have the courage to die herself. Shiming looked at Tang Zhe fiercely and questioned, what the hell are you doing? What use am I to you anyway? Compared to those girls who throw themselves at me, I personally prefer those who have a strong sense of defiance and are sinister, because I will put them on the right track in life, giving them wholehearted help and love. Look at them, now they are completely adapted to the ways of the end times, and won't be bullied by anyone anymore, except me. This last three words can be said to be the essence. Shiming said that she had never seen such a brazen generation. Her husband was right, this is his true face. If she had just listened to her husband's words and drugged him, now it's another situation. Sister Shi, there is still a long road ahead, you are a smart woman. Shiming said in a cold voice, don't you know that smart women are also stubborn? It's true that we used each other in the past, but now that you have no use for me, you also don't want me to be a dog for you. Told you, not as a dog, as a pussycat. Fuck, is there a difference? Shiming couldn't even help but explode. Xiao Biweekly said, of course, cats are so cute. Shiming was directly rendered speechless. This Bai looked soft and weak. I'm afraid that if he wanted to run away, he could only do it from her. However, when she saw Bai pull out a silenced version of the USP and put it against her temple, Shiming's face instantly turned white. Sister Shi, you must be obedient. Oh. Shiming sort of realized that this Bai was saying the softest words and doing the most ruthless things. No wonder Tang Zhe said that they had already adapted to the post-apocalyptic life. And they still had guns. Before they didn't even know. Didn't they get searched when they entered the neighborhood? Where did the guns come from? Could it be that Tang Zhe brought it in from outside? Bai, she's not under your control. Tang Zhe reminded. And Bai gave a pitiful oh and put the gun inside his down jacket. Let's go Shiming. Don't make me do it. Yichingi said faintly. You're really a good daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. There was a snap. Shiming covered her cheek. This was already the third slap tonight. I'll say it again, I have nothing to do with the Jiang family anymore. He's my master and yours. You guys are being bitchy. I'm not that bitchy. These words could ignite the anger of the three girls. Tang Zhe flirted, Mr. Shi, it looks like you're going to have a hard time the rest of the day. What are you guys doing? Let go of me. Without saying a word, Sun Ting directly knocked out Shiming. It was really noisy. On the other side, the suburban warehouse. The three trucks were ready, the tires were changed into tracked ones, but at a glance, it looked like they were unloaded from a digger. The modifications were rough. Xianpu stood on the table with a shotgun in his hand, scanning the surrounding hundreds of people and drank. Brothers, let's go do a big job tonight. Mountain Lake District, everyone should have heard of it. The district where the rich people live in our Huan city. The moment these words came out, the little brothers got excited. I heard that there are many beautiful women. There might even be stars living in it. The rich people must have hidden a lot of food and drinks. There are supplies and beauties. This is a good ticket. Xianpu laughed fiercely. That's right, the mission this time is to scavenge for supplies. The men resist killing, the women are captured, and more importantly, capture the boss of the Shanhu neighborhood, Shiming. Could it be the real estate queen of our Huan city? I've heard that she is as beautiful as a fairy, and that pair of breasts which man is not confused when he looks at them. I saw it on TV and came on the spot. These words instantly caused laughter. Xianpu loudly droned, that's right, it's her. In the future, Mountain Lake neighborhood, you guys can live in whichever one you want, and each of you will share 2 wives. As long as you do a good job, double the wives. Oh. The shouts continued. Once upon a time, these men were having problems getting a wife. Not only do they need a bride price, but also a house, and now that they can directly share a house and assign wives, as long as they are ruthless enough, it's not a problem to marry 17 or 18 of them. What? Did you say bride price? Does this pig-killing knife look like a bride price? Depart. With Qianpu's order, the crowd feverishly boarded the car. Qian Ming walked up and urged, pay attention to safety, and don't save too many bullets, lives are more important. Just wait for my good news, after all, The richer the person is, the more afraid of death. It's just a rabble. Qianming smiled and patted Qianpu's shoulder. Wait for your triumph. The most beautiful woman brother has already prepared for you. Qianpu, compared to women, Qianpu preferred the thrill of power. At this time it is already early in the morning, the mountain lake district is silent, all people enter the dreamland, the underground parking lot is also only 4 on duty, boredom or dozing. Inside the house, Tang Zhe sat on the sofa, propped up his chin to appreciate the play of Yi instructor. After all, Yi Qingyi is also a person who has come over, having received profound guidance from Sun Ting. But this time, the target was a strong woman, Ximing, not something that could be made obedient with a few words. Sun Ting was massaging Tang Zhe's thighs and curiously said, Master, how do you know that Fu Qi's lover is Feng Mengmeng? Hee, at Fu Qi's house it feels like there is a problem. The eyebrows, 100% will steal my car, all of them can't stand the test. Sun Ting hastened to praise a few times, Tang Zhe is not testing people all the time, but the test is not passed, pulverized. Want me to be in the same boat as you guys, dream on. Ximeng's willpower was strong, and she had been resisting since she woke up. Yi Qingyi said in a deep voice, what do you mean by being in the same boat? How can a woman be a match for a man in the end times? They all become commodities, appendages, but as long as we are united, we can survive. Don't you understand this reasoning? Oh, aren't you all accessories? What's the use of talking in a grandiose manner? Sun Ting smiled and suggested, you have to use my set. Wouldn't it be too ferocious? Xiaobai said softly, always looking like a weak little person. Hearing this, Simone gave a slight lurch. Tang Zhe got up and propped himself up. Little Ting Ting, come with me, you guys cheer. Sun Ting's heart was slightly happy. This was the first time she had been told to go to the bedroom, and Bai and Yi Qingyi on the side were both slightly surprised. After all, this was the first time. Soon there was a subtle sound coming from the bedroom. This all put Bai to envy. Next time should call me. You guys are just brainwashed by him. Yi Qingyi said indifferently, without him, we would have died in the neighborhood long ago. You've never seen what an ordinary neighborhood is like in chaos. There is no bottom line to speak of. Yeah, without him, my corpse might not even be spared. Ximing was shocked. Was it so exaggerated? Yi Qingyi lowly persuaded, as long as you follow him, you don't have to worry about supplies or being taken by a man. As long as you serve well, you'll be a man under a man. Won't he die? You guys are really dreaming. Master won't die. Xiaobai firmly said, but in Ximeng's eyes, this little girl had already gone crazy, and only Yi Qingyi still maintained a bit of sanity. Ximeng sneered, won't die, does he still have an immortal body? Yi Qingyi's beautiful eyes were cold. Ximeng, not afraid to tell you, before we came we killed someone, and the master he cleared 2 neighborhoods. You should be glad to have such a face, otherwise your end will be the same as that Feng Mengmeng and Feng Wei. Saying this, Yi Qingyi held Ximeng's chin. What do you think makes master come back with Ho Wanyan's head? If he wanted to, no one in this neighborhood would be alive. After all, Ximeng has never experienced a harsh environment. She doesn't know what it means to be desperate for help. She hasn't even seen a corpse before Tang Zhe came. In Sun Ting's words, Ximeng is still a flower living in a greenhouse, empty of passion. All her ideas are so childish. Especially if you intend to take someone to see Huo Wanyan. It's no different than a sheep in a tiger's mouth. These days the word credit has long been thrown into the sewer. Half an hour later, Sun Ting walked out of the bedroom naked, her exquisite face with a red flush that hadn't faded, and she directly lay down on the carpet, covered with a blanket and whispered, you guys keep your voices down. Xiaobai pouted her red lips and flirted, which is not as loud as the sound you just made. Oh. Sun Ting just laughed and went straight to sleep. Tang Zhe in the bedroom also slept soundly. After all, a hair before bedtime helps with sleep. You guys sleep here at night? Simone was incredulous. Isn't there a bedroom? There are beds that don't even sleep? Yi Qingyi said faintly, this is the rule. What broken rules? I'd rather die than this. Xiaobai pointed at the balcony. Nua, just jump straight down. No one is stopping you from seeking death. The corner of Ximeng's mouth twitched. You can really tear down the little princess. Do not know that this may be the adjective. Express a little dissatisfaction cannot? Think about it yourself. If you can't figure it out, don't blame me tomorrow. Yi Qing sent ultimatum according to the law. Can't let Ximeng delay his time to save people. Yu is still waiting for himself. However, before going to bed, Yi Qingyi put a collar on Ximeng, lest the person run away. As the lights in the living room went out, Ximeng tugged at the collar around her neck. There was no way to remove it. Damn it! He had actually become a prisoner. How in the world would he be able to run away? If Ximeng had experienced what Yi Qingyi had done, she probably wouldn't be so naive as to try to run away now. She wouldn't be able to run away at all. Tang Zhe had given the opportunity before, but Ximeng herself had called Tang Zhe back, and was ultimately to blame. If he hadn't called Tang Zhe at that time, Tang Zhe naturally wouldn't have stayed, but Tang Zhe knew that Ximeng, this woman, was greedy for power. With sleepiness coming, Ximeng curled up her body and leaned in the corner to sleep. Her mind was even thinking about how to negotiate and bargain with Tang Zhe, oblivious to the fact that a bloodbath was about to come. At 2 in the morning, 3 trucks had appeared not far from the neighborhood. All the men in the cars had their eyes flashing with excitement, not a bit of sleepiness, their right hands tightly gripping the handle of their knives, and there were a few sophisticated men using cloth to bind the handle of their knives to their palms so as not to dislodge them. Boss, look over there. The man driving the car looked to the side. Xianpu's eyes looked, only to see a car shell overturned on the greenbelt, and there seemed to be a charred person on the passenger side. What's there to see? Haven't you ever seen a dead person in a car? Xianpu lit a cigarette with a disdainful cry. But this car seems to have been blown up. How do you know it's blown up? Burned, not ah. That's how it's played on the movie. Xianpu laughed. Watch less movies, they're all fake. Boss, I feel my heart beating a little fast. When I came out I also counted a fortune. Big bad omen. Xianpu immediately laughed out loud. You call out the great evil omen. Let's see if I, Jet, can make it change to great fortune. Between the conversations, it had already traveled to the side of the neighborhood, charged straight into the underground garage. After saying that, Xianpu picked up the shotgun and loaded the bullets. In the garage, the man on duty was huffing and puffing. Even the man on the floor watching the gate was asleep. Even if he wasn't, it was hard to notice that the three vans didn't even turn on their lights, and they didn't even realize that death was coming soon. With a boom, the car blocking the door was directly knocked out of the way, which startled the dozing man, and just stared blankly at the three vans stopping, as if he hadn't woken up yet. Bang, 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 as the cargo doors opened, men with sardonic grins jumped down, sharp knives in their hands. What are you doing? The man on duty was finally reacting, the kitchen knife held in his hand shaking slightly. A burly man walked straight over, his ferocious aura scaring the man's entire body stiff. What for? Cut you ah. After saying this, he directly cut down towards the neck. Poof. The head did not cut down, but cut the aorta. Blood sprayed wildly. The latter stared wide-eyed, couldn't believe it was true. He just died? Xianpu jumped out of the car with a sprayer in hand. No fighting ability. That Huanyan can be a real fool. This kind of neighborhood can't handle it. One person died tragically, and several other men on duty directly kneeled on the ground in fear. Big brother, we are the owners, on duty tonight. Don't kill us. Don't kill me. I'll kowtow to big brother. I also kowtow. Xianpu hooked his finger. The little brother next to him sent an axe to Xianpu's hand. Xianpu raised his arms and directly chopped an axe down towards the man in the center, originally wanting to perform a hand chopping the head for the juniors, and at the same time serve as a deterrent. Who knows that it didn't chop down, stuck on the cervical vertebrae, but the blood dyed the faces of the two men next to him red. One directly fainted from fear, and another one was so scared that he spewed shit and piss. Motherfucker, go back and grind. Yes, yes, yes. The little brother hurriedly responded. Clearly he had sharpened it when he came out. Xianpu kicked the man who was spraying shit and urine down. Do you know where Shimeng lives? No, I know. No, and still do not lead the way. Really do not know what you guys rely on to make money in the past, like a fool. Xianpu's words made the little brothers laugh. Rich people are just like that. A month ago you guys were treating us with disdain, and now you're on your knees begging for forgiveness. Thank you for this end of the world, giving us bottom feeders a place to turn around. Soon, Xianpu arrived at the door of Simone's. The locksmith was already ready to open the door, but was stopped by Xianpu. At least, she is the real estate queen of Huan City, she has to be polite. After saying this, Xianpu rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. After waiting for 5 minutes, Xianpu's face was getting worse and worse. Looks like people don't accept our politeness, do it. The lock was opened at once. The minions who entered the house were immediately surprised by the decoration in front of them. Worthy of being the boss, it's like living in a palace. Xianpu rushed to the bedroom at the first opportunity, but no one was there. Boss, no one. Nothing on my side either. No one in the toilet either. Xianpu's face instantly turned cold as he drank. Where are the people? After saying that, he looked at the man leading the way. This is really Shiming's home. I didn't lie to you guys. Xianpu laughed. Chop him to death. No, don't. No. The screams faded away, the expensive floor flowed with hot blood, and the smell of blood suddenly filled the living room. Fine, hide and seek with me, then turn over the entire neighborhood. Boss. At this time, the sleeping Shimeng vaguely heard some noises, thought he was sleeping on a big soft bed, opened his eyes only to realize that he was leaning on the corner. As the noises became more and more obvious, Shimeng could not help but wrinkle her eyebrows. In the end, what happened? A bad feeling of foreboding welled up in Shimeng's heart, and she finally couldn't help but shout, "Hey, you guys wake up! Wake up!" Yi Qingyi all dreamed that she received you, but being shouted at like this, the beautiful dream was shattered. In the middle of the night, what are you yelling about? Sun Ting was also woken up and was so angry that she wanted to shoot herself in the head. You guys listen, something seems to have happened outside, Shimeng hurriedly said. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting listened carefully. Indeed, there seemed to be a smashing sound. This kind of sound should not be too familiar. Little White, wake up. Sun Ting patted Little White's arse, and Bai rubbed his eyes. Have you eaten yet? Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi poofed. The thing that Xiao Bai mentioned the most throughout the day was eating. Someone came to punch the building. Sun Ting laughed, and Bai froze and instantly became excited. That's great. After saying that, he picked up his own gun and skillfully checked the bullets and pressed the silencer on. Shimeng looked dumbfounded at the three women in front of her. They actually weren't afraid at all, and vaguely looked forward to it. They were actually able to laugh. Could it be that they had actually killed someone? Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi also took their guns out. That skillful movement left Ximeng dumbfounded. Was what they said before true? Turn off the lights. Sun Ting said softly, and Bai turned off the lights, and the three of them continued to sleep under the blankets as if nothing had happened. Hey, what are you guys doing? Ximeng was getting anxious, the noises were getting closer and closer, indicating that they would soon be here. Do you guys still want to pretend you didn't see them? And Bai stretched out his index finger. Shoo, don't talk. You. Suddenly, a subtle sound occurred in the door lock. Someone was unlocking it. Ximeng's heart fell on her throat. Are they crazy? What time is it? Still pretending to sleep. At this time, how could Ximeng have the same vigor as the three women, forcing herself to calm down? As the door was opened, the light from outside shone in, and the lights in the living room were once again on. Ainima, there are still people sleeping in the living room. The men's voices came in, and Ximeng also saw the three men at the door, all holding knives in their hands, with a ferocity on their faces. They were definitely not from the neighborhood. It was really true, the people outside had killed their way in. The three men also saw Simone next to the sofa. They all froze for a moment. One of them took out his cell phone and compared it. Ainima, actually hiding here. Haha, dang, real estate queen is actually being put on a dog chain. It's really rare. Will play, slutty. Although the three men's frivolous words made Ximeng angry, they didn't dare to make a sound at this time, so they just watched them walk over. Ainima, there are three other extremely good women who are actually still sleeping. Doesn't this correspond to our three buddies? Then let's just have a good time and talk about it? He said that he was about to lift the blanket covering the three women, but never expected that the blackened muzzle of a gun was sticking out of the blanket. The three men directly froze in place, and Bai suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and said softly, why don't you let me cool off first? There was a Baya sound. A gun directly fucked in the center point of the nearest man's triangle. Ah! The man's miserable scream woke up Tangze in the bedroom. When the other two men saw this, they froze for 2 seconds and frantically ran towards the outside. Who would have thought that three stunning young girls would actually have a gun? Biu a few times, the legs of the two men were shot several times, directly falling to the ground. Blood immediately stained his pants red. Ximeng was dumbfounded, these three women were so fierce. Facing this kind of desperate men, even dare to put them in, and this kind of shooting skill, they used to be soldiers? The three women stood up wrapped in the blanket, their delicate bodies could only be appreciated by their masters, other men were not worthy. Sun Ting came to the man covering his crotch, the black hole of the gun was aimed at his brow, and said in a cold voice, who are you guys, who is the boss, what are you doing here? Ainyet, stinking woman, don't think you can ask anything from my mouth. Biu. Sun Ting directly shot the man in front of him in the head, and Bai grunted, you're the stinky woman. After saying that, he added 2 more shots. This image looked like Ximeng's entire body was in a trance. Compared to them, she was too weak. The right she was so proud of seemed to be nothing at all under their guns. Yi Qingyi walked to the other two men, speak. We are the employees of the suburban warehouse, our oldest is called Qian Zhongran, and the one who brought us here today is his second, Qian Pu, to grab supplies, as well as to look for Ximeng. Ximeng's delicate body trembles. Is this Qian Zhongran the General Qian in Hua Wannian's mouth? Their target was actually themselves. What are you looking for Ximeng for? It's what our boss is looking for. Oh, how many of you have come? Around 105 jets. The other man added, looking at Yi Qingyi with pleading. We've said everything we know, don't kill us, we're just part-timers, please beauty. Yi Qingyi's heart had long been ruthless as hard as a rock, lifting her hand was 2 shots, directly sent to hell. At this time the bedroom door opened, Tang Zhe yawned and walked out. When he saw the 3 corpses paused for a moment, what's the situation Xiaobai instantly jumped to Tang Zhe's side, holding Tang Zhe's arm and said in a petulant voice, Master, someone rushed the building, hundreds of people, come to look for Ximeng, their boss has his eye on it. Tang Zhe looked towards Ximeng in the corner, Ximeng subconsciously shrunk her body. Since it's here to find Sister Shi, for the safety of the whole building, Sister Shi you have to sacrifice yourself, after all, you're the boss, you can't hide here. Tang Zhe's words didn't just make the 3 girls dumbfounded, Ximeng was incredulous, before he had asked himself to be like them, and now he was handing himself over. What the consequences of handing herself over were, Ximeng could even imagine it. Loosen her up. Yi Qingyi opened up Ximeng's collar and lovingly said, letting you obey you don't want to, let's go. Ximeng's whole body lost its strength at once, paralyzed on the ground, unable to stand. Don't dilly-dally, they will definitely kill if they can't find you. Tang Zhe said indifferently. No, I don't want to. Ximeng suddenly shook her head frantically, her beautiful face went white, which was as tough as yesterday, the bottom line of her heart was being destroyed frantically. Tang Zhe lit a cigarette and persuaded, being the boss always requires sacrifice. Didn't you go to meet with Hua Wannian for everyone before? No, I'm pretending, I won't go, please, don't hand me over. Said Ximeng kneeling and crawling to Tang Zhe's feet, her hands grasping Tang Zhe's pants and begging bitterly. Tang Zhe reached out and patted Ximeng's head, laughing, too late. Don't, I can be the same as them, call you master, casually play with master, lick master's toes. Said also really bowed her head. Tang Zhe instantly felt it and smiled faintly, since you said so, then I'll give you another chance. Ximeng was thrilled, preferring to follow Tang Zhe rather than be handed over. Thank you, master. Don't be so quick to thank. Let's make a bet. If you win, you'll stay by my side. If you lose, you'll have to take on the duties of the neighborhood boss, save everyone, and get a good reputation. Isn't this what you used to be good at? Ximeng looked up at Tang Zhe, not expecting it to be such a bet, but at least there was a chance. Okay, I'll bet. Then the bet is simple, although you have selfish intentions, but you're not bad to the people in this neighborhood, motivating them to live well, and sending out supplies. I wonder if they'll be grateful and brave enough to fight the evil forces. So the bet is simple, will they help you or push you into the fire? Ladies first. Ximeng bit her red lips. It was hard to make a decision all of a sudden, but it was also about her own death. Suddenly, Ximeng recalled what Yi Qingyi said, the end times were not like before, people's selfishness would be infinitely magnified, and they could do anything to stay alive. How does it count if someone is willing and someone is not? Ximeng asked. That definitely depends on how high the appeal is over there. Don't worry, I'm very fair. They'll push me into the fire. Although Simone didn't want to say this, it felt like this was the reality. So unsure of yourself. Ximeng said softly, I know what kind of character they have better than you do, and although I intentionally avoid it, I always have to face it. Hee, it seems like you think I'm a better fire pit to enter. Ximeng didn't say anything, indicating her acquiescence. Both are fire pits. Definitely choose Tang Zhe. In fact, I still expect everyone to keep you. After all, I really want to see if there are still good people. Let's go. Ximeng really wanted to ask, just walk out? There were hundreds of them. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Sun Ting let out a low voice, not feeling much good toward Ximeng. Ximeng could only follow along and walk out, feeling like she was simply like the meat and potatoes delivered to the door. Shouldn't she be running at this time? Underground parking lot, one after another owners from the downstairs, most of them appear in pajamas, resisting men basically killed on the spot. Now down the men are submissive card, women, not to mention, the knife is raised what all agreed. Boss, worthy of being a rich man's neighborhood, the goods are advanced quite a lot. Little brother with a greedy face looked at the women who went downstairs. This temperament is not outside the rouge can have. Simone still haven't found it. Xianpu pressed his mind on these women, the key target is not found now. No news yet, but definitely hiding somewhere. Xianpu swept around, the owners bowed their heads and dared not look directly. This boss, I might know. A man in the crowd raised his hand and shouted. Xianpu turned his head to look and asked with a smile, then you say, if you dare to lie to me, the next step is to be beheaded by me. Okay, I think Ximeng is definitely at Brother Tang's house. And who is Brother Tang? Xianpu gave a puzzled cry. Brother Tang brought back Huo Wanyan's head before and was deeply appreciated by Ximeng. These words made Xianpu's eyebrows tighten, the spray in his hand couldn't help but tighten a few points. He didn't expect that it was really someone from here who did it. What does he do? Special forces? It's a delivery man. Ha? Delivery? You're fooling me, chop him up. Xianpu was enraged and directly ordered the execution. The man also didn't expect this, thinking that he could live if he spoke up. Boss, what I said is true they can all testify. However, the people around them all bowed their heads, it's none of their business. Speak up, you guys. No one spoke for the man, and as the axe came down, the head rolled to the ground. Suddenly two figures appeared from the stairway. This boss, are you looking for me? The crowd's gazes looked, only to see Tang Zhe appear with a spray gun, followed by the pale-faced Ximeng. Instantly, 5 sprays were aimed at Tang Zhe, and Ximeng's feet went weak as she looked at the muzzle. Whoa, calm down, this gun has no bullets, said Tangzat and threw the sprayers on the ground. This scared the hell out of Qianpu and his party. They all thought a gunfight was going to break out. And the owners cursed in their hearts, it's okay to scare them, why did you throw the gun, how is this going to save us? This boss, I'm actually bringing someone to you. After saying that, Tang Zhe wrapped his arms around Ximeng's willow waist, and his palm was even resting on his arched buttocks. Qianpu finally saw the legendary Ximeng, previously seen on TV, today is finally to see in person. I didn't realize that I was more beautiful than on TV, no wonder my dad couldn't forget her, this kind of woman likes herself Those who know the time are wise, little brother, I appreciate you, heard them say it was you who slaughtered Huo Wanyan. Indeed. Little brother is so capable, why don't you work with me and fight the world together? That would be great. Tang Zhe was beaming with joy and carried the spirit of the two-headed grass to the extreme, but that big hand didn't move, which made Qianpu a little upset. At this time, there was suddenly a homeowner shouting, Tang Zhe, mister. She has treated you well, and now that you're selling out, we all look down on you. Right. Look down on you. These words caused the other owners to resonate. After all, they were still waiting for Tang Zhe to come to their rescue. They didn't expect Tang Zhe to directly capture Ximeng to take credit. Qianpu laughed out loud. Your neighborhood is lively. Indeed lively. After saying this, Tang Zhe drank towards the crowd. Owners, it's not that I'm selling out, but the situation is different. You've all been captured. What's the use of just me? On weekdays Ximeng treats you guys well. She didn't let you guys starve in the end of the world. And now that there's a problem, as long as you guys fight back with me, I, Tang Zhe, am willing to go out on a limb. They have 5 guns, and at the top of the day, there's only about 20 rounds of bullets, so we've still got a chance. Qianpu froze. Just now you have to sell out. and now you are starting to provoke the struggle between the two sides. How much do you mean? Whoever dares to move, I'll kill them. Qianpu raised his sprayer and fired a shot. The loud gunshot made the owners' heads not dare to raise. No one wanted to die for Ximeng. Ximeng heart still exists a trace of fantasy. At least half of them will stand up for themselves. After all, usually the relationship is not bad. But found, usually those good relations with the head down even lower, as if they did not see themselves. At this moment, Ximeng heart cold, no one will save, but did not expect one or not. After all, it is still raising a group of white-eyed wolves. Tang Zhe let out a long sigh. Look at you guys, you've eaten quite a bit of her, now you're all seeing death. Then don't scold me for selling out. Besides, I've saved you guys a few times. If it wasn't for me, you'd have already been slaughtered by Hua Wanyan. Oi, can I interject a word? I'm the one who came to rob, please respect me, okay? Qianpu heart in very upset. This kid is stealing his thunder. Sorry, a bit on the top, this boss, you say? Qianpu said in a cold voice, put your hands down. Your request is a bit difficult. It's her, but that's on my hand. Tang Zhe innocently shrugged his shoulders. Grass mud horse, fooling me, put it down. Qianpu instantly raised his spray to aim at Tang Zhe, feeling the insult from Tang Zhe, but not daring to shoot for fear that a spray would go over and kill Ximeng. Tang Zhe's face shifted slightly, his hand slowly lowered and said, I'm an orphan, it's really impolite for you to talk like that, kill. Bang 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 bang. 5 consecutive gunshots broke the balance. Besides Qianpu, the other 4 people were directly shot on the spot, while Qianpu's gun fell on the ground, covering his broken fingers. Cold sweat. There are gunmen. Quickly pick up the gun. However, the juniors who rushed to pick up the gun were all shot on the spot without exception, which made the juniors not even dare to move a bit, fear bubbling in their eyes. But such a situation undoubtedly made the owners rejoice, finally saved. This delivery guy was smart enough to bring Simone out to divert their attention, arranging for the others to look for opportunities in the shadows. You have a gun. Covering his fingers, Qianpu's lips trembled as he looked deeply at Tang Zhe. These days without a gun, you're too embarrassed to hang out, or else why do you think she's so honest? After saying that, he pinched Ximeng's exquisite face. Qianpu laughed. What do you want? Don't want to do anything, just want to beat you to death. After saying that, he pulled out the pistol on his waist and opened fire under Qianpu's fearful gaze. Bang! With ambition unwillingly Qianpu collapsed, explaining what is called not listening to the words of the old man. Young people are just hairy, what's wrong with being an Earth Emperor? The boss is dead, the surrounding minions are a bit overwhelmed at once. At this time, the 3 women came out from the surrounding. The owners thought who it was, but I didn't expect it to be the 3 women around Tang Zhe. They actually had such shooting skills. Congratulations, you are qualified to stay by my side. Tang Zhe said indifferently. These people in front of him were really disappointing. Ximeng didn't have any expectations for these people either, and knelt straight down towards Tang Zhe. Thank you master for taking me in. So good. Tang Zhe patted Ximeng's head. This was going to turn on the fixed 4-fold speed. Just as Ximeng knelt down to worship his master, a voice suddenly rang out, put the gun down. At some point, there were actually a few men who had picked up those spray guns and were now aiming them at Tang Zhe and the others. Such a result made Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi shake their heads straight, and Bai puffed out her cheeks. Her puffed-up look was particularly cute. Tang Zhe, on the other hand, laughed, stroking Ximeng's head and smiling. Everyone, I just saved you. Is this how you repay me? From the crowd came out a bald man. Ximeng looked and said softly, this is Mr. Chen, never been very honest. Old brother Tang. It's not that I'm ungrateful, the main thing is that you're too strong, making me very bottomless. Even a woman like Ximeng can be subdued, and even make her kneel. I also want to make her kneel. Tang Zhe helplessly laughed. Mr. Chen, let's do it this way, I'll take them away, and in the future, well water does not offend river water. Elder brother Tang, even if I can promise you, the owners won't, they're also afraid that you'll come to retaliate, don't you think so, guys? That's right, even Mr. She is afraid of you. Kill him, take their guns, we also have the ability to defend ourselves. That's right, keep him, we'll all have to listen to him, we'll have to make decisions for ourselves. The owners have expressed their will, the meaning is very simple, you are too strong, we are not balanced, beating you to death will balance it. Qianpu's juniors were given a shock, they actually imploded, they are all talented. You guys are doing this, making it difficult for me. Tang Zhe scared, wanting to leave you guys a way out, but you guys wanna kill me. This post-apocalyptic I save you, you kill me, it's really a matter of course. Mr. Chen laughed, no need for you to make things difficult, we are all better off if you die, besides there are 4 beauties to accompany you, and you will still be a good time down there. The words have been said, so let's not leave any of them behind. Tang Zhe's eyes were cold, and the crouching Ximeng was all ready to die, but when she heard Tang Zhe's words, she revealed a miserable smile. Kill them. Mr. Chen immediately drank. Both people raised their guns to shoot at the same time at this moment. Bang bang bang. Only to see the 5 men with spray guns being killed by headshots one after another, while on the contrary, on Tang Zhe's side, nothing happened at all, as if they were shooting empty shells. However, there were steel balls falling on the ground, and they were all manipulated by Tang Zhe without even getting close. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, completely unaware of what was happening, especially Mr. Chen. Why did nothing happen to them? But the ones who died were the ones on their side. Ximing opened her eyes. She thought she was hanging, but she didn't feel any pain. The 5 people on the other side had already fallen. What just happened? Tang Zhe suddenly put his hand into Ximing's deep V, which made Ximing's heart tremble. What was he doing? Under the gazes of the crowd, Tang Zhe drew out a golden chopper. The chest drew the knife. The male dies, the female stays, Tang Zhe said indifferently. The men who reacted quickly immediately went to grab the sprayer. Yi Qingyi raised her hand and fired 2 shots. Sun Ting and Bai no longer showed any mercy, their guns spewing flames. Bang bang bang. The parking lot instantly became a riot, running around in order to escape, whether it was the owners or Qianpu's minions. I told you that today is a great evil omen. The junior brother shouted. Before he could run a few steps, the back of his head was penetrated. Mr. Chen was terrified. These people were simply perverts. Tang Zhe's gaze locked onto the fleeing General Chen, and he threw the golden chopper in his hand out fiercely. Plop! The chopper didn't enter from the back of his head and shot out from his mouth. Perhaps he didn't control the power at once, directly skewering the few running in front of him into a gourd, and then it didn't enter the concrete wall. The owners who saw the scene were terrified. This is not a pervert, this is simply a devil crawling out of hell. As Tang Zhe stretched out his palm, the chopper that had not entered the cement wall was immediately sucked back. No more pretending, all of you must die. The knife rose and fell, the fleeing owners were chopped in 2, the entire underground garage was like purgatory, and a few were directly scared to death. Ximing just stared blankly at Tang Zhe, who was like a demon god. Now she finally understood what Yi Qingyi had said before. It seemed like he really wouldn't die, ordinary people were not his match at all. Well, Wanyan might have died that way. Earlier it was said that he had cleared 2 neighborhoods, now I'm afraid it's the 3rd one. What a scary man. Fortunately I won the bet and became his pet. There were 3 other women, firing a shot to send one away. Even if they were on their knees begging for mercy, they didn't even blink an eye and killed them directly. Leave one alive. Tang Zhe, who was covered in blood from killing, looked at Sun Ting and said, already left it. Very well, you guys take inventory, I have to go door to door to pay a visit. Yes. As Tang Zhe left, the parking lot was quiet, the ground flowed with blood slowly entering the gutter, the smell of blood mixed with a stench. Ximing directly gave in to vomiting. On the contrary, the 3 girls, as if they were already accustomed to it, checking whether there was anyone who had crashed and died to make up a shot. Don't kill me, I'll give brother Tang as a little brother, do anything. Sure enough, a man pretending to be dead was found in the pile of corpses. Sun Ting shouted towards Ximing, have you finished puking yet? Come over when you're done. Ximing almost threw up her stomach. When had she ever seen such a scene? There were corpses everywhere. I'm coming. At this time, Ximing completely lowered her stature, which dared to have a trace of disobedient expression, positioning herself all under the 3 women. Sun Ting extended her pistol out, shoot him. Yi Qingyi and Bai stood by the side. As long as there was a hint of Ximing being out of place, they would directly kill. Ximing's hands were shaking, the whole person was like sleepwalking. Hey, dreaming. Ximing instantly came back to her senses, looking at the blackened pistol, slowly stretching out her hand, feeling a bit of residual warmth. With Sun Ting letting go, Ximing didn't hold it steady for a moment, and directly dropped it on the ground. Sun Ting even gave a laugh. Pick it up. Sorry, I didn't expect it to be so heavy. Ximing hurriedly picked it up, this time holding it with both hands, but the muzzle was still shaking. Come on, aim it at him. The man instantly shouted, Mr. It's me, Xiao Chen, I'm very close to Big Brother Fu. I also sent you bacon in the new year, and you even named my child, don't kill me. Yi Qingyi said indifferently, he just yelled in the crowd too, to kill us. Bang! The shot directly dried on the man's arm, and the screams echoed in the parking lot. Yet Simone suddenly let out a scream and kept pulling the trigger until she emptied the clip. Alright. Sun Ting pressed down on Ximing's hands, and could understand how Ximing felt at this moment. After all, she had experienced it herself, that feeling as if her spirit was about to break down and turn into a madman. Ximing panted heavily, her sweat was wetting her temples, and her eyes were lax. Go and ask that suburban warehouse which location it is in, or pay a visit. Sun Ting said towards Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi nodded and walked towards the only living person, whose legs had been wasted and only had one breath left. Where is your warehouse? Say it out to give you a pain in the ass. The pale man looked at Yi Qingyi's face. Even at this time, he liked it. Pulley warehouse. Bang! Let's go back and wait. Sun Ting looked around, there was nothing for herself to do next. Yi Qingyi hummed, there are still corpses at home, go to Ximing's house and wait. That's fine, it's also disgusting to look at. Shall Bai you hold her up? Ah, good. Ximing at this time suddenly stood up by herself, after all, is also a contemporary strongwoman, just a moment did not adapt to the shock. I'll just walk by myself. And Bio let out a sound, with a touch of vigilance scanning over Ximing, seems to be not quite at ease with this new arrival. What did Master go for? Simone directly changed her title, which only appeared to be sincere, after all, the scene just now was fresh in her mind. Went to suck blood. And Bai carefully stepped on the corpse, but the thin high heel still stepped out a bloody hole. Shiming was shocked. Sucking blood? Sun Ting said indifferently, the master is a vampire. With the ability to pick up things from the air, you can be looked at, your ancestors' graves are smoking. Shiming sucked in a breath of cool air. The original Tangze is a vampire. No wonder it is so strong. This world actually really has such a thing as a vampire. Then are we his blood slaves? Shiming suddenly exclaimed in shock. Yi Qingyi paused. Your kind of argument is fine, that's basically it. Aya, Sister Meng Meng, don't worry about it, as long as you don't make your master angry, it doesn't feel like anything at all. And Bai patted Shiming's fragrant shoulder, and looked to scare the real estate queen. After all, Shiming's cognition was still stuck in neck biting, but their necks were white and clean. Is it neck sucking? Shimeng weakly asked. And Bai whispered in Shimeng's ear, and Shimeng her pretty face gradually flushed. It was also good to feel that biting the neck would still hurt, so at least it was being sucked in comfort. Came to Shimeng's house, a few women do not dare to go to the bath, can only sit on the sofa with blood to sleep, wait for Tangze to come back to be able to go to the bath, and now it is difficult not to wash themselves to smell good. Outside the house, the sky gradually whitened, but it is still cloudy and raining, and it is obvious that the temperature has been lowered by a few degrees, and now most people are most afraid of a power outage, which if the electricity stops, do not have to starve to death. I am afraid that they will freeze to death at that time. Suburban warehouse. Mard, this weather is getting colder and colder. This morning it was estimated to be only 7 or 8 degrees. The lean man on sentry duty huffed hot air, his eyes looking towards the far side of the road. The man next to him sipped the hot water in disbelief. What does it matter, we have a lot of supplies, and when the second lord grabs the mountain lake neighborhood, there are still fine houses to live in. Indeed, can also cam those white-collar workers, think about it. It's now 7:30 in the morning, why is there still no news? How do you have to drive the car back? In the office. The ashtray on the table is full of cigarette butts. Chen Zhongran and his son Qianming are sitting in front of and behind the desk, waiting for news. The more they waited, the more unsettled they became, and no one answered the phone. Dad, something won't happen. Qianming finally spoke. Shut up. Being bellowed by his old son, Qianming slightly bowed his head in silence and looked at the Rolex on his wrist. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Qian Zhongran stood up and walked back and forth in the office, suddenly drinking 5 spritzers, 24 rounds of ammunition. It's impossible to not be able to attack a neighborhood. Yeah, but there's no news from them at all now. Qianming felt that his old brother wouldn't hang up. Qian Zhongran said morosely, there's another possibility, your brother wants to fly solo. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qianming stood up in excitement. There is nothing impossible. Qianpu has always been against my strategy, this time letting him take half of the jets. He still doesn't stand up for himself. I was also overwhelmed by the women. How did I give half out? With Chen Zhongran saying this, Qianming felt very reasonable, sitting powerlessly on the chair, remembering his brother's urgent eyes last night. His purpose turned out not to catch Shiming, but to take the gun. You go and tell the brothers to be vigilant. This kid has been swallowed up by the right. It is very likely that he will bring people to kill back. No matter what, you are also his father. Chen Zhongran suddenly laughed. I am now finally the one who understands that in ancient times, those rebellious emperors even dared to kill their old sons, and also understands that the old son can even lay his hands on his son. This is a fight to the death. Maybe Qianpu's cell phone is out of battery, or it's just inconvenient to answer the phone. Dad, you must be overthinking it. Did everyone's cell phones all go dead? How much longer do you have to comfort yourself? This brat must have scavenged a lot of benefits in the Mountain Lake neighborhood and wants to keep it all to himself. Although Qianming didn't want to believe it, the fact was right in front of him. Cutting off contact, was it not mutiny and what? I know. Only let the brothers be vigilant. Don't say that Lao Er has mutinied, lest it affects people's hearts. The remaining 5 sprays, you give me 1, yourself 1, and 3 more trusted brothers. Hearing these words, as if he was about to go to war with his oldest brother, Qianming just sighed helplessly, hoping that this was just Dad's speculation and that his oldest brother would be back soon. However, by noon, no one was seen coming back. Qianming knew that his brother must have defected. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tangze was finally back at Shimeng's house. You guys are really here. Entering the house, Tangze looked at the 4 women and smiled, only this smile was creepy. The main face was covered in blood, and Bai instantly ran to Tangze. Master, hungry. Tangze laughed and patted in Bai's head. Go take a shower first, then let's eat. The harvest this time was indeed not small. The energy tank directly dried up to 63% of the progress. The large and small zones were just that. The quantity was complete. And also scavenged a lot of supplies, although it's not much use to myself, but I can't leave it to others. Tangze is not a great benefactor. I'm not a big benefactor. I'm still close to upgrading the system, and according to the quadruple speed, it'll take a month at least. We are also quality people, the focus is on reasoning. People do not bully me, I do not bully people. You want to kill me, I kill your whole family. Woe is not as good as the family that is a fart. Keep a tiger overcrowded. In addition to Shiming slightly a little bit unable to let go, the other 3 women are cordial, came to Shiming's checkroom, which is full of high-grade clothes. LV, Hermes are standard, naturally, the choice of the style Tangze likes. What is our purpose? Not to fall in love, but to serve the master, make the master happy, enjoy the supreme treatment. Tang Zei in the living room sitting on the sofa was already eating durian pizza, and the 4 women who had just come out of the bedroom immediately smelled the fragrance. Ximing all gave a shock. It felt like this smell was like what they had smelled in their last life. The 4 women gazed at the pizza. Where did it come from? You guys split it yourselves. Tang Zei, who was in a good mood, laughed, making it seem like he was like a slave master, living to be played by them as the villain. Originally to correct their bad habits, the result was that when this proposal came out, it was directly rejected by sharp words, and he himself was stunned at the time. Especially Bai said, as the master's kitten, how can you be qualified to eat at the table with the master? This is blasphemy to the master, disrespect to the master, but also ask the master to respect us, respect our innermost and truest thoughts. From that time on, Tang Zei also casually them, lest he say that he is trampling on their human rights and disrespecting women. A set of boxing almost knocked himself out. After eating and drinking, naturally, he was ready to work. Don't get the wrong idea, the work Tang Zei was talking about was going to find Xin Zhongran and the others, and then he was ready to head to Yunhai City. After all, if you promise someone something, you have to fulfill it. After taking revenge, he also had to make a trip to Shuangdong district, and he didn't know if Ning Qingwei had lied to himself. Big star. Just how big is it? It couldn't be smaller than Ximeng. What, can't give it up? How about you stay? Tang Zei looked at the reluctant Ximeng. Ximeng hurriedly explained, Master misunderstood me, this is my first suite, I might not see it in the future. Tang Zei laughed, lit a cigarette and said, Yi Qingyi insisted for almost a week, less than a day. In the end, do I say you're smart, or do I say there's no bottom line? Being able to serve my master will be the greatest honor for me, Ximeng, in the future. Saying that, she knelt at Tang Zei's feet and lowered her head to kiss Tang Zei's shoes lightly, expressing her loyalty. And Tang Zei just smiled, alright, I understand your feelings, let's go. Thank you master. Ximeng walked ahead and pressed the elevator, standing respectfully at the side, feeling like a knowledgeable secretary. The group didn't go to the parking lot, after all, the smell inside was a bit heavy, and came directly to the entrance of the first floor. After all, went out, for women wearing a warm down jacket, the whole body is covered tightly, inside the stunning scenery is only Tang Zei one exclusive. And at this time Tang Zei is choosing a seat, the last Tang 300 was blown to pieces, feel the rear is still lacking a little bit, so this time you have to target the rear. Then the Maybach, Mercedes-Benz main focus is the rear row comfort. This 4-seat Maybach is also not suitable, that is the basic Maybach 480, 5-seat version, the number of people is just right. Give you guys a magic trick. Wow, is the master starting to tease the girls? Bai asked excitedly. Tang Zei shrugged, do I still need to tease you guys? It seems like you guys are the ones teasing me. Pfft, Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting both gave a laugh, although Ximeng wanted to laugh, she didn't dare. Come. Taishan Laojun, urgent order, change for me. Only to see out of thin air a tracked version of a gold Mercedes Maybach appeared by his side. Thick gift crab. The 4 beautiful women's little mouths were big dream, you go drive, and Ting Ting accompany me in the back row. Master, Bai wants to accompany you in the back row. Don't be in a hurry, everyone take turns. Tang Zei felt quite a bit before the end of the world was a silent stinky loser, after the end of the world it became a big fragrant stinky, anyone would want to take a bite. With 5 people boarding the car, the real estate queen directly to the driver, and Bai enviously turned back from time to time. Tang Zei felt that this is what life is all about, much more comfortable, big dream, some soothing music. Okay master. Departure, pulley warehouse. Tang Zei's gaze gathered. The 12-cylinder engine let out a fierce roar, and the tracks rubbed sparks on the concrete floor, then rushed out of the Mountain Lake neighborhood. Such a car appeared on the main road, it was the center of attention, the residents on both sides of the street looked on in disbelief, some shouted for help. And inside the car, reached a very perfect sound insulation effect, pink ambient light, soft music, the car is filled with a good smell of women's fragrance. How long to arrive? About half an hour. Tang Zei a sound, just have time to brush the energy tank, this is called life, the previous self can only be said to survive. Driving the car, Simone gripped the steering wheel tightly, looking into the rearview mirror from time to time, more or less thinking about it. Pulley warehouse, everyone looks nervous, and bad rumors have spread, making people panic. The one thing that could calm people's hearts, besides food, was women. From Ho Wanyan's side, he got quite a few women over. Xian Ming immediately took out 10 for his brothers to taste, which stabilized them a little. Dad, now they can guess without us saying it. Xian Ming was in pain, his own brothers actually fell apart for the sake of interests. Shen Zhongran tapped his fingers on the desk, you have to pay attention to the proportion, sugar and sticks should be combined, kill a few troublemakers and use guns. I know right. After saying that Xian Ming walked out of the office with a spray. A bald guy dangling a toothpick walked out of the room. Boss, tired of playing, is there any better goods? Yeah boss, these women are not moisturized, dry. Xian Ming smiled and walked to the bald head, there is. Then why don't you bring it out for the brothers to play with, ha. Laughing, the bald man couldn't laugh anymore, the spray was already on his jaw. Bald head froze and squeezed out a smile, boss, watch out for misfires. Bang! In front of the sprayer, everyone was equal, his head was directly blasted out of a hole, Qian Ming's face was splattered with hot blood and brain matter, and all the surrounding minions were stunned. You really got me, went off. After saying that, Qian Ming looked at the man who had just agreed. The man directly knelt down. Boss, I didn't say anything, really, don't kill me. However, what greeted him was a spray. This brutal means immediately shocked everyone, not daring to say a word. 2 bullets had such an effect. Qian Ming was still satisfied. Who else is not satisfied? Qian Ming scanned around, not a single person said anything. But at this time there was a knocking sound coming from the iron door. Is there anyone inside? I'm a delivery man. The sudden sound made everyone in the warehouse freeze, their eyes looking at the closed iron door. This moment seemed to be back to the old days, as if there was no end of the world at all. Not true. It's the end of the world. Where are there still delivery men? This year there are still delivery people. I'm afraid they're here to get killed. Go open the door. Qian Ming drank lowly. The sprayer in his hand was once again loaded. The little brother, how dare to disobey the words of the boss? Money is the big brother. Honestly, go to open the iron door. Pushing the iron door open fiercely, the little brother instantly ran back. That scared look was comical. Only to see Tang Zhe holding Xi Meng's hand and walking into the warehouse. The men in the warehouse were stunned, confused for a moment as to what this meant. This young man looked harmless, smiling as if he had come to visit the door, and the woman he was holding was ripe like a peach. The raging snowy mountains, the white hips, and the exquisite features, in this end of the world, could completely cause the men to fight for it. You're Shimeng. Qian Ming quickly recognized it, but all of a sudden his head was a bit spinning. Why did she come here by herself? The men were talking a lot, but their gazes were very uniform. All of them were looking at Xi Meng greedily. No wonder the boss wanted to get her. Who wouldn't want to get such a superb beauty? Mr. Xi, welcome. A voice came out from the second floor, only to see Qian Zhongran standing beside the parapet, looking down at Tang Zhe's side, or to be more precise, looking at Xi Meng. Xi Meng returned to her queenly aura at this time, losing her pleasing winks and replacing them with a haughty and aloof one. Tang Zhe said, "You guys, don't change yourselves for me, just do what you need to do. After all, the original flavor is only interesting, otherwise it is all a shell without a soul." You're the one, Mr. Qian in Mr. Was mouth, right? Xi Meng thought that Mr. Qian would be that kind of big boss, but he didn't realize that he was just a small boss who owned a few warehouses, and if it wasn't for the supplies in the warehouses, there wouldn't have been anyone to follow him. Chen Zhongran felt the contempt in Xi Meng's eyes, but was indifferent and laughed. I've only seen General Manager Xi on TV before, and today, I really see that I'm a beautiful and gorgeous woman. You are not qualified to evaluate my beauty. These slightly overbearing words made the men dumbfounded. After all, what you can't get is fragrant. And Tang Zhe suddenly moved closer to Xi Meng, smiling softly in his ear. Meng, I still appreciate the current you more. Xi Meng's heart trembled slightly, and tingling came from the root of her ear. Qian Zhongran looked at his prey in a love affair, and also drank lowly. Xi Meng, where is my son? He's in your hands, right? Beaten to death by me. Xi Meng said indifferently, directly taking the blame for this. F***ck. Chen Zhongran suddenly raised his gun and aimed it at Xi Meng, but only just raised it. Xi Meng laughed coldly and chortled disdainfully, avenging your son? Or is it that you can't bear to kill me? After all, it's hard for you to meet a woman like me. These words really spoke to Qian Zhongran's heart. If his son really died, wouldn't it be even more of a loss to beat her to death himself? No wonder she will become the youngest female boss in our city. It's not unreasonable. Say it, what do you really want to do? Xi Meng frankly said, I'm here to beat you to death. What? Beat me to death? Ha. What are you going to beat me to death with? Qian Zhongran laughed wildly. Originally he was still worried about not being able to find her, but now he directly sent her to his door and made a big deal out of it. Xi Meng at this time but scanned the surrounding minions. You guys fought to the death for this old man. What did you get in the end? Cheap women? And he gets to enjoy me? Is that fair? Of course the junior brothers felt it was unfair. Why should all the pretty women be given to the boss and the crooked ones be reserved for themselves? Don't listen to this woman's compulsion. Qian Zhongran suddenly shouted angrily. He really didn't have good intentions. And Xi Meng pointed at Qian Zhongran and shouted lowly, whoever kills him, I'll be his woman. At that moment, the warehouse was silent, as if only the sound of men gulping could be heard. Looking at Xi Meng's absolutely beautiful face, if she could kiss her, it would be the peak of her life. At this time, Tang Zhe were surprised for a moment. After all, according to the plan is not like this. Xiao buy them in the distance rack sniper kill. And Xi Meng actually want to let them in fighting. In the end, can 3 views follow the 5 senses? Suddenly, Shen Ming raised his gun towards the other man with the gun. Zhu Hai, what are you doing? Put the gun down. Brother Ming, what are you pointing at me for? You're crazy. Zhu Hai also immediately raised his gun towards Qian Ming. At such a tense moment, Xi Meng added more fire. Don't you guys want to get me? Don't you want to enjoy my hot body? Kill them. Bang. Only Qian Ming suddenly shot and killed Zhu Hai. Even the 2 minions beside Zhu Hai were hit and injured. F***ck. You killed my brothers. The other gunman, who was obviously on good terms with Zhu Hai, instantly raised his gun and shot towards Qian Ming. With a bang, Xian Ming fell down with a bullet in his chest, and when he fell, he also fired a shot, killing the two minions next to him. Qian Zhongran on the second floor saw his son shot, immediately took the spray and shot at the gunman. The scene was chaotic, and there were really people with knives running to the second floor, to cut Qian Zhongran to death, to obtain such a stunning beauty as Shimeng. Coveting Qian Zhongran's position as the boss doesn't account for a few, now not only can they take the boss's position, but also can hold a beauty. This deal can be engaged. Tang Zhe looked at the chaotic scene in front of him, was also surprised, turned his head to look at Shimeng, indeed beautiful, but not so much. In fact, Tang Zhe, this should be called aesthetic fatigue. Every day when you open your eyes to see is a beautiful person, what others open their eyes to see, hair is messy, not bathed for several days, the body has a stench, so Tang Zhe cannot feel the other side to see the feeling of Shimeng. Using her own beauty, Shimeng is not the first time, especially in the Mountain Lake neighborhood, there are many men for themselves, just the only time is in Tang Zhe suffered a loss. Why did Shimeng feel that half of the men would fight for her last night? It was also from this point. But Shimeng forgot that last night's self was submissive to Tang Zhe's side, the high and mighty persona collapsed, and the attraction naturally diminished. And now that might was on display again, coupled with the fact that people were already on edge today, directly causing the other side to kill each other. Little Li, don't you mess around. Xian Zhongran raised his gun at the young man holding a dagger in front of him. Before that, he was also his own employee. Honest, I did not expect to become like this. Xiao Li breathed sharply and said, Boss, thank you for cultivating you for so many years, you're already old, the opportunity to leave it to us young people will be fine. You disappoint me too much, Xiao Li. Xian Zhongran pulled the trigger, resulting in a mere click. Xiao Li revealed a smirk, Boss, I counted, you're out of bullets. Xian Zhongran instantly slammed the gun out, turned around and ran towards the office, wanting to lock himself inside. Just as he turned to open the door, a stabbing pain came from his back. You! Xian Zhongran slowly turned back to look at Xiao Li, whose face was hideous. Xiao Li was also a ruthless person, continuously stabbing fiercely. Xian Zhongran did not expect that he would actually die in the hands of his former employee. Killing Xian Zhongran, Xiao Li raised his dagger and shouted, Xian Zhongran has been killed by me. The warehouse fell silent again, looking at little Li on the second floor. Suddenly a silhouette appeared beside Xiao Li, directly from behind, giving Xiao Li a penetrating cold, and then laughed maniacally, from now on, I'm the boss, Shimeng is mine. Fuck, what qualifications do you have to be the boss, brothers, chop him up. At this moment, everyone fought tooth and nail for the boss and Shimeng. Anyway, as long as they killed the one in front of them, they would be the boss. Bored Tang Zhe lit a cigarette. I didn't expect you to be so charming. Master, you weren't the same in the beginning. Cough cough cough, I was pretending. Okay, Master is pretending. Tang Zhe slapped on the buttocks. Big dream, a little naughty. Learned from Xiao Bai. Sure enough, the bad ones are especially easy to learn. Shimeng's shallow smile, if there is no Tang Zhe on the side, cannot dare to run to this wolf's den alone, looking for a strong backer of the reasoning of Shimeng still understand. At this time, Tang Zhe and Shimeng's earphone rang out Xiao Bai's voice, Sister Shi, you can really dump the pot. It's called being enlightened. Sun Ting snickered. The opposite side was killing each other, but this side was flirting. Tang Zhe couldn't even listen to it anymore. The more he talked, the more dirty he was getting, he was bringing himself down. Between the conversations, the entire scene was almost dead. And in the end, there were still two warriors left in the duel. Tang Zhe wondered, do I look that weak? Do I look like air? Not to mention, these men all treated Tang Zhe as air and didn't give it a second thought. One could only say that Tang Zhe's appearance was too deceptive. Bro, let's both stop fighting, how about together? One of them suggested. Heh, I don't have that kind of taste, come on. Negotiations collapsed, the blades mercilessly slashed at each other's bodies, even the final winner had multiple stab wounds all over his body, and wouldn't live long without medication. Tang Zhe sighed, I didn't expect that you would let only one of them remain with a single word. I've made my master laugh. Only the winner walked slowly, his fingers dripping with blood and flowing all over the place, his face was slashed and skinned. But his gaze was fixed on the absolutely beautiful Simone, as if the one who was injured didn't seem to be him, was the beauty so tempting. I did it, you'll be mine from now on. The winner seemed as if he was announcing his winning prize, his eyes blossomed with the last of his greed. Shimeng revealed a beautiful smile and said, Little brother, didn't your mom tell you that the prettier a woman is, the more she can cheat? The little brother looked confused, and when he saw Shimeng take out a pistol from her down jacket, it was as if he had been immobilized. Bang! As the shell casings fell to the ground, the entire warehouse was silent. Tang Zhe couldn't even help but applaud, worthy of being the great dream, one bullet took care of them all. It's mainly because the master is by his side that big dream has the backbone. You are modest, let's go. Master, wait. Shimeng pulled Tang Zhe's hand, and her beautiful eyes began to swirl slightly. What's wrong? Shimeng suddenly changed her pettiness, and with a queenly tone whispered in Tang Zhe's ear, Calm me. Tang Zhe, such a decent person, is really going to be brought down by these women, really bottomless, I must boycott and condemn this behavior. In the floor not far from the side, 3 Barrett aimed at the warehouse, 3 charming figures lying on the ground. Only the images in the sights were no longer of the enemy. What a slut. Sun Tin laughed through the scope. It's so big. And Bai was more than a little envious. Yi Qingyi skimmed her mouth, didn't continue to watch, and patted Sun Ting and Bai, telling them to turn off their headsets first. What's wrong? Sun Ting asked suspiciously. Yi Qingyi said seriously, Ximing had such a performance as soon as she arrived, I'm afraid it's a bit unfavorable for us. And Bai was naive and said, Sister Yi, you're worrying too much. Yi Qingyi directly gave up on Xiao Bai, you're still counting your money after being sold, and looked at Sun Ting. Indeed, quite good at seducing the master, let's see what her attitude is first. Now there is no longer any excuse to kill her, if the master blames us, we will shed layers of skin even if we don't die. Then it can only be like this first. And Bai said in a serious manner, I don't think there seems to be any problem. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi simultaneously rolled out their eyes, it's a good thing that you followed your master in the last days, or else with your brain, you would have directly given yourself away. Before leaving, Tang Zhe collected all the supplies from the surrounding warehouses, and wherever he went, not a single grain of rice was left behind. Back in the car, this time switching to Sun Ting to drive, Ximeng sat in the passenger seat to rest. Big dream, where is your warehouse? Ximeng opened her eyes and said in embarrassment, the stuff in my warehouse is long gone, it's all a lie to them, otherwise I wouldn't have gone to Huowanyan. Sun Ting, who was driving the car, said indifferently, you're quite good at lying. Ximeng immediately felt Sun Ting's hostility and curried favor, sister, I couldn't help it at the time. But don't call me sister, I'm still a few years younger than you. Sun Ting's tone loosened a few points, after all, she felt that Ximeng was pleasing herself. Ximeng wasn't a stupid woman and laughed, all of you are my sisters, please take care of your sisters. I told you. Yi Qingyi saw in Bai's mouth and immediately coughed a few times. Ximeng looked at Yi Qingyi, and in Bai, just smiled and did not say much, but in his heart, he felt that they have a problem, he is a newcomer, I'm afraid that he will give himself a downward spiral, coupled with today's performance, they are worried. What I, Ximeng, want to do is to be a woman under one person, your worries are right. Tang Zhe smiled and looked at the four women, I'm afraid there are 800 hard eyes in this car, from today's performance of Ximeng, the three of you together are not as powerful as one of her, Ximeng's adaptability is very strong, and also has her own ideas. The only one who can break bread with Ximeng is Xiao Yi, Xiao Ting still has to be counted, Xiao Bai is even worse, she was sold and doesn't even know it. But Tang Zhe felt that Yi Qingyi plus Sun Ting were no match for Ximeng. Tang Zhe clapped his hands, we have a rule to tell our own stories, experiences, de Meng Meng, start your speech. Experiences, huh? From childhood to adulthood? Ximeng was surprised, the newcomer still has to tell his own story? Could it be that you want to know your roots? This was Ximeng dreaming too much, it was just Tang Zhe who unintentionally brought it up, and after that it became a custom. Right. Yi Qingyi said. Ximeng pursed her red lips, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. I was born in the countryside, my family was very poor, when my dad was working outside, my mom ran away with a man from the city, my dad was devastated and passed away within a few years, I dropped out of high school without finishing it to come and work in Huan City, into a factory to work, because beautiful pour than others easily, and I also gradually will use their own beautiful to achieve the purpose, the factory director's son are attracted to me, what I want to buy, he will buy me, even his father, but still overestimate themselves, actually want to come to the strong. At that time was very desperate, afoot to kill that grandson's balls, and then ran out, just this time bumped into Fu Qi, he was about to get on the car, and ran into me who begged for help. Fu Qi's family has a lot of power, at that time, he also had a wife, but also in the crazy pursuit of me, and even helped me to set up that father and son, I opened a company, he paved the way for me, looking for a bank loan in a moment to let go, where there is a development project, I was the first to know first, and in the end, he was divorced, and his wife also found me, saying that he is an impotent, but for me, it is a good news. So it wasn't long before we got married, but didn't have a wedding, just a license, and the business got bigger and bigger in the back, and he resigned to avoid suspicion, and that's about it for my life. Tang Zhe stroked his chin and looked at Sun Ting, what are you parking for? Listening to the story otherwise you'll get into an accident if you're distracted. Sun Ting said pitifully. Tang Zhe came to a realization and looked at Ximeng patting her leg, no wonder you're so tight. Yi Qingyi was unconvinced, am I flabby, it's still my first time. I'm also said as if who is not the first time seems to be, my big brother in the live room above me did not go it. Sun Ting oohed and awed, looking down on Hu, and Bai also raised his hand and said weakly, actually, I'm also a first time. Tang Zhe snorted and laughed out loud, these women are too amusing, okay, then it's my first time as well, no one is losing out. Chatting with you guys I always look out of place, you guys are too dirty, I can't even keep up with the speed of the car. Tang Zhe's words immediately caused the four women to boo, we're just going through the motions, you're really coming to the real thing, with an Master, what about your story? Ximeng curious about Tang Zhe's experience, was he also a ruthless man in the past? Tang Zhe's experience of the other three women cannot dare to talk nonsense, after all, and now the contrast is too big. Little Yi, you tell it, I said it all last time. Tang Zhe was generous, Black History well, say it out everyone happy. Yi Qingyi listened and immediately started gossiping, our master in the past it was really an honest boy. I go, you really say ah. Ah, not you, let me say it. Yi Qingyi was given a fright. Seeing Yi Qingyi's face turn a few shades of white in fear, Tang Zhe burst out laughing. Just kidding, keep talking. Master you. Don't say it. Yi Qingyi wrapped her hands around her chest and looked out the window in exasperation, having just thought she was going to die. At this time it was up to Bai to play. Xiaobai come. Good, good, our master used to be the kind that can bully anyone a bit, suffered from workplace suppression, chased a girl and ended up being insulted on the spot, so pitiful. The gossip in Shi Meng's chest burned madly. What girl? Tang Zhe laughed. It's that lover called, by something. By Jian? They were killed by you, master? Simone instantly remembered. Yes, they wanted to drug me to take my supplies, but I ended up killing them back, actually went to your neighborhood, mainly to find this woman. Tang Zhe said I also don't want to kill people but I don't kill people, others kill me What can I TMD do? Shi Meng sighed, anyone would have a past, but Tang Zhe was different from other men would hide their past very well, but Tang Zhe didn't care at all about talking about it, and even had a flavor of self-deprecation. Sometimes it felt like he was cruel, but sometimes it felt like he was like a child, just forced by this end-world. Where are we going here now? Simone looked a little puzzled as she watched the car drive towards the city again. To look for a star, I don't know if it's real or not, if not, we'll go directly to Yunhai City. Looking for a star? Tang Zhe hummed, maybe this big star is in deep water, as a man, I have to help out. The four women's white eyes rolled to the back of their heads at the same time. At this time, whoever is being helped by you, the master, it's definitely a mental destruction. But Tang Zhe really got one sentence right, this big star was indeed in deep water. Coastal Garden, the most awesome villa area in Huan City, all of them are single-family houses, and the environment is very good. The selling price of each one of them is around $200 million, and a lot of rich businessmen and celebrities have bought them here. But at this time these rich people all regretted why they bought in this shitty place. Because the entire Double East district had a blackout a week ago, and Coastal Garden was in it. According to this temperature drop, sooner or later, they will freeze to death. Fortunately, some of them have fireplaces at home, so they can take their books and burn them. Some people still have a lot of supplies stored in their homes, thanks to the spirit of fear of death of the rich, nothing to do in the home of some supplies, for fear of the end of the world one day, this time really come. But some didn't, or didn't have much. For example, the villa where Li Linger lived didn't have much food left. Sitting next to the fireplace, covered with quilts, Li Linger tore the book and threw the paper in to burn. The firelight illuminated that one stunning face, just like the most gorgeous flowers in the spring, not needing too much modification at all. The beauty of nature was enough to mesmerize thousands of people. Her eyes were originally supposed to be glowing, but now they carry a touch of despair. But her eyebrows are like a beautiful stroke in the landscape, adding a few points of playfulness and spirituality. But unfortunately the warm smile is gone, and she just repeats the action of tearing up the book. Before the end of the world, Li Linger is a new star in the entertainment industry. With a TV series, in-depth acting will be conquered by the audience, and from then on, brand endorsement, filming movies, and even on last year's Spring Festival Gala, and now it is even more as only 22 years old, the university have not graduated. Originally just took a commercial show, and then arranged to rest here, the result of the same night it rained, and then was trapped, and then there is no then. I thought a rain would pass quickly, but the last of the food was gone, and I was left with half a bottle of water, and the rain hadn't stopped, so this was to wait until I starved to death. Once before the rain stopped for a bit and so many people broke in, sticks and knives in their hands, it was a shock. The iron door outside was smashed, but luckily the door to the room was hard enough not to be kicked in, or else they would have been taken by those bandits, and with the rain the men ran away again, and if the rain stops, they will surely come back. Sometimes I hope the rain stops, sometimes I don't hope the rain stops. Anyway, the food has been eaten up, then wait quietly for death, no big deal, 18 years later is still a good man. Thinking about it, Li Linger was amused by herself, and it was true that a smile is like a city. At the entrance of the coastal garden, Tang Zhe stood under the rain with four women in protective clothing, looking very different. How about we make a bet? Tang Zhe suddenly proposed. Upon hearing that Tang Zhe wanted to bet, the four women directly stepped back, gambling with the master. I'm afraid that if you lose, your life will be lost. In this regard, and by all know that gambling harms people, stay away from gambling. What are you guys doing? Make me seem like a devil. The eyes of the four women said, isn't it? If you win, you will be rewarded with one of your favorite food. If you lose, just give me a dance. How about it? Come or not? The four girls took a step forward in unison. I told you so. It scared the meowers to death. How to bet? And Bai asked curiously. Let's go door to door and knock on the door. Just bet on whether or not to open the door. If the other party takes us in and doesn't harm us, I will also give supplies. Tang Zhe just wanted to know if there were any good guys left these days. Anyway, until now it was one that he hadn't seen. No, Luo Jun of the Mountain Lake neighborhood counts as one, which is why giving them a chance 3 times still doesn't change anything. But this is a villa, not like a neighborhood. This is directly entering someone's home. Someone must have opened the door. Simone said immediately. After all, it was a matter of probability, and losing was just a dance anyway. Me too. Sun Ting echoed, wasn't dancing just old school, and had even danced before. Tang Zhe looked to Yi Qingyi and Xiao Bai, who nodded. That's fine, I'll bet no one opens the door. If someone is kind enough to take us in, not much to say, at least give us a year's worth of supplies. Having robbed so many supplies, Tang Zhe didn't want to give it to some bad people. Good people were more worthy of living. Master, you can be kind. Sun Ting couldn't help but flirt a bit. It's not like I was bad in the first place. Did I force you guys? No, right? Yes, we all volunteered. Tang Zhe shrugged, speaking so unwillingly. Please turn around and walk backwards, okay? I promise not to pursue. After saying that, Tang Zhe walked towards the inside. Aya, the master is angry. Wait for Xiao Bai, and Bai was quick. The three women at the back door glanced at each other. Sun Ting also followed. Yi Qingyi and Ximing felt that this was a chance to leave, but how long could they live without Tang Zhe? Maybe not even walk out of this city. Without anything to consider, Yi Qingyi and Ximing also followed. Look, this is something you guys volunteered for. Looking at Tang Zhe's real expression, the four women all laughed. Perhaps this was the real him. Arriving at the first villa, the iron gate outside seemed to have been violently smashed open. It seemed that the villas in the rich area had also been robbed. Directly came to the door and knocked on the door. If Tang Zhe comes now with a cry, your takeout is here. It was like a horror movie. Tiny footsteps seemed to approach the door. Tang Zhe shouted, anyone? Can I borrow your room for a night? Get lost or I'll chop you to death. The man in the house looked at the cat's eye on the door, and there were 5 strange men standing outside, probably tricking themselves into opening the door and then grabbing the supplies. Tang Zhe helplessly spread his hands. This brother is on fire. Big brother, open the door. And Bai suddenly shouted daintily, actually using a woman to seduce herself to open the door. Get lost. Tang Zhe shrugged his shoulders. Even Xiao Bai stepped in and was useless. It seems that wearing a protective suit won't work. Revealing his face might open the door. Of course, cannot say that others are not good. Do not open the door belongs to the normal behavior. Open the door is not normal. Change a home cluck. Tang Zhe helplessly let out a cry. Want to send supplies, cannot send out. Coming to the door of the second villa, the iron door was still open. This time, in order to let the other party open the door, the 4 women were close to taking off their protective suits. Hey, can't be rogue. Tang Zhe immediately stopped it. If you guys reveal your faces, even the most vigilant men will open the door. Big brother in the house, open the door. It's cold. Brother, open the door. Several black lines appeared on Tang Zhe's forehead, and goosebumps were about to fall all over the place. However, a woman's voice rang out from inside the house, get lost. Ha 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 ha. Tang Zhe burst out laughing, actually ran into the mistress in the house. How could he let you guys in to seduce his man? Change the house. An hour later, Tang Zhe had already revealed a victor's smile. Finally it was time to win. Since we're going to dance, you guys need to rehearse. It has to be that sexy and hot, just like that Korean dance group. Tang Zhe had already begun to make demands. This was simply a post-apocalyptic girl group. Yi Qingyi pursed her lips and said, haven't lost yet. Tough mouth, these days. If anyone can open the door, I'll chop myself up. Ximing Jiao laughed. That can't be, we're all out of luck. That's right, can't chop. Sun Ting concurred. Tang Zhe said that he used to be lovingly indifferent, but now he was all cupped in his hands and pampered, and in his mouth for fear of melting. Arriving at the entrance of the villa, Tang Zhe knocked on the door. Anyone? Li Linger in the house looked at the door with a hint of panic. Sun Ting shouted with a hint of trembling, we fled to this place, can we borrow a night? Please. And Bai's slightly glutinous timbre did kill. Hearing the girl's voice, Li Linger still stood up wrapped in her quilt and put on her mask to the door. Tang Zhe heard the lightness of the footsteps, and judged that it should be a woman inside. You guys hit the gun again. Just do not break into the door, cannot find the so-called star, or forget it, in broad daylight, robbing people's women is not their style. Li Linger saw 5 people through the cat's eye, wearing protective clothing, feeling like a rescue team. Where did you guys come from? Li Linger's voice rang out. Tang Zhe secretly said bad things. Actually, a young girl will not be sympathetic to open the door. It should not be. It will not be so stupid. Yi Qingyi hurriedly said, we escaped from the Mountain Lake neighborhood. Was your neighborhood robbed by bad people? Ximing felt that there was a game. This girl spoke softly and softly. Yes, my parents were both murdered. There was really no place to go, and the roads were full of bad people. These words seemed to resonate with Li Linger, feeling that they didn't look like bad guys either, opening the locks one after another. And Tang Zhe saw the slowly opening door. His eyebrows trembled. How can they win every hand? The 4 women were all smiles. Master, your gambling luck seems to be a bit poor. Yo. Tang Zhe would like to see, in the end, what kind of woman heart so big, this kind of time still dare to open the door, not afraid of being killed. Look is not experienced in the world of white. Looking at the woman wrapped in a blanket and wearing a mask in front of him, Tang Zhe paused, and these eyes are good looking. But Tang Zhe has not lost. Maybe the back door hides a few stingy men, as long as they go in and get killed, that way the reverse is true. Thank you, we'll stay one night and leave. And Bai's tone was easy to feel good about. Li Linger nodded, then you guys come in. Tang Zhe's hand was already holding a gun, ready to shoot at any time. Little sister, your acting skills are too poor, call out your accomplices. However, walking into the house, there was nothing but a stream of cold air. Tang Zhe understood. It must have been hidden in the bedroom. No wonder he didn't hear any footsteps. Sorry, the food's all gone. There's only half a bottle of water left. Don't mind if I drink it. Li Linger's words made the 5 people directly freeze. Can you still entertain guests like this nowadays? Don't you know how precious water is nowadays? Tang Zhe laughed in his heart. This water is afraid to be poisoned. A glance will see through your tricks. The 5 people first took off their protective clothing. Li Linger finally was able to see the appearance of the 4 women, also a touch of amazement. A boy actually brought 4 such beautiful girls. Then we won't be polite. Tang Zhe laughed, secretly thinking in his heart, you definitely can't spare it. However, Li Linger brought over the half bottle of Centennial Mountain on the coffee table, and also found 5 paper cups, pouring water just like she used to entertain guests. Tang Zhe slightly narrowed his eyes. I am afraid that I just drugged it before entering the house, waiting for me to take a test. Receiving the paper cups, Tang Zhe immediately took out the tester and put it into the cups. However, it showed a green light. Safe? How could it be? Oh, got it. Pretending to be half a bottle of water to gain favor. Such a big villa must be hiding more supplies. Wait for me to find out. A bit pissy. Where's the toilet? Tang Zhe laughed. Straight ahead and turn right, is it? Thanks. With that, Tang Zhe pretended to go to the restroom and immediately went upstairs when Li Linger wasn't looking. Li Linger said with a hint of a smile, sorry, it's a bit cold in the house, come over here and roast the fire. Oops, the fire is going out. Saying that, she hurriedly ran to the fireplace to tear the paper. Let me help you. And Bai fell on his ass and ran to help. The 3 women at the back door glanced at each other. In fact, the idea of entering the house began to be similar to Tang Zhe, smelling a flavor of intrigue, but it was Bai who was not a little defensive. As the fire got bigger, Li Linger breathed a sigh of relief. All of you come over to roast the fire. Don't catch a cold, there's no medicine for colds now. Little sister, do you live here alone? Simone came to the fireplace, much more comfortable. Li Linger hummed and helplessly whispered, well, there was electricity before, but it suddenly went out last week. Where are your parents? Yi Qingyi looked around and asked curiously. Speaking of this, Li Linger's eyes couldn't control the water mist that condensed out. They'd been killed. What happened? Yi Qingyi asked with concern. My parents live in a 5th-tier city. At first we had contact, but gradually my dad said that the neighborhood was not safe. My mom even told me not to go out, and then a few days later did not reply to me. I asked the neighbor aunts because my dad resisted those people, and as a result, said Li Linger crying. Such stories Sun Ting and Bai Yi Qingyi have experienced too many. Yi Qingyi is even more discursive. Her own brother-in-law is also a good person. The result, there is no good reward. Shi Meng sighed and comforted, sister, don't be sad, I'm sorry. I'm already satisfied to be able to bump into you guys and talk at this time. Li Linger wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and removed her mask as well, and when her appearance was revealed, the 4 women froze for a moment. Yi Qingyi whispered, sister, why do I feel that you look like a star? I also feel that it's too much of a resemblance. And Baidu moved closer to Li Linger and even reached out to pinch Li Linger's face to see if it was a fake. Sun Ting marveled and said, you're Li Linger, aren't you? Shi Meng felt that Tang Zhe's luck is also too good. So many doors do not open, only Li Linger opened this door, and this Li Linger looks cannot be worse than them, and even has a star halo added, which man does not want to be his own. If the people outside know that Li Linger lives here, I'm afraid that this place is going to be robbed rotten. She can live until now, thanks to living in the villa area. This side of the people do not contact, if replaced with the neighborhood, has long been played rotten. Li Linger sensed that Yi Qingyi and the others did not have any malicious intent, so she faced it openly. Can you give me an autograph? I especially like you. Xiaobai immediately let out a cry of joy. In the past, he had only seen it on TV, but today he actually saw it in person. Ximing smiled, what autograph do you need? She's all about to become the owners soon. At this time Tang Zhe was about to turn the villa over, not to mention the food, a cockroach was found. So Tang Zhe had to accept the fact that this girl was really a good person. It was too unbelievable. What are you guys talking about? Tang Zhe walked up and laughed. When he saw Li Linger looking back, Tang Zhe directly froze in place. As a hot-blooded man, how could it be possible that he hadn't seen this face on his cell phone, and had even seen the L version, but suddenly realized how the live version of Li Linger was inferior to them? It was like she was malnourished, and her skin wasn't that shiny. Look at Sun Ting and the girl's skin, it was glowing and white as jade fat. It is estimated that they didn't need a few good meals to get like this. After replenishing their bodies, their face value won't lose to them. You are Li Linger? Li Linger looked at Tang Zhe and nodded. Aha. The other 4 girls threw your blessed gazes. This can even run into Li Linger. It's simply the lord of sexy encounters. Tang Zhe had thought that it would just be a small star. Definitely hadn't thought that it would be a big star like Li Linger. But why don't you come to harm me? You harm me, so that I have a reason to enlighten you, to help you on the right track. I'm your fan. Tang Zhe helplessly laughed, walking to the side and leaning on the sofa. Ximeng looked at Tang Zhe, feeling that Tang Zhe was a bit strange. This is still not making a move? It wasn't just Ximeng who thought so, the other 3 women also thought so. But Tang Zhe couldn't make a move on a good person. Just for opening that door, she had to be rewarded with a year's worth of supplies. Thanks. Are you all in the same neighborhood? Li Linger asked curiously. It was nice to have someone to talk to, otherwise it would be depression and suicide. Tang Zhe pointed to Sun Ting and the other 3 girls, then towards Shimeng. We're from a neighborhood, then we ran to her neighborhood, and then there was a riot, and I escaped with them. Ugh, so many people died. Oh my god, you guys are so powerful, you actually managed to run out. Li Linger couldn't believe it. It felt too amazing that Tang Zhe was able to run out with 4 girls. After all, it felt like Tang Zhe was well-mannered. Tang Zhe stretched out his hands near the fireplace and asked curiously, why do you live here alone? Came to attend a business show as a guest, was arranged by the organizers to rest here for the night, and ended up getting stuck. Tang Zhe let out an "oh," then didn't say anything. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting looked at each other. The host is a bit abnormal. It can't be that he ran into the goddess of his heart, a bit too afraid to dare, or let's be the villain? Where are you going? Li Linger asked curiously as she warmed her hands with hot air. Shimeng said, we are ready to go to Yunhai City. Yunhai City, that's over 400 kilometers, are you guys walking or driving? Right-oh, it seems like you can't drive now. Tang Zhe suddenly got up and interrupted the topic. Why don't we eat something first? I don't have anything to eat anymore, really. Li Linger thought Tang Zhe had asked her to take something out to eat, and hurriedly explained. Looking at Li Linger's pitiful appearance, Tang Zhe laughed bitterly. Didn't ask you to take out food, I have food, I'll go get the car. Can't just turn tricks, after all, with Li Linger is not familiar, but let's talk to Count, said that a year's worth of supplies will not be missing a piece. Li Linger was surprised, watching Tang Zhe put on his protective suit and walk out, and it wasn't long before he saw a ferocious Maybach drive up. Oh my god. Li Linger covered her mouth and was stunned, feeling that this car was like it came out of a sci-fi movie. Not only Li Linger, the people from the surrounding several villas were looking this way, with surprise and greed in their eyes. If they grabbed this car, then they wouldn't need to be stuck here. Since the car was taller, it couldn't be backed into the garage, so it could only be parked outside the garage. I'll go help. Li Linger said that she was going to help, but was pulled back by and by. Yi Qingyi laughed. No need to help, we girls can't lift it. Then how embarrassing. Nothing to be embarrassed about, don't think too much. Sun Ting patted Li Linger's fragrant shoulder, realizing that there are still such girls that are too rare now. After all, they still haven't seen the world, and still maintain the pre-apocalyptic state of mind. But anyone who has gone through the purgatory of the earth will not be so naive. Tang Zhe intentionally stayed in the garage for a bit before entering the house. It's almost time, let's see what we'll eat for lunch. When Li Linger came to the garage to take a look, her small mouth was able to stuff down a large ham sausage. More than 40 boxes of mineral water were yards away, and next to it was a superb amount of food, from snacks to fresh meat, fruits, and even red wine, and skincare products were all there. Li Linger rubbed her eyes. She couldn't believe that all this in front of her was real. No, could that car put down so many things? You guys aren't coming to choose yet. Tang Zhe skimmed his lips, shouting sweet master on his mouth. He didn't know to let his master win a hand to be happy. He didn't know any better. Shimeng pulled Li Linger and laughed. Let's go together. Take what you want to eat yourself. Consider it as the cost of our lodging. Pick it yourself, don't be embarrassed. Tang Zhe opened a bottle of happy water, tons and tons and tons. Comfortable. After thinking for a moment, Li Linger said seriously, then I'll do it. Can't eat your food for nothing. That's fine too. Sun Ting softly said, let me help you. No, you guys just go rest. Tell me what you want to eat and I'll see what I can make. Tang Zhe flirted. I didn't realize that a big star is still a cook. Big brother is laughing. If it's not delicious, you can't scold me. That wouldn't be the case. Tang Zhe smiled, eager to see if Li Linger would sprout bad thoughts after he took out so many supplies. As long as there was a little bit of bad thoughts, then he would have to punish you on behalf of justice. However, soon, Tang Zhe hope fizzled out. How honest people want to be. Lunch was wrapped up by one person, turning into a little cook in seconds, cutting up delicate fruit plates and bringing them up. Big brother Tang, sisters, have some fruit. Li Linger, who was wearing an apron, seemed to have gotten a bit better in color, not even a bit of the high tone of a star, but now she was like a servant, serving everyone. Shimeng had been watching Li Linger, from the time she took the fruit knife and finished cutting the fruits. She was not eating any of them. If you were on your own, after being hungry for so long, you would have to secretly eat one anyway. Such a girl is a bit unsuitable for your team. Thinking of this, Shimeng suddenly understand Tang Zhe suddenly quiet a lot. Before coming is still very excited. Everyone in the car to discuss which star. When found Li Linger is not changed by the end of the world, so change your mind. After all, we women before more or less there is a kind of selfish calculation, want to take advantage from Tang Zhe, but Li Linger does not seem to have. Perhaps she does not know how chaotic outside. We often eat, you eat more, it's all full of vitamins. Yi Qingyi smiled. The smile was incomparably gentle in Li Linger's eyes, just like a caring big sister seemed to be. Her heart was full of emotion. It had been a long time since anyone cared about herself so much. 2 lines of moving hot tears also flowed down from her eyes. Thank you. Don't be like this, good people will still be rewarded. Tang Zhe laughed, feeling that this world hadn't completely fallen. There were still good people like Li Linger, but how long could those good people live? Li Linger only took a slice of orange. I'll go cook first, but there's no electricity. There's self-heating rice inside that supply, go look for it. Tang Zhe said. Okay, I know. As Li Linger went to look for it, the four women looked at Tang Zhe at the same time. That look was strange. Why are you looking at me like that? There's something wrong with your minds again. Tang Zhe was about to offer a harsh criticism. Ximing approached Tang Zhe, exhaling her breath like orchids. Master, such a stunning beauty, won't she come in to warm the bed? She's not like you guys, not bad enough to blend in. Yi Qingyi beamed her red lips and said, I'm not bad either. I'm still not plundered by you, master. You're still not bad. I saved you and you just patted your ass and left. Where is this kind of good thing? Ximing laughed badly. This time I'll stand on my master's side and condemn you for this kind of behavior of not repaying what you know. Yi Qingyi could only admit defeat. What you all say is reasonable. I'm wrong, okay. Then Li Linger also received so many supplies. How do you want to repay? Xiao Bai gave a curious cry. Tang Zhe immediately knocked in Bai's forehead. Silly people open the door to let us live, also we repay her. Besides, I have said, whoever opens the door, there is no harm to our heart, we'll give supplies. Master, Xiao Bai is going to be knocked silly by you. Sun Ting snickered. Indeed, the more you knock, the dumber it gets. Like a silly white sweet. Yi Qingyi even added a stab, which made Little White so angry that his mouth could hang a bottle of oil. Hearing Li Linger's footsteps walking back, the five people also stopped chatting. Almost an hour and a half later, 7 dishes and a soup were made by Li Linger. Originally Tang Zhe did not have a delicious attitude, but did not expect the taste to be good, especially this braised pork ribs. The color was red and moist, it looked very appetizing. There is also that small chicken stewed mushrooms, chicken flavor is strong, and that plate of beef fried garlic moss, but also really a beautiful cook. Oh, I haven't cooked for a while, I'm a bit rusty, sorry. Li Linger stood next to her and wiped her hands and said modestly, doing very well. Then you guys said don't all stand. This again relates to the issue of rules, or Tang Zhe has to give the word. In front of outsiders, you guys don't give me a whole hand of plopping down to eat, or I'll become a perverted maniac. Sit down. After saying this, Tang Zhe also threatened with his eyes. Although he didn't take Li Linger away, he still had to maintain his image. Sun Ting and Bai both felt like they hadn't sat down to eat for a long time. They were both a bit uncomfortable. Serving the last bowl of soup on the table, Li Linger asked, Big brother Tang, do you want something to drink? I'll pour it for you. No, don't drink. Just don't bustle around, hurry up and sit down to eat. Yes Linger, come eat quickly, it's hard for you to cook. Sun Ting pulled Li Linger and pressed her to sit down on a chair. Li Linger was embarrassed. Yi Qingyi got up and smiled. I'll go get a bottle of red wine. I'll go. Li Linger immediately shouted, but was again held down by Sun Ting. Tang Zhe sighed in his heart, such a good girl, how come she's not a bit bad? A bit of a bad mind isn't to blame. Soon Sun Ting brought a bottle of red wine and poured them all. Cheers, today is finally seeing the big star himself. Tang Zhe said cheerfully. I'm not a big star now either. If I hadn't run into you guys, I guess I would have starved to death in a few days. Ximing laughed. Sister, with these supplies, save a little and you can survive for 2 years. Thank you sister, thank you all, I'm dry. After saying this, Li Linger directly took a sip. Sun Ting laughed. Sister is a good drinker, then I'll drink one too. Then I'll have one too. Xiao Bai also followed along to join in the fun. Tang Zhe was also convinced. I'll drink less, I don't want to pick up corpses. Happy, don't come and drink with us. Fuck you. A bottle of red wine is obviously unable to satisfy them. Directly move a box over. There are not drunk not return trend. Tang Zhe is not a drop of alcohol. The main red wine is not very good to drink, not as good as happy water. After 3 rounds of wine, the girls are a little bit drunk. One by one, they are gorgeous, but they also took out their cell phones to take pictures. Sister, can I borrow your cell phone to make a call? Sure. Ximing handed her cell phone to Li Linger. Li Linger wanted to make a call to her neighbors back home, but as the phone dialed out, the user you dialed is not in the service area. Why can't I get through? Li Linger frowned a brow. She was able to get through before. Sun Ting said, recently, many areas have lost their signals, and it is estimated that all communications will soon be interrupted. Oh, that's so. Li Linger returned the cell phone to Ximing. Ximing once again raised her cup and shouted, drink today, live in the present. Well said, live in the moment. Tang Zhe got up and all dried a glass of red wine. A meal lasted for 2 hours, 1.5 of which was spent drinking, looking at the bottles on the floor, and now began to stand on the sofa and sing and dance. Even Li Linger sang along as if to vent her emotions. Looking at the 5 women bickering in the living room, Tang Zhe took out his cell phone and took a picture of them as a souvenir. After all, at this moment, he himself felt the long-lost happiness, not some master and slave, just a simple friendship. But then again, it had to be said, if it wasn't the end of the world, how could one sit here, eat with them, these proud girls of heaven, and see their embarrassing behavior after drinking? Come and play with us and Bai shouted towards Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe shook his head. You guys play? I won't come. Come on, come on. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi directly went up and dragged them over. How did they all turn into innocent little virgins? Don't mention how fierce they were when they cam us. However, Tang Zhe soon found that these women forcefully pushed themselves to Li Linger's side. Really bad intentions. Look at others. Li Linger are embarrassed. Which like you these female rascals Tired of playing, everyone leaned against the fireplace and formed a pile around it to keep warm. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. Yi Qingyi murmured as she looked at the fire in the fireplace. Me too. Sun Ting whispered. Little White had already fallen asleep. Although Ximing didn't say anything, today was indeed a special day, mainly because Li Linger, a kind girl, had made everyone let their guard down. Li Linger leaned against Ximeng's side, her beautiful eyes looking towards the flames, her pretty face flushed and beginning to shine, not as weak as before. Thinking about what? Ximeng asked curiously. Nothing. Li Linger said quietly. She was indeed happy today, but she would still be left on her own tomorrow. Ximeng gently stroked Li Linger's back. Say what you have to say, don't hold it in your heart. Can I follow you guys and leave together? Li Linger said weakly, with a wave of pleading. Without waiting for Ximeng to say anything, Tang Zhe laughed. Those supplies are enough for you to use for a year, and by then, perhaps the end times will have passed and the previous order will be restored. I know this request of mine is a bit too much, but it's still fine if I can cook for you, wash your clothes, and do some odd jobs. I really don't want to stay here alone, said Li Linger, her emotions a bit uncontrollable, but fortunately, there was Ximeng comforting her. Tang Zhe never expected that after a meal and some bouncing around after drinking, she herself would instead take the initiative to join in. This team of ours doesn't suit you, you'll be a little more comfortable staying here. Tang Zhe persuaded. They had to provide themselves with energy tanks every day. Sometimes they also had to act as fighters. The work intensity was very high. I have a strong ability to adapt. Tang Zhe let out a sigh and said directly, Li Linger, to tell you the truth, we've killed a lot of bad guys, you're not safe following us, you know. Bad guys should have deserved to die in the first place. I also want to kill bad guys and avenge my mom and dad. I go, is this big star drunk on fake wine? What does she have to follow me for? Seeing that Tang Zhe didn't say anything, Li Linger suddenly got up and came to Tang Zhe. Big brother Tang, take me away, I'll be your woman. This was probably Li Linger's only trump card, herself. Looks like you're drunk. Tang Zhe frowned and said, no. After saying this, she directly pressed Tang Zhe to the ground, and her rosy lips directly dominated Tang Zhe's mouth. This could stun the three women next to him, so fierce big star, the master was actually forced to kiss. And Bai slowly woke up at this time, looking at the scene in front of her. So I'm still dreaming, let me sleep again. I have to say, the feeling of being forcefully kissed by a big star was very subtle, but Tang Zhe still pushed Li Linger away. Are you sick? I don't need you to be my woman. No, you just responded to me. Li Linger retorted. That's a man's physiological response, don't be unreasonable, you won't have any good fruit if I get angry. Tang Zhe's face instantly turned a few points colder. Ximeng hurriedly pulled Li Linger away. You'll only make him unhappy. As for Li Linger, she was also shocked by Tang Zhe's attitude. Her tears fell indisputably. She had already shamelessly gone to forcibly kiss a man, even her first kiss, praying to take herself away, but she was mercilessly rejected. Did her body not even have a little bit of value anymore? Obviously gave herself hope, but then stomped out her hope. It would be better to let herself wait for death in silence. Only to see Li Linger suddenly running towards the door, directly opening the door of the room and rushing out, clearly the rhythm of suicide. Probably the same as you, Tang Zhe said as he looked at Ximeng. These words made Ximeng ashamed of herself. To die with dignity, and to live meticulously, she chose the latter, but she still had to act as if she was going to die. Thinking about that time was quite humiliating. And Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting were almost thinking the same thing. Everyone wanted to go over and die, but when it came to dying, they didn't dare. Just when the people thought Li Linger was going to break, Li Linger jumped towards the rain. The people in the room looked at Li Linger in disbelief. She really dared to jump. She actually did what everyone dared not do. Not being Tang Zhe's woman, all of them would rather die. I'll go. This damn charm. Li Linger, who jumped out with her eyes closed, felt no pain on her body at all, and didn't even feel like she was being rained on. Slowly opening her eyes to see how she was still under the roof, hadn't she all jumped out? Do you want to die so much? Is it not good to stay here properly and wait for rescue? Tang Zhe smoked a cigarette and stood behind him and said, I'm not even a good person, you a good girl should not fall like this. Li Linger bit her red lips and whispered, have you ever lost your parents? Spitting out a mouthful of smoke, Tang Zhe faintly said, I am an orphan. Li Linger froze and said silently, I lost my parents, but as a daughter I can only hide here and live on, unable to avenge their deaths, so I might as well reunite with them early. Hee, then why did you wait until now? Why didn't you die earlier? Li Linger looked at the modified Maybach next to the garage. Because of you, you let me see that revenge is expected. You can bring your sister and the girls to escape. Surely you have your own means. There are still so many supplies. This car surely can't be loaded. And it's impossible for the general public to have a protective suit like yours. You're very smart. I thought you were a stupid white sweetie like Little White. Li Linger turned to look at Tang Zhe and said seriously, I can be a silly white sweet, as long as I can take revenge. You're negotiating with me? Tang Zhe frowned slightly. He had thought that Li Linger was rescuing herself and the others without any purpose, but it seemed that she also had a little something in her heart. Tang Zhe hooked up that delicate chin inside. Seriously, you've let me down slightly. I'm no longer a big star, and I don't have much to fall back on. The only thing I can rely on is this body, and what my sisters can do, I can do as well. You see? The sisters have to look at you and nod their heads when they take their seats for dinner. it feels like you're not like a normal boyfriend/girlfriend relationship. It's more like an upper and lower class relationship. Tang Zhe smiled, really underestimated people's insight ability. All guessed 8 or 9. Are you so sure you can avenge your parents? In case you can't avenge them, wouldn't it be a loss for this body? That's better than waiting to die in place. Besides, doing business is supposed to have profit and loss. Oh, that's quite reasonable. Li Linger's nails were about to pinch into her flesh as she whispered, then are we considered to have reached a deal? Didn't even inspect the goods, how can it be considered a deal? I'm clean, no one has touched it. Li Linger clenched her silver teeth, she actually managed to say such shy words. Tang Zhe laughed after hearing this, the house was all numbered for the first time, and came close to smell. A bit of odor, I like fragrant women, this look inspection, I am going to return it. I also want to take a bath, but there is no water. Said this word, Li Linger's jade neck are reddish, who do not want to be a fragrant girl. There's water now, you can go and wash yourself. Okay, I'll go now, the master bedroom on the 3rd floor is waiting for you. After saying that, Li Linger ran into the house with her head down. The most shameful words in her life had just all been given out, but for the sake of revenge, what could this be? Looking at Li Linger running into the house, Tang Zhe will be the cigarette flicked away, in the end, from the beginning of the house others in the plan. I told you, this world has no simple-minded people, and even less help for no reason, are to achieve their own purposes, even if it is Li Linger is no exception. Happy to have such a big star woman as Li Linger, unhappy to have such a big star woman as Li Linger. Alas, let's go and inspect the goods first. Walking into the house, Sun Ting directly came with a 90-degree bow. Congratulations master. Yi Qingyi and Bai and Shi Meng also bowed the same way, delicately shouting, congratulations master. I really suspect that it's you guys who are teaching others. Tang Zhe felt that Li Linger had changed too quickly, without a single sign before. We didn't, absolutely not. It's just pure congratulations on master's delight in obtaining a stunning beauty. Another one to share the damage. Half an hour later, Tang Zhe came to the master bedroom and saw Li Linger on the bed, so cold that she was wincing. Don't you know to turn on the air conditioner? Tang Zhe picked up the remote control and turned on the air conditioner, the heat to the maximum, and turned on the lights by the way. Incoming call? Li Linger exclaimed. Tang Zhe shook his head, sitting on the edge of the bed and said indifferently, I just messed with the generator, originally I didn't want to, after all, once the lights in this villa of yours are on, those people around will surely come to look for trouble from you. Hearing this caring words from Tang Zhe, there was a touch of warmth in his heart, but he also laughed bitterly, your car parked there is already trouble, with you guys gone, I don't think I'll live long. You're blaming me? Li Linger slowly lowered her head. Head up. Li Linger slowly raised her head and looked into Tang Zhe's aggressive eyes, a touch of crimson welling up on her pretty face. A beautiful face indeed, barely able to collect. Fingers touching those soft red lips, Tang Zhe said indifferently. Hearing this, Li Linger was relieved, but was it so barely, although she wasn't a big star anymore, this face was still a source of pride. Now you can come over and kiss me. Ha! Li Linger suddenly exclaimed, isn't it usually the boys who take the initiative? Do you want me to serve you? Sorry, I don't really understand. There was still a need to teach newbies on the spot. After an hour, Tang Zhe was not satisfied and went downstairs. The feeling brought by the big star was indeed different. It was just a weak body, not as much fun. The master is not even compassionate. Shiming flirted and laughed, now also probably feel clear Tang Zhe's bottom line, sometimes joking that is called flirtation, but shouldn't joke when, don't touch, this point is even a little white understand. Tang Zhe white eyes are rolled to the back of the head, hee, I taught at least half an hour, you teach her well. The women immediately laughed happily, waiting for Li Linger to come downstairs, can catch some. I realized that those villas around are peeking towards us. After the joke, Yi Qingyi said vigilantly, once this electric light was turned on, it became a target. Tang Zhe suddenly hugged Yi Qingyi, they only have the part of envy, be a bit more honest and envious, otherwise it's death. Yi Qingyi wrapped her arms around Tang Zhe's neck, listening to Tang Zhe's overbearing words, her eyes gradually appeared to worship, master. Didn't enjoy myself just now. Saying that, he casually chose a bedroom and walked in. And Bai was much smarter and directly sneaked in. Sun Ting and Shiming in the living room glanced at each other. In the future, when will it be their turn once there are more of these women who? Night falls, the entire Double East district into darkness. Only this villa emits a bright light, like a mirage. But it also seems to be clamoring, come to rob me, I have electricity. At this time the temperature has come to -6 degrees, the ground has begun to freeze. Double East everyone is wrapped in the quilt shivering, and Tang Zhe wearing pants, black undershirt in the living room to do push-ups. Sun Ting, Yi Qingyi and Shiming still have the heart to practice yoga, wearing yoga pants simply temptation to pull the full, that long legs is not a waste of time. The kitchen from time to time issued a pleasant laughter. Li Linger is injured to go downstairs to cook for everyone, was flirting with the red face, hate to dig a seam to drill in, but in Bai ran to help. Li Linger can be a little easier, after all, it is the meal of 6 people. Tang Zhe secretly thought in his heart, in the future it is better to go with the flow, now 5 times the speed is enough, and get Li Linger energy slot actually rose to 74%. This is very unexpected, immediately to unlock the 3 0 gift package, I do not know what good things will be inside. This too. 0 is now unrivaled, once the 3-0 gift pack is opened, how else can others live? Can you guys keep your voices down? I can hear you all badmouthing me. Doing push-ups with one finger, Tangze shouted towards the kitchen, when I'm deaf and Bai held the spatula and stuck out his head and shouted, Master, I didn't. Little Linger, you less learn bad from them to learn decent. Tangze's serious reminder, but caused the 3 women doing yoga to snicker. Master, your mouth said serious is serious. Li Linger almost used a mosquito voice to Jade neck is to be read through, coupled with and by crazy flirting, are to stand unsteadily. Soon, the sumptuous dinner was served on the table by Li Linger. Tangze sat on the main seat, looking towards Li Linger who was kneeling next to him. The bad ones learn quickly, the good ones learn slowly. Against me is it? All sit and eat, make me really look like a pervert. Sun Ting said in a serious manner, to offer food with the master, that is a violation of the following. This is the most basic reasoning. Also please understand the master, there are no rules. Also let the newcomers know, who is in charge here. Yes, we can't offend the master's authority. There will only be more and more newcomers in the future. Eating is to establish authority. Shiming's words were even more agreeable to the women present. In the future, the newcomers rows of back kneeling to go. The front row is not qualified to kneel. See, Itanza instead became a sinner. Okay, sit once a week. This request is not excessive. Once in half a month. Yi Qingyi said. Tangze all gave a gasp and laughed. Who brought the crooked style? Stand out, see if I don't whip him. In fact, sitting and eating would have a sense of home, and Tangze was eating alone from birth until now. Perhaps that lunch touched a certain nerve. After eating, Tangze directly walked towards the living room, wanting to look at the post-apocalyptic novel to add a little more knowledge. Who knows that there is not even an internet here? It feels like this communication is going to be completely broken. And Bai suddenly shouted, Master, you haven't pitched us yet. Throw your head, you don't have hands yourself, Master still has to serve you guys what crooked reasoning. Tangze cursed and sat on the sofa. Recently is not a good temper, give them swell up. It seems to have to throw a few bones to be honest. 1 can still feed, 5 still feed a hare. Ling Ling, you made Master angry. And Bai whispered. Ha? No. Yes, Master said that your little tiger teeth are too sharp. Li Linger's small face reddened and whispered, Sister Xiaobai, teach me later. Okay, no problem, you practice with a banana first. Yi Qingyi curiously asked, what are you two secretly chatting about without eating? Nothing, eat. And Bai and Li Linger's heads shook like rattlesnakes, while Li Linger felt her face rolling. After the meal, everyone sat on the sofa eating fruits and fuming, TV without TV, internet without internet. Right, let's listen to little Linger's story. Tangze instantly found the topic, the newcomer's self-introduction. Li Linger, who was holding a banana, came back to her senses. I'm not very good at telling stories. Oops, what the master means to say is to introduce your previous experiences, from childhood to adulthood. And Bai was quite chatty with Li Linger, perhaps because of the small fan. Li Linger was silent for a moment and said, I was born in a small city, my parents are both teachers, maybe it's for this reason that my discipline is very strict, especially not allowed to fall in love early, concentrate on your studies, and you'll have a good job in the future, and I didn't let them down. I was admitted into a 985 school, and I studied English as a major, thinking of becoming an English teacher in the future. You studied English? I thought you studied acting, so how did you end up in theater? Sun Ting peeled the skin of the grapes, and then sent the skinless grapes into Tangze's mouth. Tangze was now an open-mouthed character who relied on feeding. Yi Qingyi, who was sitting on the other side, was even better, biting the grapes with her teeth before sending them into Tangze's mouth, taking advantage of Tangze. Li Linger looked at this scene, small face reddened, shyly averted her gaze. When I was a freshman in college, I originally accompanied a friend to audition for a movie, but I ended up being cast on my own, and held a playful mindset like this. It can still be like this, that's enough to show that you're very talented. Shiming let out a sigh of emotion, playing with the idea of being on fire herself. It's actually not much of a talent, it's just that I'm quick to adapt, and I find it fun. Sun Ting let out a long sigh, how come I don't have this kind of luck and can only make a living in the live broadcast room? Saying this on her lips, she had actually been looked at, but the bosses all had conditions. As for what conditions men understood. Linger, you should have a big boss behind you to cover you. Shiming peeling oranges, of course, not for themselves to eat, have to care about the master all the time in order to be able to get reused in the future. After all of you sitting here at least is also a patriarchal level. Li Linger frowned her eyebrow and thought for a while, no, I don't think so. Could it be that you haven't been suborned? Yi Qingyi couldn't believe it, with a beauty like Li Linger, that was definitely the rich man's favorite. No master knows, said Li Linger blushing again, not daring to touch Tangze's gaze, like a newlywed little petite wife. Shiming let out a sound, I understand, it seems that behind you there is a man who silently pays, just before you have time to stand in front of you, this end of the world came. And then it was cheap for me. Tangze also followed with a snort. And Bai even said, the boss will have to cry in the toilet. Ha 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 ha. Except for Li Linger who blushed, everyone else laughed heartily. Li Linger didn't want Tang Zhe to misunderstand, anxiously explaining, there's no such thing as a boss, nonsense. Oops, in a hurry, Sun Ting's words caused a few women to squint plus a long eek. This made Li Linger even more anxious, looking at Tang Zhe as if to say, I really don't have any boss. Alright, you're all going to make the others cry in a hurry. Tang Zhe hitched a hand and laughed. Yi Qingyi let out a long sigh. It's true that people are more angry than people. I was also crying like a pear. Master, your heart is hard as a rock. When people's linger is in a hurry, your heart aches. Ha! Another hush. Tang Zhe were all made to laugh bitterly, while Li Linger pinched her fingers and bowed her head. Her jade neck reddened again. While the crowd was chatting, they completely failed to realize that the rain outside had stopped. This was also the second time the rain stopped after the end of the world. And what did it mean? Killing and plundering. Alright, you all said so, little Linger. Sit on me, come on man, let them be envious. The four women were once again up in arms, whistling. Quickly go still staring stupidly. Xiling patted the shy Li Linger. Li Linger used a mosquito voice to hum a bit, got up and came to Tang Zhe's side, while Tang Zhe held that white wrist and pulled it, directly into the arms of the beauty. This was even better, the uproar seemed to lift the roof off the room, causing Li Linger to directly hide her face in Tang Zhe's arms. Kiss one. And Baidu stood on the sofa and clapped her hands, and by starting, the other three girls immediately added fire. Tang Zhe were all a little embarrassed by the whole thing. They have really drifted lately, and they will have to throw a bone tomorrow before they can do so. However, looking down at that exquisite face, watery big eyes slowly closed, rosy cherry lips exuded infinite temptation, waiting for the master's taste. Just as Tang Zhe lowered his head and prepared to savor it, the sudden knock on the door interrupted the rhythm. Tang Zhe immediately frowned, looking up at the outside of the house. Li Linger also opened her beautiful eyes, which were more or less a little bit of a sense of loss. Looks like they can't wait any longer. Ximing's tone gradually grew a few points colder. Sun Ting had already taken out her sidearm to check the ammunition. Li Linger was dumbfounded. She actually had a gun. Tang Zhe patted Li Linger's head. Li Linger obediently sat aside and whispered, how could someone come at this time? Yi Qingyi inserted the clip and said indifferently, because we're the only place where the lights are on. Alright, you all put your pajamas on. Tang Zhe admonished, with the heater, one is wearing so cool, when I can't stand the test The girls obediently put their pajamas on and straightened their hair. This image still needs to be there. Li Linger suggested, why don't we wear masks? Ximing patted Li Linger's fragrant shoulder and laughed, we're so good looking, why should we cover up? Then what if? Kill. Yi Qingyi said indifferently. Sun Ting patted Li Linger's head, your first lesson will begin soon. Between conversations, Tang Zhe had already opened the door, and a wave of cold air rushed directly into the room. Looking at the dozen or so men in front of him, wearing thick down jackets and wincing in the cold, Tang Zhe revealed his signature kind smile. Everyone, what's the matter at this late hour? More than 10 men looked at Tang Zhe. Such a cold day, he actually just wore shorts and t-shirt. His feet are either stepping on clinker or wrapped in several layers of plastic bags. Thinking about it, there was electricity inside. There must be a generator. Hello, my name is Zhuo Zhixian. I live in that villa across the street. You should have seen me on TV. Zhuo Zhixian said and also held up that gold glasses, also slightly posed proud side face. Haven't seen. Tang Zhe honestly said that he really hadn't seen it. A young man in the back shouted, dude, the one in front of you is the richest man in Huan City. You actually don't recognize him, you don't have eyes. Shut up. Zhuo Zhixian immediately drank towards his son. Zhuo Yang skimmed his mouth, a face that didn't care. His eyes instead looked towards the modified Maybach next to him, thinking about how to get his hands on this car. It's too cool. I'm sorry, my canine son doesn't know what he's doing, forgive me. It's fine, it doesn't matter. Tang Zhe still carried out his honest and humble attitude. But this attitude fell into the eyes of these men, which amounted to two words. Good bully. We didn't mean anything else by coming over, we just wanted to ask, why do you have electricity here? Although Zhuo Zhixian was smiling, but his teeth were chattering, the temperature had now dropped to minus 10 degrees, and there was also a biting cold wind. Tang Zhe gave a long oh, I bought a diesel generator. I see, this car is also yours? Yeah, mine. More than a dozen men couldn't believe how this ordinary young man in front of them could have so many supplies. Some of them knew that he had even come knocking on the door before, all wearing weird protective clothing. Looking at the group of freezing and shivering men in front of him, Tang Zhe laughed, is there anything else? I'm all ready to sleep. One of the men in the group shouted, handsome man, can you let us in to warm up? With a man opening his mouth, Zhuo Zhixian had a kind face. It's not easy for everyone now. The temperature has dropped especially hard in the past 2 days, and there's no electricity in the house. Look little brother, can you let us go in and rest a little bit? Don't worry, sit down for a while and then leave. Small matter inside please. Seeing Tang Zhe actually so generous, those who didn't open the door before had a weak heart. When walking into the house, one immediately felt the warmth from all directions. This warmth felt as comfortable as being in one's mother's embrace. How come there are still fairies? It can't be a cold hallucination, right? Zhuo Yong also rubbed his eyes, and when he was sure that it was real, his mouth was watering. Not to mention Zhuiyong, even his father is also a face of amazement. Next to those men are standing in place, do not know how to move, as if 8 lifetimes have never seen a beautiful woman seems to be. Tang Zhe has to admit, their killing power is really great, the spiritual level of the kind. Some men thought to themselves, if I had known it was such a beautiful woman, I would have opened the door. Huh, that woman looks familiar, looks like a star. Ah, it is actually Li Linger. Li Linger lives here, actually no one knows it. Zhuiyong also found Li Linger. The real person can be really beautiful, red, with a delicate attitude, but the one next to it is also good looking. There are also left and right side, if*ck. Also like all want. Hello beauties, my name is Zhuiyong, this is my dad, the richest man in Huan City. Zhuiyong directly stepped forward to introduce, immediately smelled a fragrant smell. This woman's fragrance is really fascinating. Mr. Shi, Zhuo Zhixian instantly recognized Shi Meng, never expecting her to be here. Shi Meng smiled, Mr. Zhuo, what a coincidence. Why are you here? Don't you live in the Mountain Lake neighborhood? Our neighborhood has been in chaos, so the guys ran here to hide. Shi Meng looked natural, and the men could only see the beautiful face now, and the devilish body hidden inside the pajamas. Zhuo Zhixian sighed and said in a deep voice, when something like this happens, the first to fall into bad luck is us who have money. It stopped raining once before, and a lot of robbers came and almost rushed to the house. Luckily it rained, and all of them drenched to death several times, and they ran away in the dust. Yes, now if we don't unite, we will be robbed and killed. Shi Meng had a helpless face, while everyone seemed not to hear what she said, but looked at that face of hers, and the chest that even held up her pajamas. Zhuo Zhixian looked like an old leader with a long sigh. That's why we have to unite together. That way we can have hope to live, selfishness that will never live long. Mr. Zhui is right, I am in favor of it. Shi Meng said with a smile, the depths of her eyes had revealed a chill. Zhuiyong at this time found that there were actually fruits on the coffee table in the living room, f*ck, you guys actually have fruits to eat. Not waiting to disagree, Zhuiyong directly rushed over and picked up half a piece of watermelon and gnawed on it. While eating it, he also lamented, Mard, the watermelon that I didn't even bother to eat before, I suddenly realized that it's especially sweet. There's still watermelon. After hearing this, the men also walked towards the living room and took the fruit without saying a word, as if it was their own family stuff. Tang Zhe smiled and watched. Li Linger was a bit scared, leaning on Tang Zhe's side, her hands tightly holding Tang Zhe's big hand. For Li Linger, now everything is given to Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe is her everything. If Tang Zhe died, these men were afraid that they would play themselves into a corpse. The men ate the watermelon very fast, completely disregarding their image, knowing that to be able to live here, which man wasn't the boss? Watching the watermelon juice constantly flowing down from the corners of their mouths, falling down on the valuable carpet. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi were already about to explode with anger. That was the place where they would sleep tonight, and they still had to change the carpet. These sons of bitches. Xiaobai, Linger, cut a few more watermelons over for the bosses. The richest man hasn't even gotten to eat yet. Tang Zhe was generous to a fault, which made Zhuo Zhixian satisfied. This young man had a lot of respect for himself, even awe. Xiaobai pulled Linger, who was a bit nervous and scared, to get the watermelon, while the men in the living room ate the watermelon while looking at Xiaobai and Li Linger. The greed in their eyes was already almost too much to hide, especially Zhuiyong. The evil was already rising at the corners of his mouth. As the watermelon was once again served on the table by and by, the men who just didn't eat the watermelon madly grabbed it. Zhuo Zhixian didn't go to grab it. After all, he had to take into account the image of the richest man, and in his heart he was cursing his son for not knowing to bring a piece of it over to his old son. Tang Zhe smiled and took a piece over. Mr. Zhua, taste, this watermelon is old and sweet. Thanks little brother, there are quite a few good people now, isn't that so? All the ones I've met are bad guys. Even the women are an exception. Tang Zhe's words caused the girls to dislike him. Where are we bad? What nonsense. Zhuo Zhixian didn't understand the meaning of this word for a moment, eating watermelon to change the topic. Our Huan city hasn't even dropped to 0 degrees in winter. This cold weather is even worse. Tang Zhe touched out a pack of cigarettes, gave Zhuo Zhixian a. Zhuo Zhixian are stunned. Actually have a cigarette? Zhuo Zhixian also did not polite. Single-handedly took the cigarette handed by Tang Zhe, directly in the mouth. But no fire. At this time, Tang Zhe passed the fire. Zhuo Zhixian's hands did not have any action, just stretched out his head to light the cigarette. Tang Zhe's smile a few points thicker. I also work in Huan City for a few years. I have not encountered such cold weather. I guess the northern people can adapt. Zhuo Zhixian exhaled a mouthful of smoke and laughed. If this temperature drops further, I'm afraid even northerners can't carry it. You kid actually have a cigarette. Send a cigarette. So ignorant. Zhuiyong came and said with a big grin, not putting Tang Zhe in his eyes at all. Tang Zhe took out a pack of huazi in an honest manner, and it was taken away by Zhuiyong. Tang Zei also wanted to hear Zhuo Zhixian's stop words. The results of this when the father just looked and did not say anything. Smoking a cigarette, Zhuo Yong slowly walked to Sun Ting. With a provocation towards Sun Ting blew a mouthful of smoke. Beauty, wearing so little, or not all off it, said actually reached out to pull Sun Ting's pajamas. Sun Ting had been almost unable to suppress it, and wanted to directly pull out a gun to give this kid a headshot. But the master hadn't had enough fun yet, so she suppressed her anger, showing a panicked expression as she stepped backward, and even hid behind Tang Zei. What are you doing? Zhuo Zhixian seemed to discourage, but his tone was not harsh. Zhuo Yong flicked his cigarette ash which slowly fell on the clean floor, a scene that drove the clean-loving Yi Qingyi crazy. Just kidding. Zhuo Yong laughed. Dad, what are you still pretending? I haven't touched a woman for almost a month. The other men began to stand around in an encircling stance, and there were two walking around as if they were looking for some supplies. Mr. Zhuo, we're going to take a break, Simone said faintly. Zhuo Zhixian threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped it out. Yi Qingyi was going to be tense. Holy shit, there are actually so many supplies in the garage. Suddenly a man shouted. All the men rushed into the garage, and when they saw the small mountain of supplies, their eyes glowed. Beautiful women. Supplies. This was not the pinnacle of the end times. Watching the men looting, Li Linger couldn't help but shout, those are our supplies. However, this dissuasive voice was not heeded, and even because of Li Linger's good timbre, it made the men even more greedy. You kid has means. These supplies and cars are all robbed, right? Zhuo Yong left hand holding a salt-baked chicken leg, right hand holding a snowflake beer smiled and said, what kind of godly life is this Nima? No wonder such beautiful women are following him. So it is all about supplies. And Bai cannot help but chirp. You guys ate and ate, took and took. Now it's time to go. Zhuo Zhixian let out a laugh after hearing this, ignoring it and sitting directly on the sofa. Didn't I say before that we should help each other? And yet you guys want to kick us out. More or less a bit selfish. These words all made the girls laugh. Worthy of being the richest man. Immediately standing on the moral high ground to condemn. Tang Zei immediately laughed. What Mr. Zhuo said is true. I'll take them upstairs. You guys are downstairs. Kid, you let my dad live downstairs. Do you want to die? Only to see Zhuo Yong directly take out an exquisite Nepalese military knife. The other men also stopped pretending and took out knives from their down jackets. Tang Zei's face suddenly changed dramatically. This expression looked at the girls dumbfounded. Especially Li Linger. If she had known Tang Zei earlier, she would have been able to bring along with her to act. Zhuo, General Manager. You. This is? Tang Zei's trilling voice was making Shiming worship him. No wonder he was tricked so badly. Zhuo Zhixian stood up and actually took out a golden desert eagle from his waist. Tang Zei was given a shock. Besides Zhuo Yong, the other men were also dumbstruck. Previously it was only intended as a collector's item. I didn't expect it to come in handy now. After saying this, Zhuo Zhixian directly fired a shot. The loud bang startled Zhuo Yong. The girls immediately hid behind Tang Zei. That delicate appearance didn't make the men play pity, but instead became more impatient. However, the muzzle of the gun was slowly aimed at Tang Zei. Mr. Zhuo, it's not so bad that you want to kill me, right? I haven't killed anyone yet. Just let me experience it. I'll take good care of these women for you. Dad, I want these too. Zhuo Yong pointed at Sun Ting and Li Linger and said. Zhuo Zhixian gazed at Tang Zei and directly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet slowly shot out from the muzzle. That's right. It was moving slowly. You guys are really no fun. With Tang Zei's words, the golden bullet fell onto the tiles, and the clear sound seemed to fall into the hearts of the crowd. Not only were these men dumbfounded, even the girls were dumbfounded. Could this be the strength of a vampire? It was actually so exaggerated that the bullets fired could be controlled. You are also the richest man in our Huan city. Actually also do such a despicable thing. Really let me slightly disappointed. True heart really can't exchange true heart. Tang Zei sighed repeatedly. I thought that the law of the last days would also have a wrong place. It seems that the law of the last days did not lie to himself or must continue to be a person without feelings. Zhuo Zhixian looked at Tang Zei in front of him in disbelief, and his mind was still thinking about why he didn't die. Was it a hallucination just now? A man near the door was finally back to his senses, pulling his legs and running outside. Bang bang, 2 shots. The man's legs were shot, and Yi Qingyi's icy voice was like the cold weather. Don't you want to live here? Go what? Did I promise? The men looked at the gun in Yi Qingyi's hand. Each was like a lightning strike. She actually had a gun too. Dad, what are you still waiting for? Shoot, Zhuo Yong shouted. Zhuo Zhixian thoughts are finally back on the body. Want to pull the trigger, but the finger cannot do it. How to pressure cannot be pressed. Tang Zei reached out and pressed his hand on the golden sand eagle, easily getting it in his hand. Worthy of being a golden sand eagle. This weight does have a bit. Dad! How are you, Mr. Zwa? What are you doing? The men exclaimed in shock. Just like that the gun was taken away? Zwa Zhishan turned around and drank hideously. I don't know. Tang Zhe held the golden sandhawk and came to Zwa Yong, who looked at Tang Zhe in horror, his pants gradually wetting. And Tang Zhe just took out his packet of huazi from Zwa Yong's down jacket. You dare to rob my cigarettes. Pissing your pants now won't save you. Hearing Tang Zhe's words, shame and anger welled up in Zwa Yong's heart. And when Tang Zhe turned around, the Nepalese army knife in his hand directly cut down. Bang! Ah! The Nepalese saber fell to the ground, and Zwa Yong covered his bleeding right hand, his eyes looking at Sun Ting in panic, as well as the smoking pistol in her hand. There were actually 2 guns. These people of their own actually came to rob a bandit nest? These women looked weak, but they didn't expect to play with guns like a thief 6. That cowardly look just now was all feigned. Stinking woman! You hurt me, Zwa Yong shouted, seemingly not realizing his situation. Sun Ting had wanted to do this for a long time and slowly walked to Zwa Yong with her pistol. Kneel down. I won't kneel even if I die. Bang! Son! Zwa Zhishan hissed and shouted. Zwa Yong opened his eyes. Red spots appeared on his forehead. The back of his head seemed to have been opened. He didn't expect that this woman really dared to shoot. With unwillingness, Zwa Yong collapsed to the ground. But at this time, his consciousness had not all disappeared. Looking at Sun Ting's gun aimed at his head again. You are also worthy of taking off my clothes. Bang 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 bang. Emptying the clip-style headshot showed how angry Sun Ting was. When Li Linger saw this scene, her stomach began to churn as Tang Zhe said indifferently, bear with me. Hearing these cold words from Tang Zhe, Li Linger seemed to see another Tang Zhe, suppressing the urge to vomit in her heart. I'll say it again. Kneel down. Sun Ting swept all the men. At this time the men didn't have the greed at the beginning, replaced by infinite horror. General Manager's son was actually madly shot in the head. This woman was ruthless, like a snake and scorpion. Heart all think so, but the knees are honest. Collectively dropped the knife in the hand to kneel down. Shi Meng said in a cold manner, my master entertained you well and let you eat fresh fruits, and you repay me like this. People and gods are furious. Zwa Zhishan looked up when he heard Shi Meng's address. She actually called him master? It's because we have eyes and don't recognize him. Tai. We won't dare next time. Little brother. No, big brother. It was all Zwa Zhishan's idea. We were all compelled. Right. He was the one who proposed to rob you all. We didn't even know. Zwa Zhishan's eyes spewed fire and shouted angrily. You sons of bitches, now you're putting all the blame on me. You shall not die. Tang Zhe touched out a cigarette and lit it, looking at Zwa Zhishan. Mr. Zwa, when someone else passes you a fire, you at least have to reach out. This is also the minimum respect, isn't it? I was wrong. Next time definitely. Ha, you still want me to pass you fire? No. I'll pass. Too late. After saying that, he waved towards Yiqingyi, who obediently placed the gun in Tang Zhe's hand, and Tang Zhe pulled Li Linger behind him to his body. You're new. Now is the first lesson. Killing. Li Linger chickened out. Her hands couldn't help but tremble. How could she dare to kill? Take it. Tang Zhe extended the gun to Li Linger's eyes. However, Li Linger realized that her strength seemed to have been drained as if she had been drained, and it was a struggle to lift her hands, let alone hold that gun. I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Tang Zhe's voice was also a few points colder. Shi Meng suddenly pressed down on Li Linger's fragrant shoulder and said delicately, Linger, don't be afraid. You can do it. Sister Meng. Sun Ting said faintly, if we weren't stronger than them, what would be the outcome now? Think about it yourself. Yes, if it wasn't for the master being strong, then he would have already been insulted by these brutes by now, and would die without even knowing who his parents' enemies were. Suddenly, Li Linger felt that her arm had strength, and fiercely gripped the pistol, not to mention that the posture of holding the gun was quite standard. After all, people had practiced when acting. Shoot, Tang Zhe said indifferently. With Tang Zhe's words, the men kneeling on the ground were terrified. As one man cowed out and begged for mercy, the others followed along. Their scalps cracked. Don't kill me. I have an old man and a young man. My wife just gave me a child yesterday. Please, for the sake of the child, don't kill me. Faced with such a plea, Li Linger hesitated, unable to lay her hands on him at all, and by suddenly said, these words are already standard in the end times. I've heard them so many times. Tang Zhe slightly narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, don't you want to avenge your parents' deaths? And you don't even dare to kill anyone now. Is it true that if the murderer also kneels down in front of you and admits his mistake and begs for forgiveness, you'll also forgive? No, I won't, Li Linger shouted. Then you shoot. Li Linger tensed her arm and pressed her finger on the trigger. but she couldn't press it down. Tang Zhe let out a long sigh, stomped out his cigarette, and beckoned towards Sun Ting, who placed the gun in Tang Zhe's hand. Tang Zhe's next action was mind-boggling to everyone. Staring blankly, the gun in Tang Zhe's hand was aimed at Li Linger's temple. Li Linger could even feel the lingering warmth of the gun's muzzle, her face instantly turning white. I said that she can't fit in. Are you guys satisfied with this result? Tang Zhe looked at the other four women. Li Linger could become so fast. It must be that they gave someone else the idea. Who exactly was it? Pursuing it was no longer necessary. The four women didn't say anything. In their hearts they were only thinking, Linger, you shoot. If you do it, you'll be fine. Tang Zhe looked into Li Linger's eyes. What problem can crying solve? The circles are different. You can't squeeze hard. You'd better not follow us. Stay here. But this rain has stopped. I guess someone will soon come over here to rob. And you'll be robbed as well. Why don't I send you a pain in the ass, and go to see your parents earlier, so that you won't be insulted? Tang Zhe's words had just finished. Bang! Li Linger pulled the trigger frantically with a scream. The shot seemed to shatter the tenderness within, shattering the pity. The men kneeling on the ground felt like they were going to die, but as the sound of the gunshot disappeared, they opened their eyes and saw that they were fine on their own, and looking left and right, everyone was fine, because the press was blind-fired. Kakaka, although emptied the magazine, but Li Linger still keeps snapping. Change her magazine, Tang Zhe said indifferently, thinking that shooting was over. It was really too naive, and Bai immediately walked up and changed the magazine, giving Li Linger an encouraging hug. The men thought it was over, but they didn't expect them to change to a new magazine. This is not a rascal. Think about your parents. They were also killed by cruel people like them. As a daughter, think about it. Bang! The first man on his knees on the left fell down with his head exploding. A little bit of accuracy. It seems to have been practiced. Besides, how far was this? A distance of 5 or 6 meters. But the recoil still made Li Linger's arm lift high. Tang Zhe said softly, grasp your center of gravity. Li Linger didn't say anything, and fired again. The second one fell. At this time, Li Linger's eyes became firm, and the previous softness was like a different person, as if she grew up in that moment just now, and integrated into this post-apocalyptic environment. Either you die, or I die. There is no third option. Don't kill me. I'll give you money. I'll give you companies. I'm worth hundreds of billions of dollars. What do you want? I'll give you. Zhuo Zhixian watched one by one people fall down next to each other. Where do you still care about the title of the richest man? The forehead is knocked through the blood, but Li Linger, whose eyes were ice cold, aimed her gun at Zhuo Zhixian and pulled the trigger. Zhuo Zhixian's eyes closed tightly, but heard a card. It turned out to be the bullets hit the light, but just now that let Zhuo Zhixian shitting and pissing. Never felt the death so close to himself. If the time flows back, killed not come here. This is not a sheepfold. All tigers, Tang Zhe has to correct it a little. A tiger is a tiger, but that kind of white tiger, out of bullets. Li Linger's eyes looked empty and lifeless, as if her soul was locked up by herself. Tang Zhe took Li Linger's gun over. Da Meng Meng, take her to take a rest. Good. Shi Meng pulled Li Linger towards the side, while Li Linger pointed at Zhuo Zhixian and said dully, there's still one that I haven't killed. Linger, good boy, don't mind him. You need to rest now. No, Master will not want me. Master will kill me. Li Linger appeared in a trance-like state, feeling as if she was going to collapse at any moment. Tang Zhe naturally realized, you go too. Aha. Not expecting to force Li Linger into this, Tang Zhe sighed. A woman who wants to protect herself in this post-apocalyptic world. This is a necessary lesson. Walking over to Zhuo Zhixian, Zhuo Zhixian looked up and begged for mercy. Bang. The words were not finished, directly blown up by his own golden sandhawk. Tang Zhe did not want to talk nonsense with this kind of person. You guys clean up. I'm going out for a walk, Tang Zhe said indifferently, directly walking out of the living room filled with the smell of blood. His good mood all gone with the arrival of this group of people. Tang Zhe walked out of the doorway, looking up into the night sky, feeling like he hadn't seen such a bright full moon in a long time. The ground was illuminated by the moonlight. It was truly a night of murder. Walking directly across the middle of the road, he came to the villa on the opposite side of the street. That is, Zhuo Zhixian's home. The door lock was obviously unable to resist Tang Zhe's footsteps, and the house was dark. A woman's voice rang out from the living room with expectation. Hubby, did you kill the people across the street? I heard so many gunshots. Tang Zhe didn't say anything and walked into the living room. The moonlight shone through the glass. Tang Zhe saw the woman wrapped in a quilt. She didn't seem to be very old. She looked like she was just in her early 30s. An old cow eating young grass. Who are you? My husband has a gun. The woman also saw Tang Zhe. A stranger. and immediately stepped back. Are you talking about this one? Tang Zhe raised his hand, and the moonlight shone on the golden sand eagle, making it look very unique. The woman stared blankly at the gun in Tang's hand. Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. I don't kill women. After a long time, the villa resounded with a gunshot, and Tang Zhe also walked out from the villa, took a deep breath, and walked back to Li Linger's villa. The body was left outside on the lawn. Walking inside, Tang Zhe saw Sun Ting and by mopping the floor while Li Linger's violent crying came from upstairs. Tang Zhe smiled. It was good to cry it out. It didn't take long for Shiming to come downstairs with Yi Qingyi, and Li Linger followed along, feeling like a frightened bunny, red and swollen eyes, a person to see. All go clean up. Tang Zhe didn't bother to look at Li Linger, said indifferently. In the face of Tang Zhe's ignorance, Li Linger slightly bit her red lips and bowed her head. Shiming softly said, "Go ahead. Won't blame you. He likes to scare people the most." Yi Qingyi followed. Although Tang Zhe liked to scare people, but he didn't know when he would come for real. That's what was scary. Li Linger inhaled deeply, taking small steps to Tang Zhe's heel. While Tang Zhe still didn't raise his head, his mouth said softly, "Go and do hygiene first, the rest will come later." Bean-sized teardrops fell along that exquisite face. Li Linger said with a choked sob, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Wrong about what? This word made the other four women froze. These three words used to seem like a woman's line, right? I was timid and I'm a crybaby. Don't you claim to have great adaptability? I don't want to bring a crying woman on the road. Li Linger immediately wiped away her tears. The way she wiped her tears was like a child. Tonight is still long. The test for you is not over. This rain, it won't fall for a while. Tang Zhe looked at the eerie full moon outside the house, as if he knew a darkness, emitting a bright light for humans to engage in a bloody fight. The girls looked out the window. That time before the rain stopped was only more than 10 minutes. This time there were more than 20 minutes. I'm afraid that the streets and alleys are now in total chaos. I won't let you down again, Li Linger said respectfully. Tang Zhe patted Li Linger's head, which caused Li Linger's nervousness to loosen up a few points. She was really scared before. With a wave of Tang Zhe's hand, 5 automatic rifles appeared on the coffee table. HK-416. On the side there were also accessories, muzzle loaders, scopes, grips, magazines, and more than a dozen boxes of 5.56 bullets, one for each person after sanitation. First in the number of kills, reward her with a wish. This kind of reward was undoubtedly a great temptation, and the 5 girls hurriedly wiped off the floor, sprayed it with freshener, and the carpet was replaced with a new one. Soon they were sitting next to the coffee table, each with an ammo box by their side, and were loading bullets into their magazines. For automatic rifles, not only Li Linger was unfamiliar with them, but Shiming had never played with this kind of gun either, and Bai was responsible for teaching Li Linger. Sun Ting then taught Shiming. The knowledge of disassembly was definitely too late, so she taught some simple designs. It's better to install red dot aiming, use this kind of right angle for the grip, and use this kind of long muzzle, the accuracy will be higher. And Bai was like an old oil man matching weapons to Li Linger. Sister Bai, how do you know so much? And Bai proudly crossed her arms. Who says girls can't play with guns? And I like the masters best. These words made the girls present snort and give a laugh. Tang Zhe wiped his chopper with his handkerchief and also revealed a smirk after hearing this. These filthy girls, go outside and fire a few shots to get used to the recoil. Don't make a fool of yourself then, Tang Zhe reminded. Before, and Bai and the 3 of them had adapted for a day, while giving Shiming and Li Linger could not have a day. The people outside would come at any time. Opening the door, Shiming and Li Linger raised their muzzles, and did feel the automatic rifle a bit weighty. Bang! The sound of the gunshot was unique in the dark night, making the people living around even more panicked, not knowing whether it was a firecracker or a gunshot. Feeling the recoil of an automatic rifle for the first time, Shiming and Li Linger were indeed alarmed. The sound of this gunshot was completely different from a pistol. Hold the grip tightly, and press down when shooting continuously, lest the muzzle raise. And Bai in the guise of coach and was still instructing, and he also dragged a few corpses with Sun Ting and set them in the middle of the road as targets. Bang bang bang. Continuous gunshots continue to be issued, which is ready to come in to rob the crowd to scare away. Thinking that the villa community in the firefight, looking at their hands of kitchen knives, forget about it, it is simply to go to the death. And in the whole city of Huan, people have come out from their homes. The first target is supermarkets, convenience stores, large shopping malls and so on. So these places appear the most intense robbery war. In order to a bottle of mineral water fight, the death of 7 or 8 people has been normal. Compared to these unorganized robbery, a lot of neighborhoods have formed their own group combat, which can be a lot more efficient than a lone wolf. But if the neighborhood touches the neighborhood, it is an inevitable scramble. The rain stops this half hour. The entire Hawaiian city's deaths have reached 3 or 4,000 people. This number is still rising. We'll soon be able to break 10,000. The streets are full of corpses. Some hungry skinny people rummage through the corpses to find something to eat, but nothing turned up. Hungry this group of people. Directly in the street cannibalism, the scene is disgusting and fearful. And such a situation is more and more. After all, not everyone has the ability to grab food. Locked up in the house for so many days, come out and have no strength to grab things. Weak physique. After falling down never stood up. End times. As if this time has really come. Happy neighborhood. Outside the street parked only hub vehicles. Less than 30 cars. But in the forefront of all the cars, but an old man music. But this old man car had a bloody human head hanging from the back, making people extremely uncomfortable. And in the neighborhood, at this time is carrying out inhumane killing looting. This group of people deal with the way not to leave any survivors, regardless of men and women all killed, and then collect supplies. The man at the head of the group was probably in his 30s. He was wearing a black overcoat and had a clean-inch hair. His rigid face had no unnecessary expression. His right hand was holding a tang knife. The sheath was a bit old, indicating that the age of this knife was not small. Followed by many people behind him have all kinds of cold weapons. Green dragon crescent moon knife were served out. Directly chopped off the head of a homeowner. Can be found that this man's stance is very standard. Weekdays did not practice a lot. Please, don't kill me. I can give you as a woman. Let me do anything. A woman around 25 knelt on the ground and begged bitterly for mercy. The man's eyes were calm as he quickly drew his sword and chopped it down. The woman's head rolling to the ground. Don't leave a single piece of the supplies behind. Luo Chang once again instructed, shaking off the blood on the blade and sheathing it handsomely. Yes, Teacher Luo. This group of people were from the martial arts school. There were a few teachers in the group, and the rest were all young students. These days had already gone through several killings in the school, and finally only these people were left. They thought that they were about to starve to death in the school, but they didn't expect the rain to stop, and immediately rushed to the city, and killed when they encountered someone, without bleeping. And that old man music is Luo Chang's car. The heads hanging in the back are all defeated men. 2 of them are still previous colleagues. By the way, keep a few women. After all, they are all bloodthirsty teenagers, but don't overdo it, lest your hands and feet have no strength. Luo Chang said indifferently, kicked the woman's head aside and continued walking towards the upper floor. Soon, the entire neighborhood became quiet. It was basically all cleared out. All the supplies were also carried downstairs. A few boys carried the woman and directly threw her into the trunk. Old Luo. This harvest is not small. The one who spoke was another teacher named Yutong. His hand grappling technique was amazing. It wasn't easy to kill out from the school. They were all experts. Luo Chang gazed at the full moon in the night sky. Grab more while it's not raining. These few women are still less. The students more or less want one each. Luo Chang's brows tightened and said seriously, people practicing martial arts are less close to women. One for each person. Let them all simply die on a woman's belly. Yutong didn't even know what to say after hearing this. In the past this kind of argument was right, but now that everyone has killed out, they have to release it. At this time next to a chubby boy suggested, Mr. Luo, Mr. You, let's go to rob the rich man's neighborhood. I heard that the women over there are also good looking. Right classmates. As soon as they heard this, the boys with the chicken blood when they went to learn martial arts really learn right. This time it becomes the way of survival. Old Luo, just let the students indulge for one night. Don't be so strict. Luo Chang glanced at Yutong. Yutong laughed and said, go to Shanhu neighborhood. That's also the place where the rich people live in our Hawaiian city. Kill those people. We can also live in that luxury neighborhood. Then go. I hope the Mountain Lake neighborhood hasn't been robbed by others. Luo Chang sighed. At this time a man rolled and ran out. Still running, hands and feet cut off for you. The classmate who chased out behind him shouted angrily. His whole body was covered in blood. Luo Chang waved his hand. The classmate stopped chasing. Yutong shook his head helplessly and started again. Give you a chance to live. Walking up to the man, Luo Chang said indifferently, "WH. What?" The man's fear was tinged with anger. His wife and children had just been killed by these beasts. A knife was thrown in front of the man. 1-on-1. You win. I die. I win. You die. The man looked at the knife in front of him, which still had his wife's blood on it, and immediately gripped it in his hand, the anger in his eyes completely suppressing his fear. Good. The man gripped the knife with both hands, and by looking at the stance, he knew it wouldn't work. While Luo Chang's thumb slowly pushed the knife out, his right hand gripped the hilt. I forgot to tell you, within 5 steps, I am invincible. As soon as the words fell, there was a flash of silver light. The man's head rolled off, eyes wide open. while Luo Chang lassoed the man's head and tied it to the back of the car. Depart! Mountain Lake neighborhood, Luo Chang shouted. And the convoy drove towards the Mountain Lake cell in great numbers. When a convoy of this size drove on the road, basically no one dared to touch it, unless there was a stronger force. Obviously, for the time being, there was no very strong force, and the potentially strong force was pretty much exterminated by Zay. Soon, the convoy came to the Mountain Lake neighborhood. Luo Chang saw people in the neighborhood constantly running while vomiting, as if they saw some disgusting picture. Luo Chang stopped the car, and the convoy behind him followed. Go in and take a look, Luo Chang said indifferently. Walking into the neighborhood, he again found people running out of the garage. Luo Chang and Yutong exchanged a glance, then nodded towards the underground garage. Just as they walked to the entrance of the garage, they smelled a pungent smell of blood and stench. Luo Chang and Yutong frowned, but still chose to walk inside, and soon they saw a scene like hell. Some of the students directly gave in to vomiting. They didn't even vomit when they just killed someone themselves, but as a result, seeing this image in front of them, they just couldn't stand it. Luo Chang and Yutong stepped on the coagulated blood, looking at the bullet casings on the ground with furrowed brows. Looks like someone is much faster than us, Yutong said in a low voice. Luo Chang didn't see it that way. These people didn't just die. It feels like they should have died yesterday. And with so many shell casings at the scene, there are quite a few guns. Old Luo, come and look, Yutong suddenly shouted. Luo Chang immediately walked to look. His eyes gradually became different. Luo Chang squatted on the ground, reaching out to touch the wound of the corpse. What a fast knife. The whole body was chopped in two horizontally. This power is definitely not human. There are many more over here. Yutong was incredulous. Most of these people were chopped in two. What strong arm strength. Luo Chang also saw it. These people must have been very desperate before they died. Being cut in two would not kill them immediately. They would see the other half of their body slowly dying. What a cruel tactic. Are you sure if you run into this person? Yutong asked. From what I can see now, this person's strength is above me, but there doesn't seem to be much technique, just swinging and chopping. Still the same words. Within 5 steps, I am invincible. Luo Chang did not bother to observe the corpse anymore and walked towards the outside. The smell inside was really unpleasant. Yutong's heart also stabilized after hearing this, and followed. This cell seems to have no value anymore. At the side, the two students looked at the hole in the wall. What the hell is this poking out? A drill? Doesn't look like a drill. Why does it look like a knife blade to me? A knife? You stick one in and show me. It's a concrete wall. The classmate pointed to the corpses at his feet. Look at these 4 corpses. The wounds are all in a line. If I guessed correctly, at that time the 4 of them were standing in a line. The murderer violently threw out the knife. The blade penetrated their heads and pierced into this wall. Hearing such words, the boys slowly applauded. Why don't you go write a novel? This imagination is very awesome. What do you know? This is called reasoning. Then you slowly reason in this pile of dead people. I can't stand the smell anymore. The classmates could only leave helplessly, but still couldn't help but look back at the hole in the wall. This shouldn't be able to be done by a human being. Coming outside and breathing in the fresh air felt like coming alive. Where to go now? Continue to rob the neighborhood? Yutong asked. Now was the time to grab. Luo Chang thought deeply. Well, keep grabbing. We need to grab enough supplies. I feel like this weather is going to get colder and colder. Not enough supplies. We'll freeze to death alive. Students, get on the bus. Let's continue to rob the neighborhood. Teacher, I also heard that there is a rich man's neighborhood. All rich people who live in villas. Luo Chang raised his hand to stop it and said in a deep voice. Our primary task is to gather supplies. We can go if we are on the way. Inside the villa, Yi Qingyi played the elegant piano. The HK416 was placed on the lid of the piano. The 2 different items looked otherworldly when placed together, but if it was paired with the screams outside, it was a different story. The robbery in the villa area started early, because this villa is leaning in. It has not yet been robbed here. Tang Zhe also intentionally turned off the lights. He does not want to attract firepower for other rich people. The open door of the room sent out the beautiful sound of the zither, and someone had already heard it. Big brother, listen. In the villa not far from the side, 7 or 8 men were gathering supplies, and the homeowner's family had all been hacked to death on the spot. Big brother also heard it and laughed playfully. Rich people play with ya. Brothers, let's go and take a look then. A group of people will be loaded with supplies. Listen to this piano sound is not very far. Soon came to the door of the villa, and other different. The door of the room actually are not closed. In the grass outside is also placed more than 10 corpses. Big brother, feel a little evil. The little brother said vigilantly. Big brother did not think. What is pretending? Play a piano. Outside the corpse, shooting a movie. All come with me, said Big Brother took the brunt. Directly up the steps into the house. Was about to step into the house. Forehead a touch of cold. Big Brother's heart is going to jump out. Slowly looked up into the darkness. Gun barrel. Big Brother couldn't help but back away slowly. And the person in the darkness revealed his face. And it was as if Big Brother was going to forget his fear after seeing it. What a beautiful face it was. Exactly like the stars on TV. Big Brother, what are you doing? The little brothers stood at the back, worried as they watched their big brother keep retreating. Li Linger solved her cowardice problem, which was to imagine that she was now acting, and today's role was that of a ruthless murderess. Pretty girl, toy gun it is. Big Brother smiled a little forcefully. Then try it out and see if it's a toy gun. Before the big brother could answer, Li Linger directly pulled the trigger. Bang! The little brothers in the back stood as if struck by lightning. The back of the big brother's head exploded. Before the stagnant little brothers could start running, Li Linger directly pulled the trigger and fired. Bang bang bang. With the last shot finished, there is still a little brother standing in place not knowing what to do. Li Linger unloaded the magazine, and took out a full magazine from the waist. Bang! Simone appeared from the side and easily solved it. See, it's not that hard. Tang Zhe patted Li Linger's fragrant shoulder. Li Linger loaded the bullets and suddenly turned around and kissed Tang Zhe. I won't let you down. After saying that, she walked out the door. Tang Zhe all froze for a moment. People are rather queenly now, Shimeng teased, also leaving a lip print on Tang Zhe's cheek. Following Li Linger out, the sound of the piano in the room disappeared, and Yi Qingyi walked out with her gun in her hand, her long hair tied into a ponytail as well, standing on her tiptoe to give Tang Zhe a deep kiss, and then followed handsomely. The corner of Tang Zhe's mouth twitched. What the hell? They are all playing handsome, right? Not to mention, it's really quite handsome. Sun Ting and Anbai stood on the sides with smiles, obediently standing on their tiptoes to give a kiss, and ran out with joyful giggles. Tang Zhe slowly touched out Huazi and lit one. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile. Less than 10 minutes, the headlights slowly appeared, and the sound of grumbling could be heard. Fuck, came late. All these villas were robbed. Let you guys come over early and don't believe me. Rich people are definitely the first not to rob. The 4 cars drove and stopped, and finally drove over. There seems to be a woman standing on the side of the road there, the man in the passenger car exclaimed. Shimeng ran over with a touch of panic. The man in the car was stunned when he saw Shimeng, and now he could still see such a special thing. Beauty, is it a hitchhiker? Speaking on his mouth, his hand could start looking for a knife. Shimeng was just about to speak when the gun actually slipped from her back, which made Shimeng laugh bitterly, while the men in the car were in a state of stupor when they saw the blackened guy. Sorry, didn't tie it tightly, said Simone as she brought up her gun. Fuck! The men inside the car grabbed their knives and tried to rush out, but were greeted by merciless bullets. Bang bang bang! All of them were shot into a hornet's nest. The second car also came down with a man, who was about to greet Shimeng. When he saw Shimeng sweeping towards the car with his gun, the man just stood frozen in place. Shimeng looked at the man and smiled. What? Still not running? The man instantly reacted and turned around to run, while Shimeng had already changed to a new magazine. And with a bang, the man flopped to the ground. The 3 cars behind him hurriedly backed up, but only the hubs were left, idling madly. Not so fast, little brothers. In the men's view, a few more stunning women stepped out next to them, but they held nightmares in their hands. No, don't kill me. Rush out and kill them. Run them over. The car was in chaos, but the gunfire had already started. Not giving any chance, Tang Zhe sat on the steps and smoked a cigarette. It seems that they have already adapted to the post-apocalyptic rhythm. Not only 5 more bed warmers, but also 5 more fighters. Even the timid Linger has already begun to adapt. It seems that it did not lie to herself. This adaptability is indeed a bit powerful. Without blinking her eyes, in less than 2 minutes, these robbers were all solved by the 5 girls. Li Linger also finally experienced the feeling of controlling her own destiny. Before every day was afraid that someone would break into the house to their disadvantage. Now she is not afraid, and even managed to kill back. She is very brave. She can go and avenge her mom and dad's death. Awesome. Linger, killed more than me. Sun Ting patted Li Linger's fragrant shoulder and flirted. Li Linger was very humble. Sister Ting taught me well. Prepare yourself well. Someone else will come. Sun Ting looked towards the full moon in the sky. It seemed to be getting brighter and brighter. There wasn't even a hint of rain coming. If it didn't rain, the killing wouldn't stop. It didn't take long, and sure enough, headlights were seen, along with the sound of talking. However, what followed was a series of gunshots, and even grenade throwing. It was so vicious. Other people with knives, you guys with guns, cold weapons and hot weapons rush. It's like a descending blow. And Tang Ze did not make a move. Has felt a kind of loneliness of the masters? Used to watch TV and think it is impossible. Now experience it personally. It will indeed be there. Might as well eat something. It's so late. Just a whole barbecue. When you're done killing, come over and eat some. Replenish. Tang Ze shouted towards the girls. And Bai gave an oh-so-sweet sound. Finished the man begging for mercy with a single shot. Bounced towards Tang Ze's side. Picked up a bottle of snowflakes and ton. Don't get drunk. Tang Ze grilled the beef and reminded. And Bai said with a big grin. A bottle of beer can't put me down. Only the master can put people down. I have to learn from little sister Bai. Li Linger also ran from the side, calling out to worship and learn from her master to please him. Tang Ze coughed lightly. Don't learn from her. The more you learn, the worse you get. I'm going to become bad. The old bad kind. Sister Meng, come over and eat the barbecue. The master is feeding us. Tang Ze cried and laughed. Now it has turned into you guys flirting with my words. Eating barbecue and drinking beer. Looking at the full moon. This is simply the most perfect date. But I, Brother Ze, is just dating 5 sisters. Not only is it my Ze's daily routine, it's everyone else's dream. It wasn't long before the headlights came on again, and I could tell from the sound that there were quite a few cars coming. Not 3 or 4, I'm afraid it was 30 or 40. You all hide. Tang Ze wanted to see. What was the origin of such a group of people? The 5 girls scattered to the surrounding villa houses, quietly waiting for the prey to take the bait. Soon, the girls saw the car at the front. An old man low? But what's hanging on the back? With the moonlight illuminated, the girls were shocked for a moment. Actually a human head. So sick? Tang Ze still stood on the side of the road barbecuing, just like a normal night seemingly, completely ignoring the vehicles coming over. Luo Chang frowned and surveyed. There are a lot of corpses on the ground over here, and there are many cars parked on the side of the road. The people inside seem to be dead as well. Stopping the car, Luo Chang jumped down from the old man music. His eyes looked towards Tang Ze who was not far away. In addition to the smell of blood in the air, there was also a smell of barbecue meat. His stomach could not help but grumble. As Luo Chang got off, the students behind him also got off. Yutong walked to Luo Chang's side and said, "This place is all robbed. There's nothing of value. Look at that. Is that a barbecue?" Yutong looked at Tang Ze in surprise. "What time is this? Outside are killing crazy. Actually there are still people barbecuing." Luo Chang looked at the corpses on the ground and then looked at Tang Ze, feeling that this man was dangerous. Very dangerous. "Classmates, we have a barbecue to eat tonight." Yutong shouted and laughed. Everyone hadn't eaten meat for a long time. The students immediately cheered after hearing this, and not waiting for Luo Chang to stop them, they ran towards Tang Ze. The weapons in their hands were already raised. Tang Ze, on the other hand, picked up the sugar-free happy water and took a sip, wiped his mouth with a paper towel, drew out the chopper that was leaning to the side, and headed towards a group of young men who were running towards him. When the students saw Tang Ze holding the chopper sword, instead of being afraid, they were so excited that they shouted and stormed towards Tang Ze. "Kill!" The young man's blood churned and he shouted in a low voice. Tang Ze made a downward chop. His classmate raised his sword to resist, but the next moment he stiffened. The sword was chopped off by Tang Ze, let alone the man. The 3 boys next to him who followed the charge were confused, being distracted while fighting. "This can kill you." Tang Ze's chopper slashed down mercilessly, and 4 bodies fell to the ground. Luo Chang looked at Tang Ze, his face frozen in concentration. "He is," Yutong said with a horrified tone. Luo Chang took a deep breath. It was just as he thought, empty of brute strength, but only able to chop and slash. "I will go and finish him," Luo Chang said indifferently. "Be careful, this person is evil." Yutong was worried. After all, recalling that parking lot, I am afraid it would be a nightmare for the rest of his life. Luo Chang hummed, holding the tang knife towards Tang Ze. His pace was steady and his eyes were sharp. 5 meters apart, both of them stopped in their tracks. A lot of strength, but no moves. Luo Chang directly opened his mouth to teach. With a big air of enrollment, Tang Ze sized up Luo Chang's dress, and the knife in his hand, and said indifferently, "You seem to have a bit of strength." "There is indeed a little, so I wanted to come and meet you." You are the first person to challenge me. If you win, I die, but if I win, all of you die. Tang Ze revealed a kind smile. Luo Chang frowned when he heard this. After all, this was his own mantra, and he was actually lapped up by him. "Teacher Luo, chop him up. He's also too arrogant, and he's still letting us die. Unload 8 pieces, pretending to me here." The students cursed. Mr. Luo was a godlike status in their hearts, the master of masters. Luo Chang raised his arm and the clamor instantly disappeared. "Good, I shall oblige. but I have one request. If I win, I don't need you to die. Be my little brother. Okay. Tang Zai agreed with alacrity. A kind reminder. Within 5 steps, I'm invincible. He. Then I'm looking forward to your performance. Tang Zai's smile intensified. A one-on-one fight started right away. The moonlight shone on the two men's bodies. Rushing the atmosphere became tense all of a sudden. Even the girls hiding in the villa were tense. Even though they knew that Tang Zai was very powerful, they were still nervous as hell. Afraid that Tang Zai would scratch the skin. Luo Chang knew that the man in front of him was very powerful, so he planned to go all out. He was very powerful. As long as he dodged a cut, that would be his death. Waiting for him to make a knife, Tang Zai watched as Luo Chang never came out with his blade, but instead took strange steps to circle around himself. Raising his blade was the chop. Luo Chang saw that the time had come. With a clanging sound, Luo Chang dodged and drew his sword at the same time, chopping straight into Tang Zai's neck. There was no intention to take in a little brother. It was all about confusing the opponent and making them think that it didn't matter if they lost. Suddenly, Luo Chang felt a coldness in his waist. How come he was falling down? Why did his own blade deviate so much and just slice along his shoulder? With a muffled sound, Luo Chang fell to the ground, but his gaze went to his lower body and the scattered intestines. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It was absolutely impossible to stop that slash of his that chopped down. It was too late for that much inertia to try to return the blade, but when one's own knife came out, his knife seemed to stop, and then chopped his waist. How could he stop? This is the most basic inertia. Why didn't he comply? Why is this happening? Why am I dead? It hurts a little. If you met someone else, you would indeed be invincible within 5 steps, but unfortunately, you matched me. Tang Zai looked down at the dying Luo Chang. Although he didn't know his name, this person had some guts. Hearing Tang Zai's words, Luo Chang died with wondering. Yutong in the back didn't even react now. It was too fast. Didn't even see what happened. Luo Chang was killed. The students were all dumbfounded. Mr. Luo was so strong in the school. 1 against more than 10 teachers was no problem. He just died in one go. The idol of the heart was killed in seconds. This was a blow to the students. As if the world was collapsing at this moment. Looking at the approaching Tang Zai, Yutong shouted angrily to dispel his fear. His 5 fingers forming a claw and shouting lowly. Then let me learn about your excellency's sword. Tang Zai raised his chopper again, and Yutong clasped Tang Zai's wrist with the same magnificent stride, his heart bursting with joy. However, he suddenly realized that he had only snapped his wrist, but there was no way to move it. It was like steel essence, not even using a sword. Looking down on me so much? Tang Zai turned his head to look at Yutong and said indifferently. Yutong's heart raced, feeling Tang Zai's death glare. His heart was about to jump out of his throat. Before he could react, his own wrist was grabbed. Yutong let out a miserable scream. His wrist was directly pinched off, and the white bones were exposed. Tang Zai grabbed the other arm and directly ripped it off, kicking the other party's legs off. In the eyes of the students, second only to Mr. Luo, Mr. You had his limbs broken and was grabbed by the man's neck. Promise someone something and do it. Kill, Tang Zai said in a deep voice. Bang 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 bang. In the villas on both sides, relentless bullets were fired. Instantly half of them fell, and half of them hid around the vehicles, but they were also scared. Yeah, they definitely have guns. At this time a student said, what did I say? That hole was made by him. Even Mr. Luo is not an opponent. Finished, we are dead. Said did not hear a reply. The classmate patted his best friend beside him, while his best friend staggered and fell down. His face was shot twice, his eyes with deep fear, when the classmate turned back, but had seen the raised chopper. At this moment, the classmate realized that the chopper was similar to the marks on that wall. His own reasoning was indeed correct. Then he felt the sky spinning and saw his body spewing out blood. The girls in the villa stepped out to clear the area, facing the young men who rushed over with cold weapons. Eboshi didn't even bring a twitch and just pulled the trigger. There were also some throwing flying daggers. At first it scared the girls a little bit, but when they realized that the flying daggers fell to the ground before they reached the front, they didn't need to think about it much. It must be the owner who had performed that horrible ability. Now they had no more worries. Bullet casings constantly fall under the high heels. These teenage girls have no time to appreciate that stunningly beautiful long legs, because they can take away 2 or 3 lives with every step. Their slender fingers have become the horn of death, and their angelic appearance seems to have been transformed into a hellish phantom. This is the feeling of controlling the life and death of others. Ximing and Li Linger finally experienced it. No need to worry about what other people think, and no longer need to be afraid of the men's threat, because they themselves are the threat. With the last gunshot, the shell casings fell onto the corpse with a wisp of smoke. Tang Zai was holding a chopper in his hand, his body splattered with blood. his eyes devoid of any emotional color, as if he had turned into an emotionless killing machine. The girls looked at Tang Zhe among the corpses. Their beautiful eyes couldn't help but become different, with a hint of fascination, a hint of worship. The arrival of the end of the world. Have seen too many different men. There are good people, there are selfish, there are cruel, and he seems to have all of them. At first it was indeed quite repulsive, thinking all the time about how to run away, escape from his clutches, but now didn't want to run away, wanted to follow this frightening, mesmerizing man. Tang Zhe didn't bother to see how the girls were doing, nor did he want to know what they were thinking in their hearts. Sticking his chopper into the corpse next to him, taking out a cigarette and lighting it. A wisp of smoke slowly drifted up as Dons pulled out his chopper and vaguely saw another vehicle drive in. It's not over yet, Tanza faintly reminded. The girls returned to their senses and began to count their ammunition. A new round of killing was staged here, and gradually, the corpses on this road covered the road like it was a gateway to hell. The villa area will not lack of people to rob. Until Tang Zhe killed to the entrance of the villa, the blood has flowed outside. Now no one dares to enter the villa area. After all, looking at the corpses spread inside know that. Certainly no good, although fantasize that there are supplies and beautiful women inside, but compared to their own lives, it does not seem to be so important. Robbing other places is also the same robbery, so one after another, there were caravans coming to the entrance of the villa, but as soon as they saw the corpses spread to the entrance, they immediately turned around and left. Tang Zhe's group returned to the villa, and everyone still seemed to be in a state of exuberance. Who's in first place? Tang Zhe asked as he sipped his water. Li Linger immediately reported excitedly. I killed 109. Awesome. What about you guys? Shiming was embarrassed. I forgot to count. I also forgot. Yi Qingyi chimed in. Looking towards Anbai and Sun Ting, both of them also shrugged their fragrant shoulders. Li Linger instantly understood. Sisters let me then you can't let them down. Say, what is your wish? Tang Zhe was a bit surprised that he actually let this opportunity go to a newcomer, especially a woman with such ideas like Shimeng. Li Linger had never even thought that she could get first place, and now she was a bit confused. Linger quickly say it, and Bai said with a smile, curious about Li Linger's wish. As long as she said it, her master would definitely be able to fulfill it. I want master to love me again. After saying this, Li Linger could not wait to dive into the pile of corpses. Her pretty face reddened. The four women froze after hearing this. Then there was a cacophony of voices, exclaiming that Li Linger is good at coaxing her master. We've all underestimated you. Tang Zhe was also surprised, but also put his arm around Li Linger's waist. Good. Li Linger buried her head in Tang Zhe's chest, even though it was already dyed red with blood. This feeling was like if you go to hell, I'll accompany you to hell as well. Even though they had only known each other for a day, it was as if they had already experienced a long time This was the man who changed his life. When he came across a girl like Li Linger, Tang Zhe did like her quite a bit. But this bowl of water had to be leveled out. This night, Tang Zhe violently swiped 3% of his energy tank, which led to the girls not being able to lift even a single finger. A ray of harsh sunlight made Tanza frown and subconsciously rolled over. 2 seconds later, Tanza snapped his eyes open and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar bedroom and the sunlight coming in through the window. This feeling was as if he had returned to before the end of the world, and he still had to get up to deliver takeout. Raising his hand and touching the sunlight, it felt no different from before. Could it be that the end of the world was just over? The bang of a gunshot made Tanza pause for a moment, getting up and walking to the window to look, only to see the road full of corpses, vaguely visible several sneaky figures around the villa. Sun Ting was shooting, craning his somewhat sore neck. He didn't even get much rest last night. He was busy until more than 7 o'clock in the morning, and now it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Walking downstairs, Tang Zhe saw Li Linger cooking. Xiao Bai was helping to cut vegetables. Yi Qingyi and Shiming were loading magazines. Everyone had a clear division of labor. Getting up so early, none of them are tired. Downstairs, Tang Zhe teased. The girls passed off whiny looks. Who let us have a hard life? Sooner or later we will die suddenly at work one day. At this time, Sun Ting pushed the door in. A strong chill blew in so violently that Tang Zhe shivered. There was clearly sun outside, but it felt even colder than last night. How many degrees is it now? More than 20 below zero. Sun Ting all let out a breath. It's still much better inside. It's really freezing outside, and it's also windy. Shiming sighed. I guess it will drop to minus 40 degrees tonight. That still lets people live. And Bai had a depressed face, and did not look at himself now wearing a halter top, half-ball state. Silently loading magazines, Yi Qingyi frowned tightly. Tang Zhe naturally knew why. Originally intended to leave Yunhai City today, and even now has arrived. All get ready. We're preparing to go to Yunhai City. Tang Zai patted Yi Qingyi's head. What Tang Zai, promised to do will absolutely be done. Sure enough, hearing Tang Zai prepare to move his voice, Yi Qingyi finally revealed a smile. Thank you. I like action style, thanks. Yi Qingyi directly pounced over, wrapping her hands around Tang Zai's neck and offering her sweet red lips. This undoubtedly drew flirtatious boos from the girls. Sun Ting even exclaimed, looks like Yi has moved on. This caused Yi Qingyi to be so shy that she chased after her and fought. Since there were more people now, Tang Zai also planned to change the car, but it still had to be comfortable, preferably with a big bed. Soon, Tang Zai finalized a caravan, double-decker design, post-apocalyptic style, the same with tracks, fully automated driving, luxury decoration inside the car. The first floor is the living room, with entertainment room, tea and card room, and even a KTV. The second floor was changed by Tang Zai into a pass-through bedroom, even if it is another 20 girls can be. Live and let live the post-apocalyptic fortress, post-apocalyptic home. When such a car was placed outside, Li Linger felt that Tang Zai did not have Doraemon's pockets on him. It was too amazing. The other girls seemed as if they had already seen it happen to Tang Zai. Then there was nothing to be surprised about, though it was indeed surprising to see this car. Getting into the car, the girls took off their down jackets and enjoyed the warmth, and directly pounced on the soft carpet and rolled over. It feels like I'm traveling. Yes, others are living. We are living. Sun Ting lamented that it was fortunate that she knocked on Tang Zai's door that day, which was God's way of opening a door for herself to live. If God gave her another chance, she would still choose to knock on that door to live. Not only Sun Ting felt this way, Like and Bai and Yi Qingyi also felt this way. If it wasn't for Tang Zai, beautiful girls like them wouldn't know if they were still alive right now. Maybe they were eaten too. Depart. With a roar, the wide tracks began to move, directly crushing on top of the body. I thought that the car would sway a bit, but there was no such feeling at all. It was like walking on a flat surface. After all, the weight of the body here, not that gold Maybach comparable, simply heavier than a tank. Ordinary concrete road directly be pressed to crack. Without a moment, the tracks were stained with blood and flesh, and the crushed bodies were embedded in the ground, unable to shake the steel behemoth at all. Seeing such a result, Tang Zai said that he should have taken it out and enjoyed it long ago. It's no better than a small car. The only shortcoming was that it was a bit slower. With 2 bloodstains, it drove out of the villa area. The small cars parked on the road were simply ignored, and directly crashed through them one after another. Wow! Awesome! Xiaobai excitedly clapped his hands in place, naive like a small child. Shiming was shaken to the core. She really wasn't Tang Zai's opponent at all. Fortunately she had such a face. Otherwise she didn't even have a ticket. On the highway still have to pass through the city. When this behemoth appeared, people's eyes are dumbfounded. How can there be such a thing? Vaguely can see someone sitting inside. On the street, there were quite a few people standing, pointing towards Tang Zai's side. Oh my god. There's this kind of modified caravan, so fierce. There seems to be a girl inside the car, with a huge body. What's the point? The disaster is over. That's right. It's just a little cold now. Help will come soon. You killed 2 people last night. When the time comes, they will definitely arrest you and shoot you. The man next to him turned pale. No one expected the sun to come out today. The thought that he had killed someone last night, he would definitely be liquidated. Tang Zai sat on the crispy sofa. Big Star Li Linger rubbed her shoulders, and Bai cut fresh fruits and brought them over. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting sat on the sides. Now they didn't even need to be fed by hand. They were directly fed by mouth. Every time they ate a piece of fruit, they had to kiss deeply, which made Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting spit out their eyebrows and their hearts were like numbness. Why aren't they all fighting anymore? What are you doing standing on the street? And Bai put down the fruit plate and asked curiously. Shiming whacked Tang Zai's leg and laughed. I guess it's because they think that the end times have passed, and if they still fight, they're afraid of being arrested. Yeah, look at those men. Where are the craziness from last night? All of them are ashen. Li Linger looked at the thugs sitting on the street. They had all put down their knives and were in a bit of a trance. Suddenly there was a thud from the body, only to see the screen turn to camera mode, and in the left rear of the car someone was throwing rocks. Thunk! There was the first one and then there was the second one. Not just throwing rocks, picking up everything around them that could be thrown and smashing them over. Tang Zai said indifferently. Jealousy makes faces. Linger, go fix it. Aha! After saying that, she lowered her head and kissed Tang Zai, turning around and picking up the gun that was set aside. A man in his 30s shoved a trash can under the tracks in an attempt to get them to jam. But this approach was undoubtedly naive. Suddenly, the door at the back of the car gradually rose, and the men chasing after it froze. The corners of their mouths began to rise at the sight of white high heels, and as the door rose, there were long, white legs, still in their white hip skirts, exploding with sex. However, when seeing the muzzle of the gun appeared, the excitement on the face began to stiffen up, but seeing that face, it seems to forget about the gun at once, turning into a state of obsession. What a beautiful girl. Why does it feel a bit familiar? Looking to the huge poster on the side, the girl on it was simply too similar to her. She's Li Linger. Oh my god. It's actually Li Linger. Quickly grab her. Of course Li Linger heard it. Originally she just wanted to discharge her blank gun to scare them off, but she didn't expect that these men were actually hitting on her again. A bunch of sons of bitches. Without any hesitation, Li Linger raised her gun and directly swept the gun. In a moment the men chasing the car were all killed. The ones smashing things around all stopped moving. There were actually guns, and it was an automatic rifle. To be able to have this kind of post-apocalyptic caravan, it was really not ordinary. Everyone was honest at once. Li Linger coldly scanned the surrounding people on both sides of the road. I don't want to kill anyone, but you don't want to mess with me either. As the car door lowered, the people on the roadside breathed a sigh of relief. Che, killing so many people. When the time comes, I'm sure I'll be arrested and split into 5 horse corpses. That's right. Let's go and report it at that time. What's the hang up? Just at this moment, the sunlight suddenly faded away, and a dark cloud floated overhead at some point. Some disheveled men looked up to the sky, and their empty eyes gradually gained color again. Suddenly a man laughed madly. Good, the end times aren't over yet. Ha 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 ha. I won't be liquidated. Just said old man right. Old man cut you to death. Instantly, the city that seemed to have recovered was once again thrown into a riot, and some people immediately ran back home. Seeing the scene in front of him, Tang Zhe no longer felt anything, while a car on the opposite side ferociously crashed into it, as if it was going to force itself to a halt. It was just an egg hitting a rock. Before the impact, that driver still knew how to jump out of the car, but this car was directly run over. That could be more cowhide than a tank. However, more and more cars began to surround it, and these people knew that if this car was snatched down, it would definitely survive. Just do all is futile, unless there is no road ahead to stop this end of the world caravan forward. Suddenly, a snowflake drifted on the glass. It's snowing, Simone muttered. The streets were suddenly resounding with screams. People who were just alive and well were stuck by the snowflakes, and within a few moments, they convulsed to the bottom and died. And Bai looked around at the people in the end and muttered, I told you, how could it pass so quickly? Alas, it's only just begun. Sun Ting gave a helpless cry. Boom, 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 boom. A knocking sound rang out. The crowd looked in the rearview mirror. 3 or 4 girls ignored the drifting snow chasing after the car. They all ran to the door of the car. It had to be said that wanting to live exploded their potential. Open the door, let us get on the car. Big brother, please take us away. Don't leave me behind. Let me do anything. However, the car couldn't hear what they were saying at all, and only saw them shouting anxiously while Tang Zhe looked on indifferently. Get in the car? Then there were hard standards, at least as beautiful as Li Linger. Unfortunately, you guys are nothing but young. A few young girls knew that if they couldn't get on this car, what awaited them would also be death and despair, so they might as well take a gamble. After all, the girls knew in their hearts that they were also material, the object of men's competition. However, they had gambled wrong this time. Not all men would open the door. As the first girl fell, tripping the girls behind her as well, the tracks pressed mercilessly over their bodies. Instead of being painfully killed alive by snowflakes, this was a much quicker way to die. Tang Zhe looked at the girls and said indifferently, if you guys want to be kind you can, just go down and change. Only a fool could do such a thing, but it was obvious that just showing that kind of look had upset Tang Zhe. Hurry up and coaxed the master. This wave swiped 1% of the energy tank. The car also drove to the entrance of the highway, but the car was too wide and too high, and while the entrance was clogged with cars fleeing for their lives, the people in the cars were all dead. How is this going to get by? And Bai was lying on Tang Zhe's chest drawing circles. Yi Qingyi was leaning on the other side, and now Tang Zhe was dominated by these 2 women. Tang Zhe stood up and laughed. I'll show you some magic. Again. But this time you have to close your eyes. No peeking. The girls honestly closed their beautiful eyes, but they were all peeking, curious as to how it would really go. Rascal all turn around. The girls one by one didn't comply, pouting like 5 big cats. In front of the iron-faced Tang Zhe, in the end, they could only obediently turn around and go over. Tang Zhe gazed at the toll booth, only to see it start to shake up and collapse in a moment. After doing so, Tang Zhe sat on his butt on the sofa, dizzy. The nimble master was indeed very strong, but it was still very overwhelming for such a large target. Master, what's wrong with you? Seeing Tang Zhe become weak all of a sudden, the girls were nervous. fearing that if Tang Zhe had a shortcoming, then they wouldn't be alive either. Seeing these worried pretty faces, Tang Zhe couldn't help but laugh. Not dead yet. Each one of you is crying with a sad face. Scared us to death. Yi Qingyi couldn't even help but pat Tang Zhe, and the girls also patted their chests, having just seen Tang Zhe, whose face was white. But when the girls looked at the toll booth in the ruins, their little mouths turned into O shapes. What kind of magic is this? Where was the toll booth? This was too strong. So strong that it was outrageous. So strong that it wouldn't let other people live. Women, born to adore the strong. At this time, their heart towards Tang Zhe was even more determined. Whoever dared to harm Tang Zhe was taking their lives. Master, you look so weak. Do you want to suck my blood to replenish it? And Bai was heartbroken, all too willing to devote herself to her master. We can do it now too. Looking at the 5 stunningly beautiful faces in front of him, Tang Zhe flirted. What? Falling in love with me? The girls froze and blushed slightly. Master, you are so stinky. Where's the stinky master? Listening to these broken chatter, Tanza felt that this is called living. The previous self with loneliness as a companion. Now more of them. It does not seem to be too bad. It is to make fun of themselves this point to knock knock knock. With the end of the caravan over the vehicles, directly to the highway, the maximum speed of 60, and from Huan City to Yunhai City, has 512 kilometers. Normally it would take 5 or 6 hours to get there, but now at this speed it would take at least 3 more hours to get there. Together with the cars blocking the highway from time to time, Tang Zhe expected that it would take at least more than 10 hours to arrive in Yunhai City. It was now 7 in the evening, and the earth was already covered in snow, so he expected to arrive at his destination at 6 or 7 tomorrow morning. Brushing a brush of energy tanks, everyone sits together to play cards, and even more so, you can hear the live version of Li Linger singing. But let Tang Zhe comment. The Li Linger singing voice on the bed is the most melodious. The soul is going to be shouted out. It's your turn to grab a card, Shimeng reminded. Yi Qingyi still looked distracted. Sun Ting played 5 yesterday when the rain stopped. There were a few places that were the focus of robberies. The university was one of them. Although there were no supplies, there were young and pretty girls inside. Isn't that right? Those brutes love it. 9 cylinders. Simone snorted coldly, hating the men who robbed women the most. What? You're saying that Tanza robbed them too? Shimeng said. The master that was attracted by charm. Which of you sitting here didn't do it voluntarily? Tang Zhe grabbed on the card and said indifferently. You guys just don't scare her. There's nothing you can do if it really happened. Yi Qingyi instantly turned red. Shimeng and Sun Ting glanced at Tang Zhe. You call this scaring others? Directly scaring them to tears. Tang Zhe patted the back of Yi Qingyi's hand. Don't cry. As long as your niece lives, I won't let her die. Well, Yu is definitely still alive. She's very smart. Pretty too. And Bai suddenly smiled thievishly. Shimeng reached out and flicked her hand. Xiao Bai, you're getting ready to drive again, aren't you? Well, which is not. I'm not driving. I'm not an old driver. Master, I want to drink milk. The corner of Shimeng's mouth twitched. Tang Zhe rolled his eyes. Go get it yourself. In the cabinet. People don't want small straws. They want those big straws. Put. Sun Ting, who was drinking water, gave a spray. Li Linger, who was singing, ran out of tune. And then there was a burst of laughter. And Bai crossed her arms. What are you guys laughing at? It's really annoying too. Master, you also follow along and laugh at me. Suddenly, Tang Zhe felt that the speed of the caravan slowed down. Looking ahead, the horizontal and vertical cars were jammed. According to this speed, tomorrow morning is estimated to not be able to arrive in Yunhai City. It seems that you have to modify the front of the car and install a triangular shovel, so that you don't have to lower your speed, and directly shovel out the cars blocking the road in front of you. Stop for a moment. I'm going to load something. Although he wasn't afraid of snow, Tang Zhe still put on his protective clothing. The girls stood in the car and watched curiously, not knowing what their master was going to install something out. When they saw the huge triangular shovel in front of the car, they suddenly understood. Spacing is so strong. Installed this thing, really can open all the way wild mode. Even if the thicker snow cannot stop the advance of the end of the caravan. With 3 words to describe. That is bull. At this time, the temperature has come to -30 degrees. For southerners, this is simply a death sentence. Some places without power outages can still resist, but it is also a matter of time. And late at night, the temperature is afraid to come directly to -40 degrees. Yunhai University is a 985 university. In the country is also among the top universities. From here to graduate out of the students, often can find a preferred job. For the students in the south, get into the Yunhai University. At least in the future not worry about food and clothing. However, The current students of Yunhai University were worried about food and clothes. In the beginning, the teachers in the school organized the students to face the bad weather together, and it was still in order. However, as the food ran out day by day, and the water source dwindled day by day, everyone's patience was gradually lost, and restlessness passed from person to person. Yet the trigger for everything was because a girl stood up and said something. Why don't you boys go out and look for something? Do you want us girls to go out and look for food? Are you still not men? You don't have any courage at all. When this was said, it instantly set all the boys on fire, and they were directly beaten to a pig's head. Now all the girls didn't dare to talk nonsense, and the boys see the girls afraid of themselves, have begged themselves. The courage is also getting bigger and bigger, especially to the girls who used to admire. More so, the situation in a step-by-step deterioration in, but still much more civilized than some neighborhoods, still in the stage of food temptation, not to the point of forcing their hands, but privately there are many girls are secretly trading with the boys. But now that the temperature had plummeted, and with the rain stopping earlier, a lot of people outside had rushed into the school to rob the young girls, and naturally the boys didn't want to do it, and it was a cold weapon showdown. There were serious deaths and injuries to the boys, and a lot of girls were taken. And with the killing weather, it made everyone think that they were going to die at this fancy age. The lure of food, now no longer in the shadows, had begun to make its demands in the open. However, not all the boys have broken through the line and still hold on to their morals and protect the girls from bullying. But there are not many such boys. The leader of the boys is a sophomore named Sufu. His hometown in the countryside, honest and kind. The end of the world began to work hard, but because they are not accustomed to the style of some boys, with some righteous boys parted ways. Said to part ways, but also ran from the library to the indoor basketball court. Good thing there is no blackout. Temporarily not feel the cold. Su Fu, Gao Sheng Tian's group will kill us sooner or later. We don't have many people left. The one who spoke was one of Su Fu's dormitory brothers, Jiang Shan. The other two brothers in the dormitory had already been killed by the people outside when the rain stopped. The original team of 100 people was now left with only 30-odd boys and 20-odd wounded. But yet, they had to protect over 100 girls. Su Fu dark skin, hands with calluses, weekdays in the countryside to help his family plow the fields and planting. Strength is much stronger than his peers. Jiang Shan is from Huan City, but weekdays are keen on fitness. Physical fitness is not small. The two men are also the core output of the gang. Su Fu looked not far away. The girls took care of the injured. The mood seems low, but everyone is gritting their teeth, hoping that there is a rescue team. But it had been so many days. The rescue team seemed to be just a fantasy in everyone's mind. Teacher Chu, I don't need to drink water. It's no longer working. A sudden voice rang out. Su Fu and Jiang Shan immediately ran over. A boy's arm was gone. The broken place was tied with a girl's underwear to stop the bleeding because there was no gauze. But at this moment, the boy's face was pale, obviously losing too much blood. At the side to take care of the teacher Chu was the most beautiful teacher in the hearts of the boys in Yunhai. Elegant temperament, gentle character, especially those eyes clear as a lake. Even now the skin is still white. Chu Lu, what silly words. You can live, Chu Lu said sternly, but the boy looked at Chu Lu to reveal a smile, slowly closed his eyes. Chu Lu tightly gripped the mineral water in his hand. The girls around him had started to cry. Teacher Chu, there are a lot of mats in the back warehouse. We can move them out. Only to see Xia Mingyue running over from not far away. But when she saw that the boys were already dead, her face that was slightly happy became stiff. Chu Lu took a deep breath and stood up. Female students, all come over and help move things. The girls who were not willing to be in the same boat as Gao Xingtian were all clean. With their own dignity and bottom line, they all stood up to help. They knew in their hearts that the boys needed to rest in order to protect them, letting them rest more in order to ensure everyone's safety. And the girls could do some logistics. Teacher Chu, let's help you, Su Fu said as he walked over. Chu Lu shook her head. No need. We girls need to do some work too. We can't keep dragging you guys down. Yeah, we have hands and feet. You all have a good rest. Xia Mingyue was big-hearted, as the civilian school flower was also deeply loved by the boys. Compared to the high-cool school flower, everyone liked Xia Mingyue. Su Fu also stopped saying anything. The boys really needed to rest after a day of fighting. Trouble Teacher Chu, Xia Mingyue suddenly shouted towards the girls. Sisters, we can also pick up our weapons and fight those beasts. We can't keep letting the boys protect us. The girls were stunned when they heard this, and thought in their hearts, how can a girl be a match for those men? It's just a punch and a little friend. Everyone is to white whoring. You are good, rushed out as a hero. At this time at least more than 30 girls in their hearts thought so, but still there are also more than 10 girls stood out in support of Xia Mingyue, while the other girls said that they can take care of the injured. Oddly enough, there is also one who said that her foot is broken. Alright, we're all volunteering. Not forcing anyone. Chu Lu listened to everyone's sparse words and immediately interrupted. There can't be civil unrest at this time now. Chu Lu's words everyone still obeyed. After all, it was the only teacher. When no one was around, Chu Lu softly said towards Xia Mingyue, the words you just said can easily make the boys resentful. Ah, I was trying to help the boys. Xia Mingyue hurriedly explained how it would make the boys resentful. But how did those girls react after you finished speaking? And the expressions of those girls fell in the eyes of the boys. What was their payment yesterday? People's hearts are made of flesh. Listening to teacher Chu's words, Xia Mingyue instantly realized that she had done a bad thing with good intentions. I'm sorry, I didn't think that much just now. But you are indeed right. The girls do need to take up arms. Chu Lu's gentle gaze became deep. By this stage, Chu Lu all but realized that the only way to survive was to be more ruthless than the men. Xia Mingyue nodded and took out her cell phone. There was no more signal display on it. I wonder how my sister-in-law is doing now. Is she okay? Is she still alive? And mom and dad, is everything okay? Didn't sister-in-law say that her husband would come to save her? Why didn't she see anyone coming when the rain stopped? Chu Lu knew about Xia Mingyue and thought that her sister-in-law was in a bad way. Especially after the rain stopped yesterday. She was even more determined. Those brutes were all too willing to rush into the university to kill each other in order to snatch a woman. Their methods were heinous. Teacher Chu, when can we go back to the old days? Xia Mingyue with her head lowered murmured and whispered. Sometimes she really wants to collapse. She can't wait to rush into the rain and snow to kill herself. Living is more tiring than dying. Chu Lu revealed a smile and reached out to press his hand on Xia Mingyue's fragrant shoulder. It won't be long. Looking at teacher Chu's smile, Xia Mingyue nodded, wiped the corners of her eyes and went to move the mat. Chu Lu sighed softly, and in her heart, she was all asking herself, can we go back to the old days? Can it still go back? Just like yesterday. It was clearly like it was over. Everyone thought that the disaster was over and that there would be relief soon. But who would have thought that it was snowing? Some boys were even heard cheering as those boys were able to do whatever they wanted again. Not a person at all, but an uncontrollable animal. Suddenly, the lights of the entire stadium went out. Everyone froze, and Su Fu shouted, don't panic. I'll go check the electric switch. After saying that, he took Jiang Shan and prepared to take a look. But one of the boys on sentry duty shouted, there's no blackout in the library over there. Su Fu immediately walked up the steps to the window and looked, and sure enough, there was no blackout over there in the library. Soon Jiang Shan came back as well. There's no problem with the electric switch. I'm afraid. It was Gao Shengtian. He was the one who cut off the electricity and wanted to freeze himself alive. Originally the heating was not very sufficient. Now without electricity, not a trace of warmth, and even felt that just for a moment, the indoor temperature was dropping wildly. Chu Lu and Xia Mingyue came running with their cell phones lighting up. Chu Lu asked suspiciously, is it tripped? Teacher Chu. No, I'm afraid it was that bastard Gao Shengtian who did it. Jiang Shan slapped his fist on the wall, showing his teeth in pain, but so angry. Chu Lu looked at the students and immediately shouted, everyone, let's go together to the small warehouse next to us. There are quite a few mats in there to cover up. Some of the girls weren't wearing very thick clothes, just a jacket, and at this time, they were so cold that their hands were holding their arms and shivering, and their hearts were even shaking. As long as you give your body there will be food and drink, and don't suffer from the cold. Why did you have to follow over at that time? And now there's no way to go over there. Not only a girl is thinking, at least half of the girls on the scene regretted it. After all, with the boys to sleep actually will not die. Everyone came to the warehouse one after another. Even the wounded were carried in. But a discerning eye could see that they basically wouldn't survive until tomorrow morning. Everyone lean in closer. That way it won't be too cold. Chu Lu voiced out a reminder. And now they could only hug each other to keep warm. Su Fu suddenly walked in holding quite a few wooden sticks with the door open. A wave of cold air blew right in from outside, scraping at his skin like a knife. I knocked some chairs as firewood, so everyone won't be so cold. Chu Lu immediately said in a deep voice. We don't have a lot of space here. And we can't ventilate. It'll poison us. Then why don't we go outside? Jiang Shan suggested. A girl whispered. It's even colder outside. A little firewood is no way to keep warm. Su Fu also wanted to help everyone get through this. But with such a cold day, wasn't there any other way to think of? Why don't we just go over there? After a long time, a girl finally said weakly. Really not wanting to freeze to death here. The boys deeply frowned after hearing this. And one of the hot-tempered ones got upset and said, the ones who said to leave before were you. And now the ones who want to go over there are also you. And I feel that all these brothers of mine have died in vain. Who was it that said that even if they die, they won't be insulted by those beasts? and now that they are just a little bit colder, they are willing to give those beasts a chance to play with them. This nymphet's bad luck. The boys were indignant, feeling particularly unworthy. How stupid to protect these white-eyed wolves. Ah! Sufu angrily shouted. All stop arguing. For a while everyone quieted down. People have their own aspirations. Sufu, never forcefully stay. You guys want to go over there? Be my guest. If then a girl got up and shouted, is there anyone who wants to go with me? Instead of freezing to death here, why don't we just go over there? Big deal. We'll exchange our bodies. I'll go with you. Only a soft girl raised her hand and stood up. I'll go too. A long-haired girl next to her chimed in, only with her head bowed deep. The boys pooh-poohed it. It was the same long-haired girl who yelled about defying power and insisting on defending it to the end, and had already surrendered before the end. One after another. More than 40 girls chose to go over, but there were still many girls who chose to stay. Even if they froze to death, they would not let those animals touch them. The girls who left began to make tools. After all, it was snowing outside now, not raining, and the protection of the feet had to be done, or else they were dead. These girls dismantled a lot of cardboard, ready to use their heads, also pasted cardboard all over their bodies, lest they get snowed on, and under their feet, they use plastic buckets or iron buckets. Rubbing the snow is not very high now. There is a chance to go over. By tomorrow morning, there is no chance to go over if you want to. In the warehouse, Xia Mingyue can see those girls walking out one after another. In order to live, they are really not afraid of death. Suddenly, that soft and weak girl fell. The whole person directly collapsed. Xia Mingyue covered her mouth. In fact, the relationship with her is not bad. Sure enough, within a few seconds, her whole body began to convulse. Just like epilepsy, within a few seconds, she broke. What are you all waiting for? If you don't want to be like her, hurry up and leave. With a word from the leading girl, the girls began to move slowly. 300 meters into the journey, one had already fallen. The library was also a bit cold, but at least it was heated, but it was still within tolerance. There were at least 300 people gathered in the entire library. 100 boys and 200 girls. Originally it was the boys who were going to be the ones 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 who were going to die. Come and see. Those people are coming over again. Only one girl yelled with a scoff. Everyone started to stand by the window and watch. Marred. What's the point of pretending? Now it's still not honestly come over to Cam. Right, Shang? After the girl finished speaking, she started to flatter Gao Shengtian who was beside her. But Gao Shengtian directly reached out and pushed. Said in a cold voice, Scram, come closer to the old man. Throw you outside. The girl rushed to the side. Just watched Gao Shengtian walk towards another girl. The heart crazy jealous. All the end of the world. This pussy still put a stink face pretending to be high and cold. But also Gao Shengtian ate this set of things. A different man early to get. Beside the bookshelf, a girl is rummaging through the books. Delicate little face looks very calm. And other girls form a sharp contrast. She is like coming to the library at night to read a book in general. What happens outside has nothing to do with her. All the girls know that the commoner school flower has Xia Mingyue, and the high cool school flower has Lu Yudi. Her family is also super rich, and her car is a Bentley GT model. Lu Yudi, every time from the car down, surrounded by a lot of men, want to see Lu Yudi out of the car when stretching out the legs. After all, people are not only good looking, the body is also the top of the good. The only drawback is the high cold point, which is not only the character of high cold, and even speaker high cold, simply do not bring to speak. Even if speak is also the word is gold, will not be more than 3 words. Some seniors said, a year to the end have not heard her words. We all think is not mute ah. But even so, Lu Yudi's popularity was still higher than Xia Mingyue's, and that unattainable white swan seemed to be more fantastical to people. What are you looking at? Gao Shengtian leaned on the bookshelf on the side, his eyes firmly fixed on Lu Yudi's face, which has that soft red lips. Such a superb slowly appreciate only enough flavor. Lu Yudi silently flipping through the book, completely treating Gao Shengtian as heir, and Gao Shengtian likes this. Should be a little masochistic tendency, but Lu Yudi stupid? Not stupid. She can only continue to maintain the image in order to survive. This is the only price of their own inviolability. But Lu Yudi also knows that the long term is not a solution. See, Lu Yudi does not give a damn about himself. Gao Shengtian does not care. On the contrary, Lu Yudi feel more charming, not only to take Lu Yudi's person, but also to take her heart. Tang Zhe said, are the end of the world? Take the heart has no use. First cam for respect. Look at those girls. They still came over honestly. So did you. Saying that, he reached out to touch Lu Yudi's cheek. However, he was dodged by Lu Yudi. Gao Shengtian laughed instead of being angry, and waved towards the little brother next to him, and not far away, a boy who had been beaten all over his body was dragged over, and the clean ground was left with a bloodstain. The surrounding boys sat on the table and watched playfully, not forgetting to molest the girls around them. This is the male god in your mind before, the student council president, now like a dead dog. Painful. Oh, this gripper used to be very proud, but also really take himself as the boss. Bah! After saying that, he kicked fiercely towards the back of the boy, while the vertebrae seemed to have been deformed long ago, making people shudder. The girls did not expect the male god of their hearts to be beaten so badly, which has the previous face value. If others do not say, they simply do not know that he is the male god. Who let the male god offend many people? The first one to be beaten when the order changes is him. The so-called male god was dragged to Gao Shengtian's feet. Gao Shengtian lifted his foot and stepped on the male god's head. Yo! Isn't this our young master Xin Han? Why is he so limp like a worm? Come on, lift your head up and let the goddess take a look. Rumor had it that the male god and the goddess were a pair, but it wasn't confirmed. But people thought it was very likely. After all, they were door to door, and there was even a sneak peek of the two walking shoulder to shoulder, which was undoubtedly like a stone hammer. Lu Yudai did not move her gaze. Doesn't this even hurt your heart? Gao Shengtian laughed. He didn't have much of a background, ordinary family conditions, but he licked Lu Yudi on weekdays, and everyone called him the ultimate lickspittle by Lu Yudi's side. There are even classmates saw people Lu Yudi go to class. He actually ran to Lu Yudi polishing car, that period of time to become the laughingstock of the whole school. But Gao Shengtian does not care. Think he will one day be able to impress the goddess's heart, and the goddess hand in hand. However, the goddess was slow to give a damn about herself, which made Gao Shengtian feel that Xin Han was the rock in between the two, and with the rumors at school, he was even more sure. As Gao Shengtian pushed his foot harder, Xin Han felt his head being squeezed and let out a painful scream. The students all gulped, not expecting this licking dog to have such ferocious methods, slaughtering people like chickens. Previously it was a few teachers who were arranging some work. It was obvious that Gao Shengtian was given some hard work. Gao Shengtian was like opening up his nature as if he had opened up his nature, and he chopped up those teachers who were squeezing him in a week. Cruel means ferocious attitude, caused many boys to follow. But at that time no classmates blamed Gao Shengtian, because those teachers are indeed very beastly, bullying girls and so on. Everyone has long been unable to look at it until the teacher's eyes placed on Lu Yudi. Licking the dog transformed into a dog king. Brother Shang, those girls are at the door. Go open the door, Gao Shengtian said indifferently. As the door opened, the girls who had escaped poured in. Only their number was 7 or 8 less, left in the snow. Even the girl who had led the way wasn't spared. Brother Shang. The girls immediately shouted towards Gao Shengtian, praying to be taken in. Gao Shengtian laughed. I'm not here to come when I want to and leave when I want to. Since you guys chose to go with Su Fu, it's the same as betraying me. Brother Shang, we were just confused for a moment. Yes, Brother Shang, we didn't want to betray you, the girls immediately explained, fearing that if they were thrown outside, they would really be dead. Gao Shengtian turned around and drank. Brothers, what are we going to do with those who betrayed us? The boys didn't say anything. The girls sneered and shouted, "Kam death to these bitches, pretending to be innocent and mocking us for being shameless." Gao Shengtian let out a wild laugh. Brothers, hear me. The girls have spoken. Why don't you do as you're told? No need for the boys to step in. The girls directly rushed over and pressed the person to the ground, madly pounding. After all, when they left, they were very despised for choosing them. Gao Shengtian. Gao Shengtian had no interest in caring, but instead smiled towards Lu Yudi. If it wasn't for me, you'd be similar to them now. Lu Yudi didn't say anything. Am I not worthy of a word from you? Scram! Gao Shengtian froze, then laughed and violently stomped towards Xin Han. The screams resounded through the library. He thought Lu Yudi would beg for himself, but Xin Han was dying and Lu Yudi didn't even react. Waving towards his brother on the side, Gao Shengtian took a knife. Look carefully. I'm going to split your male god. 1 knife, 2 knives, blood splattered everywhere. Even Lu Yudi's fair cheeks were splattered with hot blood. Some of the students who looked this way had already gone to vomit, looking at Gao Shengtian with fear in their eyes. Holding Xin Han's head, he put it directly on the bookshelf, and also gave Xin Han a tidy up of his hair. Liking him so much, I'll let you see enough. I hope you can announce to all the classmates tomorrow that I'm your man, or else, you know it. After saying that, Gao Shengtian turned around and left, and Lu Yudi slowly raised her head at this time. Looking at Xin Han's head, her face gradually turned pale, her stomach was rolling, but was suppressed to death. Xin Han did pursue Lu Yudi, but Lu Yudi simply ignored it. But Xin Han is very good at using public opinion to give pressure. Nothing to do is to follow Lu Yuti's side to walk together. Just like a boyfriend seems to be. At this time Lu Yuti is not sad, but worried. Tomorrow is the ultimatum. If he does not agree to be his woman, he will also force. Gao Shengtian leaped to stand on the table and shouted, "Brothers, our teacher Chu and Xie students are still in the stadium next to them. How can we let them freeze? I suggest that we go to pick up the people. As for the boys, even if it is kill Chu Lu and Xia Mingyue, that are also the dream girls of the boys, they shouldn't have let them go before." Only to see the boys begin to prepare for action. There were even more than 30 fierce women joining in, as if they were going to give the opposite woman color. After the preparation, the boys in the front used shovels to open the way, shoveling the snow to the side, so as to also ensure that everyone will not slip and fall. All of them have done a very good job of protection, which can be much better than the ones made by the girls. Lu Yuti watched through the window Gao Shengtian and other people toward the stadium. The heart wants him to die, but also do not want him to die. Gao Shengtian died. Naturally there are other boys. Gao Shengtian alive. They still have a little chance. More than 50 people have come to the entrance of the stadium, and found that the doors of the stadium are not closed. It is estimated that even Su Fu did not expect that Gao Shengtian would risk so much to come over. In the warehouse, everyone was resting. No one had even realized that Gao Shengtian had come to sneak in, and it was already early in the morning and everyone was exhausted. Teacher Chu, wake up. Chu Lu drowsily felt someone calling himself. How did this voice feel so much like Gao Shengtian? Thinking of Gao Shengtian, Chu Lu instantly opened her eyes. That face of Gao Shengtian was close at hand. Shu, Gao Shengtian put his index finger to his mouth. The knife was already across Chu Lu's jade neck. Chu Lu felt that cold blade. Chu Lu looked around, only to realize that the surroundings were full of Gao Shengtian's people. As Gao Shengtian raised his hand, the boys suddenly stabbed their sharp blades into the chests of their sleeping classmates. The boy who was stabbed opened his eyes at once and tried to warn, but his mouth was covered. He tried to resist but realized that his limbs were frozen and he couldn't lift them up at once. Xia Mingyue seemed to hear a subtle sound, slowly opened her eyes, and what came into her eyes was a picture of a stabbing, with Gao Shengtian's horrible face right next to her. Wanting to scream out loud to remind everyone, she realized that she couldn't scream. Her legs seemed to be frozen as if they were frozen. Wake up, Mingyue. Xia Mingyue gasped for air, feeling her blood gradually flow to her limbs, and immediately shouted, Su Fu, Gao Shengtian has come to sneak attack. With Xia Mingyue's shout, Su Fu and Jiangshan slowly opened their tired eyes, and when they saw the image in front of them, they immediately wanted to pick up their weapons to fight back, but just like Xia Mingyue, they actually couldn't move at once. A knife directly pierced through Jiangshan's heart. Su Fu stared at it with his eyes wide open, his lips constantly trembling as his 5 fingers began to move, and as Jiangshan looked towards Su Fu, his gaze was tinged with unwillingness. It was also as if he was saying, "Brother can't accompany you to continue killing." Plop plop plop. With the violent stabbing, Jiangshan completely lost his breath, and the boys instantly stabbed towards Su Fu. In the nick of time, Su Fu gripped the knife in his hand and slashed, directly cutting open the other party's neck. Blood sprayed Su Fu's face. As the other party fell, Su Fu realized that all the brothers around him had been killed, and it seemed like he was the only one left. Su Fu, letting you follow me to eat and drink, and you choose to run away with these women. Look at those women. They are ungrateful to you. Gao Shengtian, you actually play dirty. Su Fu was unconvinced and unwilling. Gao Shengtian laughed lowly. Su Fu, don't know what it means to say that a soldier is not afraid of deception. Do I still have to pick a sunny day to fight with you? How did you get into Cloud University? Su Fu was speechless upon hearing this, gritting his teeth in death and staring at Gao Shengtian, itching to eat him. Su Fu, I'll give you one more chance to hang out with me. Gao Shengtian still couldn't bear to finish off Su Fu. In the beginning, if it wasn't for Su Fu's help, it wouldn't have been so easy to eradicate that gang of ferocious teachers. I don't associate with animals. Gao Shengtian directly slashed away, giving Su Fu a painful death. Su Fu gripped his neck, blood gushing out from his fingers, turning his head to look at Jiangshan whose eyes were wide open. Had he known that Gao Shengtian was this kind of person, he shouldn't have helped him in the first place, and thought that Gao Shengtian was being bullied, but it turned out, hated that he had looked at the wrong person. All the boys around Su Fu were stabbed to death on the spot, and a few of the wounded didn't even need to be stabbed. They were frozen to death. All of a sudden there were only girls left in the room, each shivering and looking at Gao Shengtian and the others. When the fierce girl who had followed them started, Brother Shang, let's warm them up before they can't even stand up. Only a 1'7" girl teased. Despite having a 1'7", she weighed 160 pounds and tanked. Gao Shangtian laughed. Let the brothers accompany you. Men and women work together. Teacher Chu, save me. One of the girls cried out in tears. However, it was directly slapped on the face by Tank. Bitch, we are here to save you. Gao Shangtian, Chu Lu angrily rebuked. Gao Shangtian shrugged his shoulders. What, does Ms. Chu want to stay and warm up too? You, don't pretend. You can't even protect yourself. The brothers are still happy to help Teacher Chu. Along with Gao Shangtian's words, Chu Lu looked at those boys around him with that look of hate that could not wait to swallow himself. Please, Teacher Chu, I still have to ask you for some study knowledge. And Xiao Yu, don't look at me with those eyes. Xia Mingyue drank lowly. Gao Shangtian, you're just waiting to be liquidated. Ha ha ha, liquidation? Then I definitely want to have a good time before being liquidated. After saying that, Gao Shangtian walked to the door. I'll count to 3. If you two don't come out, then don't come out. 1, 3. Chu Lu pulled Xia Mingyue and pressed the door. Teacher Chu, take us out too. You, save me. Gao Shangtian smiled indifferently, using his eyes to tell Chu Lu, if you can't protect yourselves now, don't even think about saving the others. As the door of the warehouse slowly closed, Chu Lu and Xia Mingyue felt doubly uncomfortable in their hearts. It's not like you're dead. Those who betrayed me. Just giving a little lesson. Gao Shangtian reached out to pat Xia Mingyue's head, and Xia Mingyue immediately hid behind Chu Lu. Chu Lu sighed. Gao Shangtian, you're actually not bad. Why did you do this? In the end, it was Gao Shangtian and Su Fu who saved everyone. Otherwise some of the girls were even worse. And Chu Lu and Xia Mingyue kind of saw Gao Shangtian blacken step by step. And in the end, even Su Fu left. Everything I do is for survival. Xia Mingyue immediately chortled. No, you're doing this to prove yourself. Trying to impress Lu Yudi. Ha ha ha, Mingyue still understands me. Chu Lu feels that she and Mingyu are almost finished, and will become the plaything of those boys when the time comes, but if Gao Shangtian can change his mind, then there is still a chance. Thinking like that, Chu Lu is still too naive. Gao Shangtian come back to his heart. Those other boys don't want to come back to their heart. They will fuck Gao Shangtian to death, and then choose another boss out to continue this kind of life. At 2 in the morning, Gao Shangtian brought people back to the library. That road has added a few new bodies. There will always be people who accidentally got snowflakes. Lu Yudi sat on a chair away from the crowd, her eyes looking towards Xia Mingyue and Teacher Chu. The two of them had indeed been captured by Gao Shangtian. Brothers, choose for yourself who you want. Gao Shangtian cheered and shouted, as if it was a festival. The boys cheered. Who doesn't want to follow such a boss? When the end of the world is at hand, there is meat to eat and women to play with. Of course, the good ones are naturally reserved for the boss. Gao Shangtian brought Xia Mingyue and Chu Lu to Lu Yudi's side. The three of you think about it. I still hope you can agree on your own. After saying that and slightly closer whispered, in front of so many brothers and sisters, don't make me lose face. Otherwise you guys do understand my tactics. After saying that, Gao Shangtian took out 3 bottles of mineral water, and toast bread, and even a Snickers bar for each person. This is the treatment of being a woman for the boss. Dropping these words, Gao Shangtian turned around and left to go have fun with his brothers. Looking at the food on the table, the 3 women did not move. Chu Lu reached out and picked up a Snickers bar at this time. Eat? How can you fight without strength? Xia Mingyue hummed, picked up water and bread and ate. Really starving. Lu Yudai just drank a mouthful of water. Still didn't say anything. Started to close her eyes and rest. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Where can she escape to now? Going out even if you don't get screwed by the snow. You will be frozen to death by the weather. The sounds of joy in the library dropped off, leaving only the girls crying in exchange for water and food and warmth, but no doubt taunted by the other girls. Don't eat if you can. Rush out and die if you can. Like to pretend. There's really no shame in being afraid of death. The snow fell heavily this night, and in the early morning, the entire world was covered in snow. At least knee-high snow discouraged people from going out to look for supplies, only to wait for the snow to stop. But the snow did seem to stop quite a bit, unlike last night so hard down. Really unheard of. And in the Yunhai City Highway, the last days of the saloon car pressed against the snow rushed. The front of the snow completely unable to block the advance of this car, but in the car is warm as spring, but also full of spring color cannot be closed. Driving into the outer ring of the road, the surrounding tall buildings are still alive. People look toward the road, shocked beyond measure. This kind of time actually have such a strong car traveling on the road. That is the rescue team people? No, we are the killing squad. In the library, everyone also got up one after another to get breakfast to eat. The girls are basically one person a piece of bread, plus a cup of water, while the boys are a lot richer. In addition to the bread there is also alcoholic peanuts. there is also a halogen egg. Especially when they saw the marinated egg, the girls all gulped, while the boys said that if they wanted to eat the egg, they could. Come over and eat it. How shameless. Xia Mingyue whispered. Both Chulu and Lu Yudai didn't say anything, thinking about how to cope with today's events. With the sound of footsteps approaching, there was no need to think to know who was coming. Breakfast for you guys. Only to see Gao Shengtian place the small box on the table. 3 bottles of mineral water and 3 salt-baked chicken legs. For a time like this, it was a miracle that there were still salt-baked chicken legs to eat. Look at them. Then look at you guys. Do you still need to think about it? Gao Shengtian personally opened the lid of the mineral water and was close to feeding the chicken legs into Lu Yudi's mouth. Gao Shengtian, it's not too late for you to turn back now. Chu Lu persuaded again. As if there was no other way left but this one. 3 women could still be a match for this pile of people? Gao Shengtian patted Chu Lu's fragrant shoulder, but was patted away by Chu Lu. Teacher Chu, what is turning back? Where else can I turn back? The ones who want to turn back are you guys. I'll give you half an hour. My patience is running out. Knocking on the table, Gao Shengtian walked outside to the hall, and the hall had sounds of laughter and pain, undoubtedly making this ordinary morning less ordinary. Teacher Chu, we only have half an hour. Xia Mingyue was anxious, unable to be as calm as Chu Lu and Lu Yudi. Lu Yudi looked at the snow outside. Was there really only one way to die? After carrying on for so long, she still hadn't waited for any rescue, so it seemed that this was the will of heaven. Looking at both of them not speaking, Xia Mingyue despaired. Before she could still see a little hope, but today she could not see any hope at all. The good male students were all killed, and the rest of them were no different from the thugs. Are you guys afraid of death? Chu Lu suddenly asked. Lu Yudi looked up at Chu Lu, still didn't say anything, but actually already answered. Of course she was afraid of death. Who wasn't afraid of death? He himself had just reached his flowery age. He didn't want to die just like that. Life-saving was instinct. Xia Mingyue wanted to say that she wasn't afraid of death, but just couldn't say it. Having come this far, the next thing is life. Chu Lu sighed. Since she didn't have the guts to die, she had to resign herself to fate. Xia Mingyue really do not want to resign to fate. They even have not talked about their boyfriends. They are going to be spoiled by that kind of people. So unwilling. Not only Xia Mingyue heart thinks so, Chu Lu and Lu Yudi also think so. As early as no will happen this kind of thing. Should find a boyfriend. At least not to give their first time to a bastard. This is 3 blood. Not a record that ordinary people can achieve. People Lu Yudi and Xia Mingyue could still make sense. After all, they were young. But Chu Lu is 27 today, and still a yellow girl. This is a bit unreasonable. If you can come across this kind of woman these days, it's simply lower than the chances of winning the lottery. Half an hour is here. Gao Shengtian came and reminded. Sometimes it felt like half an hour went by slowly. But how did it just go by so fast? There was no way to come up with anything at all. Don't all keep quiet. Give some reaction. The brothers are still waiting for me to take you there. Gao Shengtian leaned down and pressed his hands on the sofa with a sardonic smile. The 3 women all sat without reaction, which made Gao Shengtian very upset. Teacher Chu, don't force me to grab your hair and drag you over. When the time comes, you won't look good and I won't have any face. No need for you to drag. Chu Lu knew that Gao Shengtian was indeed capable of doing this kind of thing. In the end it was going to be the past. Why should he choose the painful past? Xia Mingyue just watched Chu Lu walk past, her eyes dull. Has Mr. Chu even given up? Lu Yudi also stood up at this time. Gao Shengtian saw this move. The smile on his face was not to mention how strong. It should be considered the first time that Lu Yudi listened to his words. This was a good start. What about you? Gao Shengtian looked towards Xia Mingyue. Xia Mingyue's petite body shivered, slowly propping up her body in that house. Wouldn't it have been better to be so obedient earlier? After all, you can't escape the end. Said he wanted to reach out to touch Xia Mingyue's face. Xia Mingyue was originally unwilling, directly toward Gao Shengtian to a broken foot, kicked out of the ability to do bad things. After so many days of deceit, Gao Shengtian was on guard at every turn, easily dodging Xia Mingyue's broken leg. Good leg. I like it. I'm going to have some fun later. Pervert. My perversion depends on your attitudes. Don't waste time. Gao Shengtian pushed Xia Mingyue towards the center. At this moment, all the students were looking this way. After all, it would be a feat to see the 3 flowers of the school fall together. What's the use of being good looking? It's still the same as these girls of your own. You really think you have gold-encrusted teeth? All be quiet. I want to announce something. Gao Shengtian was as if he was going to be the groom, with a spring in his step. Brother Shang, we don't have a bridal chamber here, so we'll have to make a bridal chamber in the hall. Ha ha ha, don't be shy. Brother Shang, can Brother Shang eat it? The boys were all of a sudden giggling. However, Gao Shengtian picked up a knife and hacked this classmate to death. After looking at it, Gao Shengtian gasped and said, "Whether I can eat or not is none of your business." With the flash of Gao Shengtian's gaze, the boys didn't dare to let out a single fart. "It's okay to make noise, but don't make fun of me," Gao Shengtian droned down in a deep voice. "If you don't have prestige when you're the boss, you'll be overthrown sooner or later." A bloodied Gao Shengtian was very intimidating, as if he was intentionally killing one person, not only to intimidate the others, but also to show the three girls of Chulu that killing was an even more common thing here. The current Gao Shengtian was instead like wearing a groom suit as if he was covered in blood. "Alright, from today onwards, they are the big." Before a sister-in-law could say anything, a boy walked in, and everyone looked at the unexpected visitor. If Gao Shengtian was a notorious dog licker, then this boy in front of him was a notorious cuckold king. Freshman military training, on the spot by the first love to split legs, turned into the arms of less than a week to know the rich second generation. I am afraid that kind of taste is not a normal man can withstand, but he withstood. Thought he had died long ago, but didn't think he was still alive, and seemed to be wearing something snowproof on his body. Otherwise, how would he dare to go out? "Yi Feng, you're still alive." Gao Shengtian hadn't been in contact with Yi Feng, but he had also heard of Yi Feng's cuckolding behavior. Even Chu Lu had heard some rumors, but you came running alone, which was Gao Shengtian's opponent. Yi Feng shook the snow on his body, then grabbed a handful on the ground and crushed it into a snowball. This one move immediately scared everyone backward. This snowball was something that would really kill. Whoever dipped it would die. Lu Yudi gazed at Yi Feng's gloves. The style was unique. How did he have this kind of thing? How did he survive these days? But Yi Feng didn't throw it out, but said softly, "I'm here to find someone." At this moment, a girl in the crowd slowly leaned back, her eyes with panic, because she knew that Yi Feng was here to find her. "Who are you looking for?" Gao Shengxia consciously felt that Yi Feng was here to snatch a woman from him, but with just you alone? It was a bit whimsical. Yi Feng's gaze swept over Xia Mingyue's three women. Then he said, "I'm looking for Su Qing." Gao Shengtian froze for a moment. Who was Su Qing? Could it be his cheating girlfriend? "Su Qing is here." Suddenly a girl shouted out, only to see the hiding Su Qing's face pale, trying to run but being pulled by the girl's hair in a manner that they wanted to watch the show. Su Qing was just pushed to the front in the crowd and directly fell to the ground. Gao Shengtian's face was not very good, no matter how much this was his own territory. He rushed over and wanted someone. Where would he put his face? Brother Shang, don't hand me over to him." Su Qing hugged Gao Shengtian's leg and begged bitterly. That day he dumped him in front of all the freshmen in the school. Now he didn't come with good intentions. He definitely came with revenge. Gao Shengtian frowned and looked at Yi Feng on the opposite side, and stepped on Su Qing's body with one foot. "What's the noise?" Yi Feng did not react after looking at it. Lu Yudi felt that Yi Feng wasn't that simple. He was carrying a bag. If the guess was right, it was full of supplies. Who on earth gave him the courage to come here single-handedly to ask for someone? Chu Lu's thoughts were similar to Lu Yudi's, curious about where Yi Feng's equipment came from. How could a student studying at school go and buy this kind of equipment? Could it be prepared in advance? Various speculations echoed in Chu Lu's mind. "Yi Feng, you only have one snowball in your hand only. At most you can smash 5 or 6 of them to death, but the others will chop you into pieces of meat. Don't doubt my words." Yi Feng's sword eyebrow slightly raised and directly threw the snowball in his hand on the ground. "Who said I'm going to kill you guys with a snowball?" This kind of vigor shocked Xia Mingyue. Was he pretending or was he just pretending? "Got guts." Gao Shengtian laughed. Before he felt that Su Fu had guts. Now there was another one. But this one didn't seem to be an abusive person. Yi Feng said indifferently, "Give me the people. I won't kill you." Suddenly, a little brother walked up with a knife. "Yi Feng, do you think you are a disciple of the Yi family in a novel? Coming to us to act like a bully? Still don't kill us. I'll chop you. A pretender. To death now." This knife directly slashed down towards Yi Feng's heavenly cap, but Yi Feng was not in a hurry at all. When the knife was about to cut, only then did he slightly sidestep and dodge. The blade slid down along his clothes. There is a fist hard bombarded on the little brother's stomach. The huge power makes the little brother whole person like a shrimp-like. Bowed body cannot say a word. Yi Feng held the little brother's head with both hands and twisted it directly. Click. The head was directly turned to the back. The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cool air. What a harsh means. Compared to Gao Shengtian's kind of crazy chopping, this is what is called elegance. Not dragging his feet at all. Gao Shengtian. I repeat, people give me. You guys don't die. Gao Shengtian's face skin twitch again. His little brother was killed on the spot. His own face is already dishonored. Just killing people to create momentum, all ruined by him. You can ask for people. Take something in exchange. Gao Shengtian said forcefully, at least to save a little face. otherwise worried that these boys are not subject to their discipline. Yi Feng didn't talk nonsense, directly took out a pack of white elephant instant noodles from his backpack. Exchange her, it's definitely enough. Saying this, he threw it to Gao Shengtian. Gao Shengtian caught it with one hand. Enough, take it. With a kick, he kicked Su Qing to the front. Su Qing instantly climbed up and ran to the back, but Yi Feng's fist had already come and directly bombarded Su Qing's back. His 5 fingers formed a claw and directly pulled out Su Qing's vertebrae. This scene even Gao Shengtian's eyes widened. Xia Mingyue all directly covered her eyes and didn't dare to look. Chu Lu and Lu Yudi were watching but their faces were pale. I didn't expect Yi Feng to be 100 times more ruthless than Gao Shengtian. At least Gao Shengtian only played with women and never killed. But this Yi Feng is not a generation of good men and women. The wail of pain resounded throughout the entire library. The crowd did not dare to breathe a single breath. In less than a minute's time, a vertebrae was neatly laid aside, while Su Qing was alive and dying of pain. After doing this kind of thing, Yi Feng's face was bland, and even calmly wiped the blood on his hands, and put on his gloves again. It's really a mercy to let you live until now. After saying that, he directly stepped on Su Qing's head. The crowd immediately turned their heads. It was too ferocious. The boy who was cleaved was so horrible. He simply transformed into a demon. But no one knew how Yi Feng came through the ridicule of his classmates. No matter where he walked, he had to be pointed at, and even tried to commit suicide many times. All because of this bitchy woman. She intentionally executed herself in front of all the freshmen in the school. Now, this execution is returned to you. Facing such a strong Yi Feng, Gao Shengtian suddenly wanted to get close to him. Yi Feng, do you want to stay? They gave it to me. Maybe I'll consider it. Yi Feng indifferently looked at Xia Mingyue's 3 girls. Today he came over, not only to kill the bitch, but also to find the 3 of them. As long as he let them carry his child, then he would become stronger and stronger. Without a system, how can you be good at mixing in the post-apocalyptic world? Gao Shengtian didn't expect such a big appetite, but at this time, he also had to cut his meat. Teacher Chu and Xia Mingyue are for you. Lu Yudi is mine. What is the illusion that makes you think I am bargaining with you? Yi Feng was not polite in the slightest. These 3 women were going to be taken. They were the best-looking women in the whole school. All the other women were just transitional items for himself. Gao Shengtian sort of understood. Slowly gripped the knife tightly. Today there is going to be one person lying down. The 3 women were so hateful in their hearts. They actually turned into commodities for men to fight over. This Yi Feng is not a good one either. Brothers, whoever kills him, Teacher Chu is his. Chu Lu's face sank. It seemed that his pride had taken a little blow. The boys immediately got excited. Who doesn't want to have Teacher Chu kill? Yi Feng sneered. A bunch of mole crickets are worthy. Just when the big battle was about to start, the back door was slammed open again. Holy shit, it's cold. Only to see Tang Zhe shivering and running in. Both sides looked this way. Why is there another one? Tang Zhe also didn't expect this to be the case inside. Students, wait first. I'm here to find someone. What? Looking for someone again? Is he looking for another cheater? But looking at him, he doesn't look like a college student. For a moment, the scene that had just been shouting and fighting became silent, really bringing the hot-blooded scene to a comical path. Tang Zhe looked at the side of Yi Feng. Yi Feng's eyes also looked at Tang Zhe. How did this person come over? There was actually no snow on his body at all? And Tang Zhe secretly thought in his heart, you single-handedly took on a bunch of them? Really? If I had known, I would have come in later. Forget it, now into all in. First fine people say, small last night so pleasing to their own. If come to play soy sauce a little bit cannot be said. Promised people things or have to do. Why don't you guys fight first? I'll find mine. Who is Xia Mingyue? Tang Zhe shouted. Yunde cannot be small, and there is no communication. Everyone is now separated in the search, hoping to quickly find people, hurry back to the car up, and then taste the flavor of the new arrival. Xia Mingyue and the crowd heard her name. A delicate body trembled. A moment did not know whether to respond or not. After all, in front of that spine are given to pull out. Mingyue, do you also? Chu Lu are thinking in this direction. Otherwise who would be willing to brave the snow to come over to find you? Either revenge, or repayment. The former is more likely. I haven't even had the chance to find a boyfriend yet. Where would I have the chance to split? Xia Mingyue's head shook like a rattle. Chu Lu slightly lowered her head and asked, didn't you say before that your sister-in-law's husband would come to save you? Isn't he? Who would brave the snow to save someone? Lu Yudi, who was as shy as gold, uttered the most words of the year. But this makes sense. Really want to come to save you. Yesterday is the best opportunity. Now the snow. The road cannot drive. This time to come to find. Certainly no good. After Tang Zhe shouted, He felt that the eyes of the people around him were a bit strange. Although no one responded, it felt like Xia Mingyue was here. Looking at the girl's corpse not far away, Tang Zhe raised his eyebrows slightly. What a cruel tactic, nah. TSK. Xia Mingyue, I'm your sister-in-law's husband. Hurry up and get out or I'm leaving. Tang Zhe shouted with a flirtatious tone. Who would have thought it? In a month or so, your sister-in-law's husband has changed. Chu Lu froze. He is your sister-in-law's husband? No, I don't know him at all. Xia Mingyue was anxious. How could this stranger pose as her sister-in-law's husband? And how did he know about having a sister-in-law's husband? Could it be the sister-in-law? The sister-in-law had been captured by him. In an instant, Xia Mingyue exploded out, directly running towards Tang Zhe. Chu Lu and Lu Yudai were stunned. Don't be so impulsive. Tang Zhe looked towards the girl who was crying with joy and ran towards him. That face had been seen in Yi Qingyi's cell phone. It should be Xia Mingyue. See yourself crying so sad. Could it be that the recent charm is high? The things that throw themselves into the arms of the people are out, but they really do not like too active, like those who are strong. Just when Tang Zhe thought a hug would come, who expected Xia Mingyue to pull out the chair next to her and raise it up to smash it over? This time, everyone looked confused. What the hell is this situation? The sister-in-law's husband cheated on the sister-in-law? What are you doing? Tang Zhe frowned. The girls who were familiar with Tang Zhe knew that this was the rhythm of getting angry. What did you do to my sister-in-law? I'll tell you. If anything happens to my sister-in-law, I'll kill you even if I have to fight for my life. After saying this, he also slammed with a chair. After hearing this, the crowd felt that this was a shocking big melon. Feeling that this sister-in-law's husband was an imposter, Tang Zhe suddenly grabbed the raised chair. Xia Mingyue's milk strength was used, but it was useless. Then she saw a big slap towards her face. Splat! Xia Mingyue was directly slapped to the ground by Tang Zhe. Everyone in the room was stunned. Even Yifeng was stunned. Xia Mingyue, who had fallen to the ground, covered her fiery cheeks. She had actually been slapped, and in front of so many people. Water mist immediately surged out of her eyes. Standing up and shouting towards Tang Zhe, I'll beat you up today. Undeterred, Xia Mingyue ran over again. Chu Lu couldn't even pull. However, what was exchanged was another loud slap. This time it was even heavier. The whole person crashed into the table. The pain caused Xia Mingyue's little face to turn white. Mingyue, Chu Lu rushed over. Tang Zhe drank lowly. Stand still, don't move. Chu Lu really stopped. Her heart thumping. This wasn't heartbeat. This was fear. He hadn't even felt this way on Yifeng before. Yet he felt it on him. Get up and keep coming to beat me. Xia Mingyue bit her red lips in death. Her waist was given a painful bump, and both sides of her face were on fire. Truth be told, your sister-in-law is now my dog. Tang Zhe suddenly gave a playful laugh, with the intention of irritating Xia Mingyue. Sure enough, hearing this, Xia Mingyue was furious. Her adrenaline erupted violently. Her waist didn't hurt anymore. Her whole body was filled with strength, and she once again ran towards Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe raised his palm. Xia Mingyue learned to be smart. I block, but Tang Zhe backhanded a slap. But this time the force was smaller. Xia Mingyue not only didn't collect herself, she still hit towards Tang Zhe. Weapons don't know how to hold it. Do you intend to beat me to death with your little fists? Or do you want to use your head to kill me? How can you be so stupid as to actually survive until now? You guys are really a bunch of useless ones. After Tang Zhe finished slapping, he also taunted towards such a group of boys. Xia Mingyue had already been slapped around, her pretty little face swollen up. But Chu Lu now counted on hearing that Xia Mingyue was indeed adventurous. It was fine in the past, but if she was still like this in the end times, sooner or later she would lose her life. And this man was just letting Xia Mingyue learn a lesson. Tang Zhe walked to Xia Mingyue's side. Xia Mingyue immediately covered her face, while Tang Zhe directly carried Xia Mingyue on his shoulder ready to take away. Of course, not forgetting to issue an invitation. This beautiful woman. Want to go together? Chu Lu froze, and immediately pondered in his mind. But Tang Zhe wouldn't wait that long. Giving you a chance doesn't work. Classmates, proceed to play and kill. Stand still. Stop. Two voices made Tang Zhe stop in his tracks, slowly turning his head to look. What? Want to keep me? It doesn't matter if you're a sister-in-law's husband or a great-aunt's husband. She's mine. Yifeng pointed at Xia Mingyue on Tang Zhe's shoulder and said blandly. That expression was quite like Tang's style in the parking lot back then. Gao Shengtian hurriedly followed suit. She's my woman. You can't take her away, unless something is taken in exchange. The people who kept me before are basically all dead. Do you guys want to as well? Tang Zhe pressed down on Xia Mingyue who was fidgeting on her shoulder. But the more he pressed, the more she moved, and he directly slapped her, quieting her at once. Xia Mingyue shouted, don't have face. Hit my ass. Tang Zai said your face is behind my butt, I can't hit it either. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng, he's even madder than you. Gao Shengtian suddenly had a plan to let the two of them fight and sit back and watch the tigers fight. Yi Feng was also young and exuberant, not to mention having the hang in his hand. He didn't even put Tang Zai in his eyes. Tang Zai, if he knew, would certainly say, young man, hanging wall also has a strong and weak points. My hanging out on the peak, you still have to upgrade. All 2024, who still upgrade out, not invincible are embarrassed. You dare to come alone, maybe you will be a bit capable, but not enough to look at me here. Yi Feng said coldly and proudly. The Tang Zai in his eyes was just like a small karami. Tang Zai was just about to speak when Yi Qingyi's anxious shout rang out from the doorway. You, auntie. Although Xia Mingyue was upside down, she also saw her sister-in-law hurriedly running in. Her sister-in-law was fine. Yi Qingyi can have what is the matter, but at this time there is something. See Tang Zai Xia Mingyue on the shoulder. No. You must be again mess. Now no one can spoil you all. The male students looked at the doorway to come in. Yi Qingyi, eyes flashed stunning, subconsciously looked at Chu Lu. Seems to be in contrast, who was better looking? Of course is the sister-in-law good looking. Sister-in-law so white, exudes a soft charm. Are the end of the world? There is such maintenance. On the contrary, Chu Lu, although beautiful, but not compared to Yi Qingyi, nutrition did not keep up. Tang Zai said, I have Nutrient Express here, do you want a bite? Xia Mingyue jumped into Yi Qingyi's arms and cried, while Yi Qingyi saw that Xia Mingyue's face was swollen, and there were slap marks and knew that it must have been hit by Tang Zai, and then looked at Tang Zai's face. Yi Qingyi secretly said that it was bad. Quickly go apologize. Ha, what are you talking about? He hit me. I have to go apologize to him. No go. Xia Mingyue didn't expect that her sister-in-law wouldn't actually protect herself, and even told her to go apologize. Yi Qingyi was instantly on fire, and directly slapped Xia Mingyue's face. Xia Mingyue didn't expect to be hit by her sister-in-law just after meeting her. Tang Zai of course heard it. Yi Qingyi was very smart. This slap was for herself, showing her own stance, and it was also considered to be begging for forgiveness for Xia Mingyue. But could Xia Mingyue understand? It seemed that Xia Mingyue hadn't received the whiplash of the end times. Yi Qingyi heart also anxious. Tang Zai's surface sometimes playful smile, but in the heart is ultimately a ruthless person. If you do not listen, he will have a variety of ways to torture you, and simply do not need to Tang Zai shot. Sun Ting is enough to drink a pot. Looking at the aggrieved and unconvinced Mingyu, Yi Qingyi was so angry that she pounded her chest, wanting to live. She must let go of everything. Sister Yi, did you find the person? At the doorway, a beautiful figure appeared, and everyone's jaws were on the ground in shock. It was actually Li Linger. That was a big star. Yi Feng's eyes shot out a brilliant light. Li Linger, the ultimate goddess. If she gave herself a child, I'm afraid it would be able to offset all the previous ones. Those girls were all tempted by their food before, but now they could only rob them openly. They couldn't follow the previous routine. Chu Lu and Lu Yudi glanced at each other. This man actually had a big star by his side. Not simple. However, what happened next was even more breathtaking. Sun Ting and Bai and Shi Meng came one after another. Gao Shengtian slightly opened his mouth. What does this mean? One towing 5? So bullish. Those women are definitely going to be mine today. Yi Feng's eyes couldn't control the fire. He had been molesting for a month. Only one tow 3, and the quality wasn't that good. This man actually one tow 5. Each top. It's better to give it to me. It's a waste for you to use it. Yi Feng, don't mind second-hand goods, as long as I can give birth. What are you doing? You found someone and you're still throwing a tantrum. Shiming as an old fart. That's a master of rounding up. Originally it was a day of happy reunion, but it was a quarrel. Yi Qingyi gambled and didn't say anything, while Xia Mingyue also ignored Yi Qingyi. All of a sudden the atmosphere became weird. Tang Zai didn't intend to bother and said indifferently, classmate, it's not appropriate to stare at my woman like that, right? No, not your woman, they're all my women. Ha, 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 until now, you are the most arrogant I've ever seen. Tang Zai, this is not false, although there are arrogant, but Yi Feng gives the feeling of arrogance with a bottom. Could it be that there was a gun? Tang Zai could only guess so. Otherwise where would the underlying energy come from? That must be the last one too. That's right, I'm the last person you'll see. In front of me, Yi Feng, no one can be wild. Today you will definitely die. Gao Shengtian smiled and raised his hand and raised it, telling his brothers to back off a bit, giving them an empty space to fight. Regardless of who won the fight in the end it would definitely be himself who profited. Those women really smelled so good that even Mr. Shu had lost his original glory. I'm suddenly curious, where exactly does your confidence come from? Tang Zhe looked deeply at Yifeng. He felt that this kid didn't look like a fool either. And his aura was also very strong. Could it be that he really had something to offer? You will know immediately, said a stomp. The tiles on the floor could not withstand this explosive force. Appeared cracks. Tang Zhe's eyes gathered. Now he sort of understood. This speed and strength are above ordinary people. According to the law of the last days, this should be considered a very small part of the people awakened? Still a little excited. Finally, I've stumbled upon an opponent. Since I'm throwing a punch, I'll take it. Gathering his strength on top of his fist, Tang Zhe fiercely struck this fist. A fist wind blew the bangs on Yifeng's forehead. The duel between men was so hardcore. Yifeng had already seen his opponent's fist being fractured by himself. After all, he was now able to bend steel pipes with his bare hands. And a fist burst could crack a water condensation wall. What? This is too powerful. My brother Tang was able to gently poke his finger through the wall to begin with. With a click, the sound of bones cracking was always so crisp. Yifeng's fist was like soft and flimsy, directly being blasted by Tang Zhe's fist cracking his 5 fingers, and the white bones were even stabbing out from his elbow. But Tang Zhe's fist didn't stop because of this. Landing on Yifeng's shoulder with inertia, the arm was directly broken hard by Tang Zhe's fist, landing not far away. The entire library once again fell into silence. Xia Mingyue's jaw was about to drop to the ground. Was this still a person? Chu Lu and Lu Yudai also had the same expression. How strong was Yifeng just now? His bones could be hard broken, but now his own bones were also hard broken by someone else. This should be called the Wheel of Heaven, right? But who was going to demolish that man's bones? Tang Zhe said. Tearing down is impossible, but you can make my bones crispy. Yifeng violently retreated a few steps back, immediately covering his right arm, blood continuously dripping on the porcelain plate, incredulously looking at Tang Zhe. So you're so weak. I thought I'd run into a flagging opponent and pushed a little too hard. Tang Zhe spread his hands. That relaxed expression was the greatest irony. Yifeng's face turned slightly white. Impossible. How can you be stronger than me? Isn't it normal for me to be stronger than you? Tang Zhe slowly walked towards Yifeng. Yifeng kept backing up. The current Yifeng was no longer the Yifeng who had just entered the house. He was simply like a bullied little mouse, looking at the constantly approaching Tang Zhe with fear. He was in possession of a system. How could a powerful villain appear so quickly and end himself here? Absolutely impossible. There must still be a chance to kill back. Yifeng did a fierce roundhouse kick towards Tang Zhe's head, snapping his head off. He still had a chance. Without his arm he could still let the system recover. Yifeng thought he was already fast, but the man was even faster. A hand clasped his ankle. Vegetables, you need to practice more. Don't pop up like this. Go. Live to a ripe old age. A twist. A kick. The ankle bone protruded and the kneecap was kicked out. Yifeng, who was standing on one leg, angrily shouted. Who the hell are you? Why did you appear here? In the midst of the angry roar, there was more than a little bit of aggression. After all, what about the promised newcomer protection? Nima let me challenge the ultimate boss from the start? Gao Shangtian swallowed his saliva. This man is so strong. Yifeng is already perverted enough. He is actually even more perverted. Is there any justice in heaven? Is there any justice in this? Heavenly justice is only above the wind of the fist. As Tang Zhe approached, Yifeng with terror punched again. But without his confidence his punches were all slow and without power. With a click, another arm was removed, leaving only one leg to stand on. The system has detected that the host's vitality has dropped drastically. The host is requested to flee the scene immediately. The host is requested to flee the scene immediately. Otherwise he will surely die. Listening to the system's words, Yifeng became even more desperate. Even the system felt that he was going to die. Big brother, don't. I admit defeat. Yifeng knew that he couldn't die. If he died, he would really have nothing. But as long as he didn't die, he still had a chance to live. I still like the arrogant look you had before. After saying this, he grabbed Yifeng's hair and blasted his fist on Yifeng's stomach. Gao Shengtian even saw Yifeng's back protruding out as if it was a fist. This blow basically took half of his life. Yifeng spat out blood violently. His internal organs were all shattered. Is he going to die? How can he die when he can obtain the system? It's impossible. Shouldn't someone who obtains the system have concubines and wives? Other people are surviving. They're traveling. Why are they being killed just as they've begun? Tang Zhe grabbed Yifeng's hair and lifted his head up, softly asking, "You are indeed very powerful, not an ordinary person. You don't have a system, do you? How did you?" Yifeng's pale face became panicked. This was his biggest secret. How did he know? Looking at Yifeng's reaction, Tang Zhe laughed, "Because I have it too, and it's more powerful than you. If you're reborn, hide well and don't run into me again." Not waiting for Yifeng to beg for mercy, Tang Zhe directly broke Yifeng's neck, just in time for Yifeng to die right next to Su Qing. I don't know if this is God's will. And Yifeng stared with wide eyes. Why did he get his neck broken? Why? The host's death has been detected. The system will detach itself from the host and choose a more powerful host. Don't go. You are my system. This Nima was patched up by the system even after she died. For Tang Zhe's tactics, the 5 women no longer had much of a feeling. This kind of person killed. But for Xia Mingyue and the others, it was still shocking. Just as Tang Zhe turned around, a voice appeared in his head. Successfully bound to the many suns, many fortunes system, this system will clear the obstacles of the end of the world for the host, and hope that the host will rescue more girls in the end of the world, and continue the flame for mankind. Obtaining the girl's consent will reward the host, and if a child is born, the reward will be doubled. Tang Zhe was a bit confused. Why was there suddenly another system? Looking at Yifeng who had become a corpse, could it be his? I have to say, this system can also hug a big leg. Tang Zhe suddenly let out a light laugh, but in the eyes of the onlookers, this laugh was like a deicide in purgatory. Creepy. Then let's see what awesome skills you have in this many suns, many fortunes system. Directly opening the panel, it actually showed Yifeng's information. Name, Yifeng. Vitality, 0, ordinary person 74. Strength, 47, ordinary person 18. Defense, 41, ordinary person 10. Speed, 38, ordinary person 10. Mental power, 12, commoner 10. Skills, Dragon Tiger Fist. Mate, 4. Supplies, 10 square meters of storage space. Perhaps the system realized something, and the panel began to blur. The 404. Tang Zhe laughed. Turning a page, it was also 404. Presumably the panel attributes of that whatever spouse. After being 404, the information was soon taken down, and Tang Zhe's information was at the top, and it was written brightly. My dearest host. I didn't realize that in the system world, there were also wallflowers. When Tang Zhe saw his panel, his brows tightened slightly. Name, Tang Zhe. Vitality, 5,913. Strength, 3,983. Defense, 3,138. Speed, 2,521. Mental power, 39841. Mate, 5. Seeing such a comparison of attributes, Tang Zhe couldn't help but laugh again. This last one of yours was a real piece of trash. The panel attributes of the women will be looked at later. Let's look at the other interesting ones first. Lucky draw, killing a zombie will earn you 1 point, while 100 points will earn you a lucky carousel draw once, 0 times. Tang Zhe sort of understood that most of the rewards offered by the system came from this carousel, but the prerequisite was to kill zombies. Naya, there were no zombies right now, so what's the point of killing? If his guess was right, he had survived by rewards from those 4 women. Yo-oo, this side actually have material exchange? Actually also rely on points exchange. Too miserable. And it's all living supplies, not even weapons. Seeing the full of supplies, Tang Zhe directly said, what garbage? But also exchange? Give the space is still so small. Your host is really begging for life. Detected that the host is dissatisfied with the system. The system will modify the program for the host. Yo, this is good. You early so to the previous host. Also not so miserable. Revision complete. 50% discount on points exchange. At this time, Tang Zhe's system came out, and it felt like an uninvited guest had come to the house, and directly began to tempt his man. Double increase in energy slots. Tang Zhe was stunned. Good. Roll up. There's competition to be worthy of being my main palace system. The many suns, many fortunes system has already started cursing and swearing. You can get stronger just by lying down when you mess with the host like this. Fine. Roll you up. Check that the host has 5 girlfriends. Issued a reward of 500 points. Oh, stingy. Only 500. The big carousel can only turn 5 times. In fact, it is also quite a lot of People Yifeng get a girl only rewarded 10 points. Material exchange a box of mineral water only 2 points. Also do not look at my side called what unlimited resources. Open the 5 times energy tank mode. Open the arsenal. Direct redemption. 10% discount on the lucky wheel. Congratulations to the host. The conditions have been met. And a post-apocalyptic gift pack 3.0 has been issued. Large-scale weapon arsenal. God of War system. Built-in goddess combat system. Post-apocalyptic gift pack 4.0. Many suns, many fortunes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Issuance of host modification privileges. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tang Zhe was slightly a little bit confused. The surprise came too quickly. A little bit didn't get used to it. Alright, if I keep scrolling, my life will be no more fun. Since I've been issued modification privileges, I'm not going to be polite. First of all, I'm going to modify a rule to give out rewards without consent, and triple the rewards for not having a child. System, you can change the name yourself. All the resource pool points changed to 0. The carousel also directly changed to 0. This carousel is still very interesting. Can produce good goods. As for other resources, more or less conflict. But some small toys are quite interesting. This is the real system. Who downloads the system for a fee? Or look at the palace system update. This time is really a bumper harvest. Otherwise, according to the original progress, at least 1 to 2 months, the so-called large arsenal, Tangzhe has seen heavy weapons, J11, J16, J20, Transport 20, Boom 20, F16, F22, F35, B2. These are the series of warplanes. There was also the tank series, 99A, Leopard 2A6, Leopard 2PL, Abrams M1A2 series, T90A, T90MS, Armada T14, Merkava Mk4, Challenger 2, PL01, system update in progress, arsenal updated. Yoo-hoo! Many sons know what they're doing. When he saw the Dongfeng series appear in the updated weapon arsenal, Tangzhe knew that things were not simple. You guys are so rolled up, how can you let other people live? But this time, his own main palace system actually did not follow the role. Yoo-hoo! Very bottom line, well, it is estimated that the God of War system, when open the God of War system, is a piece of their own panel. Master, Tangzhe. Female God of War, Sun Ting, and Bai, Yi Qing Yi, Shi Meng, Li Ling Er. Level, 53, full level 99.99, ordinary person level 1. Each level up will draw rewards 3 times, and each level up for women will draw rewards once. Special ability, primary nemesis, dark gold. Skills, physique, experience value, 0. PS, item quality division, white, blue, red, gold, dark gold, ancient, beginner, intermediate, advanced, extraordinary, tier, peak. Primary nihilist is so hanged. If it is upgraded to intermediate, at least it can press a building down. Peak then, it really doesn't give the enemy a way out. It's a pity that the skills and physique are blank right now, but it doesn't matter too much. Let's see what's going on with the female God of War. Open the panel. Sun Ting, rank 8. Beauty assessment, 84 goddess level, 0, 100 can grow. Click on the applet for benefits. Special abilities. Skills, physique, experience value, 0. The female God of War's assessment determines the amount of experience the master gains. Please assist the female God of War in raising her level as soon as possible. Tangzhe didn't care about the rest first. Directly clicking on the small program, the corners of his mouth began to lift up. Actually can be fine-tuned, brothers. This kind of happiness who understand, no wonder the main palace system is as stable as an old dog. Many children and many blessings are not sophisticated enough. Welfare understand. This is flavorful enough. However, it is necessary to improve with the assessment in order to fine-tune, so that they can make up for some of their defects. The system is really thoughtful, and even a key to destroy the function, to exclude all betrayal moves. As for upgrading, Tangzhe felt that it was from the previous volume, to the current refinement, or good. The volume is a bit tired, but how to get the 4.0 gift pack didn't say. Do you have to practice the full level? Next Tangzhe looked through the other women's panels, all of which were Sun Ting, and Bai, Yi Qingyi all had level 8, Shi Meng was only at level 6, and Li Linger was at a minimum of level 3, and Bai was assessed at 83. Yi Qingyi's assessment was 85, Shi Meng's assessment was 85, and Li Linger's assessment was the highest at 86. Surprisingly, none of them went up to 90. Was it that hard? The system assessment was naturally a statistic, so to speak. There was number 90 in the entire planet right now. As long as one but Tangzhe pulls any woman's assessment up to 90, then I'm afraid that other men are really 3 views following the 5 senses. And if it reaches 100, Tangzhe will become everyone's public enemy, because such a woman is no longer something anyone can have. Whoever owns one will invite disaster, unless the strength is so strong that it's out of bounds. In the future, I'll have to concentrate on leveling every day. People practice and fight monsters, but I, Tangzhe, practice is just extraordinarily capable of kamikaze. The reward of this many sons and daughters comes from the result. Their own system is protruding from the process. These two systems are like concave and convex, can be stuck together, will be perfect. First clean up the mess. Later back to the car full of research. This big carousel is written above a lot of things. Let's go. Sweeping a glance at Gao Shengtian, Tangzhe is not interested in playing house with these children. On the new product, that does not go back to the car to reward themselves for the temptation of the schoolgirl. A look at Xia Mingyue. The system gives an assessment of only 79. It feels a little low, but wait for a few days to raise the quality should be improved. Gao Shengtian did not block. After all, the other party's strength is very strong. Xia Mingyue ran away. As long as Lu Yudi is on the line. Brother Shang, that's Li Linger. He's just one. We can kill him even if we kill him. The leader number 2 came to Gao Shengtian's ear and advanced. Gao Shengtian glared. He himself wanted to, but didn't want to risk it. The second leader also coveted that the boss had beautiful women to enjoy. He himself could only use ordinary goods. Now there are 5 stunning colors. He can at least share one. Boss, since this is the case, then we're going to prepare to do it ourselves. When the time comes, those few women, don't snatch them from the brothers. You guys, Gao Shengtian didn't expect that his little brother actually disobeyed the command so quickly. You guys are all mesmerized by women. The little brother said, you are still not the same. Teacher Chu. Xia Mingyue suddenly shouted towards Chu Lu. The meaning was obvious. Walk together. Chu Lu stood in place a bit confused, but quickly had a decision and decided to gamble on leaving. Lu Yudi looked at teacher Chu leaving, clenched her teeth and also followed and walked out. Gao Shengtian looked at Lu Yudi dumbfounded. Monstrous murderous aura welled up in his gaze. I'm damn good to you. If I wasn't protecting you, would these people be disobedient? Now you actually follow a strange man. Sun Ting and the others looked at the approaching Chu Lu and Lu Yudai, feeling that they both had good looks and figures. The master was really blessed with good fortune. It was like buying one and giving away two. Tang Zhe also saw the two women's system evaluations. Chu Lu 79, Lu Yudai 79. Still not at the peak of their face value because they were too weak. Tang Zhe suddenly spoke. Did I say I'd take you guys? This sentence undoubtedly made Chu Lu and Lu Yudi lose face, and the girls next to them all began to mock. Before people invited not to go, see people powerful and go to lick them. What the most beautiful teacher. What the high and cold school flower. But also hypocritical generation just. This female student just said it right. Tang Zhe gave a thumbs up towards the girl. Xia Mingyue suddenly ran over towards Tang Zhe and drank. Why don't you take them with you? We're all together. How can you be like this? Finished. Yi Qingyi's face went white, and even Shiming realized what Xia Mingyue's words meant. Li Linger were frowning deeply. Sun Ting and Anbai's beautiful eyes were cold for a few moments. If they weren't related to Yi Qingyi and dared to say this kind of words, then there really wasn't anything to discuss. Tang Zhe lifted his foot and directly fucked Xia Mingyue off with a kick. Yi Qingyi was instantly ready to run over to stop him, but was immediately pulled back by Shimeng. Don't go. If you go, he won't just lose his temper. He'll kill to you. Sun Ting also nodded. Right now Xia Mingyue was only suffering a bit of flesh and blood, better than losing her life later. Everyone never expected that Tang Zhe's methods towards pretty girls were all so brutal. Chu Lu and Lu Yudi both started to back away. Tang Zhe walked to Xia Mingyue, lit a cigarette and squatted down, grabbed Xia Mingyue's hair and said indifferently, your sister-in-law is fighting for her life to save you, because you are now her only relative. Xia Mingyue covered her stomach. Her exquisite face heard white hair, but also heard the words, the only loved one. Could it be mom and dad? You know what? Your mom and dad were killed by people like you, but I think that even if your mom and dad hadn't died and brought you back, they would have been killed by you. You're just a drag. Worthless. If it wasn't for the fact that you're a bit of a posh girl, based on the words you just said, would you still be alive? My mom and dad. Are they really dead? Xia Mingyue looked at Tang Zhe with red and swollen eyes. I heard your sister-in-law say that they were killed by that person called what's his name? Gongzi. Brother Gongzi. It can't be. How is it possible? Xia Mingyue did not believe that brother Gongzi would kill his parents. Their relationship is so iron. It must be a lie. I don't know where the strength came from. Xia Mingyue ran towards Yi Qingyi to question her, and soon Xia Mingyue's cries of pain could be heard. But Tang Zhe's heart was very upset. His eyes looked towards Chu Lu and Lu Yudi who retreated back. The two women's hearts jumped, and they felt like they were being stared at by the devil. What I hate the most is extremely hypocritical people. You two really interpret what is called crazy swing. See me powerful. Take the initiative to walk to join. See me brutal. Immediately retreated back. Had. Play me. Tang Zhe let out a low gulp. Gao Shengtian said in a deep voice. Dude, they don't want to go with you, so don't force them. I can take whoever I want. It's not your turn to tell me what to do. Tang Zhe's falcon-like eyes looked at Gao Shengtian, and Gao Shengtian felt his heartbeat slow down by half a beat. The second on the side directly leaned out. What are you so arrogant about? What's the point of single combat? If you have the ability to do all of our group of brothers, how many women do you want to take with you? Brothers say right. Right. The other party is only one person. Can still let him be arrogant. Snatch his woman. Tonight everyone took turns. Tang Zhe silently flicked the ashes of his cigarette and silently said, "Actually, flowers also have remnants. These two don't beat them to death." The crowd heard this and didn't know what to do, and rushed towards Tang Zhe with their knives. There was a bang. The second boss directly burst his head and fell to the ground, his eyes wide open not understanding. Where did the gun come from? The other boys also stopped in their tracks and looked at the 5 Yukai, but they were holding guns in their hands. Chu Lu and Lu Yudai's faces were pale. Those women of theirs had guns. Xia Mingyue looked at her sister-in-law. There was no fluctuation of emotions in her eyes. She could even feel that she was getting excited. "Watch," Yi Qingyi reminded. "If you don't want to die, live well." Bang bang bang. All the boys in the front row fell to the ground, and the others had already started to run around. But they didn't intend to let it go, switching their magazines to fire point blank. "Don't move," Sun Ting said faintly as she stood behind Chu Lu and Lu Yudi. Chu Lu raised her hands and said with pleading, "We don't want to go with you guys. Kneel down," Sun Ting said indifferently. The two women knelt down with their hands raised, as if they felt that they were going to be killed immediately, their delicate bodies subconsciously shaking. "Now I'll give you 2 choices. Either come with me or die. As long as you speak out and die, I'll fulfill it." Sun Ting loved this kind of test. Right now, other than Li Linger, none of them were not afraid of death. Even they were no exception, not wanting to die and not wanting to leave. Where could there be such a good thing? That female classmate is right. You two are really hypocritical. Sun Ting grabbed the 2 women by the hair and dragged them towards the door. "Ah, let go of me," Chu Lu cried out in agony. Lu Yudi grabbed her hair in pain, but didn't say a word. Tang Zhe looked at Sun Ting, originally curious that their strength seemed to have increased quite a bit, so it turned out that they were also enjoying their own benefits. Chu Lu and Lu Yudi were naturally struggling uselessly. But who was Sun Ting? The instructor. Anyone who had been coached at her hands, and now her methods were even more severe. "Let her go." Gao Shengtian rushed over, pointing his knife at Tang Zhe, although his eyes were tinged with fear. He would never change on the issue of principle, even if the blade was shaking. Tang Zhe could feel the other party's fear and asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid of death? Still dare to hold a knife against me?" "She's mine," Gao Shengtian said warily as he looked towards Lu Yudi. Tang Zhe turned his head to look at Lu Yudi. "Hey, are you his or not? If you nod, I'll give you to him." Gao Shengtian was instantly happy, looking at the agonized Lu Yudi expectantly. "You are like this, only I don't want to die to save you ah." But Lu Yudi's attitude made Gao Shengtian more and more disappointed, and even his eyes exploded with killing intent. "Look, even if I beat her, she won't go with you. So for this kind of woman, why are you suffering? Leave it to me, I'll teach her well." Tang Zhe's words deeply pierced Gao Shengtian. Gao Shengtian even cried, "Lu Yudi, is this how you treat me? Rather get hurt than follow me. Do I annoy you that much? For so many days, if it wasn't for me, could you have survived decently? Is this how you repay me?" Gao Shengtian hissed towards Lu Yudi, those eyes even more desperate than before. Tang Zhe even frowned after hearing this. This woman was really ruthless. "Alright, women are like this," Tang Zhe said indifferently. "Let her go." Gao Shengtian cried and looked at Tang Zhe. This confused Tang Zhe. "You don't kill her, you kill me?" Tang Zhe didn't say anything. Gao Shengtian instantly hacked towards Tang Zhe, but in his eyes was a plea for death, waving the knife as if it was just a symbolic gesture. "Work hard in your next life. Don't waste time on women." Tang Zhe looked at Gao Shengtian and said slowly, giving Gao Shengtian a decent death. It directly turned into a mist of blood. The 3 new women looked like they had seen a ghost. How did Gao Shengtian just explode on his own? Tang Zhe saw the 3 newcomers and said indifferently, "Knowing my secret, then you guys are in danger." Chu Lu and Lu Yudi's faces were pale, and the wailing sounds of pain constantly coming from their ears were stimulating their nerves. However, this kind of scene was still considered childish. That path in the villa was what was truly frightening and would never be forgotten in this lifetime. "Let's go," Tang Zhe said indifferently. This made the women curious. The master wasn't staying now? Wanted to ask, but didn't dare to ask. After all, the master seemed to be in a bad mood. "It's all about this child Mingyue. Why do you have to touch his mold ah?" At this time, the girls are all united to hold their heads. When they saw the demon walk to the door, but also a sigh of relief, they just killed the boys. Suddenly, the girls felt the floor vibrate slightly, and the sound of an engine could be heard. All of a sudden, a huge object appeared outside the window, and the girls looked on in disbelief. What was this thing? Tanks? The tracks of a tank aren't even that wide and big. Xia Mingyue looked at the gradually approaching steel behemoth was also surprised. Even the struggling Chu Lu also stopped. Lu Yudi are rubbing their eyes. Even before the end of the world will not have this kind of caravan, right? All felt that this should be a customized model. But why didn't it stop? Boom! Directly crashed in. but did not hit too deep, just enough distance to get on the car. Still, the big guy is cool. Tang Zai patted the bodywork, and apart from a little cut, there wasn't much of a problem. Returning to her senses, Chu Lu frantically struggled up. Let go of me, you bunch of assholes. Tang Zai walked to Chu Lu in front of him. Looking at Tang Zai's icy cold face, Chu Lu wanted to curse but felt like he couldn't say it. Stuck in his throat. Reaching out and touching Chu Lu's head, listening to her say that you are a teacher. You should know how to repay kindness. If not for me coming today, I'm afraid you will end up in a miserable situation. But fortunately, I came. You will still end up in a miserable situation. Set a punch in Chu Lu's abdomen. If this one didn't control the strength, I'm afraid that flat belly would be pierced. But Tang Zai controlled the strength very well. There was basically nothing to feel except pain. Much quieter. There's a caravan to live in and still yakking. Bring it up, Tang Zai said, turning his head to look at Lu Yudi on the side, who subconsciously shrunk a bit and wisely chose to follow. Next to him, Yi Qingyi and Xia Mingyue discussed something. Auntie, why don't we go on our own? We can't follow him. Having been continuously beaten up by Tang Zai, Xia Mingyue felt like she was going to be beaten to death sooner or later. Upon hearing Xia Mingyue say such words, Yi Qingyi almost didn't spit out blood in anger. Do you think that anyone can get into this car? Do you think that all women in the last days can protect themselves? Why are you still so naive? Yi Qingyi said in a deep voice. Mingyu was too similar to her brother-in-law. He must have threatened you, right? I know you're not like that. You and big brother Jiang love each other so much. How could you possibly be with him? Now Yi Qingyi didn't feel half guilty after hearing this. She even managed to say righteously, I moved on. This is my voluntary. Can't you see that even a big star like Li Linger is also there? That car is the safest place to be. No one can harm us if we get on that car. Is getting into the car going to be under his control? Xia Mingyue is not stupid. They are all beautiful women. How could they ask for it? It feels just like Gao Shengtian. Yi Qingyi felt like she was going to be made to collapse. How could she be so disobedient? Let's go. To chat on the car to chat. Tang Zai walked to set indifferently, his gaze looking towards Xia Mingyue. For Tang Zai, Xia Mingyue now had a shadow, immediately hiding behind Yi Qingyi. I'm talking to Mingyue about the rules. I'll be right there. Tang Zai hummed. You wash her up a bit later. I know. When Tang Zai left, Xia Mingyue immediately questioned. What do you mean wash me clean? What's he going to do? You tell me. What else? Xia Mingyue looked at Yi Qingyi incredulously. Was this still the former sister-in-law? To actually say such words, to actually want to wash herself clean and send her out. Let go of me. It's him who avenged your parents, you know. He also saved me. And now he's saved you too. Yi Qingyi pressed her hands on Mingyue's shoulders. Her emotions were also slightly agitated. Xia Mingyue looked at Yi Qingyi with wide eyes. Tears were rolling in her eyes. For a moment she didn't know how to retort. Seeing Sun Ting walking towards the side, Yi Qingyi pulled Xia Mingyue's hand. Come with me. It will be safe. However, Xia Mingyue broke away from Yi Qingyi's hand, which made it difficult for Yi Qingyi. I'll do it. Sun Ting patted Yi Qingyi's fragrant shoulder. Girls who had never seen the darkness of humanity were like this, thinking that they could survive peacefully in this post-apocalyptic world. Yi Qingyi didn't stop it, just said softly, be gentle. After saying this, Yi Qingyi turned around and got into the car. What are you going to do? Seeing Sun Ting looking towards herself, Xia Mingyue was scared. It seemed that her toughness was only given to those closest to her. Now Yi is also considered my friend. She recently worried about whether you will be in trouble. Tea and rice, praying to God you are still alive. Indeed alive, but also sad. After all, she is also tied to the roof of the car auction. That kind of despair who can understand? Do you understand? The greenhouse to the flowers? Bang of fist, directly Xia Mingyue into shrimp, grabbed long hair toward the car. Tang Zai sat on the sofa, did not look at this side of the situation, but was shopping for some supplies, like the mass immune system, although there is a protective suit. But in the lesser sun in the system there are viral antibodies. Even the zombie virus can be resisted. This small virus should not matter. Right, take me with you. I'm pretty too. I'll do anything for you. There were quite a few girls standing at the door of the car at some point. All of them were the kind that considered themselves pretty. But they did have a few looks. And before the end of the world, with a little makeup, the rich second generation would have had to go after them. Just now the hair is messy and dirty. In Tang Zai's opinion, even if it's cleaned, it's just like that. Look at the assessment given by the system. 61. Still really confident. Sun Ting at the door didn't hear Tang Zai speak, so she said in a cold voice, get lost. Big brother, take a look at my figure. It's really good. It'll definitely make you comfortable. The girl actually showed off her body on the spot. Even Xia Mingyue, who was dumbfounded by the beating, was stunned. However, Sun Ting raised her hand and fired a shot. Bang! The girls who were still dumbfounded were instantly stunned, but they just took a few steps back. Everyone knew in their hearts that getting into the car was the only way to actually live. You guys don't force me, Sun Ting said in a deep voice. Sister, if we can't get on the car we are also dead. We girls have no choice. Suddenly, a girl broke down and shouted with a sobbing voice. You killed all the boys. Who will protect us in the future? That's right. Originally we were all fine. It's because you guys came that we became like this. It's fine if you come to protect us. As a reward, you can sleep with whoever you want. These words instantly made the girls nod their heads. With such a powerful person protecting them, they would definitely be able to survive. Tang Zhe, who was shopping for the system, suddenly let out a laugh. You guys would really treat me as a laborer. Turned the panel off and stood at the door of the car, and directly came to a bow. It's all my fault. I forgot that men and women are equal. I'm sorry. The girls heard a stunned thought Tang Zhe promised. Standing in front of the girls had begun to get on the car. The back of the girls began to squeeze towards the front. Tang Zhe glanced at his women. I'll give you 5 minutes. The sound of gunshots rang out intensively, but it also quickly quieted down again, and the Doomsday RV backed up and drove towards the school's main entrance. In other areas of the school, there were a number of students and teachers hiding in various places, watching the RV of Doom frantically waving their hands to save their lives, but greeted by exhaust fumes. After getting on the car everyone took off their heavy down jackets. Li Linger played light music, and in by cut fresh fruit. Lu Yudi, who was standing on the side, looked at the people in front of her and seemed to have not regained her senses, while Xia Mingyue and Chu Lu sat paralyzed on the ground covering their stomachs, and their afterglow looked at Tang Zhe, who was eating the fruits, and the white jade legs. They looked so beautiful that they were actually willing to be in the company of demons. Stop the car. Tang Zhe suddenly stood up and said. The end of the world caravan slowly stopped, just in the middle of a few buildings of teaching, and some classrooms seemed to have human heads seemingly emerging from them. What's wrong, Master? Simone asked curiously. However, Shiming's cry of Master caused the three women's three views to explode a bit, and they were actually addressed as such. Tang Zhe took out a bottle of blue syringe. This is the virus antibody. One shot and you won't be afraid of the rain and snow outside. The women's eyes immediately glowed. Then they wouldn't need to wear that kind of protective clothing in the future. After all, it wasn't pretty either, and it also blocked the line of sight. But I haven't tried it yet. I don't know if it's real or not. The 5 women who were originally still happy froze. Simone smiled and said, Master, it's actually fine if you don't fight. There's a protective suit anyway. Yeah, there's a protective suit. There's no need to be redundant. Sun Ting followed suit and chimed in. Li Linger said petulantly, Master, people are afraid of spanking needles, but not masters. Tang Zhe. Linger, you're really learning the ropes now, but I'm eager to try it out, whether it works or not, Tang Zhe said firmly, which scared the girls. Even the master said he didn't know, so he really didn't know. Tang Zhe suddenly laughed. See how scared you guys are. Isn't there 3 new ones here? Yi Qingyi was instantly worried. Mingyue, you mustn't be stupid. In fact, when Tang Zhe said this, the hearts of the 3 women hugging the group felt like they had been hit hard. Drug testing. Not succeeding is equal to death. Don't you guys want to leave? Then I'll give you a chance. Who's going to take a shot? If you're not dead, be my guest. The car became incomparably silent all of a sudden. A hair falling on the ground could not be heard. However, all 3 women didn't say anything, because no one wanted to die. If they wanted to die, they would have gone to death a long time ago and wouldn't have stayed until now. What are you waiting for? The opportunity has come. Who's coming? Hurry up. Tang Zhe's face sank, startling all 3 women, but still no one stepped forward. Actually, you guys don't want to go. What do you have to pretend for? I'll choose myself then. The hearts of the 3 girls rose into their throats. Xia Mingyue all felt sure that she would choose herself because she had messed with him. Chu Lu also felt that she would choose herself because she was the one who had called the poorest, and Lu Yudi felt that she shouldn't have chosen herself because she was the most cooperative. It's just you. You haven't said anything all this time. It feels like you're kind of looking down on me. Lu Yudai. Xia Mingyue was instantly relieved, and so was Chu Lu. Come here, Tang Zhe said indifferently. Lu Yudi's breathing became rapid. Her feet seemed heavy as if they were tied with lead weights, but she still took a step towards the front. Not bad. Very obedient. Tang Zhe laughed lightly, more than a little sarcastically. This is a neck injection. Tease your own hair a bit and stretch your neck a bit. Still having to do it herself, Lu Yudi could only do what she was told, stretching out her neck all but closing her eyes, but also only feel a slight pain in the neck. Then there is no then. Okay, whether it works or not, you can't run. Just now I gave the opportunity. Tang Zhe still had to remind. Don't play smart with me again. That will only look stupid. Lu Yudi nodded. I'm curious. Can you talk or not? Tang Zhe really couldn't help but ask. Never seen a girl that didn't say a single word from start to finish. Lu Yudi said softly. Will. That's good. I thought it was a mute. Otherwise a lot of joy would be lost. As soon as the car door opened, a wave of cold air burrowed into the car, and the coolly dressed girls shivered in the cold. In the school building, some boys and girls looked this way. Look, the car door is open. See, is this the rescue team? It should be. After all, only the rescue team has the strength to make such modifications. Kindly, someone is coming down. Everyone stared at the car door, but only saw a beautiful silhouette. It didn't look like a rescue team. Lu Yudi was so nervous that her clenched nails were pinching into her flesh. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yudi stretched out her foot and jumped from the pedal into the knee-thick snow. Dead or not? Oh my god, it's a girl, actually jumping straight into the snow. That seems to be our high-strung schoolgirl. I'm not blinking, am I? You didn't blink. It's Lu Yudi. She's actually in the car. I heard that her family is very rich. Holy shit, so it's here to save her. These rich ones are so hateful no matter in the past or now. But how come she doesn't seem to be dead? Lu Yudi, who had her eyes closed, felt that she was going to be gone soon, but the delayed pain made Lu Yudi open her eyes, and to her eyes was the wonderful world. Except for a little bit of cold, there didn't seem to be much else. Looking at Lu Yudi, who didn't have any reaction outside the car, the people in the car were surprised. It works. Tang Zhe smiled and took out 5 potions and placed them on the table. Without Tang Zhe saying anything, they all injected the antibodies into their necks. Tang Zhe even teased. You guys are quite hypocritical too. There's no girl who isn't hypocritical. Enbai said shyly. Tang Zhe patted Enbai's head, and suddenly Enbai squatted down. Tang Zhe was stunned. Ah, sorry, reflex. Enbai covered her face and ran behind Sun Ting to hide. All the women, or Xiaobai lovely women. Hypocrisy on hypocrisy, boldly admitted on the line. Hypocrisy still do not admit. Then do not blame me. Tanza gun mercilessly. Yi Qingyi heart worried up. Just gave only 5 needles. And no bright moon. Obviously not recognized. Lu Yudi outside the car looked at the students in the school building. They all seemed surprised. But they themselves were also surprised. Not dead. Should we run? Soon Lu Yudi dismissed the idea of running. Where could they run to with such thick snow? Besides, they had guns. And he actually had this kind of thing. No wonder those pretty girls were following him. After some serious thinking, Lu Yudi turned around and got into the car. The door slowly closed and started up again towards the gate. You guys don't go. Come pick me up. I have money. Come back. However, no matter how much they called, they could only see the rear end of the car in the distance until it disappeared from their eyes. Back in the car, Lu Yudi was a little apprehensive, not knowing what would be waiting for her next. Looking out of the car window in front of her, she happened to pass by the parking lot, where her own little red was still parked before it was directly run over, as if foreshadowing her next outcome. What did you feel in particular just now? Tang Zhe asked carefully. No. Tang Zhe frowned. Isn't it cold standing outside? It's okay. Tanza frowned deeper. Can you speak more than 3 words? Will. Tang Zhe gave a thumbs up. You can be really good. Will not also be considered quite special. Go and clean up. I'll let you later. All the time more than 3 words. All the time? The tone of voice is still with ups and downs. Lu Yudi clenched his hand. Although he did not say anything, but his face was written with reluctance. Then I'll take that as your default. Have you two thought it through? Forget it. It seems that it's also a default. Chulu and Xia Mingyue had that look in their eyes as if they wanted to eat Tang Zhe up, but they didn't dare to say no. After all, life is precious. Washing is cleaner. Take them to take a bath. In the future they'll eat the rest of you and sleep in the barn at the back. The barn behind the car wasn't as luxurious as this side. There were no fluffy blankets on the floor. No variety of fruits. Only darkness. Let's go. Ladies. Sun Ting actually found a belt. Quite a sensation. Looking at Tang Zhe on the sofa, the 3 women thought to themselves that a good girl doesn't have to take a bath. After so many days of not taking a bath, just wash it. I'll go myself. Chulu was still a bit arrogant as she shook off Sun Ting's arm, and the curve of Sun Ting's mouth began to rise. Sister Ting Ting, let me help you. Enbai jumped to Sun Ting's side, the deputy instructor already in position. Sun Ting hummed and glanced at Yi Qingyi, who gave a look that it didn't matter if those two didn't know each other. Mingyue was slightly lighter, and she would be honest if she was scared. Tang Zhe was of course observing the big carousel, turning it, wherever the pointer pointed to. The corresponding prize was awarded. The corresponding areas were white, blue, red, gold, and ancient. This was pretty much the same as in the God of War system, except that one was dark gold and the other was red gold. However, the white color took up 55% of the area of the entire carousel, which was a bit of a pitfall. The blue color took up 40% of the area, the red color took up 10%, the gold color was roughly 4%, the red gold was only 1%, and the far ancient had to be viewed with a magnifying glass. Suddenly, the bathroom came the sound of pain. Tang Zai frowned and ignored it. They messed with little Ting Ting. That is simply looking for death. Sun Ting can be more fierce than himself. The accomplice Xiaobai is not the previous Xiaobai. Just now saw Xiaobai pulling the candles to go in. Is it possible that the bathroom light is broken? What do they care? I still come to play the big carousel, and then see if I can get stuck bugs. As Tang Zai spun, the carousel followed suit. Not surprisingly, the first handout of gold? Nima, what kind of luck is this? Thunder Fury, summon 1,000 thunderbolts for a targeted strike. Tang Zai immediately turned to the God of War system side and opened the panel. Sure enough, he found Thunder Fury in the skills category, and Tang Zai immediately clapped his hands in joy, directly installing Thunder Fury in his skill bar. The installation was successful. It was then installed into Sun Ting's panel, and once again, it showed success. F***CK. It really can get stuck in bugs. The system could automatically recognize the special abilities or skills that one possessed, so it must be a two-way recognition. The main palace system has to be charged, while the concubine system is free. Ha ha ha. This way the extra skills can be installed on their panels to boost their strength, but this Gene will install it on himself first, and then share it with them later when it's redundant. Tang Zai sitting alone on the sofa giggling caused the girls to worry. Is it too much pressure? Shi Meng was worried. If Tang Zai had a mental breakdown one day, the girls in this car would be doomed. Li Linger was also worried. Did you kill too many? Linger, go release the pressure on the master. Sister Meng, don't be shy. Master cares for you a lot and won't blame you. Shiming was also afraid, so she was able to push Li Linger out, while Li Linger, a naive little girl, was probably still counting her money when she was sold, so how could she play with other people's Shiming? But Shiming felt that Tang Zai was not bad for Li Linger. Even if Li Linger did wrong, she would not blame, but she was different. Tang Zai, who was shaking the turntable, froze and removed the panel screen. Good Yuling Air. Stealing food while they are not there. Good performance. Wait for the master to install a skill for you. Red flame blade technique, white, psychedelic steps, blue, cold ice arrow, white. These white and blue skills Tang Zai really cannot see. Even his own cat cannot match. The minimum requirement is to have red, but Tang Zai does not know. Yi Feng previously rewarded a white skill can dominate. If not encountered perverted Tang Zai, just rely on that one skill. Will be able to the entire Yunhai city. But Tang Zai would like to say, if there is no point in requesting, then what is the difference between living and salted fish? Give me a red. Another white. Life skill? 5 centimeters plus 5.2 cm. What does this mean? Tang Zai was confused. The Shiming on the side covered her red lips and exclaimed in shock. Tang Zai understood. Not bad. Not bad. The concubine system is starting to power up. You do understand me. Continue to turn up. I really want to have a script. Every moment for myself to turn up. The good ones stay. The garbage will be deleted. Suddenly, another golden light appeared. Tang Zai found out. As long as the gold is out, the turntable will appear a subtle golden light. But this kind of ratio really makes people spit. If you follow Yi Feng's kind of promotion, out of a gold at least a few years later, just those few times just now, one has spun 70 to 80 times. Spirit made jade body, enhanced the speed of women's cultivation, with which the effect of dual cultivation is even better. Actually out of a woman's physique. How to do? Suddenly want to correct the concubine system. To understand me. Now lack of this kind of play. Hurry to try how the effect. A pull Li Linger's wrist toward the upstairs. Li Linger wiped her lips. Shy. The side of the Shiming only envy the part. At this time, Li Linger couldn't lift a single finger. While Tang Zai excitedly looked at the panel, Li Linger had directly jumped from level 3 to level 6, and even she herself had directly risen one level to level 54. At the same time, the rewards were triggered. You can draw 3 times for yourself for a 1 level rise. Directly draw it up. Give it a boost. Shogun system. 3 gorgeous boxes appeared in front of his eyes, and Tang Zai chose the middle one. Only a black flash appeared, followed by a golden light. Dark gold. My goodness. I knew you guys rolled up again. This is the benefit of a dual system. Hybrid hegemony body, flesh body with superb defense. Immune to skills under dark gold. Tang Zai's expression at this moment was like he was in a state of dementia. Immunity to skills under dark gold? Immunity? This is a bit perverted. I can only say that it's worthy of being a shogun system. Immunity under dark gold. How many people have skills above dark gold? Out of a gold can laugh for the rest of their lives. The result of hitting themselves is MLSs. Other people's minds will explode. Too good to be true. And then something stronger. Moto. Unsurprisingly, the other two were white. Tang Zai shrugged his shoulders, saying that it didn't matter. It was understandable. Then draw Li Lingers. 3 levels in a row. There are also 3 boxes to extract. Requirements are not high. Out of a gold on the line. Directly triple open. Cold ice finger red. Windy steps blue. Sort of variety white. That's acceptable. At least it came out red. Cold ice finger. Shoots out a cold air from the tip of the finger. Freezing the enemy. Gale steps. Boosts stance and speed skills. These two seem to be pretty good together. As for the 100 change sword, it's too weak to match. Directly installing the cold ice finger and blistering wind steps in the skill bar for Li Linger, although they were 2 beginners. For the current situation, one person was under 10,000 people. Suddenly, Tang Zai had a bright idea. What if he moved Spirit Enchanting Jade Body to other women? Good note. Let's first pull it onto the silhouette panel and give her a few levels up. However, soon Tang Zai was confused. How come he couldn't pull it? Wasn't it able to pull it just now? It doesn't have to be like this. When did the friendly reminder appear? After installation, it will not be possible to move. If you block my bugs, you'll just turn into a concubine system. Tang Zai immediately tried. Slightly relieved. The bug can still be stuck. Is out of a can not move the skills of the restrictions. The girls' upgrade rewards can only be given to their own wear. Cannot be transferred to other girls? Still acceptable it. And with the update of the panel, it also shows whether or not there is a virus antibody. And even removes the virus antibody. This feature is good. Unfortunately, their own wishful thinking did not come true. If a spirit made jade body can be transferred that is really open to crazy brush experience. This bug is too serious. The repair can be understood. Propped up a lazy waist. Have to go downstairs to see them. Looking at the limp Li Linger. Let her take a good rest. After all, his current combat power has directly doubled several times. But cannot withstand this kind of destruction. Coming downstairs to the first floor. Sun Ting and Bai were both sitting on the sofa and did not see Xia Mingyue and the 3 of them. Where are the newcomers? Tang Zai asked. And Yi Qingyi immediately went to pour a cup of water over. The meaning was obvious. Pleading for Xia Mingyue, but Tang Zai disliked this. His gaze was instantly cold. And Yi Qingyi quickly bowed her head. Very disobedient. Locked in the back. Sun Ting said helplessly. Tang Zai nodded towards the back door and pressed the button. The iron door slowly opened. A box smashed over. Only it didn't touch Tang Zai at all. Hovering in front of Tang Zai's eyes. Through the headlights, Tang Zai saw that it was Xia Mingyue and Shu Lu who threw it over together. And Lu Yuti sat in the corner holding her legs. And when the two saw that it was Tang Zai, they were shocked. And thought that it was Sun Ting who opened the door. So they backed away. What are you doing? Shu Lu droned. Fierce on the surface and scared to death inside. Tang Zai calmly said. I heard that you're an English teacher. I used to be a bit poor in English, so I'm asking you for some advice. I don't want to teach you, and you don't deserve me. Shu Lu's gaze was firm. Xia Mingyue on the side also chimed in. I definitely won't be like them and be an obedient cat. Don't even think about it. Dream on. Tang Zai smiled and looked at Lu Yuti in the corner. And although she didn't say anything, the meaning was clear from the gaze she moved away. Walking inside, the iron door slowly closed. At this moment, Tang Zai was like a devil with his fangs bared in his eyes. In this car, I call the shots. Snow was flying outside the car, but inside the car, the seasons were like spring. I don't know how long it took. Tang Zai was finally walking out. Yi Qingyi hurriedly peeked and was relieved. Luckily it was fine. Master, eat, Li Linger shouted with a red glow, gradually creating a wave of dependence on Tang Zai. Tang Zai looked at the God of War system. There were 3 new panels on it, and the assessments had indeed all reached 80. Made the charts myself. Comments are welcome. And he had gotten a reward himself, because the assessments were high. He had risen 20 levels in a row, directly reaching level 74. There are still 60 chests yet to be opened, and there is at least 1 gold inside. The 3 of them had all reached level 1, and they all had a chest that hadn't been opened yet. When will they become enlightened? When will they open chests for them to improve their strength? Or else they will be an experienced Bao in this life. Sitting alone on the table, Tang Zai said in a cold voice. People helped you save. Put on a stinky face. Show me. It was obvious who to say this to. Yi Qingyi. I didn't. Really. Or you can take her away. There's not much more of you here. Not less of you. Yi Qingyi's heart trembled. Her pretty face paled and directly kowtowed. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Don't drive us away. What bad luck. The good mood is all messed up for you. Yi Qingyi squeezed out a flirtatious smile. Master, I can. Before he finished speaking, Tang Zai droned. Get lost. This scared the other 4 girls, who had never lost their temper this much before. Think about it yourselves. Have you done any self-reflection during this time? Don't think that this is all something I should do. I can't raise you for nothing, much less spoil you. After saying that, Tang Zai got up and went upstairs. His great mood was so screwed up. As Tang Zai left, Sun Ting's face looked bad. Even In Bai, who usually didn't care about anything, was the same. Shi Meng's brows were tightly knitted. Li Linger looked at the stairway from time to time, wondering if she should go and comfort them. Yi Qingyi, I have to remind you about this matter. Now that the person has been found, it's safe. You should stop thinking about the rest. This is her creation. Sun Ting also stopped giving face. You caused everyone to be scolded already. If this was in the past, I'm afraid it wouldn't be scolded. Yi Qingyi also knew that she had dragged everyone down, apologized and said, I'm sorry. As soon as I ran into Mingyue's matter, I messed up. Shi Meng patted Yi Qingyi's fragrant shoulder and said seriously, if you don't change a bit yourself, you will be killed by Xia Mingyue. These words caused Yi Qingyi's delicate body to tremble, as it was not impossible. Sister Yi, you'd better not ask about those 3 women in the future. And Bai seriously reminded. For a while, everyone was silent, and before that, it had been joyful and happy like traveling. After finishing the meal, Yi Qingyi opened the door with the leftovers. The 3 women inside were sitting in the corner, their eyes red. Sighing softly, she put the rice on the floor, said nothing and turned to leave. And as the iron door closed, only the faint red light was turned on. Lu Yudi's frowny brow stood up. Every step felt like he was going to crack. Picked up a plate of food and directly grabbed it with his hands. Frantically stuffed it into his mouth. Wolfed it down. And tears flowed down his face. I won't eat even if I die, Xia Mingyue said disdainfully as she looked at the leftover food. Chulu curled up without any reaction, seemingly not intending to accept such food either, preferring to starve to death rather than suffer anymore. Sun Ting looked at the surveillance video and smiled contemptuously. At a glance, you've never experienced true hunger. Real hunger will drive a person crazy. Even a ball of rotting meat will be stuffed into the mouth and chewed. And Bai said dully with his chin propped up. That day is still fresh in his mind. Tang Zai's little bit of food made him give up his principles. Obviously, other than Sun Ting and In Bai, the others had yet to experience extreme hunger. The true extreme was clear in everyone's mind. That day on the street they all saw eating their own kind. Yi Qingyi, come up here. Tang Zai's displeased voice came from upstairs. Li Linger said comfortingly, coax your master well. Master is also a man. Gu Si, Linger knows more than all of us now. And Bai snickered. What a pure girl when he ran into Linger a few days ago. It's only been a few days and he's teaching bad things. Learning to be good is too difficult. Learning to be bad is simply innate. Walking up the stairs, Yi Qingyi tidied up her clothes, and even took a look in the mirror to make up a little bit of makeup. Put her stockings up a little bit, took a deep breath and knocked on the door, and then walked into the second floor of the caravan. Seeing Tang Zai sitting on the sofa in front of him smoking, Yi Qingyi stood behind and respectfully shouted, Master, I'm here. Know why I'm angry with you? Tang Zai exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said softly, Because I spoke for Mingyue. No, you've changed. You've become motherly, you've become less decisive. Yi Qingyi's petite body lurched, seemingly not realizing this problem. Because of Xia Mingyue's arrival, she became apprehensive, and she had to consider Mingyue first in everything she did. But this is normal, I can understand. Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief. Her hands pressed on Tang Zai's shoulders and massaged them, softly saying, Thank you, master. Since you've all come to Yunhai, don't you want to go meet your fiancé? The slender hands of the massage stopped instantly. If it wasn't for Tang Zai's reminder, it had all been forgotten that there was such a man. You're the only man in my heart, master. Other men are worthless in my heart. With that, she lowered her head and kissed Tang Zai's cheek. When about to kiss Tang Zai's lips, he was held by Tang Zai's chin. Truly not caring doesn't matter at all. Don't you want to know if dear Zihui has held on to the love between you after he lost contact with you? Or did he indulge himself like you did? If he's like you, you'll be able to let go a bit. But if he's still waiting for you all the time, I'm quite curious about what'll happen to you. And I guess it'll become a knot in your heart for the rest of your life. Tang Zai looked deeply at Yi Qingyi, and realized that a mist of water appeared in Yi Qingyi's eyes. Put away your tears. Tears are the most useless in the end times. They will only make people think you are weak. Yi Qingyi forced herself to hold back, because her own mind was told by Tang Zai, just selectively forgetting, but still in the bottom of her heart, just not having the face-to-face. This should be the punishment. Tang Zai suddenly held Yi Qingyi in his arms and laughed. Before you go to dear Zihui's house, I have to have a good time. After all, I need a few days to not see you. I am the masters. Tang Zhe laughed. Don't say such words. I'm now suspicious that in your eyes, this face of mine has turned into dear Zihui. No, absolutely not. Well, let's not talk about it and enjoy the moment. Ruffling the wisp of sideburns. I have to say that Yi Qingyi is getting more and more flavorful. I just don't know if her heart is the same as my own. Hard as a rock. Downstairs, Shi Meng gave a curious cry. Why do I feel that the car is driving very slowly, as if it has no intention of leaving Yunhai City? Sun Ting and Enbai looked at each other and instantly understood why. Plus they had just called Yi Qingyi up again. It seemed like Yi Qingyi was going to suffer again. Sun Ting thought in her heart, it's good that she doesn't have a man. Enbai thought in her heart, it's good that her boyfriend is hanging up. Shi Meng thought in her heart, her husband was blown up by himself. And Li Linger was still looking puzzled and didn't know what the situation was. You guys see, this is the Winsting Hotel. Li Linger shouted as she pointed to the luxurious building not far ahead. Shi Meng looked at it. It was indeed the Winsting Hotel, which was also the best 5-star hotel in Yunhai City. Only that it used to emit bright get lights, but now it was dark and dreary, and this side of the area was all blacked out. Come to the door. The end of the caravan directly crushed over. The center of the luxury fountain cannot be spared. Directly into the hall. Is so brutal. The three women in the barn all felt a different kind of sway, looked around in confusion, and put their ears to the side of the car to stop for a moment, but they couldn't hear anything. The four women had taken out their weapons and loaded their magazines. Now that Li Linger was becoming skillful, the lights in the car were bright enough to see the entire hall, scattered bodies laying on the floor. Be careful, Sun Ting reminded. After all, it was a hotel and there could be people hiding behind the doors of the rooms. The three women nodded. As soon as the door was opened, the cold, biting wind blew in, but the four women felt a little better than before. It wasn't particularly cold, especially Li Linger. Why did she feel a little hot? Sun Ting came next to a corpse, while the other three women stood on guard. Looking at this appearance, I'm afraid it's been dead for a long time. Sun Ting couldn't tell exactly how long, but it was at least 20 days or more. I feel like everyone here is dead, Simone whispered, empty without a sound, and Bai is very excited. It feels like playing Resident Evil-like. I do not know where the zombies will pop up. When will the zombies come? So I want to experience the official version of Resident Evil. Li Linger asked curiously. How did they die in the end? Kill each other. Sun Ting said indifferently. The four women began to search in the hall, and then came to the second floor. There were quite a lot of corpses on the second floor as well. Especially in the banquet hall there were a lot of corpses piled up. If not for this cold weather, the stench would probably be overwhelming. It seems like the hotel battle wasn't easy either. I wonder who won in the end. Shi Meng scanned the surrounding area. Now she probably knew something about the situation. No matter if it was the neighborhood, or the hotel, or any other place, there would be one person who would end up being the king. Search further up, Sun Ting said faintly, as the boss in Meow Meow. She was very vocal, and the other women listened to Sun Ting. It felt like Tang Zhe like Li Linger, a big star, on the surface, but in his heart, he still valued Sun Ting more. The dining room on the third floor could be described as a gruesome battle. The walls were filled with blood from the takedowns. Limbs and arms were everywhere. The floor had turned blood red. Seeing such a small scene, the four women didn't have any feelings, walking between the gaps in the corpses. When they came to the kitchen, the four women are tightly locked brow. Although they have seen the big scene, but this kind of small scene cannot help but make people's stomach. The neighborhood has not even gone this far. At least the bad guys will go out to look for supplies, with supplies to rule the neighborhood, and can live in a 5-star hotel, not to say too rich, but also a little bit of family background. These people do not have to eat, and then began to kill people. Let's go. It's disgusting here. Shi Meng felt that what she did before was nothing. This kitchen really refreshed her three views again. Upstairs was basically all rooms, tons of blood on the corridor. Room doors were all open, and the rooms were very messy. And in an open room, the house is very neat. The bed lying two people. Close to see is a pair of elderly couple, snuggling together as if asleep. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the four women appeared a slight change. Perhaps this is a warm current in the midst of the end of the world. When they left, Sun Ting closed the door behind them, and the four women continued to search upwards. The situation was pretty much the same. There wasn't a single living person, and when they reached some of the upscale suites, the corpses became more numerous. In one of the suites there were at least 20 corpses, both male and female. The skin was dry and cracked. Some of the women's aortas had been slashed, and there was bitten off flesh on the corpses as well. It should be that the thirst was too much. These men started to drink the women's blood, and finally these men also started to kill each other. and this man sitting on the sofa should be the final victor. Sun Ting stood next to the sofa. A man in his 30s wearing a suit, looking very formal, seemed to want to go inside. It is difficult to imagine how shocking the things that happened in this room at that time, but these people nothing worthwhile may be. All can live here. The status of the time is not low. Those people downstairs are estimated to be killed by them. To the end of the kill cannot be killed. Butcher knife towards the people around them. Top floor. This is the most luxurious suite in the hotel. Li Linger and Shi Meng had both stayed here. Even Yi Qingyi had stayed here once. But at this moment, the door to the suite was closed. The four women simultaneously raised their guns, and Sun Ting gestured professionally. With a bang, Sun Ting kicked the double room door open with a single kick, and the three women next to her immediately walked in with their guns, aiming them in different directions. To the four women's surprise, the room was actually very clean. No blood, no corpses. This was a bit out of the ordinary. By all rights, this should be where the hotel boss lived. When the door to the master bedroom was pushed open, the four women instantly raised their muzzles, and the light from the muzzles illuminated the dark master bedroom, only to see three women sitting on the carpet wrapped in blankets, holding arms in their hands and gnawing on them, their mouths covered in blood, while on the bed lay the body of a male, very young, estimated to be only about 20 years old, and these three women looked over here. Their eyes were demented. It was estimated that their spirit had already collapsed. Two of them were still smiling foolishly, but looking at their situation, they also did not have long to live. Xiaobai, Linger, go to the other rooms and take a look, Sun Ting ordered. The two women immediately went to check the other rooms, but didn't find anything, and only the three of them were left in the entire hotel. Tang Zai's voice came from the headset, telling Tang Zai's current location, and soon Tang Zai came here slowly. Seeing that only Tang Zai had come alone, the four women's hearts sank slightly. Could it be that Yi Qingyi was gone? What kind of eyes do you guys have? She's resting in the car. In her own words, it's going to be awesome. Four girls. Li Linger then had the right to speak. The master was strong. The women were indeed so cool, and it was different from before. From the depths of the soul. Any discoveries? Tang Zai surveyed the surroundings. I have long heard that Yunhai's Win's Ting Hotel is luxurious, and I want to save money to enjoy it, but the result is that I haven't saved enough, and I came in this way. Sun Ting pointed in the master bedroom. Only the three of them are left alive. Tang Zai walked into the master bedroom. There were a lot of empty bottles, plastic boxes and so on by the bed. Looks like this is the last man in the hotel. It's a pity that he was assassinated by a woman. Tanza checked the condition of the man on the bed. The back of his head was smashed. Under what circumstances would this happen? Tanza estimated that the man was exercising and the woman next to him picked up the guy and pounded the back of his head. So that's why, without some strength, sooner or later, you'll be backstabbed by the woman next to you. Tang Zai lit a cigarette, pulled back the curtains, opened the window and directly threw the man's body out. Tang Zai's words again made the four women's hearts uneasy. The bright light from the window shone into the house. The piercing cold wind scraped at their faces in raw pain, and the three women immediately winced. Sun Ting walked over and tipped the woman's chin with the muzzle of her gun. A bit of posture indeed. Can you be worthy of the boss here without some posture? Tang Zai just glanced at it and wasn't really interested. There were still three disobedient newcomers in the car, and for the time being, he didn't intend to collect the newcomers. Li Linger suddenly eeped. She seems to be Dong Manning also. Is that the one who sings beautifully? I didn't really see it. Shi Meng also took a closer look. Weakened like this. Similar to two people. I've worked with her before. She's quite nice. Li Linger sighed. These two seem to be stars as well. And Bai said as she squatted in front of the woman and carefully sized her up. Tang Zai said indifferently, kill and throw them out, and clean up the hygiene. After saying that, he walked out of the bedroom. Li Linger looked at Dong Manning who had a demented smile on her face and helplessly raised her gun. Bang bang bang, giving the most painful way out. The body was then thrown out, and three subtle muffled sounds could still be heard. Outside Tanza will restore the electricity in the house. The central air conditioning cannot be used, but we have a storehouse of supplies. A few vertical air conditioners can be solved directly. Think of the man who just died on the bed, so young to be able to claim the king in the hotel. Without some means cannot be. It is estimated that the three women are also the most beautiful hotel. Such a time to have a beautiful woman, but it is very not easy. Unfortunately, after all, the woman was killed by a sneak attack. The last days of the woman cannot just trust. Even now, they will not let them come over to sleep together. Are just their own experience value, plus bullish beaters. Jiang family manor, other areas of the blackout. But the manor is brightly lit. From time to time you can see the servants walking around the house. Outside the end of the world seems to have nothing to do with them. The The Jiang family is famous in Yunhai. Yi Qingyi can marry into the Jiang family. That is the smoke from the ancestors. After this news was released, countless celebrities hated Yi Qingyi. After all, it will be their dream to be dashed. Who let Jiang Zihui is so infatuated with Yi Qingyi? In the luxurious bedroom, handsome-looking Jiang Zihui touched the sexy woman in front of him, and even more tenderly shouted, you're really pretty today." The woman hugged Jiang Zihui's head on her chest. "Zihui, I am all yours." Suddenly, Jiang Zihui pushed the woman away fiercely and drank. Won't be like you. Start over." The Bai Qing who was pushed back was also not a simple woman. The jewel in the palm of the boss of the Bai group, and the woman who was madly pursuing Jiang Zihui, and came uninvited on the night of the end times because she knew that Yi Qingyi was not there. From the beginning of the end of the world, it is expected that Yi Qingyi hurry to die. Since the break in communication, Jiang Zihui is godly, until one night, will recognize himself as Yi Qingyi, but Bai Qing didn't want to be a stand-in for Yi Qingyi all day either. With no other choice, Bai Qing could only brace herself and say anew, "Zihui, I love you." Jiang Zihui's originally angry face became tender all of a sudden, and gently pushed Bai Qing down, untying that one, and it had to be said that Bai Qing was also extremely good. However, at this time, the door was pushed open, only to see Jiang Nana standing at the door. "Brother, you guys are at it again. Can you stand up to your sister-in-law?" "Scram, can't you see that I'm with your sister-in-law? Is already back." "Brother, can you wake up a bit? Sister-in-law will definitely come back." However, Jiang Zihui picked up a cup on the side and smashed it over. Jiang Nana even exclaimed in shock that her brother had gone crazy. "Dad is calling you over." After saying that, Jiang Nana left in anger. Jiang Zihui breathed in sharply and looked at Bai Qing underneath him. His tone softened a few points. "Dad asked me to go over. I'll come over later." I'll wait for you, Zihui." Jiang Zihui scratched Bai Qing's nose and got up to put on his formal attire. Bai Qing was like a wife helping her husband to get dressed, with one last kiss goodbye. After Jiang Zihui left, Bai Qing's face twisted up, picking up cosmetics and smashing them. When he came to the study, Jiang Zihui saw that everyone had arrived. Outside of Dad there was also second and third uncle, and their sons. At first Jiang Zihui was quite curious. Several cousins were studying abroad, suddenly called back, and not allowed to go out, not long after the end of the world. At first, he thought that there was no food or drink at home, and suggested going out to find food, but it turned out that the family had actually stocked up on a lot of supplies, and was even able to keep servants, and a group of bodyguards. The only thing was not being able to go out. Always feel that Dad knows something. If you know, why not tell yourself, or let Yi Qingyi come back earlier? In fact, people also said, but Yi Qingyi did not stay at her sister's house for a meal. Otherwise she would have returned to the Jiang family a day earlier. Jiang Zihui casually sat down and looked at the several cousins sitting across from him. They were yawning as if they had only just woken up. Someone will come later. Jiang Tongshan, as the leader of the Jiang family, had an extraordinary aura. The oldest two on the left, Jiang Yuan, wore glasses, and was ruthless in his svelte manner. The oldest three, Jiang Qingguan, was a bit chubby, but smiled with dimples, and felt very approachable. But those who were familiar with Jiang Qingguan knew that, in the shopping malls, he often forced other people to break up their families, and was never merciful. "Big brother, are those the ones who provided you with the information?" Jiang Qingguan asked in a deep voice. Jiang Tongshan picked up his teacup and took a sip. "Aha, just what kind of people are they? How did they know that this kind of thing happened?" Jiang Yuan asked as he removed his glasses in disbelief. Jiang Tongshan didn't answer, remembering that it was a year ago in the morning. A message suddenly appeared on his cell phone telling him to stock up on supplies and that there would be a disaster a year later. At first, he ignored it as a prank, but after having nightmares for a few nights in a row, he thought that he should just stock up, and that he didn't have much money anyway. As it turned out, a few days before the disaster, the unfamiliar number sent a text message telling him to tell his family not to go out and to prepare as many bodyguards as he could. Then a reminder that there would be a major cooling, and then he told himself to wait for this kind of horrible force. Jiang Tongshan was also worried in his heart, but if it wasn't for this force, I'm afraid that the whole family would be finished now. Jiang Yuan's son suddenly laughed. "Dad, have you seen the human removal program? Isn't that what it is now? We were chosen to regain control of the order." This sounded a bit funny, but it seemed reasonable. There was a ding-dong sound. The cell phone in front of Jiang Tongshan rang, and a text message came. "They're here." Jiang Tongshan stood up, and everyone walked out of the study with apprehension. On the road, a snowplow drove off, followed by 3 Range Rovers, and 2 trailers, that had strange logos printed on the containers. Yet the vehicles were still on tires and didn't seem to be affected by anything. The snow was no longer able to keep the manor's gates open, and the snowplows crashed right through to enter. And the Jiang family crowd at the entrance saw the convoy coming from a distance. Dad! What's that? How come their tires didn't melt off? Jiang Nana's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Jiang Tongshan immediately droned. What are you doing out here? Go back upstairs and don't come out. Jiang Nana skimmed her mouth and ran back with a puff of air. Could this be the legendary Umbrella Corporation? Jiang Yuan's son exclaimed in shock, seeming to be a cool movie lover as well. Jiang Zihui said indifferently, you mean they are the initiators of this disaster? Rewriting the rules of the world? Brother Hui, what's so impossible about that? You should be glad that it was our family that was chosen. The crowd didn't say anything. Indeed, they should be thankful. The convoy slowly stopped at the entrance. Jiang Tongshan also wanted to go greet them, but he didn't dare to go out. From the Land Rover came down heavily armed warriors, all dressed in black combat uniforms that looked sci-fi, and the armband was that strange logo, NPC. The point is, they are actually not afraid of snow. Just saw a warrior open the back door of the Land Rover in the center, and the man in thick business attire stepped out. Snowflakes fell on his hair, but he put on a black round hat without slowing down, and looked at the Jiang family crowd with a smile on his face. Mr. Jiang, it's finally a meeting. The man looked towards Jiang Tongshan and smiled. Jiang Tongshan looked back and apologized. I'm sorry, I couldn't come to greet you. Understandable. The man walked up the steps, took his gloves off and reached out. Hello Mr. Jiang, I don't have a name, but you can call me manager. Hello manager, inside please. Jiang Tongshan reached out and shook his hand and smiled. The man in front of him looked to be around 30 years old, giving off an elegant feeling. Looking at the guns in the hands of those warriors, the Jiang family people were also scared in their hearts. But Jiang Yuan's son was excited to survey it. Jiang family's parlor is very large. The walls are hung with a lot of famous paintings. The minimum is also 10 million to start. Millions do not deserve to hang here. The maid poured hot tea over. The manager removed his hat and patted the snow on it, which scared everyone. It would be gone if it splashed on the body. However, the back of the maid's hand was accidentally splashed. For a moment it was so quiet that you could clearly see the snow blending into the skin. Mr. Jiang, save me. Mr. Jiang, it hurts. The maid instantly fell to the ground and rolled over. After a few seconds her eyes opened wide and she didn't breathe. The manager slowly sat down and smiled. Sorry. It's fine. Jiang Tongshan beckoned and two bodyguards came over to carry the body out. Jiang Zihui's face went white. People were killed here? Picking up his teacup and taking a sip, the manager laughed. It seems that Mr. Jiang did stock up on a lot of supplies. I don't even have any tea to drink right now. If it wasn't for the manager's reminder, I'm afraid we would have starved to death long ago. There are quite a few people starving to death right now. You guys, as a big group, should also contribute. The manager put down his teacup and said seriously as the warrior on the side placed the suitcase on the table. Everyone looked at the suitcase suspiciously. The manager opened the suitcase, only to see that it contained bottles of blue liquid. This is the vaccine that was developed yesterday. The time is still unstable, but the maintenance effect is about 12 hours. Depending on the individual's physique, it's best to give yourself a shot in 10 hours. The Jiang family members sucked in a breath of cool air. There's actually a vaccine? How long has it been? More than a month. Unless it was researched in advance. It's impossible. Manager, are you representing the official? No, I'm representing the company. I'm in charge of Yunhai City, Huan City, and Zhonglin City. If we do well, our cooperation will be pleasant. If we don't do well, then I'm afraid our cooperation won't be that pleasant. With the manager's words, the surrounding temperature seemed to be lowered. What kind of company is this? Actually so bullish. Jiang Tongshan squeezed out a smile and said, I believe our cooperation will be very pleasant. Mr. Jiang does business we understand. Otherwise we wouldn't have chosen you. It turns out that people have started screening long ago. It's really not simple. Manager, then what are we going to do next? Jiang Yuan asked in doubt. It definitely couldn't be to stay at home to save his life. What you guys have to do next is to take control of the entire Yunhai City, so that Yunhai City can restore electricity, communication, and material production, and then build a high wall to encircle the entire Yunhai City. Hearing this kind of request, Jiang Tongshan felt that it was very difficult. But if you don't do it is death. Why do we need to encircle Yunhai City? Jiang Zihui asked doubtfully, trapping himself inside and waiting to die? The general manager smiled and took out his cell phone, playing a video. This is a human experiment conducted by our company. In the video, a person who has died is lying in a glass room, while in the upper left and right corner shows the temperature inside the glass room. As the temperature rises, it can be clearly seen that there seems to be something moving in the skin of the corpse. As the temperature came to 38 degrees, the original corpse suddenly opened his eyes, blood red with a dark green, and then madly knocked on the glass. Bang bang bang! The surrounding researchers wearing large white coats were stunned. After our company researchers found that the virus in these corpses did not disappear, but because of the low temperature is in a dormant state. Once the cold weather disappears, the warming will make the virus in the corpses to come alive. That is what we have seen on the movie. Zombies. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. This kind of weather is already deadly. After the warming up, you tell me those corpses will still be able to stand up? It's too hard to stay alive. Or just die and forget about it. The speed of these zombies is extremely fast. 100 meters only takes 6-9 seconds. The strength is stronger than adults. Not like in the movie. The movement is slow, but there is one thing very similar. Burst the head and die. Jiang Qingguang said seriously. If that's the case, we can explode the corpse's head first so that it won't turn into a zombie. We've experimented and the corpse will still turn into a zombie. So the only way to explode the head is if it's a zombie. But of course, the corpse can be cremated directly now, the manager added. Seems like a simple sentence, but there are quite a few people that need to be mobilized. Everyone goes to collect the corpses for cremation. The problem is that it's snowing and cold outside. Who's going to go and where to find food? I know what you guys are thinking. Figure it out yourselves. No matter what means you use. How many people can be saved is how many. Useless old people can all be killed. Women who are not pregnant can also be killed. A waste of supplies. Restoring the population still needs these wombs. Listening to the manager's words, Zhang Zihui felt like he didn't even treat people as human beings. Like he was deciding the fate of some NPC. Nowadays, the company is already developing the latest vaccine. But with the current amount, it can only sustain a small number of people. So you guys have to be careful in terms of who you choose. And only use the vaccine when you're on a mission. Manager, how long will this low temperature state be maintained? Jiang Zihui asked hurriedly. The manager laughed. Depends on the will of the heavens, so time is short. You guys have to hurry. Manager, apart from the big cities, is the company arranging people in other small cities and counties as well? Jiang Yuan asked. How can the company have that much energy? Otherwise what are you guys allowed to build walls for? When the time comes, it's hundreds of millions of zombies. All is unpredictable. After saying that, the manager paused for a moment and continued. There are two people that you need to find. One is called Chu Lu. One is called Lu Yudi. They should be in Yunda. Live to see people, die to see corpses. Yes, I will immediately send people to look for them. Jiang Zihui immediately thought of Xia Mingyue. She was also in Yunda. When the time came, they would find them together. There are equipment weapons in the container, and an anti-corrosion agent that was developed. It's fine to apply it to the rubber, but the rubber will wear out a few times faster. There are also water filters that will help you control people more easily, and remotes for the weapons. All weapons can't be fired if you press them. Said the manager stood up and put on his hat intending to leave. Zhang Tongshan secretly rejoiced. These were all prerequisites for self-preservation. It wasn't like devouring the master hadn't happened before. This company knew too much. I'm going to make a trip to Huan City now. Looking forward to good news from your side. Jiang Qingguang suddenly asked respectfully. Manager, the 3 cities you're responsible for. Who's doing the best right now? The manager glanced back at Jiang Qingguang, who was terrified in his heart. It's good to have competition. Right now Zhenlin City is better. Huan City is a bit complicated. It's said that there are news of whole neighborhoods dying, and there are also some dry corpses. The person in charge over there can't be contacted. The company is very serious about this matter, and they are worried about whether or not there are other factors. Well, you don't need to know about these things. Just do your own. After saying that, the manager walked towards the door. Coming to the door, the crowd heard the sound coming from the propeller. They couldn't help but look up. A black shadow flew towards the side. It was a black helicopter. There was also that special logo of the company on the helicopter. Jiang Tongshan swore that he had never seen this company before, but it actually had such wealth and power. What kind of group of people was this? Until the communication is restored, contact by satellite phone. There are in the container. These people will be left to you. The manager smiled, and even patted Jiang Tongshan's shoulder, looking at Jiang Tongshan with the eyes of an elder. If this was in the past, it would be absolutely impossible. But Jiang Tongshan nodded his head like a little brother. Don't worry, manager. I'll definitely complete the mission. Nodding his head, the manager lowered his head and ran towards the helicopter. The warriors wearing the same combat uniforms opened the doors and stood respectfully in 2 rows. As the helicopter lifted off into the air, only then did the Jiang family members exhale heavily. The pressure he had put on them was just too much. Or first look at what good things are contained in the container. Call on the 2 bodyguards to take the vaccine and walk out. The 2 bodyguards are also to be scared out of their wits, but there is no way to do anything under the gun. Hit the vaccine and walk out directly. I did not expect it to be effective. Open the door of the container, full of guns and ammunition. In the end of the world, this is a godsend. Big brother, Zhang Yuan and Zhang Qingguan looked at Zhang Tongshan at the same time. The era belonging to the Zhang family had come. In the future, the entire Yunhai would be what the Zhang family said. Why wouldn't Zhang Tongshan be excited? Go back and have a meeting first. Zhang Nana, who was peeking upstairs, was very uneasy, looking at those warriors who didn't leave and followed her father and brother back. What the hell are they doing? In the conference room, Zhang Tongshan also began to deploy the initial plan. Organize people to look for people in Yunda. There are quite a lot of young people in Yunda. Organize them all. Just listen to the manager. This disaster will only get more and more vicious. In the future, to restore the population, only rely on young girls. Zhang Qingguan nodded his head and agreed. Big brother, you are right, but I think some of the disobedient ones still need to be killed, lest we shake our position in the future. Depends on the situation. We are the first group to know the subsequent developments. If we want the others to listen, we can only rely on the guns in our hands. Once we find those who resist, kill them on the spot. While the second and third nodded, Zhang Zihui's face was stony. How could Dad talk about killing so easily? However, the other 2 cousins looked excited and ready to fight for the Zhang family. Also, go to the Power Bureau and look for employee residences. Those who aren't dead, go restore the power. This is the first priority. Zhang Tongshan didn't want to see a large area being frozen alive. This is the living force in the future. What's the point of being a bare rod commander? Zhang Yuan proposed. Big brother, I suggest to set off in the name of the rescue team. The car hangs a horn and shouts, so that everyone knows that there is a rescue. Zhang Tongshan nodded. As long as there was hope, many people would persevere. Zhang Yuan's son suddenly said, Uncle, building a high wall requires a lot of manpower and material resources. Reinforced concrete is not a small amount, especially to encircle the entire Yunhai city. It simply can't be completed without a few years. Zhang Yuan revealed a heartfelt smile. His son's consideration in this regard was still very thoughtful, unlike the boss's son, whose mind was full of that beautiful fiancée, without a bit of the appearance of being in charge. The matter of the high walls will be discussed later. At this stage, do what we just said. Restore all the daily necessities, but these things are under our control. Understand? Understood. From now on, our family is the emperor of Yunhai. Aside from Zhang Zihui, everyone's faces showed anticipation for the future. Zhang Zihui suddenly said at this time, Dad, Yi's niece is also in Yun University. We can go look for her. Zhang family man heard Zhang Zihui's words. The second and third uncle just shook their heads and laughed. Even the 2 cousins showed a sneer. What time is it? Still thinking. Nowadays the whole Yunhai's women aren't just for you to pick. Zhang Tongshan got up and came to his son, raised his hand and slapped him. Yi Qingyi can't possibly be alive. In the future, her family's affairs have nothing to do with you, and also have nothing to do with our family. You better give me a little bit of sobriety. Nowadays it's the time for our Zhang family to really rise. Don't you drop the chain for me. Zhang Zihui covered his cheeks and didn't say anything. As the meeting was dissolved, Zhang Zihui returned to his bedroom. Zihui, you're back. Bai Qing greeted him and smiled. However, Zhang Zihui directly threw out a slap, knocking Bai Qing onto the bed. Why did you drive Yi away? It must be because you bitch whispered something in my dad's ear. Say, isn't it so? Covering her cheek, Bai Qing cried and shouted. I didn't do anything. I didn't even go to see your dad. Fart, who else would it be if it wasn't you? Yi is so beautiful. So pretty. She must have been spoiled by other men. Why is it like this? I haven't even touched her. It's all you. It's all you. In the midst of his anger, Zhang Zihui undid his belt and whipped it hard on that tender body. A red mark was shocking to the eyes. While thinking of Bai Qing's screams of misery, Zhang Nana in the doorway covered her red lips. She didn't expect her brother to become like this now. Before, her brother was a gentle and elegant man. But now, covering her ears, Zhang Nana ran away. Seeing one after another people appearing over the barn, Zhang Nana curiously followed her over. Hiding in the corner, Zhang Nana saw that those bodyguards were all injecting vaccines, and then they were receiving their guns. So many guns. Zhang Nana couldn't believe it. Was this going to war? Brother is crazy. Dad is crazy. My whole family is crazy. I'm the only sane person. On the helicopter, the manager's phone rang. The condescending manager shouted with a complimentary tone. General manager. A woman's icy voice rang out on the phone. Have the people been found yet? I've already sent people to look for them. There will be news soon. I'm currently traveling to Huan City to investigate the potential threat. I need news from them by tomorrow at the latest. I've already sent people over to Huan City. The contact Xian Zhongran died in his warehouse. Contact number 2 has been activated. The manager's face whitened slightly for a few moments, and he gratefully said, "Thank you for General Manager's care. The company's top management is concerned about several strange phenomena in Huan City. All the monitoring equipment has been damaged. After you go over there, make sure to investigate what's going on. Some doctors have suggested that there's a high possibility of human mutation." Human mutation? It's still uncertain. Give the investigation report as soon as possible. You should know the consequences. Understood. I'll do it as soon as possible. Hanging up the phone, the manager wiped his sweat. He didn't want to be replaced. This manager position held the life and death of tens of millions of people. Whoever one wanted to die, that person would not see the sun the next day.